The action began in a gloomy, destroyed place, reminiscent of the ruins of a city, among a crowd of frightened people who did not understand how they got there. At first, people were too shocked to fully comprehend their dire situation, but gradually it dawned on them and panic arose. Fear always brings out the worst in people, and this time they began to fight each other, not even paying attention to the frightened and lost children. Only one young man with blue eyes remained calm, and he wasn't even surprised, since he understood perfectly well what it was like to be shocked into another world. The time of the protagonist's birth turned out to be extremely turbulent, as cases of missing people began to increase throughout the country, first dozens, then hundreds, and then thousands. The number of victims was so high and the government had no leads, so the situation quickly spiraled out of control, leading to mass panic among the population. This in itself was disgusting and could ruin anyone's life, but everything changed dramatically when the main character turned 20 years old. What he saw defied any rational explanation. The sky had shattered into pieces like a sheet of glass, and from underneath it, a huge eye looked out at the mortals. This is how the main character joined the ranks of missing victims, and the only thing left in the hands of his friends and family was a dropped phone and a few other small items. This alternate dimension, like a massive interdimensional parasite, sucks life from other universes, serving as the midpoint of the abyss's influence. People, being true to their nature, quickly adapted to the new conditions and began to colonize them, and it was then that monsters appeared from the darkness. Creatures from nightmares, which are difficult to even describe in any language, turned the existence of the settlers into hell, but this was not the last test. Once enough bipedal rats had gathered in this trap, mysterious mechanisms would begin to move, opening a massive gate into the reality of the abyss. This was the beginning of a war of extermination between the prisoners and hordes of bloodthirsty monsters in which there could be no mercy for anyone, not even a woman or a child. Somehow, the protagonist had studied the workings of this system in detail, and now he realized with crystal clarity that he had only 5 years to improve his powers. Right here and now, he was nothing more than a mere mortal man. All the skills he had, all the magic and spells, evaporated, leaving only knowledge. But this was not so important, because the main character understood that any minute now, he would have to appear before this entire frightened herd. And he really didn't keep us waiting, as glowing cracks appeared again in the gray-green cloudy sky, to the horror of the already frightened earthlings. Something black and thick began to squeeze through this hole with great effort, until it finally managed to move its body to the other side of the portal. To the people's surprise, it was a real demon, a stereotypical imp, tiny, horned, with a long tail and small but functional wings. It was such a strange sight, even taking into account the eye in the sky and teleportation to who knows where, that no one could say a word. Even the imp himself didn't immediately find the right phrases. He first needed to clear his throat properly in front of this crowd. Placing his palm to his forehead like a soldier undergoing an inspection, the little demon, with false enthusiasm, introduced himself as a ferry assistant, called upon to give instructions to the people. The reaction of the mortals listening to this was exactly what one would expect. Gaping jaws, wide-eyed, and complete disbelief at this surrealism. Smiling as widely as his jaw structure would allow, the demon asked everyone in a nasty, lisping voice to listen to him carefully. The protagonist, standing somewhere in the crowd, only clenched his fingers a little tighter, with some difficulty suppressing his rage towards these hypocritical bastards. The instructions the monster spoke of were, in fact, incitements, forcing the frightened victims to kill each other for a chance at life. Meanwhile, the imp, excitedly waving and gesturing with his hands, greeted everyone present in the other world, a wonderful place of great opportunities. His wonderful speech was interrupted by some man who didn't give a damn about any travel or adventures. He just wanted to be returned home immediately. This angered the little demon so much that he immediately dropped his clumsy attempts to look cute and ordered in a terrible voice to listen to him silently. The change was so striking and terrifying that even the man himself immediately fell silent, feeling with every fiber of his being that he was stepping onto dangerously thin ice. Meanwhile, the little monster, not even trying to appear polite anymore, shouted that the other world was free of any rules, no laws, no ethics, absolutely nothing. But even this was not the end, because now mortals were also freed from the limitations of their physical bodies and could do what they had previously only dreamed of. Like the protagonists of a massively multiplayer online game, they could grow infinitely in strength and other characteristics, gradually turning into living gods. It was a wonderful chance for every loser to become what he or she always dreamed of becoming, and the imp even cooed like, "Aren't these real miracles?" But in order to clearly show those around him that this was not an overly complex and drawn-out joke, the little demon decided to put on a demonstration. He put his thumb and middle finger together and then slowly pointed his hand in the direction of the man who had interrupted him. The poor guy didn't even have time to be properly scared when he died, and in a very painful and horrific way, half of his body simply exploded and flew into pieces. It was so terrifying and surreal that those around froze with huge, bulging eyes as the victim slowly sank to the ground. This continued for several very long and agonizing seconds until the dead man collapsed, and only then did the rest of the earthlings begin to scream in horror and retreat away. With a mocking grin, the pseudo-fairy explained that he simply couldn't help himself. He couldn't stand all these chatterboxes who spouted nonsense and noise. But if he was hoping to impress anyone with this, it was in vain, because people did exactly what they would have done in real life. They simply ran away. Without saying a word, the imp began gesturing with his fingers again, pointing at various mortals like a sniper rifle. And so, one by one, people began to fall dead, losing whole pounds of flesh, and the rest of the crowd froze, sobbing and clutching their heads in fear. The demon growled in rage, reminding everyone how much he hated chaos, or rather, when someone dared to disobey him, disrespect him, and turn their back on him. And he clearly hinted to everyone gathered to sit, shut up, and listen to him as the Lord God, otherwise he would destroy everyone without any trials. Now that the terrified victims were frozen, afraid to even blink or breathe too loudly, the imp began to coo at them again, like a mother, and decided to continue the ritual. He waved his hand, and a large, transparent crystal, resembling a piece of ice, with an image of some kind of rune on it, appeared out of the air in front of the survivors. The monster announced that this was a very valuable artifact that those present would be required to obtain by hunting and killing other living creatures, like in a video game. There were 8 types of runestones in total, each with its own design, color, and abilities, but they were harder to obtain than the previously shown colorless ones. But even this cheap rune had great value, as it could permanently increase the characteristics of its owners. The little demon immediately asked if there was anyone here ambitious and courageous enough to lay claim to this treasure, and silence reigned. There was silence for a while, as no one was brave enough to do such a thing, but eventually someone raised their hand. Of course, this was the main character, and the other captives stared at him with such surprise and fear, as if this boy had ordered the sea to part with one gesture. He himself felt a kind of nostalgia, since he had not used such instruments for a long time. Imp was also surprised, thinking that he could continue to mock this frightened two-legged beast for a long time, but then someone had enough balls to ruin this little game for him. Flying closer to the recent teenager, the monster with venomous flattery noted his enthusiasm and strength of spirit, to which he received only an indifferent look in response. Grinning playfully, the demon demanded that the main character extend his hand, and then extended his own, equipped with long, razor-sharp claws. The brunette slowly, with the same disdainful, detached grimace, complied with this demand, and the imp began to chirp excitedly about how cool it was to watch runes break the laws of physics. The artifact glowed in the protagonist's palm for a few seconds, then disappeared in a flash, and then the satisfied monster announced that the hero's previous strength limit was 117 kilograms. But now the brunette is able to move things, lift and hit with the power corresponding to a load of over 122 kilograms, and that wasn't all the upgrades. The pseudo-fairy was taken aback by the fact that this strange man still showed no emotion and looked at him as if he were empty space. The demon obviously couldn't kill this upstart now, so to save face, he quickly flew away and quickly repeated that runes give various wonderful powers. And he will demonstrate this to those around him with great pleasure once again, even if only some daredevil comes forward from the crowd, overcoming the trembling in his weak knees. There were no such people, and even the main character did not move from his place, so the narrator shrugged and decided to move on. Instead, he asked all people to remember that no matter what rune or ability they were dealt, it would always be something useful, or at least harmless. On the other hand, they are obliged to hunt for these artifacts not even for leveling up, but simply for survival, and it was not difficult to understand what was hidden behind these words. As terrified and shocked as the crowd was, they instantly understood what the imp meant. They would have to kill each other or other people to save their own skins. New runestones formed from the bodies of his slain victims, and a whole pack of furious, terrified men and women rushed after them, trampling each other. They fought fiercely, mercilessly, and dirty, like maddened animals, and the little demon watched it from a safe distance with the greatest pleasure. In the end, several people managed to scatter all their competitors and get to the coveted treasure, but unfortunately, there were no crystals left. Imp had already taken all the stones for himself, and now, with a pointedly innocent and perplexed look, he told himself that additional instructions for mortals were no longer needed. And he, of course, intended to keep the runes for himself, which caused people to fall into such despair that they almost started screaming hysterically, tearing their hair out and rolling on the ground. But the little creature didn't finish there. Flying up to the indifferent and silent protagonist again, the demon pointed to a small dot behind his right ear. As it turned out, if you carefully pressed it, the user could see their characteristics, like in a video game. Everyone else rushed to immediately check this statement, and yes, small blue screens with a list of different characteristics actually appeared in front of them. The horned one, so to speak, a fairy, kindly clarified that the average person has a statistic equal to 10, but no one listened to him anymore. Even the protagonist was busy. He looked at his stats and thought about the fact that to level up further, he would need to kill living creatures, no matter what kind, even people. Further away, somewhere in the crowd, there was also a certain blonde guy in a hooded jacket. There was no interface in front of him. He was simply staring very intensely into space. The reason for this was that the demon was still continuing his speeches about how, yes, the start for involuntary players may seem unfair, but that's life. The monster really enjoyed mocking these poor fellows and ridiculing them in every possible way, but he still intended to leave a gift for them. Shocked gasps and surprise swept through the crowd as supernatural sparks sent by the imp began to entwine everyone present. When the glow dissipated, it became clear that each person was now holding a huge combat knife, and the demon ended his instructions to the people by suggesting that they enjoy their new lives. He was about to leave them so that the training phase of the new recruits could begin, and the kidnapped only had time to turn around to see something behind them. It turned out to be a whole crowd of monsters, reminiscent of stereotypical fantasy goblins, short, long-eared and long-nosed freaks with green skin. Now that the demon had disappeared and could no longer hinder them, the bloodthirsty, toothy dwarves squealed triumphantly, rejoicing at the fresh prey with warm blood. So far, not everyone has seen them, and people just shifted from one foot to the other, not understanding what was required of them and what needed to be done next. Eventually, someone asked directly if this was really what the training was, but no one was going to answer him. This was not necessary because now the whole crowd finally noticed the crowd of goblins, and it was true because the barrier separating the monsters from the earthlings was broken. The monsters were in no hurry to attack. At first they simply entered the formed passage, slowly moving their short, crooked legs and dragging their weapons. If this were a game or a movie, you might laugh at how stereotypical their design was, but this was actually happening and no one found it funny. The eyes of the goblins and the green-skinned orc-like giants who accompanied them glowed yellow, and they chattered loudly in their own language. As for the people, they immediately came up with only one strategy: to huddle together in a single group, putting a few poor wretches in front, holding their blades with sweaty fingers. But even now the monsters did not attack. They seemed to enjoy intimidating their prey, growling and laughing like hyenas in its direction, making it twitch and squeal in fear. A girl, desperately trying to suppress the horror in her voice, raised her hand and ordered the people nearby to keep a cool head. They needed to retreat carefully. The prisoners, having no better ideas, did so, but one of them did not move from his place and did not move at all. Of course, it was the protagonist, and if he hadn't turned his head, looking around the space, one could easily think that someone had managed to replace him with a statue. The crowd continued to back away until a man crashed backwards into another man who was looking at something in front of him. The man immediately started yelling at his slow neighbor, but the latter not only wasn't offended, but also asked him to take a closer look in that direction. As it turned out, the Earthlings simply had nowhere to retreat. The entire area was covered by a colossal blue, translucent dome that did not allow anyone else to pass. For the first few moments, the prisoners simply ran their hands over the force field in shock, as if confirming its existence, and then began pounding it with their fists. They demanded that they be released immediately, sent home, that this insane outrage be stopped, anything at all, just to stop this nightmare. Naturally, these pleas were not only ignored, but at some point the wall itself began to move, and right in the direction of the frightened people. It took some time for the brains of Earthlings, tired of the long series of delusional scenes, to understand that this was not an illusion. They wanted to crush them. That would have certainly happened. But the people were not alone in this cage. Behind them there were still goblins waiting for an unknown signal. And they waited for him. The wall behind the greenskins also began to move, knocking down several slow-moving dwarves and forcing the rest to frantically step further. These creatures were far more warlike and bloodthirsty than humans, and the realization that their lives were in danger finally turned them into a mad pack. The man who noticed the magical field for the first time clutched the knife as tightly as he could and muttered curses under his breath. He wasn't going to die like this. Then the man winced as one of his neighbors ran back as fast as he could, nearly knocking other people out of his way. But if only that were all, this panic-monger somehow managed to pass through a completely impenetrable field and still remain alive and well. No one could understand how he managed to do this, not even the fugitive himself, who at that moment in the prince could not think with his head, but the prisoners quickly noticed one detail. A white number suddenly appeared on the wall, like on the interface of an electronic clock, and the number was 49. The man in the orange hat decided to follow his former neighbor's example and also rushed toward the supernatural barrier, which released him without any problems. The number on the wall immediately changed to 48, and the Earthlings realized that it symbolized the number of those who were allowed to escape the slaughter. It was easy to predict their subsequent reaction. The already frightened crowd turned into a panicking, self-crushing herd. People growled like wild animals, pushed each other with elbows, fists, and feet, and trampled those who fell without any mercy, for everyone thought only of himself. The protagonist stood at a distance the whole time and rolled his eyes, unable to believe that ordinary people could really be so cowardly and stupid. At the same time, he remembered very well how the crush ended the last time. Only 40 people died because of the goblins, and almost all the rest died at the hands and feet of their fellow tribesmen. But he, like any self-respecting time traveler, was determined to rewrite this bloody, cruel scenario. Taking out his knife, he decided that he would first completely clear this area and only then move on to the next one. The goblins, meanwhile, had no idea that there was a biting dog among this frightened herd. They continued to run and wave their weapons. And the first victims were not long in coming, because the difference in height did not matter when the monsters had weapons and the ability to use them. The green dwarfs cut, stabbed, hacked, chopped, and beat. Huge splashes of blood flew in all directions, and the disgusting crunch of chopped meat sounded. One young man, overcome with fear and shock, was unable to stand on his feet and could only stare at the carnage unfolding before him. As it turned out, it wasn't one-sided, because the main character had already finished off one opponent and was ready to move on to the next. The goblin with the club jumped and squealed like an enraged monkey, and he tried to smash the skull of the strange man who had killed his relative. But the main character simply intercepted his limb as if the little monster was moving through time in slow motion. After that, there was just one very fast and powerful blow, and dark blood gushed out of the goblin's skinny throat, and his tongue fell out of his mouth. Then the young man threw the cooling corpse aside, demonstrating with every cell of his body and every movement his contempt for these dwarfs. They froze in surprise, while the protagonist bent down, tossed the blade from one hand to the other, and cast a chilling gaze at the goblins. As for mere mortals, they watched this not with relief or awe as one might have thought, but with real horror. This went on for a very, very long time, and at some point the main character was noticeably sweating and was having trouble catching his breath like a run-down horse. By this point, he had already destroyed all the goblins, leaving them lying as lifeless carcasses, but even for him, this turned out to be a surprisingly difficult feat. Once he was a living god, capable of facing the dragon's breath with his bare chest, but now he has become almost as pathetic a mortal as he was decades ago. Controlling him now was about as inconvenient as, for example, taking and playing a starting character of a different class when you had been playing for many years as another one. However, the protagonist could boast of one modest feature, which in fact made him the main character. He was unnaturally lucky. For example, the boy's agility and speed had now increased by only 0.01%, but this was enough to easily destroy weak enemies. But as it turned out, not quite, because at least one goblin was still alive and healthy enough to get up and throw a blade at the guy. However, the main character, of course, dodged it, because it was his story and no one else's, and therefore the young man could not die at the very beginning. He felt the vibrations in the air, caught the whistle of sharp metal, and at the last moment he jumped sharply to the side, but the dagger still cut his clothes and hair. For someone like him, even such minor damage was a real shame, and the time traveler was not about to forgive it. The protagonist turned around very quickly, albeit smoothly, waved his hand, and sent a knife toward the hapless goblin with such force and precision that it pierced the victim's skull. The green-skinned dwarf very slowly slumped and fell onto his back, while several other surviving goblins stood up, glaring at the disgrace. Even if these creatures were familiar with fear, it was completely drowned out by berserker rage, and the monsters rushed forward, brandishing swords, knives, and cleavers. They acted not so much like maddened butchers, but rather like bloodthirsty, but experienced and intelligent wolves, for they jumped on the target from 3 different sides. But even this could not take the main character by surprise, since he, like no one else, knew what effect the sight of their own blood had on these cannibals. He no longer had his own knife, but he had a crooked, dirty, but sharp blade from a dead goblin, and the man grabbed it properly. One lightning-fast forward movement, and all 3 monsters find themselves cut almost in half, like wax statues pierced by a hot blade. And also, as the horned dwarf had warned, a large, light gray stone, almost the size of a human fist, was formed from the bodies of the slain creatures. The rune barely managed to leave the carcass of the still desperately fluttering goblin when the protagonist grabbed it with his hand with the same lightning speed. The brunette squeezed it with such force that the large veins on his hand bulged, and his already sweaty face became completely wet and sticky, like after a marathon. All this time, the rest of the earthlings sat silently, like mice, afraid to make even a too loud sigh, but then one of them asked how long this guy would fight alone. This caused a spark to appear in the gas-filled room, and one by one, the people began to rush towards the goblin army approaching through the rift. The dwarves were taken aback for a moment, because from their point of view, this was almost the same as sheep and rams that suddenly began to attack and bite wolves. The two armies clashed in the best traditions of mad, mindless hordes, wall to wall, no tactics or strategy, just brute force, cold steel, and a bestial thirst for blood. People and monsters tore each other to pieces without any mercy, because only one winner could be in this rat trap, and the hero did not sit idly by either. In another situation, the protagonist would not have been in such a hurry to grind and farm, but the situation was special, and he had no right to delay or make a mistake. He might no longer have the same power as before, but his combat skills were still there, so the main character was able to dodge or block any attack. And his own blows invariably found their mark, each thrust of the blade piercing a goblin's heart, or, at the very least, causing the enemy to drop his weapon and leave himself open. The brunette knew that the organizers of this monstrous game were seriously out of their minds. There were hundreds of people in this cage alone, and God knows how many had disappeared around the world. Ironic as it may sound, given the carnage that was taking place, the prisoners were safest here and now, because they were in the training zone. But this colossal orange barrier covering an entire section of the destroyed city will only be active for 3 months. Once this period expires, Earthlings will have to fight with their own relatives, who have been locked in another reality for much longer and have become embittered. But from the point of view of the protagonist, who remembers his previous life, this was still the best possible development of events, because it gave him a chance to live. The more the main character killed, the more runestones dropped from the goblins, and among them, rarer, more colorful specimens began to appear. The protagonist took every such artifact for himself without a shadow of a doubt, because it was his cherished chance to quickly regain at least a shadow of his former power. After waiting for the battle around him to calm down for at least a second, the brunette squeezed his palm again, turning the runic crystal into supernatural powder. He mentally turned to a certain Chaldean, acknowledging that he had made the right choice in sending the hero into the past, but the carnage was already ending on its own. There were no more living greenskins left, their bodies littered the ground, and many people had died from their wounds, but the majority remained alive, healthy, and very shocked. The spectators, pressed against the walls of the force field, simply could not believe that one person was capable of single-handedly destroying so many monsters. The goblins also had a lot to say on the matter, and most of their speeches would have consisted of hard words, but they, unfortunately, were dead as nails. But the main character seemed to silently address an invisible special effects master, as he was immediately enveloped in a white-blue glow. Far ahead, a colossal beam struck the ground, but it was aimed in such a way as to frame the protagonist, clearly demonstrating how much higher level he was than everyone else. And to finally convey this thought to those around him, the brunette theatrically brushed the crust of dried blood from his cheek, looking intently ahead. When the demon, the fairy teacher, returned, he was as delighted as a child whose parents had let him go to the chocolate section of the store. He was sure that many people would die at the very beginning, but no, instead only a few died, leaving the rest safe. But even these few were someone's relatives, friends, and lovers, so the demon's praises only caused anger and curses among the earthlings. Ignoring the angry looks directed at him, the horned monster kindly replied that since the boys and girls could already survive on their own, he would remove the wall. The imp then opened a small portal in the form of a crack in space to go about other business, not forgetting to wish the unwitting players all the best. People just barked that this little horned shit-eater should already disappear from their sight. With his vile, cheerful disposition and sociopathy, he was a bone in their throats. Luckily for them, the demon no longer heard this, and the protagonist, looking at his statistics, mentally noted that everything went surprisingly well. His strength, health, agility, and perception had increased, albeit slightly, and he had a good, strong weapon in his hands, so he was not a victim. It was either a huge knife or a short one-handed sword with a curved, jagged blade, and the system gave it a surprisingly affectionate name, the Blade of Care. The brunette's further plans were very simple and specific: to become as strong as possible, but at the same time to achieve this in the shortest possible time. But he still couldn't help but wonder how his old comrades like Keldian, Eris, and Conte would have acted in his place if any of them had gone back in time. These thoughts led the main character to suddenly remember how many years ago he met a strange guy in a tavern, carrying no less strange things. He spoke of some hidden dungeon, and it sounded so intriguing that the usually indifferent protagonist immediately put away his pint of beer. Legends said that somewhere in the training zone there was a special dungeon hidden that offered first-class rewards to the winners, but also cruelly tested them. The gossip, pouring a foamy drink around himself, admitted that this was not a story. He himself had been in this location, but had not been able to complete the level, although in principle no one had managed to do so. The protagonist was interested in this news because his drinking buddy, as he himself claimed, managed to hold out only until the middle of the journey, but still achieved the highest level. Oh, the man in white didn't even try to be modest, trying to emphasize his greatness with every gesture, which made the brunette pout enviously and look away. However, the narrator would definitely return to that dungeon again if he could find it, and would reach the end to gain enough power to defeat even the hero. As in regular MMOs, a simple law operated in the other world. The more difficult the challenge you completed, the more valuable and rare the reward at the end would be. But it will only be possible to enjoy it if the adventurer manages to maintain victory, because otherwise only a humiliating death awaits him. The brunette, whose name was Hansu, replayed the entire conversation in his mind like a recording of an old film, and that was enough to determine his next goal. But no matter how pompous and indifferent the protagonist may seem from the outside, he was no idiot, and certainly wasn't going to go to such a dangerous place without preparation. The first stage of training in the other world was the simplest, and consisted mainly of the abductees learning to work together as a tribe. They are protected from the outside world by a colossal magical barrier, but as soon as 3 months pass, it will disappear, and the recruits will be left to their own devices. At the same time, 2 valuable artifacts were hidden in the starting location, and Hans intended to get them at the first opportunity to increase his chances of winning the secret dungeon. It was dangerous, but the easiest and fastest way to sharply increase your level in a short time, and the brunette was already figuring out where to start searching for the first treasure. Suddenly, curses and shouts were heard, the source of which turned out to be a group of aggressive young bulls trying to drag a beautiful woman into their ranks. The protagonist just lazily turned around, thinking that yes, everything was as it should be. Where there was panic and stress, there were bound to be internecine conflicts. The leader of the thugs insisted that everything was fine, people had to stick together, but from the expression in his eyes and the mocking faces of his henchmen, it was clear that they saw the girl as nothing more than a piece of meat. And those around could do nothing about it, because they were afraid for their own skins, and so random passers-by did their best to run away, hiding their eyes. As for Hans, he sincerely didn't care. After all, he needed to improve his stats, and no one counts these 2-legged insects anyway. And so he would have left, leaving behind the potential rapists and their victim, if a young man with headphones around his neck had not suddenly recognized him as Khan. The sociopathic protagonist wasn't exactly surprised that such a cliché had happened, but the fact that some random mortal knew his last name was a bit curious. The young man with the headphones widened his colorless eyes in surprise, beneath which were huge bags of sleep deprivation, and the previously described blonde was no less shocked. But if the black-haired boy could only blink stupidly, the fair-haired one pulled himself together much faster, and, approaching the hero, rudely asked what kind of jokes these were. The stranger claimed that they were together right before it all happened, but Hans continued to stare at him with an indifferent gaze, as before. When he wasn't fighting, the gears in his head moved surprisingly slowly, but even the main character was eventually able to remember who they were. As it turned out, all these young guys and girls were Khan's classmates from college, but over all the years that he lived in the other world in his past life, he had forgotten them. Unlike him, all these poor fellows died very early, unable to adapt to such harsh conditions, and the blue-eyed brunette simply forgot about them. Meanwhile, the scandal among the survivors continued, and the girl still found the strength to roughly push away the rapist's hand with the gold chain. She was an ordinary woman with no special features other than her attractive appearance, but the main character immediately recognized her as Yu Minhee. Hansu also admitted that she was beautiful, but in their situation this was more of a disadvantage, because she was now the most desirable prey for any scumbag. She also studied with the main character and was glad to see him again, while the thug in the stylish outfit was slowly but surely starting to boil. He was used to feeling like the king of the world, and the fact that someone dared to turn away from him was a terrible insult. But after a few seconds, the criminal recognized the protagonist. No matter how angry and proud he was, he knew that angering a man who had single-handedly killed dozens of bloodthirsty green dwarfs was a very risky idea. But on the other hand, if he and his friends attacked this blue-eyed idol right now, while he was distracted and battered from the last fight, they could win. The bandit and one of his accomplices exchanged meaningful glances, and then they all stepped forward, forcing the heroes to pay attention to them. Trying unsuccessfully not to grin like hyenas, the villains gradually surrounded the students, while their leader, with feigned horror, apologized for his bad manners and the protagonist's injuries. And since Hanu is in bad shape, it is better for his own good to exercise prudence, be a good boy, and follow the orders of his new senior comrades. This would have scared ordinary people, of course, but Hansu only sighed quietly and muttered that such parasites are always and everywhere, no matter how hard they are burned out. Then the protagonist sighed even louder and heavier, whispering something about being overexcited from his first fight. Then the main character began to slowly approach the criminals, giving a stereotypical pompous speech about how the first victory intoxicates and makes you attack the wrong people with your fists. In another situation, they would have already kicked him in the back, face, and ribs, but since Hansu was the protagonist and a cultivator, everyone listened to him with horror on their faces. And when he came very close to the leader, whispered a threat in his ear, and flashed his eyes menacingly, then the unfortunate criminals were overcome with animal terror. But Khan didn't have time to mock these scoundrels any longer, and he made it clear that the conversation was over by hitting his opponent with his shoulder. For the first few seconds, the man opened and closed his mouth in confusion, unable to understand what the hell this was all about, and then he became so furious that his face turned purple. Unfortunately for him, the time traveler's fighting instincts were still there, and he immediately drew the blade he had taken from the goblin corpse. The situation began to escalate quickly and terribly, but a man suddenly stepped out from the back row of the gang, ordering everyone to calm down immediately. He was the crime boss of the entire squad, at the sight of whom his subordinates instinctively stood at attention, but, unlike the others, this man knew how to be hypocritical. He spoke to Hansu in a calm and friendly tone, without baring his teeth or grimacing, while he persuaded the protagonist to consider the offer of a new job. Some might even be fooled by this, and even the deep old scars on the bandit's face did not seem threatening, unlike his soulless shark eyes. These eyes looked much more terrifying than those of the sociopathic protagonist, and the latter even tensed up at the sight of them, because he had seen this many times before. Such an expression in organs that had a reputation as mirrors of the soul clearly meant that the person had already been broken by the other world and had joined the ranks of local savages. Behind all this charismatic and good-natured facade lurked a bloodthirsty hyena, a small but dangerous and ferocious predator ready to devour anyone for its own sake. And for a moment, Hans seriously considered whether he should kill all these freaks right now, while he was still the strongest person in the group. Before his eyes appeared the instructions of one of his senior comrades, who ordered the extermination of such scum without any pity, for the sake of the future of humanity. But he was also begged not to kill people left and right, simply because they might be annoying, and not to ignore their problems, but on the contrary, to help them with all his might. The woman who spoke was not some random passerby whose opinion Khan was ready to wipe his ass with, but Ares, a great heroine who saved many lives. Besides, the main character simply didn't have time to get involved in petty squabbles, and such rats still had a cute habit of devouring themselves. So he turned around and gave a curt order to the criminals to simply roll into the bloody abyss, causing steam to come out of the ears of the thug with the gold necklace. He wanted to smash this puppy's head in, trample Hans's throat and fingers until all his bones were broken, gouge out his blue eyes, but the bald-headed boss, in a word, had him in his place. He had his hands full too, and he wasn't about to waste his time and energy fighting some arrogant schoolchildren. If you read between the lines, these actions actually meant intimidating the rest of the population in order to live at their expense. Yes, they all found themselves in an incredibly strange and supernatural situation, were kidnapped from their home and almost destroyed by a crowd of real goblins. And some of them were already dead, mothers rocking the cooling bodies of their children on their knees, while others desperately prayed to all known gods to end this nightmare. And like a fly on top of a dung heap, one should not forget about that vile demon posing as a fairy. But even in such a situation, mortal criminals remain true to themselves. And now, their leader, bloodthirstily savoring every word, repeated that he liked this place, where the strong can openly attack the weak and subjugate them. Having finished fantasizing about his future great empire with huge piles of treasures, trophies, and harems, the boss led his minions away from the heroes. The fair-haired student watched them go for a long time before exhaling and muttering how it was possible that ordinary people could be more terrifying than inhuman creatures. Then he turned with no less concern to the main character, who was already leaving, and admitted that he had always realized how unusual Hansu was. But, on the other hand, this ice prince was now behaving so strangely that even the hair of a person who knew him in the past stood on end. Kan was an orphan. He had no real friends. All he did all his life was wrap himself in dark clothes and sit with a pouty face in the corner while others were having fun. Because of this, the blonde never paid attention to him. But now he was wondering why the hell the protagonist was acting as if he was seeing them all for the first time in his life. The protagonist glanced at his classmate with a blank look and an absolutely indifferent grimace. Then he turned his head away and said laconically that he had lost his memory, as if that would explain any other oddities. The young people were not satisfied with this, and besides, they noticed that Hansu's style of speech was somehow the same as that of all those annoying, sad old men. The brunette waved it off, saying that it should be obvious in itself, and Minhee giggled softly, causing her savior to frown in confusion. She laughed louder and more sincerely with each passing second, so much so that she even began to look like the sun in human form, and this sight could have struck anyone. But not for a sociopath like Khan, for whom external attractiveness was nothing more than a feature with ambiguous effects. It could cause its owner colossal troubles, but with the same success it could serve as a deadly weapon, more reliable than swords. The students wandered for some time through the ruins, where there was no sign of life, and eventually grew tired of wandering in the middle of nowhere for unknown reasons. One by one, they began asking Hans questions, including you, but the reincarnated man replied that they would understand everything themselves when they reached their goal. When the main characters finally reached a certain point, they really did open their mouths in shock and their eyes widened. They stopped, and Khan stepped forward calmly, like a marksman about to begin a duel. His face was absolutely motionless, and did not express any emotions. One could easily think that this man was incapable of feelings. But the place the young people came to was not some kind of fantastic dungeon, an ominous tower or anything like that, but simply an abandoned metro station. It was called Gangnam, and it was not a random collection of ruins, because it was here that the first of the sacred artifacts was buried. This place didn't look dangerous at all, certainly not to the extent of the wastelands with goblins, but the brown-haired girl was still worried about the question of why they were brought here. The protagonist thought with irritation that he hadn't intended to explain anything, and in fact, if it weren't for Erez's tearful pleas not to kill everyone in a row, he would have acted alone. Alas, this poor sociopath had no choice but to respect basic human rights and needs. After clearing his throat, Hans mysteriously explained that he was simply being led by a premonition, and this, of course, only raised more questions from the others. To get them to leave him alone, he added that he must have acquired supernatural powers instead of having his memory completely erased, and the guys and girls almost fell off their feet from this news. The further they went, the more Hansa became irritated by their company, and even she, one of the women, whispered in her comrade's ear whether they should travel in this type of company. The protagonist heard everything perfectly well and indifferently noted that no one was forced to tolerate his presence. You see, he was a man of principles. He respected the freedoms and preferences of others, so everyone could turn around and go look around. The fair-haired student angrily ground his teeth, because the more time passed, the more he was irritated by Khan's absurd pathos, pretending to be some kind of gothic, all-knowing avenger. But no matter how angry he was, the blonde couldn't deny that Hans really did have a better grasp of the situation than any of them. 6 people, 4 guys and 2 girls, walked slowly through the interior of the metro, and 5 of them looked around anxiously. The student in white couldn't resist and furtively asked Khan if they were really in the shelter, to which the brunette indifferently replied that they weren't, that they were just going to see some friends. It sounded so disconcertingly direct and dry that the distrustful young man couldn't find anything to say other than a muffled "what?" Then he quickly looked away and, as if addressing no one in particular, muttered what kind of person would choose such a hole as a home. The protagonist did not respond to this attack and only continued to walk forward. This continued until he suddenly stopped like a pillar of salt and ordered the others to freeze as well. For the first time since the story began, emotions showed on his face, and these were signs of extreme wariness. Yu wanted to clarify what happened and why they stopped, but she didn't have time to finish her sentence. Instead, she squealed when she saw Hansu take out his sword. The blonde began to turn around, sensing something very bad was about to happen, but he did it too slowly, like a broken android. The protagonist raised his weapon high above his head and then lowered it down with such icy determination, as if he was about to destroy his sworn enemy. Tenson, that was the name of the boy with golden hair, screamed in horror, already imagining how the curved goblin blade would pierce his head or cut through his chest. He made no attempt to resist or run away, as he was too frightened, and even his legs at some point became too weak to keep his owner above the ground. The reason for this shock became clear after just a couple of seconds. Hans never tried to finish off his classmate, but instead hit some vile creature. The monster looked like some kind of hybrid between an insect and a caterpillar, but it was too huge, big enough to bite off a man's head with its round mouth. This is exactly what they did whenever they could, traveling through these ruins in search of any suitable prey and hiding from the vile, scorching sunlight. While the main character was explaining all these nuances to his unwanted companions, a runestone jumped out of the halved carcass of the dead Insectoid. The brunette, of course, took the treasure, but he didn't even look at it properly, because the lecture on the dangers of local insects was not yet finished. Yes, he was able to finish off this creature with one blow, but only because he noticed it first. If the beetle bites a person, it will tear off a huge piece of flesh and paralyze him. After this, the predator will begin to slowly devour its prey alive, and the unfortunate students almost vomited when they imagined such a picture. Luckily, there was a way to deal with these vile creatures, and Hansu was going to demonstrate it to his comrades so that they wouldn't be a burden. The man-eating beetles could be quickly finished off by thrusting something as hard and sharp as possible into their mouths, which is what the cultivator made the students do. It was still extremely disgusting and vile, but the young people approached the task with full responsibility, for which Khan even finally gave them credit. But among them there was an exception in the form of that very young man with headphones and huge bags under his eyes. He just stood there, unsteadily clutching a knife. The protagonist kindly instructed him, advising him to step only on solid sections of the floor and attack those with cracks and dirt, and not to forget about hand safety. Yu, smiling as she wiped the bug's blood from her lips, countered that it was enough to simply attack where the ground was heaving, and the second girl remarked that it was like a game of whack-a-mole. The pale brunette didn't answer. He just lowered his head with such a mournful face, as if he had been verbally doused with slop, and he admitted that it was deserved. Sweat trickled down his skin like hailstones, and the handle of the knife became as sticky as his hands as he tried to convince himself that he could handle this. And then, like a huge bloodthirsty fish, another predatory insect jumped out from under the ground, heading straight for the black-haired boy. The poor guy immediately froze in terror and couldn't move even if he really wanted to, so the protagonist had to throw him away. Less than 3 seconds passed before the multi-legged monster was cut into 3 thick, perfectly even pieces that continued to move for some time. Then they fell ingloriously at the feet of the protagonist, as the pale student behind him fell on his back from fear and weakness. Having regained control of his tongue with some difficulty, the boy began to mumble thanks, but Hans only indifferently noted to himself that he was hopeless in a fight. Can didn't even turn around to look at the poor guy. He just slowly walked away, as if the above words were like the buzzing of a fly to him. It is unknown what the student thought about this, but judging by the way his neck and shoulders drooped, he understood perfectly well what their newly appointed leader was thinking. On the other hand, Tenson was more than confident in himself, as he openly asked the cultivator to tell him how he could even predict everything that happened in advance. The blue-eyed brunette turned around and proudly declared that this was his superpower, while an unprecedented grin appeared on his lips. Almost everyone present dropped their jaws to the floor at how stupid it sounded, except for Min-hee, who was already head over heels in love with Hansa and took everything he said as gospel. In any case, after this, the group decided to focus entirely on hunting monsters, as they needed to improve their stats. Can, as before, carefully selected every remaining stone, not neglecting even the colorless consumer goods, but his new comrades did not do this. They were watching the cultivator like a flock of vultures watching a wounded antelope, so the young man stopped what he was doing and asked what was wrong. Yu, speaking for everyone else, announced that they had decided to make Hansu not only their leader, but also their protector, a sort of Kirby in real life. They, no matter how you look at it, were too afraid to expose their own skins to attack, and in general, they would not have made good fighters. This was an obvious fact. That's why the idea of making the main character a walking shield, who would also take all the level-up artifacts, seemed like a good idea to them. Can took a deep breath and let it out, and it was difficult to tell whether he felt contempt or relief. In the end, he turned away and said that each person's prey belonged only to himself, and the rest would have to follow at least basic rules if they wanted to go with him. As it turned out, this was not a beautiful expression. In the future for the rest, and in the past for Hansu, the surviving Earthlings created a certain set of laws for life in the abyss. First of all, loot is always distributed based on the performance of each individual member of the community, and anyone has the right to take loot from the monsters they kill. In practice, this often turned into cold ruthlessness and even cruelty, but alas, such was life in crisis, and in general, ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. These 5 were still complete newbies. Just yesterday, they were living the ordinary lives of South Korean teenagers, and only later would they understand how dark the world is. Therefore, the protagonist, directly and without any tact, warned that he would immediately throw them all to hell if they tried to sit on his neck. This was one of those very basic rules, and the tone of his voice clearly warned that attempts to challenge it would be punished with pain and blood. The 4 students looked at Hansa with open fear and distrust, just like they would at the goblins and giant beetles, and only Yu decisively took a step forward. Tenson exchanged glances with the other guys, as if silently asking them what the hell this idiot was even doing right now. Nevertheless, they silently agreed to accept these laws and trudged after the runes, and Khan only noted mentally that they would soon get used to this. There was no hidden pride in this for the success of others. On the contrary, the protagonist thought with disdain that these kind girls and boys would very soon turn into rabid thugs. But for now they were crawling on their knees across the dirty floor, trying to find the glowing stones and not miss the possible approach of new parasites. A student in a blue sports uniform and with gray hair suddenly stood up and called out to his comrades, asking them to look at that strange rune. It was a huge gem, somewhat reminiscent of an opal from the Australian mines, only it spread a purple glow around itself and shimmered faintly in the darkness. It also had an image of a lizard on it, and Tenzin, grabbing the crystal, thought with bloodthirsty anticipation that thanks to it, he too would receive supernatural powers. But a moment later, the blonde remembered the main character, who explained that the best gets the best loot, so the student found himself in a difficult situation. With difficulty pulling a fake smile onto his face, the guy reminded Hans that he himself had stated that everyone takes their own loot, and Khan wouldn't back down now. The schemer expected stubborn resistance, sophisticated verbal battles, and perhaps even a physical fight, but in the end, the main character simply nodded in agreement with him. Tenzin couldn't believe his luck and stared at the stone again like Gollum at the ring, while the hero noted that the essence of the troll tribe was a great buff to start with. It granted the user two abilities that were most commonly found among trolls in various video games: increased defense and powerful regeneration. The price for this was an increased appetite, but nothing but ethics prevented the owner of this passive skill from simply taking supplies from those around him. In general, the strength and usefulness of buffs depended on the level of the runestone itself, and high-ranking adventurers often had hundreds of different skills. The absolute record holder among them was, perhaps, Chaldean, the very man thanks to whom Hans got into the past. He had 1,000 spells at the ready. But, as Can himself admitted, his situation was fundamentally different, and he did not take his eyes off the petrified face of the triumphant Tenzin. There were 3 stones of power lying on the ground, yellow, orange, and red. The first had a bird depicted on it, the second had a bared fanged mouth, and the third had a cobra ready to attack. It was towards the second, most ominous-looking runic gem that someone's trembling hand reached out. It turned out to be Kong Hansu, then still much younger and inexperienced, and as soon as he tried to squeeze the stone, something very strange happened. The rune trembled with insane force, as if some force was tearing it apart from within, and then it simply disappeared. No, it didn't crumble into a miraculous powder, but simply ceased to exist. The main character, to put it mildly, was not known for his cheerful and friendly disposition, but after this failure, he completely withdrew into himself, unfortunately for Erez, who watched his disgrace. The adventurer shook her head sadly and covered her face with her hand, muttering that they should have found out right away that the protagonist can't have more than 7 buffs. For an ordinary person living in an ordinary world, this would already be an incredible success, but by the standards of the other world, Hansu was like a blind man in a company of natural-born snipers. So Khan would have remained a useless, unknown loser with pathetic spells, but he was very lucky to get the imbalanced ability of infinite leveling. Thanks to this, he improved his initially simple powers to an invincible degree, and Eris herself subsequently gave him the pretentious nickname of the 7 Stars. And this same mutation allowed the protagonist to become one of the most powerful cultivators in another reality, in no way inferior to his comrades, despite the 20-year difference in experience. And it was precisely for this reason that they decided to send him, a cold-blooded sociopath indifferent to almost everyone, into the past, instead of a noble savior or an intelligent magician. However, for all his faults, Khan was also very responsible and would rather bite off all his own limbs than let down the few he truly valued. And now he remembered how, before opening the chronological portal, the same Ares had instructed him at length that he would have to very carefully select 7 skills for the new leveling. But if he really does succeed in this job, He will gain semi-divine powers right from the start, and the entire training stage will turn into a lazy walk in the park. Tenzin, meanwhile, continued to squeeze the rune in his fist and look at it like a glutton at the sweetest and juiciest cake until it finally activated. As the purple gem gradually dissolved, leaving only a floating image in the air, the system politely informed him that the blonde's stats had improved. As promised, Qin gained troll-like endurance and the ability to regrow damaged flesh, and his other stats also increased, making him even stronger than Hansu. Looking smugly at his skill tree, the student contemptuously mentally called the hero an idiot for the latter giving him such a gift. He himself would never have done such a thing. Having never noticed Kan before due to him being a quiet and unsociable person, Tenzin now chose him as his arch-rival and desperately wanted to surpass him. He desperately needed to feel like he was the best, to be the leader in his group, but the protagonist, unaware of this, simply ordered the students to follow him again. Qin immediately approached him from behind, gently placed his hand on his shoulder, and reminded him in a snake-like tone that danger lay ahead, so they needed to stick together. He repeated that it was logical and appropriate, but then turned to Minhu and looked at her with a predatory gaze for a long time, causing sticky sweat to run down the brunette's back. No matter how slow the brunette seemed from the outside, after this he immediately realized that Tenzin was jealous of him and really wanted to surpass him, although he had a hard time believing it. It was like a wolf cub trying to seriously challenge a full-grown, battle-hardened wolf, so ridiculous and pathetic that it was even touching. And Hans wasn't going to tolerate such insolence, so he disgustedly pulled his classmate's hand off his shoulder, but allowed him to walk ahead of him and the others. Yu didn't understand why they needed to go down to a place where there would likely be many powerful monsters, and the hero laconically explained that they needed to go by train. The brunette blinked in confusion, trying to understand how any kind of transport could move through this hole, especially one located in another dimension, but Khan didn't give any more details. Every step, even the most careful and quiet, echoed around with a creaking and grinding sound, because there were many small stones under people's feet. The main character recalled his conversation with the adventurer in white and how a third person suddenly jumped into it, boasting that his dungeons were much more hardcore. The fair-haired braggart immediately interrupted his story and scowled, trying to find out what kind of boor had decided to prevent him from telling about his heroic achievements. It was a big guy in a white monk's martial arts uniform, and he declared that he couldn't stand any ridiculous cultivation talk. Without waiting for permission, he sat down between the main character and his drinking buddy, unceremoniously pushing the latter aside, and announced that he would now teach him how to pump up his statistics. While the first adventurer was trying to figure out what the hell this was, the second one, in a conspiratorial tone, whispered that a very useful artifact was hidden in the training zone's subway. As befits a good dungeon, each station had a different layout and set of traps, but up until the third floor, each one was absolutely identical. If you find the right staircase with a portal in the center and go through it, you can get to the train this way, and this will, in fact, successfully complete the entire search. The problem wasn't so much the traps, but the fact that the train never stayed in one place for long, so Hans was in a hurry to find it. Half the job was already done thanks to the fact that they had successfully found the right portal, and it was not a hidden funnel in space, but a giant supernatural gate. Looking at this fantasy wonder with wide eyes, Minhu mentally admitted to herself that yes, this was indeed not the Gangnam Station she had known for many years. She had never seen such a passage, and the girl was so surprised that, in fact, she thought of it as something strange, but ordinary, without emotion. And she also didn't like how decisively the main character headed towards this blue hole because, well, what if a huge fanged mouth of some monster starts there? The brunette, without looking back, reminded that he was simply following the directions of his instincts, and if someone was unhappy with something, he could turn around and walk away at any moment. For a moment, no one dared to make a move before Tenzin stepped forward decisively and announced that he would follow their beloved leader. Yu, finally regaining control of her voice, not as firm as she would have liked, declared that she would also go ahead. It didn't take an experienced psychologist to notice how scared this woman really was and how much she wanted to get away from here. As Khan thought, this was explained by the fact that Minhee simply understood perfectly well that, being a beautiful woman, but lacking in fighting skills, she was an especially appetizing prey. If bandits attack her again and there is no one nearby who can come to the rescue, such vile things will be done to the brunette that it is scary to even talk about. But paradoxically, it was this fear that forced Yu to move forward in order to gain enough strength to fight back against his offenders on his own. The second girl admitted, not without hesitation, that she wanted to stay here and simply continue hunting with her partner, and the pale brunette hastened to add that he would be with them. As it turned out a second later, he didn't mean those two students in blue jackets. He was determined to follow the main characters into the unknown. Chin turned to him with a contemptuous grin and asked if the boy was serious, since he hadn't done anything useful for others before. Quiet One winced, as if from a blow, but then he forced himself to pull himself together, gave Tensun a withering look, and hissed that it was none of his damn business. The blonde frowned angrily at the fact that someone suddenly dared to challenge his newfound authority, and the young man again said that it was none of his, China's business what he was doing. The bully unleashed a torrent of abuse, reminding his opponent that he was nothing but walking ballast, but look how much he suddenly started yapping. The protagonist rolled his eyes in irritation, and then curtly ordered everyone involved in the dispute to shut up. He wasn't interested in figuring out who was right and who was wrong. There was very little time left before the train's departure, so he went to the portal, ordering those around him to do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't interfere. Minhee, as she promised, followed her new idol without hesitation. The brunette, after hesitating, followed them, but Tensun froze like a pillar of salt. If rage could physically be embodied in the form of flame, only ashes would remain of this entire dungeon. Such was the powerful anger that rolled over the blonde. And the main character had already forgotten about it. He was coming out on the other side of the mystical funnel, mentally repeating that each location had a different set of monsters. However, despite the game's creators' attempts to add originality, Khan was able to notice certain recurring clichés. The main character saw something ahead that immediately strengthened his belief in his rightness, but his companions almost fell off their feet from shock. No, it wasn't some kind of monster, strange artifact, or anything else. In fact, what appeared before the quartet of adventurers was a modern Earth store. Paradoxically, it was even harder to believe this than that goblins and giant man-eating insects were roaming the area. A simple trading point fit in too poorly with the surroundings. However, the store actually existed. It wasn't some kind of twisted illusion, and the protagonist developed a theory that it was a special reward for players. The students wandered slowly through the narrow corridors, examining the goods and trying to convince themselves that they were not hallucinating, while Chin considered whether he should take more weapons. Overall, the atmosphere inside was surreal in its normality, but otherwise peaceful, and even Hans seemed to relax. He was, however, a little concerned by how attractive this location looked, as if its creators had decided to put everything here that might interest adventurers. Khan suddenly grabbed the handles of the pot and slowly lifted it, much to the bewilderment of one of his comrades. Minhu's question was once again left unanswered, and instead the main character placed the pot on the stove as if he were about to cook some food. The protagonist pulled out a large, thick bag from somewhere, and as it turned out, the above-mentioned impression was not false. The cultivator was indeed going to cook. Judging by Yu's mouth, which was so wide open that one could easily stick a fist in it, the main character was definitely not planning on cooking pasta with sausages. In fact, he poured a disgusting, viscous, dark green liquid into the utensils, which the brown-haired woman easily recognized as the blood of green worms. It flowed from the veins of those same vile insects that a group of students had exterminated some time ago, and Minhu had even then wondered why Kang was messing with their corpses. From the outside, it really did look strange, as if the brunette was trying to find pearls in their disgusting insides, but the girl didn't dare ask him then. Moreover, the main character also managed to cut the skin off the goblins, because it is known that when in contact with green blood, it becomes extremely poisonous. It was a natural defense mechanism for the green-skinned dwarfs, who had evolved side by side with those carnivorous arthropod worms for millions of years. Chin was already there, with a dreamy smile, begging Hansu for at least a piece of this wonderfully smelling dish, to which the cultivator laconically warned that he was preparing poison. The man jumped back in horror, indignantly screaming why he hadn't been told about the disgusting filling right away, to which Kan irritatedly but reasonably reminded him that no one had invited Tensun. While the blonde was mentally cursing, and the second brunette was blinking his eyes in confusion, Yu, as tactfully as possible, inquired where their classmate got such pharmacological knowledge. The protagonist once again said superpower, and Chin almost cursed out loud. He could clearly see that the hero was avoiding answers, and it infuriated him. In fact, the main character at one time had to spend an incredible amount of time cramming all possible information and materials. Keldian had no intention of sending some illiterate barbarians who only knew how to swing swords back into the past, so he drilled Hansa and the other adventurer long and mercilessly. But, and the wizard repeated this more often than anything else, the time traveler had no right to reveal the secrets of his knowledge to anyone, no matter under what circumstances. The whole point was that such attempts to bring the light of progress would only accelerate the destruction of the universe by the abyss, so none of them should play Prometheus. Information about the future could only be used secretly and with the utmost delicacy, which is what the brunette was thinking about as he melancholically stirred the brew. He wasn't afraid to cook it in front of others because the recipe required a very precise ratio of ingredients. Having poured the liquid, which had taken on a rich purple hue, into a small bottle, he subsequently applied it to the flat side of the goblin blade. As sweet and innocent as Minhee may seem from the outside, the first thing she asked when the protagonist finished was if they could have some of that poison too. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist didn't make any excuses, as if his job required some infamous superpower, but simply nodded in agreement. True, this offer had a catch of no small proportions, namely a colossal fee equal to half of a runic stone of power or something similar. Yu and the skinny brunette blinked their eyes in shock, and Tensun once again yelled indignantly, asking why Khan was acting like some kind of greedy pig. The cultivator, indifferently turning his back to his classmates, admitted that yes, he could easily give them all this poison absolutely free. But on the other hand, something very convincingly told him that doing something like this would be very unprofitable in the long term. This was no longer great knowledge from the future, but banal psychology. One-sided relationships, where one only takes and the other gives, never lasted long. There was a long, tense silence in the room before Minhee, to Tensun's great surprise, promised to pay Hans in runes if he would just give her a little of the poison to try. These words interested the protagonist to such an extent that he turned to face the girl, and a very ghostly but still hint of a smile appeared on it. Without further comment, he handed Yu the treasured vial, warning her to keep the substance as far away from her bare skin as possible, otherwise she would end up in a world of pain. Looking at this, Chin mentally fluttered like a snake in a frying pan, because at this rate he wouldn't even be able to try to steal the poison for himself without paying anything. Greed proved stronger than caution, and he hoarsely asked if he could take the goods and then pay for them, and the second brunette timidly agreed. Hans didn't care anymore and allowed the brown-haired girl to distribute the poison among the others on her own, although Tensun, remaining true to himself, was the first to reach for the thing. Meanwhile, Khan had completed all the necessary preparations, filling his backpack with important supplies, so that he could now go out into the outside world. A timid voice informed the protagonist that they too had already prepared themselves, and when he turned around, for the first time, the most ordinary human disappointment appeared in his eyes. As it turned out, The reason for this was that the students had filled their huge backpacks from bottom to top with all sorts of things and nonsense, as if they were going on a regular hike. The main character gave them the good advice to just abandon all this junk, if the three, of course, did not like the idea of becoming a living target for other survivalists. Hansu himself didn't suspect it, but Tensun wasn't the only one who had violent and uncontrollable feelings for his modest person. The more time Minhee spent in his presence, the more she lost her mind, and was now getting very close to the point where she wanted to give birth to millions of children from the main character. Unfortunately or fortunately, Khan himself paid almost no attention to her, and even now continued to scold the guys without even casting a fleeting glance at the brunette. It was also the perfect moment to quietly return to the discarded items and pick up something for myself. As mentioned above, the actions of this monstrous game with human lives have led to a record increase in missing persons in different countries of the earth. None of those poor souls were ever found, not even dead, which meant you was doomed to drag out a miserable existence in this hellish dimension, like someone who had stepped out of a nerd's nightmare. At the thought of this, her soul was completely filled with a chilling horror, along with a desperate desire to stay alive, no matter what price she had to pay for it. No matter what the price, killing enemies with poison, deceiving, manipulating, whatever, Minhee was going to do whatever it took to save her neck. Of course, her chances of seeing tomorrow were greatly increased in the presence of a thug like Khan, so she intended to always stay close to him. And in the literal sense, because it was a truism that if you are the woman of a great and strong man, then you, in a sense, take on part of his power. You tried to demonstrate her loyalty to the new protector with her whole appearance. If she had a dog's tail, she would have wagged it at the speed of a fan. As for Tensun, he looked at this with envy and malice, muttering something about how this bastard had completely lost his mind, acting like a pillar of the universe. He pulled off his backpack and, without looking, threw it towards the skinny brunette, ordering him to hold it while Chin sorted something out. Having caught up with the sweet couple, the blonde finally decided to put the question point blank about that very supposed superpower that allows the protagonist to know and find everything he needs. The student, to his credit, did not directly claim that this was complete nonsense. No, he acted more subtly, asking if they could obtain similar power. The protagonist looked at him for a few seconds before nodding serenely and admitting that it was possible. Chin was dumbfounded that his opponent had suddenly decided to play along with his little performance, while Minhee and the second young man were genuinely happy and inspired. However, even Tensun himself began to smile sincerely from ear to ear when he believed that this was not a flat lie, but the ultimate truth. To be honest, it wasn't even a lie in the full sense of the word, because people, having moved between dimensions for the first time, really do develop unnatural powers. Keldian, for example, once literally fucked the main character's brains with his stuffy and endless lectures on how to recognize such metahumans, how to fight them, and so on. But if we boil it down to its most succinct form, the wizard was offering the protagonist a truly sociopathic approach, simply killing everyone who couldn't be manipulated. A chill ran through China as he caught glimpses of Hans's true emotions through his skin, but he was able to push the fear deep down inside, and with a nervous smile noted that the brunette had become somewhat rough and abrupt. He asked if the reason for this, undoubtedly unfair and unjustifiable from all moral positions, attitude towards the modest person of Tensun, was that the blonde yelled at the brunette at the beginning. The main character gave him another indifferent and thoughtless look before replying that he wasn't used to it, and anyway, he had said everything he had intended to. As heartless and disgusting a piece of ice as Khan seemed, he had some justification, considering what he had been through in the last 5 years before his reincarnation. No matter how desperately people fought, no matter how much he personally leveled up, the monsters never ended. New ones always took the place of the old ones, and they only became more terrifying. Even the most persistent hope sooner or later decayed, giving way to cold despair, and it gradually killed in people's souls all the feelings that made them, in fact, human. But Tenzin, of course, couldn't know this, and he sincerely couldn't understand why a once normal person had started behaving like some kind of glitched robot, like he'd been hit on the head. However, what worried and angered him even more was the fact that if it weren't for this superpower, cursed by all possible gods, he wouldn't be in the shadow of this idol. However, he knew how to wait, and if only he had the opportunity to properly develop his powers, then he, Qin, would make Yu his concubine and turn Hansa into a slave. Lost in wet fantasies about trampling Kan's head under his feet and strangling the second brunette, Sanchin, the blonde didn't immediately realize the order to stop. The protagonist saw something strange up ahead and knelt down to examine it properly, and upon closer inspection it became clear that it was a trail of slime. Even without a detailed analysis, the protagonist could easily note that this trace did not belong to a sword-shaped snail or any normal gastropod. There was no trace of rotten flesh or offal either, so the cultivator boldly crossed the walking dead off the list of suspects. Putting it all together in his mind, the brunette realized that only one creature in this world and in this place could have left such a piece of crap with its long, thick, slimy tail. A land-based mermaid, a hideous parody of the beautiful sea maidens known to people around the world, thanks to Anderson's Tale and its Disney adaptation. Having looked closely at the slimy trace once more for complete confirmation, the main character lost the last doubts about the truth of his conclusion. These creatures were very slow, but it hardly mattered because they immobilized their victims with a very strong poison and then gutted them alive. Yes, these were extremely dangerous opponents, underestimating whom would mean certain death, but fortunately for the rest of the characters, Hans had a plan ready. At the sight of his smug, subtle smirk, Tenzin completely lost his composure and growled at Khan, damn him, to stop acting like a freakish know-it-all. The main character paid no more attention to him than he would to a barely audible buzzing bug, and instead ordered the group to follow him again and help with some task. The three of them raised their eyebrows in confusion, but no one asked any questions, realizing the futility of wasting words. The miracle cure that the protagonist planned to use in battle against the demonic mermaids turned out to be Molotov cocktails, one of the most popular weapons on the streets. Of course, they didn't have the gasoline to make that famous version that spreads flames everywhere upon impact, but that option would do just fine. Sanchin and Minhee had already gotten a little used to the fact that Hansu seemed to have some kind of trump card prepared for literally every problem, but even they didn't want to believe that this was actually happening. Qin, carefully taking the bottle in his hand and shaking it, hissed suggestively at how convenient this superpower was, since it even allowed one to prepare small bombs from store-bought powders. Suddenly, he started talking to the protagonist about how Khan must like it here much more than in their native Korea, where they constantly had to take into account the laws. And here it was necessary to report only to himself, and in general, if Tenzin had such power, he would have done a lot of things. Although Khan looked at him with his usual inexpressible stony face, two opposing feelings were fighting in his soul. One ordered him to simply wring the rat's neck, while the other resisted. These voices symbolize the ruthless pragmatist Chaldean and the altruistic savior Erez, so the protagonist could not simply dismiss either of them. In any case, he decided to put off all measures against Qin for the time being, and instead focus on explaining the plan of action to the group. It wasn't particularly difficult. One person had to come out to the mermaids and throw a cocktail at them, and the rest would then rush to attack. The person who takes the lead will take the greatest risk, but will also gain an advantage in the distribution of future loot. Tenzin immediately declared that he would be that very vanguard, and he also couldn't resist even the slightest opportunity to insult Khan, saying that he was bad at drawing a diagram on the ground. The protagonist ignored this attack and asked who would be throwing incendiary mixtures at the monsters, and the answer was two different raised hands. Unfortunately for Sanchin and Yu, Hans didn't need two long-range fighters at once, so he demanded that they decide who exactly would get that role. They both wanted to be as safe as possible, but the brunette lost the silent argument almost instantly because Minhee was, after all, a beautiful woman. On the other hand, his own skin was more valuable than any face, even the most beautiful, and he groaned, unable to decide whether to make himself look like a coward or to show stupid heroism. The main character quickly got tired of this circus, so he irritably decided that from now on they would simply take turns throwing bottles. After this, the young people went into the very depths of the otherworldly metro, and after some time, one of them began to reflect on how far they had gone. These thoughts belonged to Sanchin, who followed the others only in order not to be abandoned to their fate, but the rest of the group seemed to sincerely accept him. In any case, this frightened, weak young man desperately wanted to believe that he could be of some use and would not be rejected by his former classmates. And also, as a person who was used to living with fear, waking up with it in the morning and breathing it like air, he saw very well how scared Minhee really was. From the outside, it was quite difficult to notice, since the brunette held herself with her usual confidence, but in reality her body was shaking terribly. Sanchin might have said something comforting to her if he had gathered enough courage to do so, but he didn't have time because Hanu gave the danger signal. The enemies they were hunting were already very close, and the atmosphere in the tunnel immediately grew cold, as if someone had opened a window directly onto Antarctica. But no monster had yet appeared in people's sight, so Khan gave Yu the order to throw bombs at anything that made too much of a noise. Minhee may have tried to manipulate those around her to stay safe, but she didn't want to become a burden either. So she tried her best to encourage herself mentally, telling herself to be a strong and brave girl, even though her fingers still trembled as she lit the fuse. As soon as the flame engulfed the rag stuffed into the neck of the bottle, the Korean woman swung her arm hard and threw it far forward. The mermaid, who was slowly crawling out of the darkness of the tunnel, froze in confusion, not understanding what kind of strange thing these bipeds had done. That's why she didn't move as the hammerhead cocktail finally hit the ground and shattered. Although the protagonist said he didn't have any gasoline, kerosene, or alcohol to bottle, the mixture he created was still so potent that it turned into hell in the tunnel. The unfortunate monster was almost immediately engulfed in a sea of flames, and while it roared, Hanu and Tenzin rushed to attack, trying not to get poisoned. The first mermaid immediately collapsed as a blackened corpse, but her fellow tribeswomen were already crawling to replace her, and the cultivator jumped between them like a giant grasshopper. A dumbfounded Chin watched this from the sidelines, seething with anger, because this bastard, damn him, wanted to take the juiciest prey for himself again. But now it was all over. Now he was going to put an end to this injustice once and for all, to show this whole fucking world who was the best in it. While the blonde was indulging in these wet fantasies, he completely forgot to look around. Which one mermaid took advantage of to claw at him? All the bravado, all the heroic facade instantly fell off Tenzin. He began squealing like a slaughtered pig and waving his weapon without even looking where he was hitting. A considerable amount of time passed before the young man dared to open his eyes again, afraid to see the ugly, fanged mouth directed at his face. But no, there was only a dead mermaid, slowly sinking to the floor as black blood oozed from deep cuts on her body. The issue, however, was not the wounds at all, but the poison itself, brewed from beetle blood and goblin skin, which turned out to be even more effective than the imagination had drawn. The protagonist, despite being in the very center of the battle, noticed Chin's delighted reaction and, with a hint of mockery, asked if his concoction was worth all the runes that the others owed him. Looking at his reflection in the side of the blade, Tenzin thought with glee that it was thanks to this poison that he would be able to quickly catch up with this arrogant, smug bastard. Meanwhile, the fight with the flock of mermaids continued, and while the brunette and the blonde swung their knives, trying to wound and poison the monsters, Minhee and Sanchin threw fire behind them. The battle went exactly as the main character expected, knowing full well that the terrible paralyzing poison of these creatures ignites more easily than premium gasoline. One by one, these huge predatory slugs were engulfed by walls of raging flames, or fell to the ground as stiff corpses from deadly cuts and punctures. The protagonist continued to stab, cut, and chop. His sword was already starting to dull, but it didn't matter as long as there was enough strength left in his hands for a good blow. Poison, of course, also made the task much easier, because literally the thinnest scratch was enough for the substance to enter the bloodstream and cause the death of the organism. Thanks to this, the humans coped surprisingly well. The mermaids fell in whole stacks, while the 4 students did not earn anything worse than the same scratches and abrasions. Runestones also generously strewn the floor, twinkling like small stars against the black sky, and Chin, of course, could not tear his eyes away from such beauty. Greed completely took over his mind, so the teenager almost instantly forgot where he was and what he was doing. He just wanted to take everything for himself as quickly as possible. And this became his death, because one of the surviving mermaids, noticing what stupidity the man had committed, immediately vomited a huge amount of her own poison on him. It was a disgusting, translucent liquid, and as soon as it touched Tensen's knees, the latter began to squeal. The poison was not only paralyzing, but also very burning. In a matter of moments, the fabric of his pants came apart, and the substance began to burn the boy's skin. You'd think China would finally be bothered by the fact that he was at risk of dying a painful death. But no, he was infuriated by the fact that he had managed to make a fool of himself in front of others. However, when he saw how a disgusting monster, resembling a living corpse, was slowly crawling towards him, and how saliva was dripping from its needle-like fangs, he stopped thinking at all. And what's worst of all, the creature wasn't actually alone. At least 2 mermaids, emitting a low, hungry growl, were moving towards their immobilized prey. At first, the blonde was so paralyzed with fear that he couldn't even blink, but when this effect passed, he screamed once again, trying to scare the monsters away from him. When this strategy, for obvious reasons, didn't work either, he started waving the knife around again and screaming for someone to help him, damn it. Yu, seeing her comrade in mortal danger, immediately reached for the bag of cocktails, but, unfortunately, she had already managed to use up all the flammable bottles. On the other hand, Sanchin still had some shells left, so Minhee asked him to switch before it was too late. The brunette nodded frantically and tried to light the fuse to pass it to his partner, but the lighter, as if on purpose, refused to spark or work. He finally managed to get the damn tool to work, but barely had a tiny flame illuminated the darkness when a hideous face slid out of it. The mermaid managed to crawl so close to the bombardier that the latter's screamer effect was triggered. The young man screamed in panic and dropped the projectile from his hands. Instead of falling in front of Tensen, reliably protecting him from the crawling predators, the Molotov cocktail ingloriously crashed a few meters away from him. Seeing this, the blonde became so enraged that for a moment he forgot that they were trying to gut him alive for a second, and then gradually devour him. While he was yelling, cursing Sanchin with every curse possible, the pale brunette cowered in horror in front of his mermaid until a blue stripe separated them. The blow was so fast and powerful that the crawling monster was literally torn in half, and the teenager watched with indescribable horror. Kang Hansu, disgustedly shaking the blood off his blade, ordered everyone in a cold voice to calm down and continue to strictly follow the agreed-upon plan. While he was saying this, he kept his gaze fixed on the second brunette, and it wasn't some kind of evil, icy gaze, but something much stranger. However, he then turned around and abruptly walked away, only ordering the rest of the guys to take advantage of the temporary respite, and not to forget to take the runestones. All the flames went out, and not a single mermaid was left alive nearby, so it was as if entire mountains had collapsed on the shoulders of the young people who had already experienced the adrenaline rush. Tensen continued to yell and complain about his situation, despite the fact that, as he himself noted, his wounds had completely healed thanks to regeneration. The protagonist impatiently reminded the students to take the damn gems already. Then they would be able to pump up their stamina and they would need less time to rest. Chin got a decent-sized pile, but it seemed to him that it was insultingly small. That cunning, greedy pig Hansu decided to appropriate everything once again. He would have probably thrown a real tantrum after the fever of battle, but then his gaze fell on Sanchin, who was picking up stones. If the poor fellow had only noticed the terrible, inhuman look his former classmate gave him at that moment, he would have turned gray and remained a stutterer for the rest of his life. However, this life would not have lasted too long in any case. For Tenzin, it was a very small price to pay for the opportunity to take all the treasures. Turning to Choi, who was frozen in surprise, Chin, in his most kind, honeyed, and venomous voice, asked if his entire family were insolent animals without a shred of conscience. The teenager blinked and was clearly about to ask in response what the hell the blonde was doing, but he didn't have time because someone else's hand squeezed his throat with force. Tenzin squeezed it with such force that he almost killed the poor guy right then and there. Sanchin could only desperately grab onto his huge limb in a futile attempt to break free. The darkness before the brunette's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and his eyelids became too heavy to hold them up any longer. It only lasted a few seconds, but the skinny, black-haired boy was already beginning to lose consciousness, and his limbs were also becoming weaker and weaker. With all his might, he tried to convey to his offender that he was simply a piece of shit full of worms, but for objective reasons, all that came out was a wheeze. And Tenzin, frankly speaking, didn't care about the runestones anymore. He was simply extremely infuriated by the fact that he almost died because of his teammate's mistake. With great difficulty, Sanchin opened his clouded, divergent eyes and tried to say who Chin really was, but again in vain. You watched this with horror, but from the sidelines, trying to reason with the crazy student with words alone, but with the same success one could try to talk a fire into a flame. However, Tenzin had no intention of killing a man in front of the girl he wanted to make his own, so he had to let the victim go. While Choi was desperately wheezing and trying to breathe fresh air, the blonde kicked him verbally, ordering him not to lose his head in the future and to evaluate himself sensibly. One might think that this was an attempt to put on the mask of a strict but kind teacher, but no, in fact, Chin was trying to break the guy morally, to make him believe that he was a slug. And he will, of course, take the runestones from his pile for himself, because this treasure should belong to a real man, and not some cowardly snot. But he himself instantly broke out in a sweat as soon as the blade plunged into the ground in front of him. Hansu reminded them that these stones were not from Tenzin's share, and his cold gaze clearly warned that one extra move and someone here would be left without a head. Trying to choose the most convincing words possible, Chin countered that Sanchin was absolutely useless. Giving him buffs was like throwing them in the trash. They are the only guys here who definitely know how to work with their hands and brains, so it would be more logical to keep all the treasures for themselves. Kan replied dispassionately that the division of loot should be fair, and Tenzin's nose was not big enough to decide for the others how they should survive. Like most bullies, Chin was actually very cowardly, so he didn't attack the protagonist, but simply walked away from him, muttering curses under his breath. But the protagonist had no intention of comforting Sanchin or stroking his head, instead dryly warning him that he needed to learn to defend his own destiny. After that, he turned around and also left, leaving the young man to pick up the scattered runestones. It would seem that the incident was over and they could move on, but Kan did not miss the fact that Minhee was looking at him with a very attentive and wary gaze. When she approached Hans and asked if they irritated him, there was no longer any flirtation in her words or appearance, only genuine fear and excitement. It was just that two other guys had just nearly killed each other right in front of their leader, and she was understandably worried that he might just decide to abandon them. The cultivator calmly replied that this was normal, and that he had no intention of whining about other people's shortcomings. The brunette's heart skipped a few beats before she dared to quietly ask whether the main character would accompany them to the very end. Again, what bothered her was that every feature of Kan's appearance screamed that he would cynically abandon everyone if he decided that they had become a burden. The protagonist, characteristically, did not immediately find an answer before quietly reminding the three of them that they had chosen to be his team of their own free will. And yes, despite all their shortcomings, they were very good helpers, so the fears of ending up in the position of a broken and discarded instrument were unfounded. Most of the artifacts were those that only increased physical capabilities without adding any special powers, but even simple brute strength and endurance could not be underestimated. Figuratively speaking, these two parameters remained the foundation on which all other elements were based, and right now, the protagonist needed them more than ever. In the end, just one rune was more than enough to significantly increase the physical stats of the main character, making him even more deadly. And so what he had expected with a bored expression happened, namely, that same demon materialized out of thin air and congratulated him on his first record achievement. While his companions discussed the return of this tiny, horned creature in horror, the brunette allowed himself a barely noticeable snake-like grin from the fact that the target had taken the bait. Having taken a closer look at the man, the demon, not without surprise, recognized in him the very brave guy who dared to be the first to reach out for the rune. Flying around his head like a fly, the tiny monster whispered with strange hints that they always especially liked people like that, people with ambition and character. And then, without permission, he lay down on Khan's head as if it were a sofa and chirped that he would give him a small gift as the first star player of the current game. While Yu was struggling to find the right words for the situation, and the imp was trying to tease Hansa, the latter, with a tired look, simply asked to lay out all the cards on the table. The brunette, with great difficulty suppressing her horror at this capricious, evil, supernatural creature, objected that it was simply unfair, since they all had different characteristics to begin with. The imp turned his huge yellow eyes towards her and assured Minhee that she had nothing to fear. He would not even touch her with his finger. Their rules prohibited killing players just because the staff didn't like them, so Yu didn't have to worry about literally losing her head. On the other hand, rules were meant to be broken, and so the demon clearly told the girl to shut up if she didn't want to die. Minhee froze with fear, already imagining how her head would be blown to pieces, and the little devil would start tumbling in the air and holding his stomach. This joke seemed so funny to him. But he eventually managed to calm down, after which he returned to his verbal analysis of the protagonist. Essentially, his speech boiled down to the fact that Yu was a hypocrite who was unhappy with the fact that she was inferior to someone in something, but she was in no hurry to get rid of those qualities that elevated her above the crowd. So life was unfair to everyone to some extent or another, and there was no point in complaining about it, and anyway, the demon had come to give Hans a reward. The visitor from the future knew perfectly well what the reward would be, and he was right once again. The game organizers offered 3 different runestones to choose from. Strength, agility, perception, something more exotic, all could be at Khan's disposal. Having created another gem in front of him, the little demon began to praise it as if it were a product on the counter, describing how useful it was and what powerful regeneration it gave. The protagonist was unimpressed, knowing that the rune's properties were actually very limited, but his companions immediately perked up and pricked up their ears. The trio began to mentally beg the main character to donate this artifact to one of them, or to give another stone that he personally would not need. The old hunter in the youth's body did not answer for a very long time, as if carefully considering everything before finally asking the laconic question of whether he could take resistance to magic. The pseudo-fairy was so surprised that he didn't even change his facial expression, continuing to smile in a goofy manner. But he quickly pulled himself together, smiled especially predatory and broadly, and then materialized several new stones at once, including the one that Hans wanted. The protagonist didn't argue that regeneration could be very valuable, but he was much more interested in complete protection from various types of damage. Such a buff was extremely difficult to obtain in the starting zones. At first, such passive protection only granted blessings that weakened attacks of a certain type, but later it made one completely invulnerable to them. Protection from simple physical damage didn't interest Khan, as he could always become a great warrior in his own right. but spells were a completely different matter. And while he was checking his once again increased characteristics, the little demon contentedly informed him that his work was finished and that he was counting on Hansa. He blew the protagonist a kiss, calling him handsome, and the characters suddenly realized that the imp had actually been a female creature all along. Now that another small problem had been dealt with, the main character tried to order his assistants to pack up and move on. The brunette froze mid-sentence because Choi, Yu, and even Jin, all of them were sickened by the fact that they unconsciously imagined a romance between Kang and that little creature. Then, of course, they pulled themselves together and again followed into the depths of the metro, where Min-hee looked back with horror and disgust at the corpses of the land mermaids. She was already tired of wiping the sweat constantly pouring from her face from fear and tension. The only consolation was that the situation was supposed to become easier later. She also noticed that the main character was secretly cutting something off the corpses of monsters again, perhaps trying to brew another poison. She stared at him very intently, as if she was considering whether to come up to him right then and interrogate him about what was going on. But she didn't get any closer. She just kept watching until at some point she realized what exactly was bothering her. Kan's movements didn't change at all. In the end, Yu decided to ask Hans directly why. Having earned such a large number of runes, he continued to move at the speed that could be expected from a mere mortal. The gray-haired survivalist in the boy's body was genuinely surprised that someone had managed to see this and figure it out, but he didn't lie or prevaricate, but simply showed his hand. Glowing symbols suddenly appeared on it, reminiscent of the drawings from those very mystical stones. The students had never seen anything like it before. As it turned out, there was a way to store runes in your body without spending them. You just had to reach out to them and think about how best to preserve them. And yes, he of course knew about it thanks to his signature superpower, which the others didn't comment on in any way. Instead, the brunette wanted to try to hide the stone too. But she didn't even have time to touch him when the brunette straightened up, turned away, and, in a mentor's tone, asked her not to repeat after him like a monkey. There were several reasons for this. Firstly, it was impossible to store multiple artifacts in your body, and this could easily slow down the process of farming new ones. And secondly, it won't make any sense if the keeper of the runes dies. In that case, they will simply fall out of his body, like from a local monster. This all sounded very logical and reasonable, but it raised a reasonable question in the ordinary mute Sanchin. Why was Hansu collecting stones at all? The answer turned out to be simple and expected. The main character was hoarding treasures in order to later sell and exchange them when the rules of the economy were established. He wouldn't advise his comrades to do that, though. It would be more logical for them to simply spend gems on upgrading themselves. However, Tensen immediately saw this as a reason to get mad once again. He started yelling who the hell was Khan to tell them how to live, and what if they just started saving their loot out of spite? What then? The protagonist sighed heavily. From his point of view, Chin was simply behaving like a child who was hysterical to the point of insanity, but no matter, even he would later understand the essence of things when he went down to the very bottom and learned what curses were. And then he looked at his weapon, taken from the goblin's corpse at the very beginning. It looked so old and chipped that it seemed like it would crumble with one touch. Yes, Hans had to admit that before any future achievements, they all needed to properly rebuild everything in order to stand firmly on the ground. Taking advantage of the fact that other people were also thinking about different things, the main character asked them for a minute of attention. The protagonist began his speech by repeating that he didn't care what they did in their free time, even if they ate babies alive. Khan wouldn't say a word. But right now, this was a special moment, and he needed Choi, Yu, and even Jin to listen very carefully, without interrupting or trying to scold. Satisfied that this small audience was truly listening to him, the main character paused for a second, then extended his hand and demanded that they give him all their weapons. Tensen, as usual, spoke first, and his crooked, nervous smile made it clear that even he considered this demand to be some kind of particularly ridiculous joke. But the brunette calmly explained that his blade was now too crude and useless, and an extra knife is never useless. He hoped that this would be a sufficient explanation even for such a troublemaker as the blonde, but unfortunately, the student only continued to curse with renewed vigor. And he wasn't actually entirely wrong in reminding the protagonist that they all, in fact, have to get into fights too, and that's why they need weapons. Provided, of course, that Khan doesn't want to turn them into some kind of helpless support group existing only to admire his genius. One would think that Minhee, who still dreamed of getting her hands on Hansa, would be the first to speak out against this. But no, it was the usually completely inconspicuous Sanchin. And as usual, his attempt to explain his point of view to Tenzin was shattered by a primitive but merciless and effective order to immediately, damn it, shut the hell up. After that, the two guys, the blonde and the black-haired, just looked at each other in silence for a while, like two Wild West gunslingers sizing up the enemy before a fight. The main character was the first to break this silence, coldly asking if Chin really wanted to fight. The blonde growled that yes, he had nothing to be afraid of here anyway, and that condescending look from Khan had been making him want to smash his face in from the very first day. The protagonist didn't pay any attention to the insult, but the guy's answer surprised him. He thought that Tenzin would immediately refuse, until he remembered that only he knew what awaited them next. It would have been, of course, even funny to let this eternally dissatisfied whiner rush headlong into hell, but no, a line had to be drawn. Hans was ready to give them all two options, and in the first, he would leave them forever, allowing them to do whatever their hearts desired. And in the second option, they shut up, and like obedient children, stand aside, allowing a true professional to do his job without interference. The choice was simple, but the main character demonstrated with his whole appearance that he personally did not care what decision his classmates ultimately came to. Sanchin, surprisingly again, spoke first, and he was determined to stand aside. Minhee completely agreed with him, because there was no need to even go to a magician. If Can was suddenly behaving like this, then there really was a nightmare ahead. Tenzin immediately, with a manic expression on his face, tried to convince her that this was, on the contrary, a good reason to help each other, but in response, he only received an averted gaze. Smiling in an even more nervous, almost psychopathic way, he accused the main character of trying to betray them, of simply tricking them into taking all the spoils and abandoning them to their fate. He didn't give a damn about Choi, but he still had a painful desire to seduce Yu, and that bastard Hansu was ruining his next attempts with every word he said. Can himself admitted in his thoughts that once, in another life, he really had been something of a friend to Chin, but those times were gone forever, and that the blonde boy should be glad that it wasn't Chaldean in his place. This ruthless pragmatist, against whom the main character seemed like a gentle and emotional person, would have probably already leveled up to the highest level. This realization truly tormented the protagonist's soul with complexes, and he really wanted to quickly finish babysitting this kindergarten. So he stopped all arguments and debates and simply warned the students that he would not say a word to them if they had any chance at all to prove themselves in the next fight. But this only further strengthened Tenzin's envy and anger, who had already completely stopped doubting that Khan was simply going to get rid of them once and for all. Frankly, Chin was simply projecting his own insecurities and inner wickedness onto the seasoned survivalist, as he would have certainly done the same if the situation had changed. But in the end, not even 10 minutes had passed before the blonde man, along with the pale brunette and the little girl with pig-like squeals, escaped from the dark passage to the lower level of the metro. The brunette, without stopping running for a second, shouted that she had been right from the very beginning, and Tenzin screamed at the top of his lungs, unable to get rid of the terrible image before his eyes. When they followed Hansu down into the basement, they saw something there that, by its very appearance, made them freeze with their eyes wide open. It turned out to be a colossal, monstrous cobra with scales as white as snow and huge, blazing red eyes. Just looking at them made your soul sink into your heels. It was clear at a glance that this was a very high-level monster, and Tensoon basically couldn't believe that the main character was going to fight it alone. He was sure that to make such a decision you would have to be a psychopath, completely brain-damaged, feeble-minded, and sick. But Hans didn't care about other people's reactions. For a moment, he and the monster simply stared at each other, the cold blue eyes of the man against the searing crimson eyes of the demonic abomination. And then, as if on a signal from an invisible gong, the huge reptile began to move, bending into a steep spiral in a way that only snakes can do. Of course, the main character also assumed a fighting stance, preparing to meet and repel any possible blow, but so far, the huge reptile had not attacked. The opponent's nerves were stretched to the limit, and while the cobra was testing the air with its tongue, the brunette simply frowned, trying not to let his guard down for a second. Then he suddenly ran away, moving with lightning speed to the nearest shelter. It was just in time, because the demonic snake did not try to catch its victim with its jaws or crush it with its coils. Instead, it spewed out a stream of deadly energy. It was very similar to Godzilla's atomic breath, but it was red and much weaker, as the column containing Khan had safely withstood the first blow. But the cobra had no intention of retreating, so it continued to strike until the pile of stone gave in, shattering into numerous fragments and clouds of dust. Someone else would probably have been ingloriously devoured by the monster after this, but the main character had foreseen this, and he was already immune to any kind of witchcraft. In fact, the serpent did not use flame or plasma, as one might expect, but destructive sound vibrations, amplified by innate magic. He also had scales so thick and strong that any ordinary sword would easily break on them. If you add to this the colossal size, enormous physical strength, and absolute ruthlessness, then the result was a truly nightmarish creature. It was a deadly opponent that should never be underestimated, even by experienced high-level hunters like Hansu. Such a battle could be compared to an extremely difficult exam, in which the participants did not have even the slightest right to make a mistake, otherwise they would face certain death. But the main character, so to speak, was a cheater, ideally knowing all the enemy's weaknesses, and he was going to strike them without any mercy. No matter how tough the creature's scales were, even it could be drawn blood if one knew where and with what force to strike. The monster, in particular, was so large that there were gaps between its scales that were noticeable to a human, and it was in these soft spots that Khan stabbed and struck. If snakes had vocal cords, one could honestly admit that the monster was screaming from such a strong and at the same time completely unfamiliar pain in the body. However, this did not so much wound him as it made him insanely angry, and the cobra's glowing red eyes finally turned into something like crimson lanterns. The creature didn't think about caution, or even the slightest rudimentary tactics. It struck wherever it had to, desperately wanting to tear the vile, two-legged insect to pieces and grind it into powder. Hans easily dodged each such attack, deftly rolling, jumping away, and simply running to another point, but the huge reptile simply did not tire. The creature managed to time the opportune moment when the enemy would stop, even if only for a second, far from any shelter, and unleashed the full force of its sonic breath on him. Whether he had immunity or not, it in any case did not save him from the monstrous cacophony in his ears and the discomfort that accompanied it. The young man managed to gather his strength after a few seconds, overcome the damage, and more comfortably grab the dagger for another blow. But, as it turned out, he was beaten to it. The impact of the snake's tail was so powerful that the cultivator instantly flew across the entire room, only to crash into the wall with great force in the end, raising a cloud of dust. If snakes had vocal cords, it's safe to say this cobra would be laughing maliciously at the overly confident boy. When the dust settled, the protagonist tried to get up and crack a joke, But it didn't work out well because he had a terrible headache and a waterfall of blood was running down his face. On the other hand, the monster was not so stupid as not to understand words, and upon hearing the comment about wounds, it immediately noticed the knife sticking out of the tail. It penetrated deep into the body, right between the invulnerable scales, and the blade could hardly hold, such a powerful pressure of blood was coming from the flesh. As he struggled to his feet, the main character reminded himself that even though he had protection from physical damage, he could still be killed by poison. He also had a very limited supply of weapons, only 5 blades after the 2 that had already been used up in the fight with the monster. Khan had already made a mistake and received punishment for it, and he was not going to allow such a situation to happen again. But he still didn't take the monster as seriously as it deserved, seeing their duel more as a way to amuse himself than as a serious fight. The contraction was so intense that its echoes echoed throughout the entire subway. Even Minhee managed to feel these vibrations, and her whole body shuddered. She turned around slowly, wanting to check if anyone was following them, but behind her, there was nothing but a gradually darkening corridor. No matter how cynical she was about Hans in reality, even she was afraid for him, because the battle was so terrifying that they felt it from a safe distance. Tensen, who was running ahead, stopped when he noticed that the woman was no longer moving and grumbled, asking what had happened to her, why Yu was no longer running outside. He reminded the brunette that because of someone they now don't even have the rustiest and dullest knife, so they need to replenish what was lost in the store. From the outside, his argument sounded very logical, and in another situation, Minhee would probably have followed the guys without question. But now, for some reason, her heart ached greatly at the thought. She stared back into the oppressive darkness of the underground corridor for several very long and agonizing seconds before finally making the decision to run back. Tensen gnashed his teeth with such fury that it was a miracle they hadn't ground into dust yet, because this was the ultimate disrespect, going beyond all possible limits. He was incredibly angry that he was no longer the king like he was back home on his college campus, but after a few seconds of thought, Chin decided to follow Yu. Now that both of his companions had changed their direction, Choi also had no good alternative. It was scary to be alone. After a while, they reached the boss battle room, but Minhee didn't even have time to finish asking if Hansu was okay before the words got stuck in her throat. What she saw was perhaps the most terrifying thing the poor fellow had ever seen before the sight of the giant monster itself. The reason was simple. Kan, so confident, so knowledgeable and invincible, was now hanging limply in the mouth of a huge reptile, like a rat with a broken back. He was still alive and desperately tried to fight, but his left arm was damaged to such an extent that it was impossible to free it from the cobra's teeth. And the other 3 characters couldn't help him either. Yu only had enough strength to shout out her leader's name in panic. Slowly moving his gaze from them to the huge white scaly muzzle, the protagonist thought with some dull surprise that their fight had dragged on too long. But his right hand was still relatively intact, and it held one of the last daggers in its fingers. Mentally gathering all the strength he had left, the protagonist took one quick but deep breath, after which he plunged the blade into the monster's jaw. Some predators continue to clench their teeth on their prey even if their head is cut off, but this creature was not one of them. It hissed in pain and released the man. It took the brunette the lion's share of his remaining stamina to land on his feet and not collapse ingloriously onto his own badly battered back. The cobra, meanwhile, continued to convulse, trying to get rid of the sources of terrible discomfort in its body, but with each passing minute it gradually slowed down. The young man was forced to admit that his perfect plan had not worked as well as he had hoped. He had to sacrifice 3 knives, his jacket, and his hand had also suffered. But the most important thing was that he succeeded in poisoning the monster, and this was good, because at later stages, the creatures were so tenacious that no nasty thing could affect them. And that's not even mentioning the creatures that had their own tricks up their sleeves, like those that were naturally skilled in magic. However, right here and now, as the young man admitted honestly, he was very lucky to have armed himself with poison. Without this remedy, he would have simply been devoured. Meanwhile, the cobra finally died, and the red fire in its eyes went out forever, for the fact that it was poisonous did not give it absolute protection from foreign substances. His thoughts were interrupted by a worried female cry, which, of course, belonged to Minhee, trying to make sure that everything was okay with her future husband. The protagonist did not appreciate such concern, and in fact, he was more concerned about why they decided to return to such a dangerous place. Yu, making especially large and pitiful eyes, said that she was very worried, but apparently there was no reason for it, and she also asked how Kan's hand felt. The main character brushed it off, saying that it was just a scratch and it was already healing, and he wasn't even exaggerating, since in the other world, as already mentioned, the usual laws did not apply. And while the pair were talking, Tensun, standing to the side with a face pale with horror, looked at the colossal carcass of a cobra, killed with only 3 blades. Chin always knew that the main character was very strong, but he thought that he was quite capable of competing with him. But now the blonde seriously thought that this might not be the case. To say that envy mixed with wounded pride burned his soul more terribly than any poison would be like calling iron soft. Meanwhile, the brunette, for some reason, looked at the body of the killed monster for a very long time, and intently, so much so that even Yu asked what was wrong with him. He held a runestone in his hand, depicting a snarling snake face, and when using it, the adventurer gained similar sound attack abilities. This was a very useful ability for beginners, because it could do a lot of things, but Hansu couldn't use it due to mana limitations. Tensun, not knowing what thoughts were going through the brunette's head, folded his arms across his chest and sarcastically said that he envied him for receiving such a useful skill. No, the protagonist didn't need it because of the 7-slot limitation, and shooting something out of his mouth was disgusting, so Choi suddenly asked to give the rune to him. Chin immediately hit him in the jaw with his elbow, causing Changxing to fall over, casually calling him a useless bastard and demanding the stone for himself with a maniacal expression. With difficulty staying on his feet and rubbing his aching jaw, the brunette reminded him that this big guy already had an ability, and a particularly useful one at that. The blonde, not the least bit embarrassed, aggressively said that such a weakling would never be able to use such a gift properly anyway. Such impudence made Tensun immediately rush at his classmate to knock out his teeth, but Minhee stood between them, not wanting to witness another squabble. As for the main character, he watched with a stony face as Jin reached out to the terrified Choi with desperate anger before asking what kind of circus this was. Then Hans showed his new runic tattoo, and with a mocking grin reminded that he never said that he would give the stone to anyone. Oh no, he would sell it. And he will give them, his good friends and comrades, a generous 5% discount, provided that they buy the treasure right now. They, of course, were open-mouthed in shock, but Tensun was the first to come to his senses and eagerly asked if he could buy the rune in installments, and the hero agreed to this. True, he was only going to give the gem with a full guarantee, but he could allow the 3 of them to chip in, which made them all think hard until they were rushed. Yu eventually decided to buy the crystal herself, and this didn't surprise Kang at all, because frankly, Jin would rather kill Choi in front of them than let him get the snake's power. Moreover, Minhee was not at all as hopeless in combat as one might think, since she had independently obtained a stone that granted mana reserves. And it didn't escape his notice that the woman was being secretive, trying to hide her new powers from everyone else, and he sincerely approved of this. That was the only way to survive here. While he was thinking, Yu finished negotiations with the rest of the guys and presented the protagonist with 10 runes as a gift, which increased the usual characteristics. But the protagonist wasn't joking when he talked about the discount, so he didn't take all the crystals, only a little more than half, and one that increased strength and endurance. The girl blinked in confusion as the true meaning of it all dawned on her, and then she admitted with a wry smile that it was surprisingly generous. The main character reminded in a didactic tone that in this place, The proverb about free cheese in a mousetrap is more relevant than ever, and forgetting it would be like death. Here, in the world of a cruel game of unknown forces, nothing ever comes for free, and for every power, every loot, every artifact, they all have to pay, as if with equipment or blood. These words really touched something deep in Minhee's soul, making her think hard, and the protagonist, considering his task completed, went off to do his job. Spiked snakes like the one he had killed never appeared out of nowhere. The presence of such powerful monsters usually meant the presence of valuable Tsuterium ore. The traveler from the future found it very quickly, although it was not difficult in any case, because it was a huge glowing crystal, chest-high to a person. The brunette approached it and, not without some effort, broke off a piece with a crunching sound. Sanchin and Minhee didn't even comment on it. They just silently looked at each other and thought in unison, superpower. But they were interested in what exactly Hansu was going to make out of this thing. Some kind of weapon, a household tool or something. They even came close to him and peered over his shoulders, like two curious fish watching a diver. But the protagonist simply stood up and turned around without comment. He returned to the body of the spiny cobra to remove the knives stuck in its body. The brunette and the brown-haired woman continued to silently watch the main character with reverent curiosity, and only Tensui, feeling like the hero of a farce, directly asked what was going on. Hansu gutted the monster and removed some of its organs to cook them in a pot that appeared out of nowhere. And no, this time it wouldn't be poison. The scales of this monster, as everyone had the opportunity to see with their own eyes, were incredibly durable, but, unfortunately, they were completely unsuitable as a basis for a weapon. Despite this, it could still be used to create and strengthen something new, and the protagonist, like an experienced gamer, was going to take advantage of this. He chose the rapier because yes, you couldn't swing it brutally and chop down enemies left and right, but if you knew where and how to hit, they would fall with one blow. The result, as Khan himself admitted, was very far from blacksmith's perfection, but hey, it was the best he could do with his bare hands. To make sure the final product wasn't as bad as it might first appear, Hansu stabbed the blunt tip of the rapier with a dagger. It trembled but didn't break, or even get a chip, which pleased the brunette very much, since it meant that his new toy was ready for use. After that, he began to sharpen his rapier with a dagger, thinking that he was still very lucky, if you remember how much effort and time real alchemists spent on training. And he also needed this weapon to survive the encounter with him, the disgusting monster that guards the second artifact from adventurers. Having finished sharpening and wrapped the other end of the tool in a thick layer of tough leather, the main character finally acquired a truly powerful weapon. He immediately became absorbed in ambitious thoughts about his next moves, like a player searching for the best route, and did not notice how Chin was looking at him. The blonde hovered around him like a hungry, predatory insect, looking for new reasons for his black envy, but even he was shocked by what Hans had just done. When his surprise had subsided a little, Tensun, with a voice trembling with greed, asked if he could buy the rapier. He was ready to give anything for it. He wanted it so much not only because it belonged to Hanu, but also because the latter had spent a lot of effort on making it, which meant that this blade was many times more deadly than simple knives. And the main character, frankly speaking, was not against it, because money remains power in any human society, but he used up all the materials and will not be able to make a second model. Chin's mind, it must be admitted, worked by very strange rules, since he immediately labeled Khan a heartless egotist for daring to do something for himself. Okay, the student consoled himself further. His day will come too. He just needs to time it right, and he too will get such cool equipment that he'll faint. It didn't escape his notice that their small team was already approaching the end of the dungeon, where, according to all the rules of the genre, the most delicious pieces were supposed to be waiting. It was like a well-oiled machine, walking a couple dozen meters to board the train, get off it, and collect the final loot without any more fear of any creatures. He had no doubt that there would be no more danger due to the fact that the protagonist was acting very relaxed, but Hansu himself was once again able to surprise the team. When they were about to follow him into the subway car, he simply started to chase them away, saying that there could only be one person in this place, and it would be him. Tensen, Minhee, and Sanchin gaped, not expecting such a sudden nuisance from their leader, who impatiently repeated his order. The trio took their time, watching the protagonist sit down on the seat, until Choi asked if Kang was being completely serious about what he was saying. The carriage looked exactly as big as they are usually designed to be, so by the way, 4 people of normal height and build could not fit in it. The fact that Chin started screaming after this was absolutely not surprising. For him, it was already a well-developed reflex to attack the person who saved his life at the first opportunity. Still, there was a certain truth to his words, and when he reminded Hans that they had all helped him get this far, something seemed to click in the brunette's head. For the first few seconds, he didn't answer and didn't even raise his head, staring at the metal floor. But then he straightened up, and his voice was more iron than the train itself. There was no need to delude yourself into thinking that these 3 meant anything to Khan on a personal level. He still didn't care about their existence, but they still didn't understand one thing. Rising to his feet and adjusting his grip on his rapier, the main character admitted that, yes, there were no rules or signs that would allow him to go. But, for emphasis, he slammed the hilt of his rapier on the floor. In this world, there were no laws at all, except those established by the system and the people with big guns. That's why he, pointing the tip of his gun at the stunned teenagers, ordered them one last time to get the hell out, otherwise he would have to help them with it. And while they're resting outside, they might try to find a lawyer in these parts and cry on his shoulder, so they can then return with a complaint and a summons to court. The brunette ordered the choice one last time and smiled crookedly, as if he was amused by the thought that the enraged youth might attack him for this. This could have been Tensen's finest hour, a legitimate opportunity to challenge his hated rival and try to bring him to ruin, but for some reason, the blonde was very afraid. The result was predictable. Minhee and Sanchin, standing on the platform, watched the departing train with a dejected look, while Chin stared only into the void ahead of him. Now that the main character was no longer around, and there was no need to worry about getting another hole in his body, the blonde could allow himself to vent his righteous anger. His teeth were grinding in anger because he damn well wasn't going to let such a vile treatment of himself go unpunished, especially from such an arrogant jerk. But, on the other hand, there were 3 of them, 3 people against 1. If they planned the ambush properly and accumulated a sufficient number of runes, they would simply tear Hansa apart. On the other hand, if it turned out that they lost, there was nothing to fear anyway. Khan would never kill them if they simply offered their sincere apologies. This fool seriously believed what he thought and was about to rush into battle, but something stopped him. It was the main character, a memory of him simply standing in front of them in the middle of the carriage, not moving or even blinking, like some kind of ominous statue. And he looked at them, drilling them with his gaze, as if trying to penetrate into the very core of their souls. Even a fleeting encounter with those eyes made their skin crawl. Even a fool like Tensen finally realized that if he took even one step forward, Hansu would pierce his chest with a rapier without hesitating for a second. So the only thing left for Chin to do was to bleed bile from a poisonous, all-consuming anger, while the protagonist drove calmly. And while the blonde continued to mentally rain down every possible curse and insult on Khan's head, Yu quietly muttered that they wanted too much from him. Minhee realized and admitted that they had only gotten this far thanks to the brunette's kindness, and to demand anything more from him was truly disgusting on their part. She was even ashamed to remember how she once planned to seduce the protagonist and solve all the problems at his expense, and the brunette suggested that the guys simply go outside. Tensen, without moving a single muscle, thought bitterly in response that, because of such losers, nothing would work out for him, and anyway, what was wrong with wanting to be strong? He sincerely believed that he deserved to be the strongest in the world, to have the best abilities and characteristics, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, The time traveler continued his journey on the subway train and wondered what he knew about this strange means of transport. Firstly, this huge metal snake on wheels circled 20 stations and made regular stops at each of them. Secondly, at each stopping point, there were various artifacts, but which ones exactly and what properties they had were determined randomly. And finally, thirdly, it was impossible to return to stations already passed, which, combined with the random factor, created monstrous psychological stress. A lot depended on luck, which frayed the adventurer's nerves to the limit, but not in the case of Hansu, who had already passed the 12th stop without any emotions. Here, in a secret location, he could get up to 8 types of very good, by the standards of the first levels, types of various weapons, from magical crowns to clawed gauntlets. However, the truly valuable artifact to start with was the one known as Laruna's diadem, as it allowed one to predict the weaknesses of monsters. But Hans didn't even need her, simply because he had already ideally studied all the possible characteristics of all existing creatures. He didn't care about weapons either, so the protagonist tried to find something else, something that he himself called an object with a step. Such a treasure would greatly increase the mobility of its owner, opening up enormous opportunities for him during combat. It was a real jackpot. But when the main character, thinking about all this, finally approached the pedestal with the artifact, he saw something that made his eyes bulge. There lay an object that looked like a cigarette box, only larger, deep purple in color, and with a strange pattern reminiscent of fused skulls. It was a madman's sweet, a very specific type of artifact that actually acted as actual cigarettes that increased the smoker's stats. A person only needed to take 1 puff of smoke for all of his abilities to increase by 20% for the next 10 minutes. Someone else would have seriously considered the advisability of using such a thing, because even ordinary tobacco is very dangerous to health, but not Hans, whose face lit up with a grin. He had landed the biggest jackpot possible. He couldn't have found anything better in the training area, even if he had tried to search the entire area. As for health problems and the like, Can was no stranger to them. He actually already smoked, even though he hadn't done so for a very long time. For a moment, that old memory appeared before his eyes again, in which a certain woman scolded him in every possible way for his bad habits and called him an old man. He didn't answer her, as if he wasn't a person, but just a humanoid mannequin. This couple contrasted so brightly that it could even make particularly impressionable people feel sick. A short, sunny blonde in all light colors and a gothic, black-haired hunk. And then she simply took the coveted pack from him, declaring in a stern voice that this did not fit Hansu's style at all. And all because her beloved Can was too handsome, he had to protect his beautiful face from any harmful substances that could spoil it. This man was one of the few people the main character cared about from the highest bell tower, so even now he mentally assured her that now everything would be different. After this, the time traveler returned to the starting point, where he parted ways with his former comrades on less than friendly terms and killed the spiny cobra. He was a little surprised that they actually left, but not much, because the next closed area was going to open in just 4 days. Hansu intended to use this time as profitably as possible, collecting as many runes as possible and killing monsters. On the other hand, he could have just as easily focused on completing system quests, but he didn't have time to finish that thought when his gaze fell on the saucepan again. It was an incredibly valuable item for any adventurer, so Khan immediately hid the utensil in his backpack, resolving to only take on quests that offered the most rewards. Just like in video games, this dimension had a huge number of missions that needed to be completed for artifacts and experience points, and now the brunette was not thinking about choosing the Sage Stone. This magical stone could permanently increase any stat by 10 points and heal even the most terrible wounds, making it a priceless treasure. In his past life, he was found by a girl named Envy Aaron, a volunteer who worked with a women's prison and was thrown into another world with a crowd of criminals. She trusted some of these people, considered them to be lost individuals who repented of their sins, and all in order to be betrayed at the first opportunity. The experience was so painful for her that all human feelings simply disappeared from Arin's body, turning her into a crazy, uncontrollable monster. For 7 days, she hunted her former friends, tore them to pieces with her bare hands thanks to her increased strength, devoured their hearts, and then, when there was no one left, decided to settle the score with herself. In a sickening twist of fate, this is exactly what Envy needed to do to complete the mission and obtain the life-saving artifact. To be honest, the protagonist seriously considered repeating this path, but he quickly reminded himself how he promised an old friend to save people, not kill them. Then Hans remembered that it was supposed to be night outside, and for some reason this gave him an interesting thought. Before my eyes, as if in real life, appeared an old-fashioned bag for storing supplies, titled by the system as the selfish rich man's food bag. The main character was so lost with all his affairs and quests that he completely forgot about it, and now he firmly planned to rest until a certain moonrise. Having decided to do so, Hansu headed to the old store to find enough supplies, but inside he was met with something unusual. Empty, crushed bottles and tin cans were strewn everywhere, as if they had been kicked around, and someone had even left a new backpack gathering dust on the floor. One might think that this was an ordinary human boor who decided to cause trouble in such a valuable place, but the strange tunnel in the floor indicated otherwise. The young man took a deep breath, asking himself if this was some kind of joke, and where had anyone ever seen anyone get so brazen before the moonrise? It was so brazen, almost to the point of defiance, that Hanu wanted to personally take a look at the culprits and at the same time give them a good thrashing. Meanwhile, outside, the scene was extremely bleak. The sky was yellow-green, reminiscent of vomit, and the ruins were overgrown with ivy. Not only was the main character actively searching for and obtaining valuable items, a whole group of people were stacking boxes filled to the brim with supplies. Sanchin, Minhee, and Tensun, who had reunited with the 2 blue-clad students who hadn't entered the portal, were now watching the movers from their hiding place, wondering if they should stop them. The blonde, unable to contain herself, screamed hysterically that in the moment she had been telling her comrades about the robbers, these bastards had managed to take everything, even her things. Yu muttered that they were strong now, clearly hinting that it was worth engaging in battle, but her face clearly showed how unsure the brunette was of her own proposal. The brunette wisely reminded them that even so, the enemies far outnumbered them, and engaging them in battle was too risky, especially without their main trump card, Hansu. The young men in blue whispered among themselves in shock, saying that this was the first time they had seen this unsociable boy talk so much. Minnie herself had hoped that they would have enough time to rob the store before the criminals showed up, but alas, fate played a cruel joke on them. What is characteristic is that these were not some random thugs, but those very same Gondal, that is, organized bandits, who almost took Yu into slavery. The squad leader, a tall, thin, black-haired man with a bandage on his nose, turned around very slowly and then waved at the youth with a mocking grin. The former students shuddered in surprise and fear, realizing that their presence had been known from the very beginning and could have attacked long ago if they had wanted to. Only Chin remained outwardly completely unperturbed, and he warned his comrades not to react, because the enemy was obviously trying to provoke them. And he really did start to leave, but not a single other person, not even the timid Sanchin, tried to follow Tensun's example. The boy and girl in blue, however, with tense faces, looked from him to the rest of the group, as if trying to decide what to do, and Chin gnashed his teeth in anger at the thief. But just recently these Gondal were calmly going about their business when a strange man, yet somehow familiar, suddenly approached them. They all stood frozen in place with tense faces and watched with interest as the one they had not invited to join their company approached them. Approaching slowly, he told them that there was a place with fresh food in the metro. They just had to go down there and pick it up. This traitor turned out to be Tenzin himself, and he was ready with great pleasure to help his new allies, even to the point of personally leading them to the desired point. Chin hated Hansa to such an extent that he was now ready to help marauders and scum, if only they would attack the main character and shed more blood. To be fair, the criminals weren't exactly empty-headed, and their leader reasonably wondered why they should even believe this kid's words. The blonde, instead of explaining everything, called his opponent an idiot, and then grabbed him by the chest and raised his fist, as if he were dealing with a harmless nerd and not a seasoned thug. The man tried to ask what the hell the brat was up to and if he'd forgotten how they used to work together, but he was interrupted by the approach of someone else's knuckles. If the action had taken place on Earth, the self-confident teenager would already be lying on the ground half dead, desperately twitching his broken limbs, but here it was, the bandit who collapsed, as if mown down. Grinning like a maniac, Tenzin declared that the Gyondal were just pathetic insects in comparison to him, and if he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need a trap. But fortunately for them, he was merciful and was willing to let his new friends really understand who now had the right to give orders, and they had better not make a mistake. Sometime later, all the students were inside the building, and while most of them were standing at the table, Minhee was looking out the window with interest. She was on the lookout for the main character, and her anticipation eventually paid off, because Khan did indeed quickly appear from the darkness of the night. The brunette enthusiastically waved at him to get his attention, feeling a metaphorical but no less heavy mountain slide off her shoulders. Tenzin, in turn, felt his clothes sticking to his skin from nervousness, even though he tried to reassure himself that he had handled everything masterfully, like a professional. Hans didn't need any introduction, because he had already seen that the underground supermarket had been completely emptied by some kind of two-legged parasites. So he didn't waste time listening to explanations, but instead, in his signature manner, laconically asked how many more supplies there were. There were very few of them, enough to feed 1 or even 2 people for a few days, but certainly not enough for a squad of 6 people. And Chin, very realistically pretending that he had nothing to do with it, carelessly suggested that they simply go to the criminals and beat the edible loot out of them. Of course, even a master like Hans might have a hard time alone, but no matter, his loyal friend Tenzin was always there to help and cover his rear. The brunette, again keeping to his old habits, paid no attention to the fair-haired windbag and simply offered those around him a snack. This made Chin so furious that it took every last bit of his will and common sense not to charge at his opponent, swinging his fists wildly like a monkey. He hadn't anticipated this deviation from the script, so he slammed the table hard, trying to convince the indifferent protagonist that this was completely wrong. Unfortunately, he turned out to be so thick-headed that his best argument was to accuse Hans of being a selfish, disgusting pig. They said they risked their lives to get all this food, they shed sweat and blood, and this arrogant, cold, filthy bastard pays them like this. Then he turned around and with a theatrical gesture invited his stunned comrades to come and eat whatever they wanted. He would even say thank you if they left even a piece. All the other adventurers looked at this hysterical man as if he were a dangerous, deranged psychopath, and only Minhee, with a forced smile, reminded them that all their supplies were shared. But the blonde didn't care because by the same logic, they had no less right to fill their bellies than some arrogant, silent, lucky, vile creatures. Again, as we will clearly explain to them, that same blue-eyed bastard, whose name is not even worth mentioning, nothing here is given for free, so what right does he have to the remaining supplies? The blue students, who had never ventured into the subway and had not seen all the details of the journey, found these arguments convincing enough to agree. Chin mentally rejoiced that fortune had finally begun to smile on him. All that was left was to lure Choi and Yu over to his side, and then he could break Kang's arms. Finally, his tyranny has come to an end. Finally, the unfortunate, unfairly offended Tenzin will be rid forever of that disgusting Lenten face with eyes the color of cleaning liquid. The main character didn't respond for a long time, which made the already tense atmosphere in the room even more frightening. But eventually he gave up, saying that this wasn't right. Hans, without getting angry at all, admitted that the blonde was completely within his rights, but he really didn't have the money to pay for the food, so let's talk about another form of deal. Greed immediately and completely took over Tensun's mind, so he wasn't even surprised by such compliance, but only demanded that the hero hand over the artifacts he had. The boy and girl who had not gone down into the metro immediately became wary and asked for a more detailed explanation of what treasures the rest of the group had found there. Chin pointed his finger at the protagonist in a pointedly casual manner and said that, yes, Kan had been to some very special place where there were probably many interesting things, and now he was obliged to share it with them. So if he was going to continue going with them and wanted to be part of the community, then he should be a good boy and show Uncle Tensun what was at the end of the subway. To sweeten the situation a little for poor Hans and show how kind he was, Chin even handed him a chocolate bar in return, to which the brunette responded with only a look. And then he suddenly chuckled and admitted that the student had a pretty good grasp of what was what, like a teacher pleased that the worst student had finally earned at least an average grade. The antagonist became angry and demanded a straight answer, but the experienced adventurer no longer cared about him. He began to rise to his feet, immersed in an internal monologue. He continued to think, while the blonde tried to understand what the hell Kan had done, and Choi and Yu, in turn, did not understand what kind of demon had possessed Tensun. In the end, the protagonist simply turned around and started to leave, because he never cared about his former classmates. Even their runestones seemed like mere pennies to him. Hansu had spent so much time and effort on this company only because of Eris's promise to help everyone he met. But alas, some people were simply catastrophically stupid. And before his eyes appeared the image of Kang Tae, one of his enemies, who disgustingly resembled Chin in everything from his appearance to his narcissism and sadism. For a moment, this made the time traveler think hard about the various possibilities, but he dismissed these thoughts as delusional and simply said goodbye to the students. When the door slammed behind him, Minhee and Changsin stared at Tensun with very intense and searching gazes, but they didn't say anything yet. A blonde girl stood between them and, with a disgustingly fake smile, asked the friends not to quarrel, not to fight, and not to escalate the atmosphere. She also believed that they needed to get the main character back on their side at any cost, and was even willing to pursue him along with her boyfriend, Mio. Scratching his head, Chin irritably said that there was no need to humiliate himself in front of this cattle. Let him go wherever he wanted. This, of course, was not what he had planned from the very beginning, but it was also not bad. Finally, that endlessly smug face would stop flashing before his eyes. Again, if they turned a blind eye to such consumerist behavior, then Khan would continue to profit at their expense, so he needed to be given a good spanking. And so, even without any ridiculous Khan Hanso, they would perfectly understand how to live. But the rest of the speech got stuck in his throat when he saw what Yu was doing. To his horror, the woman he had desperately and passionately desired throughout the entire story, the woman for whom he had initially entered into a secret struggle with the protagonist, followed the brunette. She didn't even turn around when she heard the blonde's questions, and instead, she desperately wanted only for the protagonist to forgive her and allow her to travel with him. Yu strained her eyeballs as hard as she could, trying to focus them to create the most pitiful look possible. The main character, without even turning around, muttered that she couldn't go with him, and the girl immediately wilted and began to retreat. True, the young man added a second later that in this world, prohibitions that are not backed by brute force do not apply, which was a poorly disguised agreement. Minhee was a lot of things. She had a fair number of flaws, but stupidity was not one of them, that sin was usurped by Tensun. He was easy to speak of because as soon as the blonde realized that the woman he had long considered his would now leave for another, his mind went crazy. He didn't care about any of his group members except her, and he had no intention of letting Yu go, at least not until he got a chance to play with her. Chin tried to appeal to every possible argument, even to the point that Minhee still owed him and Sanchin the runes, but the latter immediately interrupted him, saying that everything was fine. To the horror of those around him, and in part, even to his own, Choi had no intention of lingering in this place. Where Hansu was going, his own foot had set foot there too. The more this went on, the more angry Tensun became, and when he put his hand on the brunette's shoulder, you could feel his desire to break bones. And his face became so disgusting that it practically lost its resemblance to a human one when the blonde hissed that his father would not forgive this. Blinking his bloodshot eyes, twitching his eyelids and grinning like a maniac, Tensun reminded that he had picked up Choi on the street like a stray dog, and that he was his owner. He had many more words ready, each more vile than the last, but they all stuck in Chin's throat when Sanchin indifferently asked what else the offender could do to him. This idiot should have realized long ago that they were stranded in an unknown place with no chance of rescue, and his beloved daddy would never find them here, so he should shut up. Therefore, he concluded, the previous levers of pressure no longer had any effect. All this talk about rich daddies with connections to God himself meant nothing more than farts here. No more groveling before Tensun, no more servility. Choi was ready to die, but he would continue to hold this position until the end. And Chin, characteristically, swallowed the insults whole, but only because he was too shocked and immobily angry to do anything. When the blonde finally regained his ability to speak, he couldn't think of anything better to do than scream hysterically, calling the departing trio morons and sending them to hell. He continued to stamp his feet and wave his fists in the air for a long time, proving that Kang, Yu, and Choi were ungrateful, brainless pieces of shit who would then come crawling back to him on their knees. But none of them cared anymore what Tensun thought of himself. Now, they walked calmly through the city's night ruins, listening to the symphony of silence. Sanchin was the first to speak, and he was forced to admit that Chin was right about something. They wouldn't last long without food, and there were very few supplies in the bags. Minhee admitted even more reluctantly that they had indeed made a fool of themselves, and Hansu remained silent because he was captivated by a much more interesting spectacle. It was a jacket just like his old one, only new and unworn, so he put it on in the most pompous way possible, claiming that food was not necessary. Choi and Yu stared at him with such looks that it became clear that they were beginning to miss Tensun's company with his more understandable goals and methods. Unfortunately, these poor guys had nowhere else to go anyway, so they chose to swallow all the questions and silently follow the main character further. But Sanchin, although he may have seemed like an idiot from the outside, was in fact not one at all, and he kept wondering what the protagonist was planning. Of course, the main character proved in action that he was capable of almost anything, but he was not immortal. If some freak with a knife got close to him, that would be it. But he underestimated the imbecility of Kang, who, without any telepathy or other pathetic tinsel, could read Choi's thoughts as if they were his own. Neither he nor anyone else present knew anything about moonrise yet, whatever that term might mean, so it was very easy to read their feelings. Hans paused for a few seconds, only to take a good look at the sky and note with an anticipatory grin that it was almost midnight. His faithful followers immediately stopped, and a surprised Minhee quietly asked what this could even mean. She didn't have time to finish her sentence when her gaze caught on something that made her bite her tongue in shock. The brunette's eyes were directed upward, and without taking them away from the sky, she whispered with rising panic that something was wrong with the moon, literally. The Earth's natural satellite, which every person has observed thousands of times in their life, could also change here, and now it has become huge and yellow, taking up half the sky. But this was only the beginning, because the further it went, the more the moon transformed from a huge space rock into something else. The metamorphosis itself took only a few seconds, but when it was over, a colossal eye, violating all possible laws of nature, stared down at the people stunned with horror. He moved slowly from one end of the eye socket to the other, and there was no doubt that his gaze encompassed this entire tiny world, from end to end. To say that Minhee was stunned was like calling magma warm. She was already beginning to get used to the strangeness of another dimension, but this was a damn phantasmagoria. She came to her senses and looked away only when Sanchin suddenly screamed, and all because the chocolate bar in his hands for some reason began to crumble. A few moments later, all that was left on the stunned young man's palm was a pitiful handful of completely inedible sand. After this, the brunette immediately rushed to check the little that was kept in her briefcase for the long journey, because she was gnawed by very unpleasant premonitions. As her trembling hands pried open the lock, a hoarse scream almost escaped her throat, because yes, all the other food, from small to large, had turned to sand in the same way. But even that wasn't the last surprise, because Choi suddenly noticed what he called strange, glowing things. These turned out to be silhouettes of people, all of them glowing very brightly and having no distinguishable features, as if some gamer had turned on an alternative vision mode. And there was no doubt that the three of them were glowing in the same way, attracting attention from afar, but those who were closer were probably avoiding it. The most disgusting thing was that people could be seen even through the thick walls, as if the invisible game masters were forcing their victims to destroy each other. Only after this did Sanchin gather his strength enough to ask Hansu whether he had known about this disaster from the start. The protagonist smiled in such a way that if Tenzin had seen it, he would have burst with anger and shamelessly lied that, no, of course not, because even with his superpower, he is not omniscient. Naturally, his companions didn't believe him either, and they were about to continue their questioning, but then the silence of the night was destroyed by numerous furious screams. From one point, from another, from a third, furious cries were heard, as the prisoners accused each other of having pig-like appetites that had deprived them of provisions, and began to fight. The sociopathic protagonist didn't care at all that somewhere very close, people were killing each other with their bare hands. He simply despised them from the bottom of his heart for their stupidity. This supernatural phenomenon was the main reason why he once told other former students not to fill all the pockets of their backpacks with food. The monstrous moon, having opened its eye and looked upon the lower world, instantly destroyed any supplies, no matter what kind of guard or barrier they were under. After this, the main character quickly walked away, so quickly that Sanchin could not resist, and asked where their leader had suddenly gone. As before, the brunette had no intention of reporting to people who were practically no one to him, so he simply said that he was busy with business. Meanwhile, in the shelter of the remaining three students, wild screams were heard, and their source was undoubtedly Tenzin, who discovered that all their food had turned to sand. The fair-haired girl was terrified by this turn of events, but she still tried to think of something, suggesting that they go in search of new supplies. Her boyfriend suggested that the looters who had cleaned out the store were to blame for everything, but Chin didn't listen to them. His thoughts were again completely occupied by the modest person of Can. He guessed quite correctly that the main character knew about this turn of events long before it happened, and that was the only reason he behaved so brazenly. He fooled everyone. While the blonde was mentally listing the most disgusting executions and curses he knew and sending them to Hans, the student suddenly asked him to look outside. They saw the same thing as the main characters a few minutes earlier, faceless, but very noticeable and bright human silhouettes traveling through the streets. Unfortunately, they did not belong to random passers-by, but to the very same Gyeondal with whom Tenzin had previously made a pact, only now they thirsted for his blood. That time, he acted so boldly and confidently in front of them only because he was able to find a relatively small detachment, but such a crowd would simply tear him to pieces. Chin understood this perfectly well, and therefore decided to cowardly sit in the hole until the hunters went further away, but the girl, on the contrary, demanded that he do something, for example, find Hansa. Hearing this, the antagonist immediately started playing an old record, and started shouting at her about how she could even think of such a thing, and whether she had even a drop of pride. The student yelled back that there was simply no better way out. They had no idea how to find new food and preserve it, and if they sat on their asses, those thugs would find them and quarter them. But okay, we can put the situation differently. The bandits, having failed to find Tenson and company, will go in search of Khan, just like them, but this time to warn the brunette. Once they were grouped together again, they would be too strong for the Gundal to attack them without negotiations, and then it would be possible to explain to the marauders that their supplies had also been destroyed. No matter how much of an idiot Chin showed himself to be at times, he was still not catastrophically stupid, so he had to agree to this, so to speak, alliance. He didn't like it one bit, but hey, this was a great opportunity to turn the main character into his debt and make him dance on his hind legs. The fantasy was so sweet that Tenson almost started to drool, but then he came to his senses, carefully opened the doors, and ordered the couple to be very quiet. But the boy hadn't even taken a few steps when his leg was suddenly enveloped by something very flexible and slippery, like a disgusting tentacle made of mucus. It acted so quickly and powerfully that the blonde didn't really have time to notice at what moment he moved from a vertical position in space to a horizontal one. And in those seconds, the tentacle had completely petrified, acquiring the strength of the finest metal chains, so that even Chin, with his increased strength, was unable to remove it. Forgetting his own demand to remain silent, Tenson demanded that the second guy and girl immediately help him, and not stand there like idiots. Suddenly, from behind him, a very gentle voice, but at the same time literally oozing with a hidden threat, was heard, asking what choice the young people had come to. It belonged to that same good-natured Jundal boss who politely reminded them that with the burden on their shoulders, the couple wouldn't be able to escape, and he only had a complaint against Tenson. And this man, of course, was not alone. Behind him were so many bloodthirsty bone breakers that the students froze with horror when they saw these hyenas in human form. A second later, they came to the same decision that most ordinary people would make. They ran for their lives and left Chin to deal with the consequences. The blonde was ready to betray anyone without hesitation, but when they did the same to him, he burst into such curses that even his boss scolded him for his language. The thing they caught him with was called Orun's glue, and yes, the adults worked on farming it too. It's just, as the man himself admitted, it was faster and not as fun as what kids did. He could have continued talking with Tenson about various little things for a long time, like a loving uncle with a precious nephew, but unfortunately, it was time for them to get to work. With a look that made your soul sink into your heels in horror, the boss, Gundal, demanded to know where the rest of the teenagers from the group had gone. Chin didn't answer, only gave his opponent a menacing look of his own, and then the man, without further delay, straightened up and raised his leg. He brought it down with great force, after which there was a disgusting crunch, and the former student screamed as if small pieces were being very slowly cut off from him. No, his bones weren't broken. His foot landed on the stone post and shattered it into pieces, as a first warning to the victim if he continued to remain silent. Tenson was very brave as long as the enemy was weaker than him by about 2 times, so he smiled nervously and promised to tell the criminals everything. The elder Gundal praised him for his intelligence and said that the young man was now in his gang, but they still needed to settle one small matter first. The same skinny brunette whose nose Chin had broken some time ago stepped out from behind his shoulder, and he grinned like a hungry wolf at the sight of a fresh carcass. Without even trying to hide his rage, the criminal warned the blonde that in order for them to become friends, they needed to become equals, including in terms of appearance. The young man desperately gnashed his teeth, continuing to curse everyone who dared to vilely abandon him, so important and innocent, to the mercy of fate. Boss Gundal, leaving for other matters, indifferently warned his subordinates not to overdo it with force, because this little one was now on their team. This did not faze them, and they began to kick Tenson with great pleasure in every place they could reach, including his stomach and face. The young villain curled up into a ball, and mentally he continued to growl with burning hatred, for the resentment towards that couple in blue was even stronger than the physical pain. Their images continued to stand before his eyes for a long time. even after the real teenagers had long since disappeared over the horizon, and there was no longer a living spot on the body of their leader. After a while, the student stopped, and the girl stared in shocked disbelief at something in front of her, while her partner looked at her. As it turns out, their reaction was more than understandable, because some lucky bastard was cooking fresh, juicy, fat-slicked red meat. And that bastard, of course, turned out to be the main character who, along with Minhee and Sanchin, melancholically chewed his dinner when the others had emptiness in their stomachs. The boy and girl couldn't believe that their former friends could act as if they were on a hike and not in a death game invented by some evil god. Fear, hunger, despair, and envy led to the two of them sincerely adopting Tensen's way of thinking, and now they too felt a poisonous anger towards Hans. No one spoke to them, and of course, no one thought to invite them to the table, so the blonde simply declared that they would also eat and tried to approach the pots. The main character began to stand up very slowly, under the frightened glances of his minions. Without a second's hesitation, he drew his rapier and slashed it across the ground and air with such force that it shattered the asphalt with a stream of deadly blue energy, just missing the girl's face. She froze in fear and didn't even immediately gather the strength to ask what the hell the protagonist was doing. Without even bothering to wipe the pieces of meat and fat from his face and smacking his mouth tightly filled with food, the protagonist warned the two not to dare cross the line. The girl choked with indignation and then shouted that this was some kind of delusional pettiness. They hadn't quarreled with Hansu, and Tensen alone was to blame for all the discord. And anyway, what will happen if she just goes and crosses the line? What will Mr. Imba do then? Drill with his eyes the color of cheap blue paint until they dry? The brunette, with a much more restrained mockery, replied that he himself did not know, but his great superpower told him that nothing good would definitely come of this. The student scowled angrily, feeling a very strong desire to kick the main character and then shove his rapier up his anus. Without turning around, the protagonist added that his superpower, among other things, warns that this place is about to become extremely dangerous for life. An even colder, though still polite voice added that yes, that was exactly it, and the brunette and the blonde looked around in horror because they recognized the one who had spoken. These were the Gundal, led by their bald-headed leader, and they had come here in full force to deal with the problem children once and for all. Their boss smiled calmly, as if he were on an ordinary evening stroll designed to bring him a deep sleep, and only his eyes betrayed his true nature. Two traitors found themselves between a rock and a hard place. On one side, former comrades who were now ready to kill them, and on the other, marauders thirsting for their blood. The situation, already very tense, escalated to such an extent that it began to resemble a forest struck by lightning, sparking the first flames of a hungry fire. No one dared to take the first step, fully aware that they would be the first victim of the enemy's blows. Even Hansu simply stood there and remained silent. Minhee also remained mute as a fish, fully understanding that no words about a truce, human altruism, and support would help in such a situation. A selfish rich man's food pouch, a valuable magical artifact that might not have allowed its owner to smash faces and cut throats, but had other virtues. To obtain it, the user simply had to cook and eat so much food that it would be difficult to stand up while the moon's eye looked down on them. At first glance, this did not seem particularly difficult, since absolutely all the food in the world was not lost, and the colossal monster hovered in the sky for many hours. But there was one but. It wasn't just that the bag belonged to the selfish rich man, it could only be possessed by a truly heartless person, concerned only with filling his own belly. Any attempt to share automatically broke the quest, so the protagonist had no choice but to fight for the food, preventing strangers from taking it away. But even he, a cold and hard man whose psyche had been crippled by many years of war, admitted that whoever came up with all this was just a bastard with bad taste. Finally, he got going, and to everyone's shock, without even looking at the gondol, he shoved another fatty piece into his mouth as if nothing strange had happened. And then from the back of the crowd came a man with very familiar legs in white sneakers and gray pants. It was, of course, Tensun, beaten so badly that he resembled one huge bruise, and the only thing that kept him moving was his anger at all of humanity. Dumbfounded, the young men in blue tried to find out how he had even survived, which caused the blond man to finally explode with furious screams and accusations of betrayal. The blonde tried to assure him that they were simply going to look for help, but it came out so pathetic that she might as well have said nothing. Chin retaliated by screaming that it was just the stupid shit of a stupid pig, and if those two shit-eaters hadn't escaped, the other shit-eaters wouldn't have beaten him up. He immediately shut up and shuddered in horror when the poisonously gentle voice of the Gundal leader asked the young man to cool his hot head. The man gently placed his hand on his shoulder and gently scolded the blonde for saying such bad things about his new friends. Well, where had he ever seen such a thing? But he wasn't going to kill or otherwise punish Tensun now. The boss was much more interested in where and how Hansu managed to get the meat. The brunette, still chewing, shrugged and asked in response why they were asking him, since meat, after all, was everywhere. Just look around. The criminals' faces twisted in disgust, and even their leader blinked in confusion, finally realizing whose meat Khan had thrown into the pots to cook. They tried to eat it before, but all attempts ended with the unfortunate gourmets falling ill for a long time with terrible poisoning. But these ones, look, they gobble it up as if nothing had happened. Having regained his speech, the Gondal praised his opponent for his excellent knowledge of food, but the protagonist, interrupting him, simply replied that this meat should be boiled in goblin blood. The shaved-headed man fell silent, giving the impudent teenager a cold and sharp, sword-like look for trying to mock him. He recalled that Tensun, in a desperate attempt to save at least a few intact bones, confessed that Hansu had a mystical superpower. It was this superpower that supposedly allowed the main character to easily navigate the entire metro, reach the desired station, and leave with some priceless loot. The boss had no doubt that things would now come to blows, but he was confident in his own strength and the strength of his subordinates, especially since there were dozens of them, and only one Khan. Again, the hero may have been an expert at exterminating brainless or semi-intelligent monsters, but the people had plenty of dirty tricks up their sleeve. Smiling at this thought as if it were sweeter than any meat, the leader of the Gyandal called out to the newcomer, and Tensun responded with a look of fearful, wide-open eyes. Fully understanding the subtext of the situation, the criminal ordered the blond man to approach his former friends and try to get a bite to eat, essentially sending him to his death. Chin himself didn't understand this, so he huffed angrily and mentally threw out that nothing connected him with these bastards anymore. But he wasn't going to argue after the beating. Hearing this, Hansu finally decided to stop playing and began to rise to his feet, much to Yu's horror, who realized what this was about to lead to. Limping towards his most hated rival and the woman he had never managed to subdue, Tensun croaked that they needed to discuss some business. But the brunette only screamed in fear for him not to come closer, because crossing the designated line was forbidden under any circumstances. Chin's already not very strong mind had been completely damaged in the last few hours, so he simply ordered Minhee to shut up and watch what happened. He used all his remaining strength to propel his body forward towards the hated adventurers, and Khan, in a voice as cold as ice, noted that he had had enough. Although he had made a promise to Eris, sometimes the circumstances were such that it was simply impossible to keep the oath, and so Hansu, without hesitation, slashed at Tensun's legs. The blow was so fast and strong that the blonde didn't understand anything at first, and only yelped stupidly when his body was somehow dragged down towards the ground. It happened slowly, like in a slow-mo movie. First, the unconscious young man leaned to the side, then he got even closer to the asphalt, and there he was lying. There was still no pain, but Chin's body was already shaking from the rage seething in his chest as he tried to comprehend why some nasty misfortune had happened to him again. One glance at his own foot, still in the boot, was enough for him to start screaming at the top of his lungs, screeching as if he wanted to bring the sky down to earth. Although the rapier, as Hansu himself admitted, was not suitable for anything other than pinpoint thrusts, he had just struck with such force that he had completely severed one of Tenson's legs. And by this point, the sensation of pain had finally reached its full extent, causing the antagonist to roll wildly on the ground and squeal like a slaughtered pig, to the horror of the Gondal. As he screamed at the top of his lungs and cursed the main character, everyone present looked on with genuine disgust and fear, from the gang of marauders to the students. Even Minhee couldn't take her eyes off the ground beneath her feet. She was so terrified and ashamed to realize that Kang had actually injured a classmate. And not only she, even Sanchin, who in his short life had endured so much shit at the hands of Chin that it would have been enough to fertilize dozens of huge fields, had difficulty holding back his vomiting. But one had to give this villain and hypocrite his due. Even in such a situation, he managed to show some cunning, addressing the bandits with a piercing speech. In his conclusion, Hans was simply a bloodthirsty, heartless creature who would then surely kill everyone who even looked at him sideways. For the sake of the runes, he cannot be allowed to live. That was why he had to be killed right now, before he became the death of them all, and Boss Gundal reluctantly ordered his subordinates to prepare for the attack. No one disputed this order, nor Tenson's arguments, even in their minds. They had already seen with their own eyes how strong and yet heartless the protagonist was. They also believed that they would be able to cope with this task due to the fact that, as mentioned above, there were many dozens of them, each was armed, and the moonlight illuminated everything perfectly. True, even they froze for a moment due to the fact that the main character, like any self-respecting cultivator, had an incredibly scary look. And he still did nothing and said nothing, as if he didn't understand why he should waste his energy on shaking the air in such a situation. He was simply once again remembering his former comrades, who never agreed on anything, especially when it came to eliminating opponents. Eris believed that making enemies was stupid and dangerous, so there was no need to treat people like a scumbag who cared nothing but himself, while Keldian preferred to burn them all. One would think that Khan would completely agree with the ruthless wizard's point of view, but suddenly, no, he supported the girl in this matter. Grinning as if an incredibly funny prank had occurred to him, the brunette slowly lowered his head and looked at his own hand, with the rune appearing. Still grinning, to convey to his enemies how unworthy they were of his attention and effort, he caused the hidden runestones to manifest in the outside world. This turned out to be the last straw for the Gondal's patience, and with a furious roar they rushed forward, wanting to gouge out those pathetic little dirty ice-colored eyes and rip the guy's jaws apart. Their anger at such ostentatious contempt was so strong that they completely forgot about any fears and rushed at Hansa like mad dogs at a bear. The protagonist responded by pulling back the hand that held the rapier and squeezing it with such force that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Then he bent over, tensing his legs, just like an athlete before starting to run. When he moved from the spot where Khan stood, the asphalt itself annihilated, so immense was the divine power hidden in his body. All the enemies stopped, not understanding what the hell this was, while Hansu, moving with supernatural speed, calmly said that he would finish the quest, thanks to them. The last thing one of the Gundal thought was that the boy was being too fast when the protagonist brought down a blow on him, warning that it would be very painful. Before one corpse had time to stop reflexively twitching and fly away, the main character ran up to another with an exceptionally bored look. Seeing how easily and carelessly he destroyed them one after another, the criminals lost all their bloodthirstiness and tried to escape, saving themselves. On the other hand, their boss was so shocked that he basically couldn't move from the spot. His legs seemed to have turned into 2 stone columns. When at least a shadow of self-control returned to him, he shouted to his subordinates that they should not run away under any circumstances and that they could still win. But no one cared about him anymore, and the man was left completely alone against the pathetic student who destroyed entire armies and had the character of an executioner. Desperately trying to hide his fear, the crime boss raised his hunting knife higher and began muttering some unintelligible sentences in an attempt to save his life. Of course, the main character didn't give a damn about this, and he approached with deliberate slowness. Realizing this, the antagonist resorted to his last resort and tried to convince the boy that killing people is not the same as exterminating monsters, as his conscience would then torment him. Unfortunately for him, Kang Han-soo was born a mentally ill social outcast, and decades of playing this game have completely turned him into a sociopath. It gradually began to dawn on the criminal as soon as he looked at his absolutely empty, lifeless face, although he continued to mutter his pleas out of reflex. The action slowed down again, as if it were a slow-motion scene in a movie, and began with the bandit realizing and extending his hand with a knife in front of him. The protagonist, for his part, simply crouched down until he was almost half his height, and then prepared to thrust his rapier into his opponent's stomach. And he actually did it, and more than once, causing the man's body to shake and blood to flow in small cascades from every orifice. After this, the main character assumed a pompous stance, as if posing for the only visible sculpture or artist in front of him, while the marauder sank to the ground. As expected, there was absolute emptiness in Khan's eyes, as if there was not a single thought behind that skull, not even anger at his enemies, like at annoying flies. However, many other criminals were still alive, trembling and suffering from the excruciating agony caused by all those cuts and stab wounds. The blue students looked at all of this with incredible disgust and fear, unable to believe that someone could actually kill so many people so calmly. Unfortunately for them, Hansu did not forget about their presence even after everything that had happened. In a very polite tone and with an even more sly grin, the time traveler asked whether the couple remained standing because he also wanted to fight. The brunette and the blonde looked at each other very slowly, as if each was asking the other, looking for answers to unspoken questions and support. Naturally, they did exactly as they had done the last time they encountered an opponent of insurmountable force. They rushed away, and Hans immediately forgot about their existence. Hanging the rapier back on his hip, he practically skipped back to his two faithful followers. Without saying anything to Minhee and Sanchin about the massacre that had just taken place, the brunette sat down in his old place and again began to melancholically chew the cold meat. They looked at him for so long that the main character could not stand it, and without stopping chewing for a second, asked what they wanted. He would never give up the meat. The brunette and the brown-haired woman wanted to ask a lot of questions. For example, whether Khan had ever visited a psychiatrist in his life, and whether he took the prescribed pills, but they ultimately held back. So they just decided to pretend that nothing had happened, and that there weren't cold, bloody bodies lying 10 steps away from them like broken mannequins. Meanwhile, just beyond the horizon, where the city ruins gave way to a bare stone wasteland, the sun, shining with a white light, began to slowly rise. The sky slowly began to turn a dirty, blue-green hue, gradually eclipsing the glow of the eerie, red-eyed moon. With each passing second, her huge red eyeball narrowed, as if this strange monster was desperately resisting the strongest desire to sleep. A little more time passed before the spherical creature finally closed its eyelids, becoming almost indistinguishable from a normal satellite. The main character was very happy because he had completely fulfilled all the conditions for receiving the selfish rich man's bag, including eating his 3-day quota. The brunette, however, was still gloomy and dissatisfied because due to all this mess, he was still unable to complete a single quest involving people, and he also felt sick. On the other hand, the protagonist received the coveted artifact, the food in which never spoiled, and it was also invulnerable to the effects of the light of the eyed moon. This small bag, which could easily fit in one person's hand, was able to store volumes of food that could feed the same person for 2 weeks. For a while, he and his henchmen walked silently through the ruined city, each thinking about their own things, until Hans decided to ask the others directly what was bothering them. Yu, casting a frightened and desperate glance at him from under her brows, slowly asked if the protagonist was planning to completely destroy those opponents. The main character remained silent, as if the question itself had thrown him into the greatest confusion, like the attempts of a congenitally blind person to find out what the color blue is. Then he exhaled and replied mockingly that Minhee was indeed a terrible woman, merciless and bloodthirsty towards anyone who might challenge her. The brunette screamed, blushing from head to toe, that everything was completely wrong, and that Can was just a stupid idiot, a rotten blockhead, an empty-headed ice cube who didn't understand that anyone was worried about him. But, objectively speaking, those pathetic marauders really couldn't pose any threat to the main character, because he never stopped leveling up. And she didn't care about the well-being of the scumbags who, just a second, once tried to rape her, but after exterminating them, the main character would take the runes for himself. The protagonist knew her every thought with such precision as if he had secretly looked into the girl's head, and he approved of her in every possible way. She had already fully adapted to the game. And in a normal situation, Hans would indeed have destroyed anything that even looked at him askance. But there was no need to think that he was some kind of maniac obsessed with power. In fact, the only reason he agreed to this whole chrono-paradox scam was because he promised his comrades that he would save as many people as possible, even if they were stupid and annoying. To do this, he intended to act exactly like a classic time-traveling hero, subjugating everyone, establishing his own order, and killing those who disagreed. But killing people for their runes should have become the most sacred and strict law, not because of sentimentality, but simply because a dead man was more useful than a couple of pathetic buffs. Of course, no one will think at first of obeying some arrogant brat, but once he shows who is the strongest here, people will immediately run on their hind legs in front of him. And also, while Can was still too weak, it was impossible to let anyone find out about his murders, otherwise someone would come along who would be able to shove his rapier up his ass. Well, in any case, those criminals who remained alive will be able to return to their previous camp and eat the remaining meat, if they are not squeamish. The trio, preoccupied with their thoughts, walked for some time before Sanchin stopped and quietly but firmly said that he was leaving their tiny clan. Hansu turned around indifferently, and Minhee worriedly asked what had happened, to which the pale youth muttered even more quietly that he wouldn't be able to keep up with them. Yu clearly began to think, trying to find words that could convince and console Choi, but Kang, in the same indifferent tone, allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Despite all his shortcomings, he respected the decisions of others, and had no intention of driving the poor fellow into slavery, as a certain well-known blonde had done in his time. After a few seconds, Sanchin turned away and ran back, and the main character added that the brown-haired girl could easily follow him if she wanted. When he turned to look at her face, the girl jerked her whole body back in fear, as if the adventurer had tried to attack her with his fists. In a way, that was true, because Hansu stared at Minhee with such a piercing gaze, as if he was trying to make her incontinent, so that it would be clear that he was not a good person at all. The brunette looked at him with her eyes wide with shock and horror, in which there was not a single thought, so amazed was she by everything that was happening. And then she very slowly, shyly looked away, just like a schoolgirl who was now being scolded and shamed by a strict teacher for obvious mistakes. Two opposing feelings fought in her soul, fear of a sociopath like Khan and the desire to survive at his expense, like a remora fish under a shark's belly. Ultimately, the girl came to the conclusion that she could handle all of this. She just needed to stay within the line, and her hands would remain clean. But she didn't say it directly, because it would have been a loss of face. Instead, Minhee firmly said that she would follow Hansu even to the ends of the earth, because otherwise he would never take her back. The protagonist, not the least bit impressed by this short speech, continued to look at her without any expression. In response, the brunette tried her best to give her gaze as much firmness and toughness as possible. And then the main character turned away with a wry, mocking smile, admitting that this girl really did have very good intuition, even by local standards. This could be considered consent, so the adventurer allowed the former student to follow him further, to the passage to the next metro station. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, Tensoon was desperately twitching, trying to find enough strength to throw off someone's corpse and reach the crazy place. The blonde growled like a mad dog, cursing the dead bandits for not being able to finish off just one person and for only being able to wag their tongues. Crawling like a rat with a broken spine, he desperately cursed Hansa, promising to heal all his wounds, become stronger, and take revenge so that hell would seem like a resort. But he felt almost as much hatred for that couple in blue jackets who dared to leave him, and for Yu Minhee, that lousy bitch who preferred brunettes. He would have said many more kind words to everyone he knew, from his father to the whole world, but he froze because he saw something unexpected. These were very familiar skinny legs in black pants and leather boots with a bunch of laces. They, of course, belonged to Sanchin, and at the sight of him the blond man began to shake like a mad chihuahua, barely able to move from insane rage. But no matter how much anger and hatred he felt towards this man, he was ready to hide it, feigning friendliness and hospitality if it could provide at least some help. After all, they were people. They had known each other for many years, and therefore they were obliged to fight together, shoulder to shoulder, like true brothers in arms and comrades. And the more he spoke, the more indistinct, broken words he threw out of his mouth, the more glassy Choi's eyes became. Moreover, the Gyeondan boss was also still alive, despite the fact that the main character's rapier had pierced him at least a dozen times, and the man was dissatisfied with Chin's duplicity. Tensoon burst into even more insane, hyena-like shrill laughter, rejoicing that he finally had the opportunity to take revenge on someone, and asks the brunette to take the knife. Sanchin didn't need to be asked twice and picked up a blade left by one of the criminals. He trudged forward, moving slowly and unnaturally, like a broken android, while the yellow-haired guy continued to scream and give the criminal the middle finger. Shouting that they would definitely share the former crime lord's runes after he died, Chin turned around and only shut up when he realized Choi was standing in front of him. The antagonist, overcoming his surprise, tried to find out what the hell this was, but he didn't have time to finish his thought because a hand reached for his throat. Sanchin grabbed his old offender by the shirt, with a force that would have been hard to expect from a man with such a thin body. Desperately clinging to the pale palm, the villain began to scream again, asking what the hell the brunette was doing here and why he wasn't following orders. But it would have been just as easy to try to move a huge stone wall with your bare hands, and Choi, as if he had ignored the words, replied that he understood everything. The boy remembered how one person had once told him more than once that if life itself gives you opportunities, then under no circumstances should you refuse them. His eyes, previously so gray as to seem colorless, turned purple, like a bull that saw a red rag. It was so terrifying that Tensoon instantly stopped screaming and twitching, gradually realizing that he was completely at the mercy of his former victim. But Choi wasn't Hansu, so Chin wasn't so scared that his limbs went numb. He tried to grab his opponent by the throat in response, muttering insults. However, he only managed to reach for his t-shirt because even anger could not make up for the missing strength. Without changing his tone of voice, Sanchin noted how ironic it was. The blond man constantly reminded him that he was a nobody, but look how the roles had changed. That bastard Tensoon was a real piece of trash himself, so let him answer honestly for once in his life whether he enjoyed wiping his feet on the brunette while hiding behind his father. The fair-haired youth muttered curses and oaths in horror and anger until his body became stiff and arched to such an extent that his spine cracked. Then the brunette very slowly raised his empty palm to his face and laughed quietly, as if nothing terrible had happened. He had just heard a good joke. Around this time, the dagger he had picked up earlier, stained with fresh blood, fell to the ground with a soft thud. Chin finally died, like a dog with a broken spine, finished off by a random animal abuser, and his killer sank to his knees, barely managing to contain his hysteria. It was difficult to say what emotions were tearing his soul apart most strongly at that moment. Either an inexpressible rage that went beyond all reasonable limits, or uncontrollable laughter. In the end, the young man even had to slap himself in the face and shout menacingly in his mind that he needed to pull himself together and stop being such a weakling. Without even looking at the blue runestone that had fallen after Tenson's death, he ordered himself to take at least one more step. For him, it would still be a trifle. The barely alive criminal tried in horror to negotiate with the young man, who again took up the knife and with difficulty rose to his feet. But the blood was roaring in the young man's ears so much that he could not hear anything intelligible. He didn't care about all the possible benefits that this pathetic, stupid, and vicious man could offer, because he understood how everything was arranged now. He now realized why Kang Hansu had so easily abandoned him just a few minutes ago. What a pathetic, insignificant worm he looked like in his eyes. After all, if you think about it, who did he seem from the outside? Just walking ballast, a disgusting parasite, a wretched humanoid parasite without a backbone. Sanchin could never find the courage to stand up and fight shoulder to shoulder with his idol and former leader, and he couldn't even try. He desperately wanted to be even a little bit like this magnificent man, cold as an iceberg, deadly as an avalanche, and beautiful as a snowstorm. But Choi could not become like that, and only with a silent cry of despair did he ask for the opportunity to become strong. The sadness, envy, and despair were so strong that the pale brunette was already sincerely convinced that he had simply been cynically thrown away like a bad tool. His whole life, long before moving to the other world, was disgusting. Tenson and his rich friends, with the personalities of mad jackals, openly wiped their feet on him. But those days were long gone, and Sanchin could now truly prove that he had grown quite a bit of spine. To do this, the young man was going to kill bad people, like this pathetic criminal, whose body was already cooling from the lost blood, and someday Choi would look Hansu in the eyes as an equal. Meanwhile, disgusting monsters, similar to large black parrots with snake eyes, covered with purulent swellings and ulcers, soared in the sky. These creatures screeched at the top of their lungs, filling the already gloomy, lifeless space with an atmosphere of decay and death. Like vultures and crows, they sought out prey, preferably one that was already cold and unable to resist, such as Minhee. It would seem that the girl should have run away as fast as she could, screaming in horror and calling for help from the same can. But she didn't do this, but only took a deep breath. And she screamed, but not from horror or anything else, and this scream was not an ordinary human cry, because its force literally shook the air. The blast wave was so powerful that the feathered monsters died immediately, and then slowly, like fish emerging from the water, fell to the ground. But these were far from the only threats that awaited unwary travelers, and Minhee turned tensely, hearing shouts behind her. One of the rotting monsters, having escaped the brunt of the scream inherited from the spiny snake, now sought to tear out the man's eyes or tongue. But it only managed to fly a few meters before its body was cut into two crooked halves by a blow of very familiar blue energy. The protagonist, of course, did not leave his now only henchwoman unattended for long, and managed to cover her rear from a sudden attack. The brunette actually became embarrassed, rubbed her hand awkwardly, and admitted that she once again needed his help, as if it were something shameful. Looking at the carcass cut in half, the brunette retorted without any expression that there was a big difference between being wrong and sitting on someone's neck. As he handed the gray runestones to the girl, he added that it was only natural to rely on the help of her teammates, who could complement her shortcomings. To do this, you had to have a clear understanding of your true strengths and weaknesses, and Yu muttered awkwardly that they still divided the loot by contribution. As it turned out from her thoughts, only 3 days had passed since that fateful evening when they had been transported to this hellish dimension, and 2 days since Khan had destroyed the gang. Minhee, looking over her stats, was relieved to admit that she had been right to buy that sound ability, because it also accelerated mana regeneration and healing. And no, she was no longer the same trivial schemer she had been just a few days ago. The brunette tried her best to solve her problems on her own. But she was still perfectly aware that she was completely dependent on her patron, and nothing could be done about it yet, which upset her. It didn't help that the main character's stats were almost twice as strong as her own. Suffice to say, he was now almost 5 times stronger than a normal human. But his agility and speed had also increased many times over, now amounting to 42+, which was of great importance, since the balance of abilities is important in itself. It also helped that Yu herself only pumped up brute force and stamina, so it was easy to exchange runes with her. But these thoughts were interrupted by a sudden voice. He cooed tenderly that everyone had to gather at the starting location where it all began, and it would be better not to be late. Otherwise, such losers would face punishment. Minhee realized with horror that she was hearing the voice of that same disgusting pseudo-fairy. But Hansu did not allow her to panic, suggesting that she immediately go where she was ordered. They walked in silence. No one tried to talk to the other, but the woman could not tear her eyes away from the calmly walking main character. The brunette was well aware of the intense staring, but he chose to ignore it until it became completely awkward. He directly demanded to know why the hell she was looking at him, but the woman did not answer right away. For the first few seconds, she blushed and mooed like a cow. In the end, she couldn't think of anything better than to shout in one breath the question of whether the main character has a girlfriend, a partner with whom he can do all sorts of things. An even more awkward silence followed, and the adventurer began to look desperately in every possible direction, feeling how even her butt was sweating so much that her clothes were sticking to her skin. She understood in her mind that this was basically none of her business, and they were nothing to each other, but upon closer inspection, Khan turned out to be such a handsome man that it was hard to resist. At that moment, her hands seemed to have a life of their own, as her fingers were constantly trying to cling to each other or press on an immaterial point. The protagonist, being himself, did not react to this outwardly, as if he did not care at all, but in fact he recognized that it was an interesting question. One of his acquaintances, Kante, loved to boast about his romantic conquests, for which he was heartily despised by the eternally serious Chaldean, not to mention the woman heiress. The main character was a newbie in these matters, so he didn't understand why Minhee had been acting like a little dog for the last few hours, shaking all over and not speaking clearly. But in fact, yes, he had a woman, almost the only creature in the whole wide world that Hans cared about, but now they, technically, do not know each other. However, he had no intention of revealing his soul to some stranger, so he simply lied, saying that he didn't remember it because he had amnesia. You seemed to sense with some hidden instinct that she was stepping on truly thin ice, so she looked away. After this, no one even tried to talk, and the main characters continued on their way, hoping to reach the desired value as quickly as possible. A large number of people had already gathered where they needed to go, and even right away, it was easy to notice how much the past 3 days had changed them. Many had acquired scars and bruises from fights with monsters or other survivors. Many had partially torn clothes, and in some places the semblance of armor was visible. Minhee actually remembered all those people well, how they panicked and cursed when they first came to the other world. But the atmosphere now was frankly strange. She didn't have time to finish this thought and share it with her patrons when a familiar, disgustingly optimistic and friendly voice sounded in the air. The tiny horned demoness rejoiced that all the people, like obedient sheep, had gathered where they were called, although it was a pity that there was no reason to kill those who were late. On this occasion, the pseudo-fairy decided to get straight to the point and discuss 2 very important pieces of news, which were the best possible news for the abducted Earthlings. But she deliberately delayed the beginning of her speech, openly making fun of the tension that was over this field. Finally, dancing and grimacing in the air, the demoness chirped that if any adventurer could hold out here for 72 hours, they would be able to leave the training zone. It was like children leaving their father's house and starting their own life, and this required all kinds of praise and applause. Naturally, no one even thought of lifting a finger because everyone already understood perfectly well that nothing accidental or without a catch came from the devil. And the monster didn't like this at all, so she slowly opened her eyes, with pupils reduced to the size of dots, and asked hintingly where the reaction was. Fully aware of the troubles that were about to befall them, people began clapping their hands en masse, desperately hoping that this would not make the monster even more angry. The game's host, in a cooing tone, congratulated everyone present, who, of course, were happy and joyful, and decided to move on to the second main news item. When she got to this point, the ground began to shake, as if someone had thought to place fragile utensils on top of a huge, running car engine. People reacted exactly as one would expect, because the ground was slipping out from under their feet and a colossal, dark shadow suddenly loomed over them. It turned out to be a colossal red tower, with a courtyard attached to it, which the little demoness designated as the magic altar. Such a name could not promise anything good to mortals, and only the protagonist, as always, kept a stone face, for he knew everything perfectly well. Oh, and that colossal stone spire was inhabited, and its occupant was not at all nice. A huge, scaly monster clicked its long claws on the metal, bared its dagger-sharp teeth, and exhaled clouds of steam from its nostrils. And it really was huge, much bigger than a lion, a bear, or any other ordinary earthly predator that people might have encountered before. The creature's eye alone was at least as big as a human, and the pseudo-fairy's face took on a downright manic expression as she imagined it. Of course, this creature was a predator, and it deliberately abstained from food for an entire day, waiting for the guests to appear in its small citadel. Luckily for the humans, the creature was still securely locked in its tower, but this was not for long, as the monster was trying its best to find a way to escape. The horned beast, literally savoring this whole atmosphere, slapped the wall with mock mockery, noting that yes, it was now completely flimsy. The walls were translucent, so people could see the imprisoned giant in all its glory, his huge bull horns and the sharp-toothed mouth of a tyrannosaurus. No strings attached, no loopholes or secret ways to avoid the quest, the fairy steward was going to release this monster and let it devour the players. Perhaps out of despair and panic, people would have attacked the demoness herself, hoping at least for a quick death, but it did not come to that. There was good news, namely, a way to put the huge creature to sleep, making it unable to break open its prison from the inside and begin its feast. And the imp also wanted someone to try to guess how something like this could be done, such a smart boy or girl she was going to give a blessing to. This implied a kiss that made everyone almost feel sick, and the disappointed demoness sighed that it was disgusting to work with such a boring audience. Quickly discarding her feigned grief, the horned monster grinned slyly and said that it was simple, 5 times a day. The adventurers blinked, not understanding what this even knew. But they really didn't like the answer, because the 5 referred to people sacrificed to the monster. Again, 72 hours equals exactly 3 days and 3 nights, meaning the monster would need to be fed 3 times, sacrificing the lives of 15 people. This in itself was disgusting, but the worst thing was that there were very few people here. Only 6 dozen had survived the 3 days since the displacement. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what this could lead to, and the fairy snapped her fingers to show her charges of video. It depicted a monster that had managed to free itself from its prison, and it turned out to be, in fact, humanoid and upright. It tore people apart, crushing them like mice, splashing pieces of meat and whole pools of blood everywhere, and the sound of bone crunching was regularly heard from under its hooves. This colossal demonic minotaur felt like a fox or a coyote that had managed to break into a chicken coop, feasting and rampaging without restraint among the weaklings. The horned giant not only destroyed its victims, but also devoured them alive, grabbing them with paws the size of bulldozer blades and throwing the screaming wretches into its mouth. Whistling and placing her hands behind her head, the demoness carelessly announced that this was an attempt by the previous participants of the game to work together to destroy the huge monster. Naturally, it worked exactly as intended, and the terrified mortals immediately began discussing who they should sacrifice. The twisted bastards who orchestrated this whole crazy game would have loved it, but the main character had other plans for it. Then the man in the red cap, who had accidentally passed through the barrier at the very beginning, raised his hand and, sweating nervously, asked how to identify people to be eaten. The imp indifferently asked why they were asking her about this, and dozens of nervous glances immediately fell on the man. Sighing in irritation, the demoness replied that adventurers could do whatever they wanted, throw weaklings, cast lots, and do whatever came into their heads. But there was one mandatory condition. The people who would be given to the minotaur to be eaten had to be alive. No attempts to slip corpses onto the altar. The decision must be made within 1 hour, after which the time limit will reset for the next 24 hours, and then it will be time for feeding or battle again. The horned fairy kindly provided the captive earthlings with a large clock, visible from all ends of the field, showing the time, and wished them all the best. As soon as the winged dwarf had teleported away again, people began to scream, yell, beat their chests, and the ground in incredible hysteria from everything they had heard. Minhee had not uttered a single word during the entire lecture, but now she turned her gaze back to her patron and nervously asked what he thought was the best course of action. The brunette, as always, indifferently, as if the whole world was some kind of joke to him, said that in this situation they had only one outcome. The man in the red cap suddenly screamed hysterically about justice, and all the people nearby shuddered with their whole bodies. While no one interrupted, he rattled off that everything needed to be distributed fairly, no bias, just a fair draw. In response, a cold, sarcastic voice came from somewhere in the back rows, asking why on earth they were supposed to do this. This mysterious man immediately stepped out from the depths of the crowd, and many nervous glances were directed at him. Minhee, as soon as she realized who exactly she was seeing, opened her mouth in horror, and her eyes widened. But the main character, who would have doubted it, seemed to have suffered facial paralysis. It was Choi Sanchin, but it was hard to recognize him, because in just 2 days, he had managed to turn himself into almost a copy of the main character, if only a slightly caricatured one. And this brunette with pale skin and almost colorless eyes was not alone. Behind him stood 3 more people, wearing torn dark green savannas. 2 of them were the same students who had previously run after Tensen like dogs, and now they followed the new leader, who was repeating why they had to pretend to be fair. The man in the red cap nervously babbled that they had no other way out anyway, but even if there was, what could they do in a situation like this? Choi, with a very theatrical shrug of his shoulders, turned a third of the way around and hinted that he wanted to know why there supposedly wasn't another way. Placing his hand casually on an old roadside post, the former university student repeated that there was a solution, and it was very simple. To get his point across, Sanchin very gently and slowly began to close his fingers, crushing the metal and whatever was underneath it as if there had been plasticine in their place. Of course, almost all the people watching this almost fainted from shock and horror, and only the main characters retained partial, like Yu, or complete, like Khan, composure. The damaged pole fell joylessly to the ground, making a dull thud like a traffic light on the dirty asphalt, while Choi continued his speech. Casually shaking the remaining debris from his palm, the pale-eyed brunette asked point-blank why they didn't just get rid of the useless people that way. No one dared to answer this, because the ranks of prisoners seemed to have been subjected to a mass spell that caused paralysis in the victims. As for Sanchin himself, he was genuinely enjoying the performance he had just put on, and was reveling in all the looks and attention. He was no longer a useless rat, a silent worm. Now he was the one who made the rules, who enforced them, who had real power. With a smug grin, he declared that now was no time to be soft. There had been fools who had tried to fight the creature, and they had all turned into its shit. But even if they somehow managed to kill the monster, no one knew what would happen after that, and in general, such a choice only brought more trouble. It was more than likely that they would be forced to fight an even stronger monster the very next day, so it was now necessary to combine all their forces. At the end of this passionate speech, Choi contemptuously remarked to the man in the red cap that such a weakling would definitely be of no use to them. It might sound monstrous, but there was a cold logic to it. Quickly destroy the weak links in order to strengthen the entire organization. Having said this, Sanchin suddenly asked what Hansu himself thought about all this, and all eyes immediately turned to the main character. The second brunette was already experiencing a feeling that could be called a morbid obsession. He desperately wanted to please his idol in any way possible. And he also made up for his miserable life in Korea, when pigs like the late Tensun could easily spit in his eyes and use his tongue like a shoe rag. But to do this, he still desperately wanted to earn Kan's praise, to hear at least a casual compliment from him, and the more the guy thought about it, the more he blushed. Hansu, true to form, simply stood there like a stone statue with his hands on his chest before he said that it was indeed an interesting thought. But the main character had a different plan, and if all the other Earthlings agreed to follow it, then everyone would remain alive, and no one would even need to be sacrificed. Sanchin's eyes widened and his mouth opened as if his beloved teacher had literally spat in his face, but no one was paying attention to him anymore. People were filled with delight. While they were asking questions, interrupting each other like a flock of excited seagulls, Choi was trying to figure out what the hell the main character was talking about. Ironically, he had an ally in that regard in the form of the guy in the hat, who reminded him in a panicked tone that they had all seen the video and that defeating such a monster was impossible. But even beyond all this, the monster was able to restore its strength by eating its opponents, making it nearly impossible to defeat without killing it outright. Hansu, without changing his expression, asked dully who had spoken about the need to fight. The man's eyes widened as he thought that this kid was so mentally retarded that he was seriously going to fight the Minotaur on his own. Naturally, this is exactly what the protagonist had planned to do from the very beginning, and he, for a change, allowed himself to curl his lips into a mocking grin about this. But people reacted exactly as they would in real life. They started to get indignant and shout that this boy hit his head. Shouts of condemnation began to rise from the crowd one after another, and one plump middle-aged man spoke out louder than anyone else that this was not the murder of some pathetic goblin. And the stakes had to be taken into account, because if the main character were defeated and failed to live up to his boasts, then absolutely everyone would die. And the clock face hanging right in the middle of nowhere helpfully demonstrated to those gathered that only 42 minutes remained until the time of the demon's awakening. The atmosphere, which had seemed inspiring just recently, once again became gloomy and sullen, and people, one by one, began to lose heart. Sanchin was also very upset, but not at all because he, for a second, could die in half an hour, but because he could not live up to Khan's expectations that he himself had created. Besides, no matter how much of a fanatical fanboy he was, even he thought that fighting such a huge monster with such strong regeneration alone was nonsense. Looking not at the crowd, but into the emptiness before his eyes, the protagonist hastened to admit in a completely serious tone that defeating the horned giant alone would be difficult. Sanchin gasped with delight and, with a slurred voice, asked if this meant that Khan was now going to assemble a team of the greatest warriors present. The main character, again in a tone of indifference, declared that this was bullshit and a waste of time, which made Choi want to bite his nose off for the first time. Trying to maintain at least an outward appearance of composure, he directly asked Hansu what the hell he wanted then, if the previous options had been rejected. Very slowly and demonstratively, in order to drive the people to the point of insane curiosity and irritation, the time traveler began to clear his throat. Min-hee also kept her gaze fixed on him, and her thoughts were not much different from Sanchin's. Her biggest worry was that she would not be chosen to participate in the quest. In fact, his brilliant plan was incredibly simple. Khan was simply going to increase his strength and endurance stats by another 30 points, and then he would kill the monster. Everyone was taken aback by this idea, even the current and former comrades of the main character, but that was far from all. The people listened to Hansa very attentively, and some of them, frankly speaking, looked much more like two-legged wolves in human skins than mere mortals. In any case, the gist of the protagonist's speech was that he wasn't going to work on his own to become so powerful and so quickly. He needed help. In this regard, of course, a very pressing and even dangerous question arose. Who would agree to give their savior 60 priceless rune stones? Exactly 100 points from the strength and endurance stats, along with 50 points from agility and perception and artifact cigarettes, made for an invincible combination. This could have allowed him to obtain a second artifact, although in Khan's previous life, only one very clever and cunning adventurer had succeeded in doing so, and even he had luck to help him. That's why Hans needed to get as many runestones as quickly as possible, within a matter of minutes, and increase his statistics. Clenching his fingers into a fist and relaxing them, the brunette with the rapier clarified that it didn't matter to him who the donation came from. Just let them give him the required amount as soon as possible, and he would go fight. That same fat man, sweating nervously, muttered that they, non-combat and low-level players, simply didn't have that many artifacts, otherwise they would have leveled up themselves. Then this same fat man started yelling at his neighbors, demanding that they do something, dump the crystals he needed on Hans, or then return to the idea of the victims. Suddenly, a cold, contemptuous voice came from the crowd, calling the troublemaker a selfish bastard, and the man immediately demanded that his opponent leave. A woman stepped forward, but frankly, without a closer look, it was very difficult to tell that she was female. So tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular was she. And this Amazon was also troubled by a good question. Why, by the way, should she or anyone else be obliged to sacrifice their wealth for the sake of this cowardly pig? She wondered why he wouldn't just hand over a couple of runes himself when his life was on the line, or, wait, couldn't he do it because he'd never absorbed them? Every feature of her appearance screamed contempt, and she blurted out that it was precisely such cowardly brutes who always tried to hide behind the backs of the strong. The fat man's eyes bulged with fear and anger, and he began to nervously mutter unintelligible curses under his breath. In response, the woman immediately began to take out a knife and warned that if she heard even one more insult directed at her, she would break every bone in this old man. Backing away in horror, the man tried to have the last word and blurted out that this scoundrel herself had nothing but brute force and did not even respect her elders. And in general, they were all born and raised in a world that exists according to democratic values. Such violations of rights and freedoms are simply disgusting. The huge woman readily agreed to the vote, but given the fighting stance she had adopted, it clearly meant choosing which bone would be broken first. With a maniacal gleam in her eyes, she warned that one side would vote to save the lives of such parasites and freeloaders, while the other would vote to cleanse the gene pool of them. But to prevent anyone from sweating all over, looking from one point to another, mumbling incoherently, or wasting precious minutes, the vote will be secret. Knowing full well that his chances of a successful outcome were melting away like snow on a hot stove, the fat man turned to his last trump card, that is, to the main character. Trying not to let his tongue tie in knots or his voice shake, the balding man asked if Hans could retrieve the runes he needed himself. For this sake, he was, well, ready to turn a blind eye to the need to kill powerful thugs, but the man didn't even have time to finish speaking when a fist crashed into his face. The guy in the red cap, almost foaming at the mouth with furious rage, growled at how this carrion even dared to say such things, and the fat man screamed that he had no right to die, he had a wife and children. Naturally, this didn't impress anyone, and someone from the crowd, in the same bloodthirsty voice, suggested simply throwing this fat bastard to the minotaur for food. The protagonist watched this ugly squabble silently, his arms folded across his chest, his whole appearance radiating moral superiority, until he opened his mouth to speak. With each passing minute, the argument between the frightened earthlings grew more and more intense, until it turned into a brutal fight, and Hans had long since realized that this was how it would all end. People were not ready to give in to each other, but it was also impossible to turn a blind eye to such chaos, so Khan ordered everyone to stop in an iron tone. Without further ado, he extended his open palm to the frozen crowd and said that here it was, the solution they all needed. And then he extended his index finger forward and began to move it from one person to another, naming the double 7 and one that should be sacrificed. The fat man, paying no attention to anything, continued to mutter that he was a family man and had to stay alive, while the man in the hat stood silently frozen with his mouth open. And he wasn't alone. Among the 15 was a family of 3, in which a little daughter clung to her father in terror, and he covered both her and his wife with his arms. Finally, the red cap couldn't take it anymore and shouted that the protagonist was just a stinking pig, a hypocritical, rotten bastard, to which Hans responded with the sweetest smile in the world. Meanwhile, the clock continued its countdown to the start of the sacrifice or mass battle. Now there was less than half an hour left until this event. The gates of the supernatural tower were already wide open, as if inviting everyone to take a risk and try to enter, to slip past its prisoner like a mouse. Minhee stood before them. Fear and anxiety reigned in her eyes, but perhaps only a true telepath could understand what she was really thinking. However, the other person knew the answer to this question even without any psionics, and he himself, in turn, asked why you didn't ask to go after Khan if she was so worried. Despite how much he had changed in just 2 days, Sanchin talked to the brunette as if they had never been apart, and even more, were friends. The woman simply smiled in response, turned very pink, and then asked suggestively whether she really needed to explain such obvious things. The pale brunette chose to remain silent, but his sweaty face was much more eloquent and expressive than 1,000 words. But Minhee, having dropped her mask, seriously admitted that yes, she really would like to follow the main character, even to such a dangerous place. The problem was that she was infinitely weaker than the protagonist, and knew 1,000 times less than he did. This was an undeniable fact that she admitted. Choi, who still believed he was the rejected protagonist for his weakness, continued to believe that, so he decided that Yu had also been cynically thrown overboard. He asked what the brunette was going to do next in that case. She couldn't just sit on her butt and wait for the good Hans to return. Smiling like a fox, Minnie replied that of course not. If she decided to do such a stupid thing, then Kang would, without a doubt, skin her alive. The flashback after this showed how the crowd chosen for sacrifice accused the protagonist of all mortal sins, but he did not care at all about the accusations. They, in his opinion, were to blame for remaining pathetic, weak little people, and he didn't care whether they hid somewhere for these 3 days or did something else. But, lest he be misunderstood, Hans deigned to clarify that he decided to kill these people not because they were weaker than the rest, but because they were of no use. In the end, did they really think that, having found themselves in a completely different world with unearthly laws and a crowd of monsters, they could count on the protection of others? But he wasn't a callous bastard after all, and he graciously allowed the sacrificial group to try to redeem their lives by going out to kill monsters for runes. And if some unfortunate, desperate idiot decides to use this to try to escape, then no matter, the protagonist will gladly compensate for everything. Already at this moment, Minhee, remembering all this, calmly nodded and repeated that yes, her newfound lover was a man of his word, and there was nothing to worry about. But that only gave her even more incentive to work harder on her own stats, if you ever hope to sit at Han-Su's right hand. Sanchin listened to her passionate speech with a sullen face, and his overgrown hair completely covered his eyes, until the young man finally announced that the brunette would be welcome in his group. It wasn't just him, Choi hastened to assure. Everyone else would also be happy to work shoulder to shoulder with this woman, like fire-hardened friends. As Minhee was walking away, she stopped, turned around, and with the sweetest smile possible, asked for the opportunity to respond to this important proposal later. Naturally, this was said in such a tone that even an empty-headed blockhead would have no problem guessing that this actually meant, "No, I don't need you and your gang for free." In any case, that is how Sanchin interpreted it, and he immediately became like his former self, intimidated, afraid even of his own shadow. Now, in his eyes, you herself had turned into some kind of proud warrior, a strong woman, who was on a fundamentally different level than such pathetic mortals as he. The brunette clenched his fist in rage, seething with anger and self-loathing, and giving himself a silent vow to become even more powerful, so that he would definitely be treated as an equal. And if this works out, then no one, not a single dog, will ever again dare to treat him, Choi Sanchin, like some kind of bio-garbage that just wastes oxygen. It is unknown how long he would have stood there, immersed in the process of self-flagellation, when a low female voice was heard behind him, demanding a couple of minutes to talk. It was the same muscular woman with a knife who had intimidated the bald fat man, and she wasn't even alone. There were many more people behind her. Most normal people would have been horrified to meet such a gang anywhere, but the young man only indifferently asked what business they had with him. The air seemed to be charged with electricity, such was the tension in it, before someone tapped the woman on the shoulder, asking her to cool down. It turned out to be a short but muscular man in a white shirt and with narrowed eyes, who politely introduced himself as Park Suyol. He pointed his finger at the small group of people in tattered hooded cloaks who were following Choi, and repeated that they all needed to be told something. The young man only asked again what they had said about the leader, as if he had heard that word for the first time in his life. Then he assured the strangers that they were not his servants, but friends who were simply listening to his advice, and Pak, smiling even wider, replied that this was leadership. And also, Suyol noted, this wonderful young man was very lucky to have such strong friends, for example a certain Kana Hansu, about whom we were going to talk. Sanchin didn't suspect anything bad. In fact, he was always only happy to discuss his idol with someone, and this time he also happily agreed. Meanwhile, the main character himself was sitting inside the tower, which also looked so translucent inside that it was puzzling why he hadn't already fallen into the abyss. Looking over his relatively meager equipment, the protagonist noted with regret that, yes, the goblin poison might work on the beetles, but not on the minotaur. So he'll have to resort to a much more powerful, paralyzing poison, which was still stored in a bottle of liquid soap he'd bought from the store. In addition, the main character was armed with a weak healing artifact that, when used, restored a small amount of health. But even this was a very valuable catch, considering that Khan got it during a hunt, and the brunette pragmatically decided to use this thing in advance. Alas, the precious balance of characteristics that Hansu watched over more carefully than some women watched over their weight will be disrupted, but nothing can be done about it. Now he had no time for such prudishness. If the main character did not want to end up in the stomach of this huge monster, then he had to resort to extreme measures and preparation, including resorting to the same technique that various tough guys in movies used before starting a fight, that is, cigarettes. The Madman's Suite, a very powerful, stat-boosting artifact, has been kept in the adventurer's pocket all this time, but now its time has come. Feeling it begin to take effect, the time traveler admitted to himself that he hadn't felt this way for a very long time. His ex and future wife, of course, could have burst into curses if she found out about this, but Hansu preferred to hope for her understanding. Plus, he had no intention of returning to his bad habits anyway. What was happening now was a one-time extreme measure. But as soon as the supernatural essence permeated his insides, Khan immediately assumed a pompous superhero pose, emitting rays of scarlet energy. The madman's sweetness worked, and the runes increased the level of their owner. The rune crystals changed their color every time their own level reached 100. The colorless ones turned red, the red ones turned orange, and those turned yellow. The horned beast was practically unbeatable for people stuck in the starting zone, so maxed-out stats and artifacts were vital. The only thing he truly regretted now was that he was deprived of the buff called Troll Essence, Otherwise, he would have simply torn this overgrown cow apart. And then Kang Hansu simply leaped down, raising his rapier back to pierce the skull of the enormous beast with one mighty blow and chop its brain into pieces. As mentioned above, only one very strong man managed to take the artifact protected by this minotaur, and even then not through his own strength, but through luck. But the main character was going to completely surpass his record, because he had long ago learned the principle that the more terrible and dangerous the test, the higher and more valuable the reward. But the monster, no matter how huge and wild it seemed from the outside, was not stupid. It sensed the approach of some impudent little man and prepared for battle. While the fight between the protagonist and the minotaur was beginning, completely different people also passed through the purple portal into the red tower. It was Puck and his minions that Sanchin had encountered, and they were going to act as quietly and quickly as possible, just like coyotes stealing from under a bear's nose. The gate through space did not close, and Suyol, beginning to lose patience, asked why the last person was hesitating and not entering. A few seconds later, a sullenly lowered, pale, and black-haired head appeared from the opening, reminiscent of a perverted parody of the act of childbirth. Smiling as kindly as possible, like a good old uncle greeting his nephew, the man asked Sanchin if he regretted not taking his friends. The young madman's answer was extremely laconic, and it was simply no. None of that mattered here and now, when they had arrived on the most important mission possible, and that was, of course, helping the main character. What else could it be? Like players in regular video games, in the other world, each monster had a special, species-specific skill that was simply their birthright, granting them characteristic powers. Because of this, each creature was unique in some way, forcing humans to approach combat with an individual approach, but the Minotaur actually had two such skills. The giant, sensing the enemy's attack from above, easily dodged the attack and then brought down his blow on the spot where Khan was supposed to land, but the hero avoided it. This was the first ability of the horned creature, which seemed to become even more enormous, emitted hot steam, and its three eyes began to glow like enormous lanterns. This was not for show, because the creature's first skill was to instill in its opponents and victims a panic-inducing, maddening horror. If Khan had been an ordinary person or a low-level adventurer, he would have already soiled his pants from top to bottom, and even his floor would have gotten it. But he withstood this mental pressure. Realizing that the evil look had no effect on the man, who himself loved to glare menacingly at those around him, the Minotaur decided to go on a regular attack. His enormous clawed hand shot up with a speed that was hard to imagine for such a huge carcass, trying to squeeze the impudent insect, crushing it into powder. He would have easily caught and destroyed an ordinary person, but Hansu dodged with just one deft jump, leaving the monster with nothing but dust and air. But the situation was too serious to show off and flaunt his toughness, so Khan didn't try to play the fool like with a spiny snake, and immediately moved away. His body was so tense that sweat was pouring down his face, while his brain was completely occupied with listing all the available information about the horned creature. The monster used a virtually foolproof tactic. It stunned its prey with a look of fear, and then devoured it to restore its strength and become even more dangerous. Moreover, this individual was still a cub, since it could not use the second species ability to absorb life force from all living things at a certain distance. And this, as the protagonist honestly admitted, was the only reason why he dared to go out to the duel in the first place. Otherwise, it would have been pure suicide. The rapier, which he had considered a first-class and most suitable weapon for himself, was now no more useful than a needle. It only left scratches on the monster's thick skin. But he still had a chance to land a blow that would make all three of the Minotaur's eyes pop out of their sockets. He just had to wait for the right opportunity. For a moment, it was as if the action had been paused by an invisible spectator because both opponents stopped, gathering their strength. Then the scene repeated itself. The huge minotaur again reached out with his clawed hand for the obstinate, disobedient prey, and the adventurer grabbed the sword in his hand and tensed his legs. And the result was almost exactly the same as last time. The young man again avoided the pressure of the huge fingers, but at the same time managed to deliver a quick jab in response. He wasn't going to mindlessly poke the giant with a blade, hoping to eventually stab him to death, but was looking for a point with a nerve cord in order to inject poison into it. The protagonist literally danced, moving at a maddening speed from one point to another, and at each one, he inflicted a quick but deep wound that affected the nervous system. Both opponents were so fast that the entire fight took only minutes, if not seconds, and eventually it was over. The monster opened its gigantic mouth, intending to unleash another thunderous roar of rage, but failed. Its body simply froze, refusing to obey. Catching his breath and moving the purple cigar from one side of his mouth to the other, the brunette muttered bloodthirstily that he could take his time now that the enemy was unable to move. There were just over 10 minutes left before the sacrifice began, but the entire tower was shaking due to the fight the protagonist had had with its occupant. Hans also made an incredibly disgruntled face, worthy of evil cats from memes, when it turned out that the poison had no effect on the minotaur and he tried to strike again. The monster managed to deliver such a powerful and deft blow that the main character was thrown not even straight into the distance, but rather spun in different directions, like billiard balls. In order to finally stop and not fall on his butt, the young man had to painfully tense his legs and spread them wider than his shoulders, and also lower himself closer to the ground. It was hard to say how the minotaur was feeling, but one thing was certain. This already vicious creature was now many times more enraged than usual. It tried again to use its terrifying gaze to finally paralyze the vile two-legged insect, make it freeze, and allow itself to be caught. In response, Hans simply chewed the cigarette in his teeth contemptuously, preparing to meet a new attack. The horned giant seemed to understand perfectly well what all this meant, because he roared so loudly that the sky split, and then concentrated all his forces into one crushing blow. The fearsome gaze was a very dangerous weapon, but Khan knew very well what he was doing when he asked for magic resistance as a reward, which gave him a shield against such a thing. And besides, he, being a traveler from the distant future of the other world, simply was not afraid of this creature. It was a miserable cow compared to what he had experienced. To drive home the point of how little he cared about the minotaur, the protagonist very theatrically chewed his cigarette and then spat it out. As he dodged again, the brunette lazily thought that there was another special ability that developed in all people who spent entire years in the thick of battle. Kante called it combat foresight, to which the main character laughed heartily, apparently thinking that it sounded ridiculous, like something out of some cliched teenage manga. But now, when the monster before his eyes began to seem to split in two, to be in several places and states at once, he realized that this really was a vision of the near future. Now the brunette could see in advance where his enemy would strike, what attack he would dodge, and what tricks he would use, which was undoubtedly extremely convenient. But the giant, razor-sharp claws that passed within a few centimeters of Hans's face, cutting off several strands of his hair, knocked the young man's composure. Ultimately, foresight didn't matter as much as one might think, because what difference does it make if you see an enemy attack if you can't avoid or stop it? Luckily, Khan had enough strength, stamina, and speed to do both, not to mention a supply of powerful augmentation artifacts. While the hero and the monster were beating the living daylights out of each other, they were watched from a safe distance, and Puck noted that he looked different up close, without specifying who he was talking about. The mercenary contemptuously called the protagonist an idiot who decided to fight alone, and even smoked while doing it. But the man good-naturedly noted that Hansu was simply confident in himself. His minions, with the same disdain and false courtesy, whispered that the main character never needed their runes, he simply deceived everyone. No one else paid attention to Sanchin, who was listening attentively to everything, and Suyol ordered his servants to get ready and get what they had come here for. They needed to act quickly and quietly while no one was looking, but those plans were already ruined because Choi started screaming at the top of his lungs. He yelled to Hans that they had come to support him, and the blue-eyed brunette was so surprised that he even dropped another cigarette from his mouth, completely forgetting about the monster. The second young man, meanwhile, continued to shout that they would come here now to help, but would come down in just a minute, and Pak began to tremble like an eel on a frying pan. He grabbed Sanchin by the shoulder and hissed that they had to remain quiet. This was the most important point of the plan, to which the boy only smiled sheepishly and tried to justify himself. Suppressing the violent trembling in his hands, Suyol reminded him that the monster could also notice them, and Choi scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, apologizing for his stupidity. Hearing that the brunette simply hadn't thought about such a danger, Puck used all his strength to keep a good-natured and understanding smile on his face. But as soon as he moved away, his grimace changed and he angrily hissed something about a damned idiot. Sanchin, looking straight at Hansa, also muttered how sorry he was that such a failure had happened, but his face clearly showed that no, he was not sorry at all. It was a very clever deception. Even the protagonist himself was able to appreciate it, so he smiled encouragingly and giggled, watching from the sidelines at these deceived garbage collectors. Pak, meanwhile, never tired of cursing at, as he put it, this idiot who had only thwarted his clever, carefully thought-out plan. But, descending lower and lower to the first floors, the man convinced his supporters that there was no reason to panic in principle. Even if Hans knew about their existence, he couldn't do anything about it because he was too busy fighting the Minotaur, so they would calmly come down and kill them both. Now that Suyol had managed to see in detail what the main character in the battle was like, he only became more convinced of his rightness. This young man with eyes the color of spring ice was too dangerous to be allowed to live. But it wasn't just about strength. Pak knew perfectly well that Khan was a deadly sociopath, a two-legged predator who hadn't killed the others yet, only because he was full, figuratively speaking. The man could never forget one moment that he was unfortunate enough to witness. It still stood before his eyes, as if it were real. On the very first night in the other world, when all the people were confused and scared, only this emotionless freak rushed at the goblins without a single hesitation. And it would be fine if he took other people's lives without any emotions, just with mechanical detachment. But no, Suyol also understood that Hansu reveled in the carnage. No, such a psychopath couldn't be allowed to climb to the top, so Park took on the heroic mission of killing him, all his friends, and keeping Minhee as his lover. Smiling at this tempting prospect, he turned to the bodyguard and asked her if it was time to go down to the lower floors. The woman shrugged her powerful shoulders and reported that if she acted now, she would be able to make it in time, since the monster had noticeably slowed down during the battle. And no one even bothered to remember Sanchin, even though he was watching the conspirators very closely and boring into their backs with his colorless fish eyes. And then he jerked his head back with a grin, as if he had heard an incredibly stupid, but in its own way funny joke. However, not all the thugs were so stupid. The lady with the knife actually noticed that this pale bastard had been acting suspiciously quiet lately. Then something happened that made all the mercenaries shudder and turn their frightened gazes to the ceiling. The section of the stairs they were standing on was shaking with monstrous force, as if some invisible giant had crept up on them and was now shaking it like an improvised rattle. For several seconds, people were rocked from side to side, and their ears were filled with a disgusting crackling and roaring sound, until a huge stone, the height of a man, fell from above. The ladder had been completely torn out of the wall and was now rushing downwards, while the adventurers on it fell like limp dolls and screamed. But these characters were lucky in one thing. They managed to descend low enough that even a rough landing would not kill or even maim any of them. As they rose to their unsteady, weak legs, Pak tried to convince himself that it didn't matter. After such a fight, Hansu was definitely half dead. From the outside, it might have seemed that they were right, since the Minotaur was still alive. and its huge dragon tail was writhing madly in the air. To the great regret of these schemers and murderers, the bull-headed, three-eyed demon completely forgot about the existence of the annoying enemy, for he saw a delicious dinner. Without wasting a second, he used his panicked gaze on them, causing them to freeze in one place in horror and clutch their aching heads. Satisfied that the victims were completely motionless and under his control, unlike Khan, the demonic giant opened his dragon's mouth in anticipation. Even in this situation, Suyol continued to reassure himself, claiming that this was just a minor inconvenience and that it could in no way affect the success of their expedition. But the woman, one of the few who was able to resist the monster's obsession, immediately noticed that Hans jumped onto the remains of the stairs, as if he were on a walk in the park. Pak turned around and, feeling even more panicked, shouted that they had to fight the monster together, and then they would be able to kill it quickly. He didn't understand what the hell the main character was doing. He had almost slaughtered this huge cow for meat, and now, look, he was thinking of retreating. Blowing out a puff of smoke and literally looking down on the hapless assassins, Khan, in his signature cold tone, replied that he had tried, but because of them, it had failed. The funniest thing is that the protagonist wasn't bluffing. In the final minutes of the fight, he was already having a hard time dodging the blows of the huge predator, and that was with buffs. Well, now there is no hope. The Minotaur will eat these losers and completely restore health, and then continuing to fight with him will be suicide. It was a shame and a pity, because Hans had really spent a lot of effort and resources on this fight. He had to use up a whole bottle of poison alone. Well, on the other hand, he was alive and could leave on his own 2 feet to try another, more favorable day, and may fortune smile on those idiots below. Realizing that he would cynically abandon them without even trying to save them, the schemers exploded with cries of indignation, despite the fact that they themselves were planning to finish off Khan. The big woman screamed that the main character had forgotten one small but important detail. His beloved friend was also downstairs. Since they were all destined to die, she was at least going to have the last bit of fun watching that pale worm get eaten first. But he wasn't there. Immediately in response to this, an optimistic and friendly voice was heard from above, asking if it was he who had been lost. Choi was terrified when the stairs started shaking and swaying, so he ran up and looked how lucky he was to avoid falling down. The mercenary was speechless, realizing that she had underestimated Sanchin, thinking him a harmless weakling, and when she finally spoke, she could only growl a death threat. Looking at them like the piles of shit they would soon become, the boy asked with disdain how they would take revenge on him. They had other concerns now. The demonic Minotaur was still waiting, giving the humans a chance to talk, because he preferred to eat his prey when it had lost its mind from terror. But even his patience was gradually coming to an end. He now resembled a gourmet who was using his last bit of strength to restrain himself from devouring an entire cake before bedtime. Oh yes, the horned creature was truly reveling in the situation, like a human sadist who savored the slow death and suffering of his prey. Desperately hoping to bargain for his salvation and life, Suyol reminded the protagonist that if the demon regained his health and strength, he would also be able to destroy the altar. With each passing second, he became increasingly unnerved, and his previously permanently closed eyes were now open like slits, revealing narrow pupils and burst blood vessels. But for some reason, the protagonist was completely unconcerned about the possibility that the giant would break out of his prison and kill all the other Earthlings, since this group had sacrificed itself. Hearing these words, Pak was so taken aback that he could only utter a quiet, flat, "What?" without taking his eyes off the huge beast for a second. But judging by the intense tremors that ran through both him and his henchwoman a few seconds later, it began to dawn on them what a twisted trap they had fallen into. The demonic fairy warned the captives that the monster needed to be fed 5 people every day, but the conspirators, by the way, were noticeably more numerous. If this had happened to anyone else, they would probably have laughed happily, but in their situation, they were in no mood for laughter, especially since the demon had finally attacked. The entire tower was filled with hideous, half-animal screams, as well as the vile sounds of crunching bones and cracking meat, but Hans watched it all without even blinking an eye. Finally, he gave the antagonists a kick, declaring that he was genuinely touched and admired by their dedication, and then simply turned away from the pit and began to walk away. But before leaving, the protagonist had one more thing to deal with, and he stood in front of Sanchin, accidentally striking a pose worthy of the infamous JoJo clan. Kang had no doubt that Choi had deliberately lured these thugs into the tower, and he wanted to know the reason for this act, but the second brunette had better choose his words very carefully. For several very long and painful seconds, there was a silent tension, and it seemed that the guys would start shooting at each other any minute. But eventually San's face twisted into a half-mad, snake-like grin, and he whispered that he understood everything. What he realized is that he now knows exactly how he can be of use to his beloved, cherished idol, that is, the main character. And so, in all seriousness, looking his opponent straight in the eye, he demanded that Hans use it. The protagonist did not answer, but he looked at his fan as if he was carefully considering how best to smash his head or pierce his heart. This silent scene could have dragged on to the point where even those involved would have felt awkward and nauseous, so the protagonist eventually asked why he would do that. Sanchin replied heatedly that he knew for sure that Hansu was pursuing some goal, to which the latter lazily looked away and took another drag on his cigarette. Feeling that no one was taking him seriously, Choi already muttered worriedly that he realized this when he saw the protagonist cutting Tenzin and those criminals into pieces. That night, fighting with the Gundal, the main character could have easily finished them all off, crushing them like a tiger crushes rats, but for some reason, he didn't do it. He should have known that these people would want revenge once they healed their wounds, but he still left them only crippled, and not even that badly. And when this enormous altar appeared and the Earthlings turned into a crowd of panicked animals, ready to eat each other alive, he again easily took control of the situation. To put it succinctly, no matter how heartless Hans may seem from the outside, he never killed a person, and there was clearly some very important reason for this. Kan listened to Sanchin without interrupting him once, pretending that he didn't care, but at these last words the older brunette stopped against his will. Having not received any answers, Choi stretched out his hands to his idol in a pleading gesture and practically begged for the opportunity to become his personal assassin, executioner. San was ready to kill with pleasure for the main character, to get rid of people he pointed out to him, and all for the opportunity to be near him, to follow him. The time traveler stared at the boy for a few seconds again, expressionless, then tilted his head to his shoulder and chuckled. But he quickly pulled himself together, instantly appeared opposite Sanchin's shoulder, and in a cold voice asked what the latter would do if he failed and did not keep his promises. The mad teenager was covered in sweat, but he still forced himself to clench his trembling fingers into a fist and muttered that, yes, this time he didn't have time to sort everything out. But he will never allow such a mistake to happen again. He will make every effort to ensure that not even a hair falls from the main character's head. He shouted this with more and more despair, gradually turning into a real emotional breakdown because Hans continued to pretend that he didn't care. In the end, Choi practically shouted that the main character needed him because he stood out from everyone else like a sore thumb, and there would only be more conspirators like him. For a mentally ill man who had been walked all over his life, the power and terrifying image were like poison, and Sanchin was willing to do anything to get more. For him, Khan was not so much a person as an image, a shadow, embodying everything that this madman loved more than anything in the world, and what he craved most. One might think that Hans would simply leave without even looking at his, so to speak, admirer, but he still turned around. Let's say he agrees and lets Choi run after him like Minhee, but what if a situation arises where San is physically unable to follow his idol? Well, for example, if they end up separated in different locations, then what will happen then? And, saying this, Khan openly grinned mockingly. After that, he turned completely and looked straight at Sanchin, again creating a scene of silent staring. This was enough for Choi to realize that something important was hidden in the training area, and he assured the adventurer out loud that he would simply level up even more and find it. He could have said a lot more about his vows, expectations, and dreams, how he falls asleep and wakes up with thoughts of Hansu's emotionless face, but the protagonist did not allow it. The hero ordered San to come down, and the latter felt as if he had been struck by electricity. Could it really be that even after everything he had done and said, he still received another refusal? It hurt more than any slap, worse than a kick to the stomach, so Sanchin, finally throwing aside his pride, began to beg the main character to take him with him. Yes, he admitted that he made a mistake with Pa and his company, but they are all people. All people make mistakes. How could it be otherwise? He was already close to falling to his knees and turning into a pitiful, sobbing wreck, but at that moment, Hansu turned around and coldly declared that the madman had misunderstood him. This was by no means an outright refusal, as the protagonist asked the young man to appear at this tower the following day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. By this time, Khan said with the sweetest smile on the street, hiding a pack of magic cigarettes under his collar, he was already about to finish all his business. His newfound admirer and protector only widened his pale eyes, making the already enormous bags under his eyelids even more visible. Turning away again, the protagonist explained that Sanchin had killed 10 people and therefore had the right to take the runes left behind when he himself had finished off the minotaur. On that cheerful note, the main character ended the conversation and headed for the exit, leaving Choi, as before, standing in silent shock, unable to even close his mouth. Then he began to very slowly drop to his knees in a pose as if he was about to rip the floor to pieces, and Hans indifferently noted that such a fanatic could come in handy. He closed his eyes melancholically, and a completely different picture appeared before his gaze, namely, a beautiful woman in white and gold armor and with long white hair. Oddly enough, before traveling to the past, she advised Hanu to find himself a watchdog that he could set on those he didn't like. Rulers, messiahs, and other cult figures didn't want to dirty their hands with any human rabble, so they often hired executioners to do it for them. Hansu's comrades from the past, or from a different perspective, the future, were such fanatics. They mercilessly cut the throats of everyone their idols pointed at. It is even more ironic that Khan himself then played the role of cleaner for his senior comrades, since his sociopathy and lack of emotional intelligence contributed to this. And he was originally going to cast someone completely different for the role, because he had no idea what to expect from Sanchin, but he was willing to give him a chance. Be that as it may, once they pass the test with the monster in the tower and gain the right to move on to the second zone, teleportation magic will separate them. The protagonist did not rule out the possibility that by the time Choi found him again, he would have completely changed his opinion of his modest person. On the other hand, the devil take him if he turned down a fanatical, bloodthirsty lunatic whose loyalty could be bought with just a few runes and magic cigarettes. But even if nothing worthwhile could be grown out of this weirdo, Hans wasn't going to be upset. He always had an extra card up his sleeve. After this, the action immediately moved to the future. No lyrical digression. The protagonist simply returned again to try to destroy the monster. No matter how smug and unwavering the main character seemed from the outside, he too almost died. Blood splashing from his wounds like a waterfall, covering his skin with scabs. Even with all the possible bonuses, even with preparation, the young demon was an incredibly dangerous opponent and refused to so easily give his life on someone else's altar. But in the end it was all over, and the minotaur fell lifeless, causing the floor to shake, while the victor with a rapier sat pompously on his chest. Now, while no one was spying on him, Hans could allow himself to lose his face a little. It distorted in agony, and he blurted out heartily that he almost died. Even with all his experience, even with all his training, it was a hellishly difficult task. A duel with a giant cobra couldn't even come close to it. But then he was distracted by something else. A portal opened in space, resembling a ball of golden flame in the shape of a door, through which Choi passed, while the system notified that the task was completed. All he had to do was reach out and take his well-deserved reward, literally. Even though the main character felt as disgusted as if he had been chained and sent behind a car, he couldn't help but smile triumphantly. There was a ring in front of him, but it wasn't some pathetic piece of iron that gave +5 to physical strength. It was the treasure of the most ancient vampire king, Nirma. Looking at it like Gollum at the Ring of Omnipotence, the protagonist muttered that he had never before understood where a certain Quan Gung Ju could have gotten such a charm. From the outside, however, like Sauron's treasure, it did not present anything remarkable, just a round and flat piece of rock with a roughly cut crystal. Since arriving in the other world and the abyss, humans have come up with many parameters to classify artifacts, but most have done so by color. As a rule, artifacts and runes had the same color, but there were also items that could increase their level like their owners, and also due to stones. The most useful and effective treasures of this kind were called simply, without unnecessary pathos, the series of numbers. Nirma's ring was number 9 on this list, and it was the symbol of a certain Clementine. That was the name of the previous owner of this item, and there was a reason why they were so strongly associated with each other, despite the fact that even numerical things could have copies. This Clementine simply killed anyone he didn't like, using 8 powerful spells related to the ring, literally turning the victims into rags. The main character grinned bloodthirstily, imagining how much he himself could create using this wonderful toy, what great deeds awaited him. With pleasure, pulling the ring onto his finger, Hans languidly whispered that yes, he had a premonition that he would never get rid of the reward he had received with such difficulty. But such a unique, literally priceless artifact, included in the list of the most powerful objects in the world, still surpassed even his wildest dreams. True, it was colorless, low level, and therefore had only one ability, and even its user could only use it when close to the enemy. But even so, the ability to disable any enemy buffs, even passive ones, was incredibly useful, and Khan could already imagine pumping it up to the max. Having decided on his further plan of action, the protagonist again passed through the purple portal. He walked like he was the main character in some cheap action movie, his hands in his pockets and his hips swaying, and the only thing missing was an explosion behind him to complete the picture. And of course, his loyal henchmen were waiting for him with colossal impatience. One of them was practically jumping out of her shoes as she rushed to meet their patron. Minhee had a hard time believing Sanchin's claim that Hansu would be back very soon, but lo and behold, that pale-faced weirdo turned out to be completely right. She would have been happy to say many nice things to her new lover, perhaps even kissing him in front of the crowd, but then there was a crash. A colossal black shadow rose above the field, and the people retreated in horror, like insignificant dwarfs caught in the path of an indestructible giant. But it was not a living creature, but an altar tower in which a demonic minotaur was imprisoned. It trembled and cracked, while the clock showed the elapsed time. It lasted for a few seconds, and everyone was already imagining how this architectural colossus would fall apart into pieces and fall on their heads. But no, it simply disappeared. The brunette blinked her eyes in confusion, moving her gaze from the now completely empty space to the main character, and the latter admonishingly repeated what he had already said. He said that he would deal with some pathetic overgrown cow, and now he kept his word, and with these words he looked at you with a very languid, even vulgar look. If Sanchin had looked at her like that, Minhee would have hid from him somewhere in horror, but since it was Hansu, she simply blushed, feeling her skin sweat. Not wanting to lose the last shreds of self-control and dissolve into a puddle, the former student, with great effort, turned away and wandered away as far as possible. Choi, however, was no less happy, because his premonition had not deceived him. His leader had indeed been able to defeat the creature and save their skins without any unnecessary bloodshed. Yes, Khan admitted, a new stage lay ahead of them, which certainly wouldn't be any easier. But there was still a fair amount of time left before it began. Until then, They can easily devote themselves entirely to more important and enjoyable activities, such as hunting monsters to farm runestones. The brunette was stunned because she really wanted to say something, but she couldn't. These soul-rending feelings were stronger. Nevertheless, she managed to gather the crumbs of her mental strength to blurt out 2 short words. "I'm leaving." The brunette even turned around in surprise. But no, Minhee was definitely not joking. She was tired of just riding on his neck, dangling her legs while Hansu did all the work. Luckily, she wouldn't be alone anyway, because the kind-hearted Sanchin offered her a place on his team, especially since there were so many familiar faces on it. Looking nervously from his henchman to Yu, Choi repeated that yes, no one would have any complaints, and in fact, they were actually terribly worried about her. Well, Kan was a little sorry to hear this, but he was not a womanizer like Tensun, and he admitted that this was the best solution. He did not need remora fish. Then again, the teleportation would scatter them all across the next zone, so they would have separated anyway, but Hansu was genuinely glad that Yu, at least, wouldn't be alone. With a slight smile, he assured the woman that she had made the right decision, then turned around again and walked away, as if this conversation meant nothing to him. The student waited a few seconds, hoping for more words, but when it became clear that there would be none, she ran after him. Making the protagonist turn around, Minhee very seriously and decisively assured him that when they met again, she would no longer be a burden that needed to be pampered and cherished. Therefore, it would be better for them to meet next time as equals, 2 self-sufficient and strong adventurers capable of defending themselves. These were not the words of a girl waiting in vain for a prince on a white horse, but of a wise and understanding woman, so Hans couldn't help but smile proudly. Turning away again so that his henchmen, no, now his comrades, couldn't see his lips stretching involuntarily, the main character simply replied, "Of course." But before leaving to become a proud lone wolf, the time traveler was going to say a few more words to the same Sanchin. Choi had been practically on his knees yesterday, begging to be used to bring justice, so the hero was going to tell him something, but he shouldn't complain later. If he really wasn't ready, then he should realize it immediately, because after that it would be too late to retreat. But San, of course, didn't understand anything like that. It is unknown what Hans told the delighted madman, because the action immediately moved forward 1 week when the demoness appeared before the Earthlings again. The second stage of training was beginning, and the horned fairy carefully cleared her throat, preparing her voice for the subsequent ceremonial speech before the audience. True, at first she noticed that there were many more people than she expected after the end of the previous test, but this in essence did not have much significance. At the same time, she cast a very eloquent and predatory glance at the silent and emotionless protagonist, letting him know that she was watching his actions. In any case, the long-awaited hour had finally arrived to change location, and the tiny demon snapped his fingers with a smile. The space immediately turned pale green, as if some giant had covered the entire field with a dome of thin green glass. One by one, people began to scream in fear and surprise, especially when they noticed how a particularly bright light began to burn under their feet. The tiny craters widened until they were large enough to contain the feet of those around them, and one little girl clung to her father in tears. Only the main character remained completely calm, because he had been through all this before, and, frankly speaking, deep down he was even glad that the process had begun. Several long seconds passed before the searingly bright light disappeared, and the ground beneath their feet was replaced by white, smooth asphalt. Hans found himself in some huge room without windows or doors, completely tiled in white, and several more people were gradually materializing next to him. Besides the adventurers who had already managed to earn experience and equipment in this terrible place, the same little schoolgirl was unlucky enough to be in their company. The fairy's disgustingly optimistic voice, coming from everywhere at once, warned that the number of players would be balanced before the exit, and people immediately tensed up. They had learned very well that nothing was easy with the perverted organizers of this disgusting game, and that there was a catch behind every offer. And now the monster announced that there should be no more than 7 people in the room, and only after that will the Earthlings be allowed to continue the passage. Of course, there wouldn't have been any problems if there had been the required number of people or fewer in the room, but that would have spoiled the demon's fun, so there were 8 mortals. And they didn't care at all what the lab rats thought about the next cruel test. Let them decide for themselves who should be eliminated and how. One guy, who still hadn't said a single word out loud, was watching the main character very carefully, noting every detail of his appearance. One glance at the strange weapon, which resembled a huge needle, was enough for him to guess that the person standing before him was indeed the infamous Kang Han-soo. This man had never met the protagonist before, or seen him fight, but rumors of how strong the hero was had reached him. The oppressive silence was broken by a woman in a purple t-shirt and with long black hair, who firmly declared that she did not want to stay here and wait for who knows what. Turning to everyone else in the room, she smiled as broadly and tenderly as if she were a gentle nanny interacting with children in a kindergarten. But the meaning of her words boiled down to a cold calculation. Let each of those present prove why he should stay alive, what value he represents. A fair-haired man, Dae-chul, stepped forward with a huge fire knife and confidently declared that no one here could defeat him. He is certainly not a weak link, but, as his words implied, if anyone wants to prove otherwise, then let them take a risk and also take a step forward. No one dared to speak, but Hans, not at all frightened, measured this upstart with a cold look. This man clearly possessed the enhancement skill, which allowed him to increase his stats by charging energy, and even charge weapons in this way. This was a very good skill, which even at a low level could bring its owner a lot of benefit, although in future locations it is unlikely to be a steel shield. The brown-haired man with glasses arrogantly declared that he would be the most useful, because he, Kang Min, had been given the miraculous gift of healing other people's wounds and illnesses. The man who had been looking at the protagonist quietly introduced himself as Han Chul, and he simply said that he could fight well, as indicated by his dog tag. Along with this trio, the brunette and the main character, there was also that same family of 3, and the father, shielding his wife and child, begged for mercy. But the thugs continued to look silently at their victims, clearly thinking that someone else's life was not nearly as valuable as their own, and that there was no room for sentimentality in the other world. However, no blood had been spilled yet, and Chal, with a great deal of malice in his voice, reminded that the black-haired mademoiselle was the only one who had not introduced herself. The woman glared at the warrior with yellow eyes like those of a huge cat, and then smiled very tenderly and said her first and last name, Ji Ming. She also knew how to do something that was very outstanding and memorable, but so complex that it was much easier and faster to demonstrate in practice, which is what she decided to do. Day, fully aware that something very bad was about to happen, pressed the fire blade closer to himself and ordered them not to come closer. Then he thrust the blade forward, promising to make the creepy woman regret it if she continued, but the brunette only continued to stretch her face into an abnormal grin. Less than 3 seconds passed before the blade of a bloody knife flashed in the cold white light of the room. The blonde giant's chest was pierced through, while Min pressed against him from behind, forcibly impaling him even further on her weapon, breaking flesh and ribs. Those around him looked at this with horror and shock, no longer trying to show off or boast. Only the main character was as indifferent as always. The father of the family continued to shield his wife and daughter, but he too stood there like a pillar, his eyes wide open, while his relatives had already begun to cry bitterly. It only lasted a few seconds, but to the stunned onlookers, it felt like hours before the dead man's body finally hit the floor with a dull thud. Blushing like a schoolgirl who had seen pornography, Ji clutched the red runestone of the strengthening skill, the only thing that remained of the blonde's abilities, in her fingers. Of course, she intended to keep it for herself, but she graciously allowed the others to take the pile of colorless, low-level stones like a lioness standing before a pack of jackals. Chul, without any outward emotion, noted how Min had killed another adventurer with one move, which meant that he had to be extremely careful with this crazy predator. But the main character exhaled very heavily and long, as if he were an adult and serious person watching a whole crowd of underage tunabes. On the other hand, the woman should have been thanked for depriving them of the tedious necessity of choice, and at the same time saving the lives of innocent people. The father and mother probably realized this too, but they were too frightened and depressed to say anything, let alone comfort their little daughter. Looking at them with a blank expression in his deep blue eyes, the main character thought with a hint that the situation was getting much more interesting. A crack opened in the wall, from which the head of a demonic fairy appeared, and she, having immediately counted the number of living mortals, suggested that they begin the game. But first, they needed to look at the land in which they would have to survive for some time, although calling it land was a significant exaggeration. These were endless skies in which individual islands floated, connected by rope bridges, and the task of Earthlings was to climb up them over the course of 3 months. The first task, testing the participants' skills, was to reach the top of the volcano in the center of the island, and only after that would the real tests begin. With that, the demoness cheerfully wished everyone good luck and disappeared, leaving the people to stare in shock at the surreal image that could not exist on Earth. Only the main character was completely indifferent, since he had seen much stranger things during his life in the past future, and he walked forward. The group walked in silence for a while before Khan, smiling awkwardly, noticed that they needed to get closer to each other to survive. The main character didn't even bat an eye, as if it were the buzzing of a stupid fly, and the brunette with a short beard angrily gnashed his teeth. The man in the gray business suit looked down at the endless blue abyss filled only with clouds and opened his mouth in shock. As it turned out, the bridge behind them was shaking terribly, and the boards, one after another, were breaking into pieces, as if they were being broken off by some invisible flying monster. Realizing this, as well as the fact that the damage was moving further, pursuing people, the adventurers rushed forward in horror and panic, almost losing their shoes. Finally, they managed to reach the shore, but when they did, almost everyone, even the pompous and unperturbed Ji Ming, fell to their knees and noisily caught their breath. Only the main character stood calmly on his feet, looking at them with disdain, and the devil, having once again formed from thin air, clarified that the islands would fall. This was supposed to be an incentive for the participants in this rat race not to sit still, but to continue entertaining the unknown organizers, and the captives mentally quarreled. Chol tried to rise on shaking legs, and he almost choked with indignation, because Hansu, the pig that he was, decided to go off somewhere without even looking back at his comrades. This second Tensun gnashed his teeth again, mentally cursing, as he put it, this silent bastard, and Min also gave the protagonist an ambiguous look. After a short pause, she turned to the soldier and asked if they should follow him, causing the man to blink his eyes in confusion. The logic was actually elementary. If this boy was acting so self-confident, it meant he was either a brainless idiot or he knew what to do. No one tried to speak anymore, and Khan walked forward, stepping over bushes, branches, and roots, while the other 6 people followed him like ducklings. All around, wherever you looked, there was a colossal, endless jungle, a real green sea of flowering trees, and underfoot, enormous roots swirled. The group had been walking non-stop for several seconds now, but there was still no sign of a bridge or a new island nearby, so Chul was starting to get worried. When he asked Z this question, she rudely replied that he should not touch her, that she was sick of insects, and the scowling soldier returned his gaze to the protagonist's back. Then he saw something strange, blinked, and almost lost his jaw under his feet, because Hansu, imagine, was eating something without even telling anyone about it. Without stopping working his teeth and tongue for a second, the protagonist mumbled that he was eating oak bark because it had natural detoxifying properties. The man blinked even more in surprise, trying to understand why the main character had even decided to do such a thing. No one except the main character had yet noticed that a huge green carcass belonging to a giant forest snake was silently gliding through the trees. Can didn't waste time explaining, so he simply grabbed the troublemaker by the edges of his t-shirt. As befits a snake, this gigantic monster moved extremely quickly despite its size, but it snapped its jaws in vain in the air, breaking the logs. Khan began to rise to his feet in horror, his eyes wide with surprise, while Hansu silently measured the next opponent with an icy gaze of blue eyes. The huge reptile hissed loudly, but still didn't move, and Chul, looking from it to Khan, asked in amazement how he even knew about the trap. Theatrically playing with a piece of wood in his teeth like a cigarette, the protagonist briefly explained that this was due to his mystical psychic powers. Han reacted in exactly the same way as the late Tenzin before him. That is, he once again widened his eyes and said a flat, "What?" After some time, the fight didn't even think of stopping. On the contrary, the snake grabbed onto Chul's hand, fiercely gnawing at it, while the man frantically stabbed the reptile with a knife. But this creature was as big as an anaconda, and even stronger, and had the tenacity of a snake, so he ultimately decided to simply throw it as far away as possible. The huge reptile allowed this only because it was convulsing convulsively, for the successful blow with the blade still hit a softer and very vulnerable place. This creature was called a rune snake, and this type of monster had a unique property. On the head of each individual there was a rune symbol, which changed its attacks. Chul had regenerative skills, so his arm was gradually being overgrown with fresh flesh, and he was much more worried about why the hell the lagging trio didn't fight. Naturally, the conversation was about the family, and its head, again shielding his relatives, asked for understanding and forgiveness. They could not risk their lives. Khan growled angrily. Like many of the fighters, he felt genuine contempt for the civilians who refused to fight, supposedly because they had wives and children there. But they weren't the only ones the brunette wanted to voice his grievances to. Can was clearly the only one, like a finger, but he also decided to stand aside, the bastard. Smiling the most vile grin possible, the brown-haired man adjusted his glasses and asked who would treat Chul himself if he got hurt. The bearded man nearly burst with anger, but still decided to swallow this defeat, acknowledging that healers really should be kept as far away from fire as possible. But when he heard that the guy was demanding as many as 3 runes for each act of healing, Khan looked at him with such a mad and bloodthirsty smile, as if he wanted to bite his face off. In a desperate attempt to find supporters, he turned to the fighting Hans and the lazily standing Ji, and only the woman deigned to answer, assuring that she didn't care. While some were fighting and others were negotiating for healing, the unfortunate soldier simply stood there, his arms hanging at his sides, feeling like some kind of fool on the stage of a farce theater. Min, the healer, roughly ordered him to move forward, and Chul had to use all his willpower not to shove his knife up to the hilt into his ass. It is unknown how long he would have stood like this, seething with hatred for his new companions, but someone's disembodied voice caught his attention. As it turned out, he had some kind of radio at his disposal, and he was now quietly talking to this man about how disgusting his situation was. When he asked how his interlocutor was doing, the man avoided details, simply saying that everything was fine and he would be waiting for him upstairs. Finally, he or she repeated that they were expecting their comrade at the appointed place, warning Chul not to forget to recruit useful newcomers to strengthen their forces. And this was much easier said than done, because it just so happened that the company he got was extremely disgusting. No matter where you spit, it was a complete freak. Here you have a callous bastard who acts as if he knows better than anyone else in the world. And here is a bloodthirsty creature who never lets go of the knife. And here you can see a shitty medic who, because of this, acts as if everything in the area is in his debt and is obliged to fall at his feet. And let's not even forget about that useless damn family who are just wasting oxygen with their stupid sobbing and lamenting. The man on the other side of the communicator repeated that Khan's primary goal was not to be a hero, but to survive, and in general, see you soon and good luck. Chul listened to him, rolling his eyes and unaware that one of the previously mentioned freaks was looking very closely at his back, as if trying to penetrate his soul. Hansu, looking closely at the soldier's palm, saw that he was not using any electronic device. A green glow with a symbol of crossed machine guns appeared over it. It wasn't some random spell, as one might think, but rather a special skill called Monarch, which Ares and Qui-Gon also possessed. This spell didn't have any special combat advantages, it didn't turn the owner into a living god, but simply made him a very charismatic leader. In practice, this allowed for the creation of video game clans in real life. The leader would hand out his brand to those who wanted it, and a connection would be created between them. Of course, in practice, it was impossible to create an infinite number of servants, which prompted people to carefully search for allies, fighters, and scouts. But the main character didn't care much about this. He was much more worried about the fact that he would have to show force in order to force those around him to serve him. All this time, Chal, Kang, and Ji hunted rune snakes, destroying one reptile after another, until there was not a single living reptile larger than a grass snake left in the area. Catching his breath, one of the people quietly asked if they had already left the spawn location of the giant vipers. The protagonist moved the branch of the bush aside, not even trying to hide the recently acquired vampire lord ring. The main character had gotten a little tired over the time that had passed, but it didn't matter, unlike the fact that they had finally managed to reach the Rune Eater's lair. It turned out to be a monster, very similar to the previously exterminated rune snakes, only it had silvery white scales and was large enough to hug a tree. And on his head there were also symbols, like on rune stones, very similar to the inverted smiley face from the earthly internet. The main character took 2 steps forward, already calculating how exactly he would destroy this creature, but then he was stopped by a shout from a family man in a gray suit. He asked with a very pitiful look and voice if there was any way to get past this giant scaly hose without starting another fight. The protagonist, as one might expect, responded in a completely indifferent, even soulless voice that he would fight, and the rest could do whatever they wanted. The man, even more frightened, muttered that they were one group, and therefore they were obliged to stick together in everything. How could it be otherwise? The main character was already openly tired of serving as some kind of turtle for all these remora fish, and he answered in a very harsh, categorical tone that they were not some kind of team. They stuck together all this time only because there were no alternative options, but now let everyone do what they want. Min took this very calmly and even expected such an outcome, while the father of the family, with ever-increasing fear, tried to convince them to stay. The brunette silenced him with just 2 short sentences about why someone should be forced to march in formation, and whether this brave leader wanted to stay here too. The man shuddered with horror when he realized that he had no counter-arguments to somehow win this unpleasant argument. Then he simply turned to his family and ordered them to go away. But Chal, on the contrary, watched very carefully what was happening ahead. He saw with his own eyes that Hans really was as reckless as the rumors described him. But then these thoughts were interrupted by the doctor's rough voice. Without trying to mince his words, he warned Han to immediately put any thoughts of forcing the protagonist to go with them out of his head. When the soldier asked why, the bespectacled man snorted with disdain and admitted that he was frightened by the way Khan acted as if he had spent his whole life on the frontier. Plus, this arrogant bastard is definitely not the type to listen to other people's commands or even advice, so messing with him is definitely pointless. He'll die soon anyway. Chul may have disliked the main character like Tensoon, but he wasn't an idiot, so he admitted Min was right, while Kang fought. For him, this fight was like an open book. Dodge when the magic rune symbol appears on the head and strike yourself if you don't see the agility sign. In other words, this opponent could literally juggle his abilities, changing them at any time convenient for him, depending on his needs. For most survivors, this would have been a nightmarish, virtually invulnerable opponent, but the main character was more than capable of withstanding it. Overall, this monster was something of a cross between a spiny cobra and that huge horned monster. It was stronger than the first, but much weaker than the second. So far, he had managed to take the hits thanks to his ability to instantly switch from one power to another, but it wasn't difficult. It was just annoying. To end it all as quickly as possible, the protagonist decided to completely change his tactics and focus on the reptile's nest, those same thick trees. This creature had such a strong territorial instinct that it was ready to defend its home even at the cost of its life, completely forgetting about its own well-being. Of course, his plans, as many times before, worked perfectly, and how could they not if Hans was the protagonist and, in principle, could not make mistakes? What followed was a matter of technique, just a few first-class thrusts of the rapier from one point to another, and now the poor bastard was already beginning to breathe its last. And he stood again silently with a stony face, as if he wanted to pose for a photographer who existed only in his imagination. After waiting until the poor viper's body had completely stiffened and fallen to the ground, Khan switched to another, much more important matter. It turned out to be a rune-eater egg, looking like a completely ordinary snake egg, only large and covered in rich blue-green spots. And the baby living inside it, apparently, was very close to being born, and with each passing second, it was tapping on the shell more and more insistently. The brunette slowly picked up the egg and then brought the rune stone towards it, as if he was seriously considering whether to smash them together. But even if he really wanted this, it was too late, because the bluish shell was already completely covered with cracks. A piercing, ominous yellow eye blinked in the first gap that formed, very reminiscent of the famous velociraptor birth scene from Jurassic Park. But when the little snake slid out completely, it became clear that it was actually very cute and harmless, as if it were not a small reptile, but a baby mammal. Naturally, the protagonist didn't care about its appearance. He was looking for this creature only because it had the ability to absorb some runes and create others. In fact, this made such a reptile an extremely profitable living generator of superpowers. Feed it 3 random stones and get 2 special ones. Of course, many people would consider this a waste of resources, since the mechanic was randomly controlled and 2 runes were 1 less than 3. But the protagonist didn't care about the possible drawbacks. He could farm a huge number of crystals, but he desperately needed the special bonus ones. Thus, he successfully achieved his next task, and now he could fully concentrate on completing the next point of the plan. Meanwhile, the family of ordinary people, unsurprisingly, was experiencing significant difficulties. At the moment, they were lost and trying to find their way to the shelter. The father tried to figure out where they were by looking at the map, but he might as well have had nothing at all, because there was no point in this paper without details. In his thoughts, he also kept cursing at the mercenaries who had so vilely dared to abandon them, the unfortunate civilians, until his wife noticed that there was something nearby. The man instantly stepped forward, shielding his wife and daughter, but he was still scared, to the point that every muscle in his body was shaking violently. Luckily for them, it wasn't some bloodthirsty bandit or hungry monster, but Hansu, who, as we know, had taken an oath not to kill even the most vile people. He, as before, didn't care about the well-being of this trio, but he still asked, to clear his conscience, what the hell they were doing here. Instead of answering, the man grinned half-madly, muttering under his breath that the main character had managed to escape from that monster after all. Can admitted without any expression that he had killed that huge snake, and this almost made the man fall down, especially since the protagonist had only a scratch of all his wounds. He might have dared to ask the main character a few very suggestive questions, but Hans was the first to ask where everyone else was. The answer was predictable. The soldier, the healer, and the assassin decided to simply abandon the people who were of no use to them and continue traveling on their own, without looking over their shoulders. No, the man in the suit actually understood perfectly well what it was, but he was so afraid for his wife and child that he desperately tried to convince the thugs that they needed each other. With an exaggeratedly good-natured smile and sigh, Khan asked if this guy really intended to survive indefinitely at someone else's expense, like a parasite. They all didn't care what would happen to the three of them. They only cared about themselves and their own strength, and didn't want to play at being good knights any longer. Having said all this, the adventurers cynically abandoned the civilians, and even deliberately blocked the road so that they could not secretly crawl after them. The father of the family could have continued to grumble and complain about the blatant disrespect for his elders for a very long time, but Hans simply turned around and told him to stop wasting time. The man's wife gave her partner a suggestive glance and muttered in a very tense tone that they probably should too. And then the man in the suit, in a desperate, almost childish gesture, extended his hand towards the main character, but he did not see it, because he did not turn around. The three were too scared of everything that surrounded them, from abnormal worlds and monsters to cruel people, so they followed like ducklings. After a couple of minutes, the main character turned around and coldly asked if they were going to leave. The older man, instead of pleading and asking, suddenly muttered that Hansu had initially placed himself outside the group, so let him go wherever he wanted, and they were also responsible for themselves. In fact, it was a lie from start to finish, and even the protagonist himself was surprised by this, but he only shrugged his shoulders and repeated once again, "Let them do whatever they want." There were a lot of bad things that could be said about the main character, like that he was an insensitive bastard, but he wasn't a sadist and allowed the weak to follow him. In any case, the protagonist was much more interested in upgrading his own stats and those of his new pet, which he was going to feed generously. Watching the little snake happily swallow a stone the size of itself, the protagonist noted that he had indeed made the right choice in upping his resistance. He had very high stats for a character from the initial locations, and the best part was that with each battle, all his stats gradually increased. However, he was still human, and he needed to satisfy standard biological needs from time to time, including food. While Hansu skinned and butchered the carcass of the slain pig-like monster, the woman and her daughter remarked on how quickly its level was rising and how lucky they were to not become Khan's prey. Looking at this, schoolgirl Che-eun thought for the first time that they too should learn to fight, but her father immediately stopped these thoughts, reminding her that it was better to hide. The girl didn't dare argue, although deep down she clearly wanted to, and after that they had no time to talk, because the main character went on his way. They followed the brunette like a group of crows following a bloodthirsty wolf, not daring to go far, although the teenager was worried about where their, so to speak, protector was going. It turned out to be some kind of tunnel in the rock, not at all ominous at first glance, but so dark that it was impossible to see anything from a distance of just a few steps. During all this time, the young man never once turned around or tried to talk to his new companions. He paid no attention to anything at all, walking only forward. Since they still had no better option, the trio of civilians followed the protagonist inside, wincing at the contrast of light and darkness. As it turned out a few minutes later, this was not some random piece of location, but a gathering point for all Earthlings, and people were already crowded in this underground cave. Realizing that they were again together with a large group of people and under their protection, the father of the family burst into tears of joy and then began to hug his relatives by the shoulders. The noble Han Chul and his companions were also there. He immediately noticed the arrivals and began to sweat at the sight of the protagonist. He managed to make it all the way to the checkpoint completely alone, not only without receiving any serious injuries, but even just scratches. What nonsense. Apparently, the rumors about his heroic victory over the man-eating demon were true, but the soldier didn't have time to think it through because a disgruntled imp came onto the scene. She didn't like it at all that Che-eun and her parents were late, so she closed the doors, that is. She blocked the tunnel with a huge stone, cutting off the way back. Those who hadn't found the cave itself would now also have no chance of survival or advancement, but the devil didn't care, because it was time for the main event. Now, they were all on the first-floor pier, and it was actually very good that fewer people died than expected. As many as 75 were ready for the game. More glowing tablets appeared before the mortals, which were tickets admitting their owners to the next level of this vile game. Of course, there was always the possibility, even after everything I'd been through, of ending up on an island infested with monsters or made of lava and dying, but who cares? Moreover, the fairy came up with a new mockery. Now the next island could only be reached by boat, which could accommodate no more than 3 people at a time. The problem was that it worked exactly like the previously shown teleportation magic, scattering people across completely different territories. And choosing a destination was also not possible. One could easily end up in either a new Eden or a vile, creature-infested abyss. Finally, there was one more small detail. The organizers of this entertainment provided that one person could take 3 tickets. So if such a lucky person is found, he will earn the unprecedented right to move to any accessible place he wishes. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock and the gradual realization of the terrible bloodshed these rules would lead to, and only Hans, as usual, didn't give a damn. Continuing to grimace and mock her victims, the she-devil also kindly reminded them all that entire islands are being destroyed and falling, starting with the outer ones. This island was supposed to be a wreck in just half an hour, and there were only 25 boats available to people, so there weren't enough for every single person with 3 passes. Grinning the most disgusting smile in the world, and barely containing the trembling in her voice, the imp announced the beginning of the game, allowing the use of any means necessary. What happened next was highly predictable, with people mercilessly punching and kicking each other, hitting each other from behind, and snatching tickets. The main character stood to the side and calmly looked at this chaos, because he was perfectly aware that this is how it would all end. He had already been through this shit. It is quite likely that after this, he would have hit some poor guy on the back of the head and appropriated his documents, but someone's voice made him lazily turn around. The man in the gray suit, without any hint of pride, simply fell to his knees in front of the main character, begging him for another favor. He wanted the protagonist to show generosity one last time and do his family a favor by not allowing them to split up or perish among the devouring crowd. There was no talk of any randomness, just as there was no talk of saving anyone. The man wanted the 3 of them to safely reach the central island. But why fight for this opportunity on your own, putting your neck at excessive risk, when you could beg someone who is much stronger than you? So let Hans be kind enough to take the tickets from 6 people and give them to him and his wife and daughter. That would be the most noble thing in the world. They would also be able to move on safely without exposing themselves to danger or experiencing other problems, and the father of the family bowed his head and back heartily, demonstrating submission. Perhaps in a different situation the protagonist would have actually helped them, but it all sounded so disgusting that he refused in disgust and wished his dad luck. But the sticky man wasn't going to back down so easily. He was indignant and accusing Hanu of lacking conscience, until finally someone else's voice told him to shut up. It was Chol, and he took great pleasure in kicking the beggar in the face so hard that he flew backwards, to the horror of his own daughter. Han, grabbing his victim by the lapels, sincerely admitted that he couldn't stand him from the very beginning, and then asked Hansu why he didn't take his ticket for himself. Trying to appear as kind and friendly as possible, the former soldier proposed to the protagonist that they work together, and was even willing to obtain artifacts for him. There were, of course, still plenty of people here who were also desperately fighting to save their lives, but the bearded man sincerely admitted that he couldn't stand most of them. For Hanu, as the rumors described him, this feeling should be all too familiar, so why not eventually flock to those who shared his attitude? Chul showed off his emblem on his arm and admitted that it actually belonged not to him, but to his captain, who was also capable of accepting Hansu into the group. The stubbled brunette tried his best to entice the young man into this decision, even mentioning how sick he must have been of constantly traveling alone. He would have told many more cool things about how great it is to live and work in a group, but the protagonist indifferently shook his head and briefly replied that he was against it. Khan was so carried away by the sounds of his own voice that at first he didn't even realize that the words he heard did not indicate enthusiasm and agreement, but quite the opposite. Flustered, he tried once again to convince the main character that they were not like those idiots in the crowd, and that the boy simply did not understand the value of clans. The protagonist, who had lived for many years as part of a large group in the future of this world, mentally countered that, on the contrary, he understood perfectly well what it was like. But right now, he wasn't going to get involved in the intrigues and confrontations between factions because it would only distract him from his real goal, the unity of humanity. Realizing that the young adventurer wasn't even trying to pretend to listen to him, the man with the short beard sighed heavily and admitted that he had no choice then. One would think that he would try to stab Hans in the back and take the ticket from him for himself, but no. Instead, he threw the necessary thing to the protagonist. There was no generosity in this, however, because the soldier simply took the luminous paper from, as he put it, the insignificant man who was even now crawling on his knees. He was sincerely sorry that their partnership would not happen in this life, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was simply no more time left for persuasion. But they will definitely meet again on the central island, and then Chul will definitely find Kang to ask him again which side he is on. The protagonist didn't even listen to him now because, well, in the end, what was the point of these insignificant clan intrigues when the survival of people was at stake? But while he was indulging in philosophical reflections, at least 5 people noticed that there was a whole ticket lying on the ground, and the hero still hadn't grabbed it. They stared at the thing for only a few seconds in timid hesitation before rushing forward with the fury of a frightened herd of bulls. The protagonist had no intention of returning this glowing green piece of paper to its original owner, so people began literally snatching it out of each other's hands. The father of the family still risked trying to get this treasure back, but only to have his head grabbed and contemptuously asked if he wanted to die. That's probably what would have happened. But Che-Yun suddenly attacked the marauder, who was clutching a knife in his hand, crying out the word "Daddy" with tears. The robber, already furious to the limit, then completely lost his mind and ominously warned that since he was dealing with the family, he would simply kill them all. The protagonist watched this calmly from the sidelines, noting that this was precisely why the organizers hadn't allowed the family to separate earlier. These freaks reveled in their suffering. They reveled in the very thought that they were such all-powerful and all-knowing puppeteers that not only the lives of Earthlings, even their deaths, were completely under their control. The main character, of course, condemned this in every possible way, but he did not want to interfere, and it would not have changed anything on a global level, not to mention the fact that he had things to do. Jur-Min, emerging from the shadows, playfully asked why the young man had rejected Han's offer, to which Kang replied that it was none of her damn business, and what she wanted anyway. Not at all embarrassed by such cold rudeness, the brunette seductively whispered that she also had something to offer, while simultaneously removing her gloves. She had the exact same faction symbol, only pink and with a different figure, and the woman wanted to recruit the main character. But it was more for the sake of form, because she was not the least bit surprised or upset when the young adventurer still shook his head indifferently. But she had one more small question, which she of course asked the protagonist, since it wasn't out of some sentimental pity that he was still on this field. She would never have believed that a man who, with every cell of his body, gave the impression of a cold-blooded killer could be so pathetic. Min's gaze could easily pierce stones and metal plates, so sharp and cold was it, but Hansu answered it with his own. They stood there for a few weary moments like snakes ready for a mortal fight, before the brunette's lips twisted in disdain. But the rest of the Earthlings did not waste any time. Everyone who managed to save at least their own ticket had already boarded the boat and was rising to the heavens. There was only one boat left, and as mentioned above, only 3 people were allowed to use it. No more. Those who were not strong and ruthless enough to defend their salvation, who lay beaten on the bare ground, they will never tell anyone what happened here. From the outside, It might have seemed like Hans didn't care at all about all these unfortunate people, but in reality, that was not the case. Even he wasn't that much of a sociopath. He would like to get all these people to a safe place and save them at least for his future society, but it is impossible. In the training zones, the fairies are too vigilant. They would immediately notice the main character breaking the rules and punish him by destroying any preconditions for revolution, so it was necessary to be alienated. Therefore, so that all his previous efforts, all the sacrifices of his comrades would not be in vain, Hanu had to remove the rapier from his belt, even though he hated himself for it. To keep his hand from shaking, as if he were suffering from a severe tremor, Hansu clenched his fingers with all his might, to the point that the handle of the blade almost crunched under them. From his past life, he knew that all these poor fellows would have surely fallen into the poisonous sea below, slowly suffering from unspeakable pain to the laughter of demons. He saw it himself, remembered it very clearly even years later, so the protagonist managed to draw the weapon and, with a breaking voice, allowed the victims to curse him. Having finally reassured himself that these unfortunates would die quickly and that their deaths would speed up his own leveling up, he finally stopped hesitating. Some time passed, and by the time the worst was finally over, the main character was sitting near the edge of the island and looking at the sky. In his hand hovered several white rune stones, which Hansu examined with a detached look, not even trying to listen to the fairy's disappointed humming. She was upset that the protagonist finished everyone off quickly, but she still got a little pleasure, and even good-naturedly promised not to tell anyone about it. And although Khan had been of interest to her for a long time, he had now completely become her favorite betting horse, from which one could expect various surprises. Meanwhile, the main character completely ignored her disgusting words, as he consoled himself by proving that he should not regret what he did. Looking at his fist, white with tension, the brunette repeated that he had traveled through time to defeat the creators of the game and not to save everyone he met. Having driven the mental pain as deep as it was possible, the protagonist stood up with a firm gait and headed to the next island. Like the previous ones, his boat was programmed to head to the central location where the most important and interesting event was to begin. On this floating piece of land, a tower was erected, very reminiscent of an element of Catholic churches, and the system voice congratulated the protagonist on his progress. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this was not actually a single tower, but a colossal castle, easily capable of housing an entire city. Somewhere inside this castle, there was a huge purple-pink crystal floating above the floor, which gamers were obliged to protect at all costs. There were also unique dungeons here that allowed lucky adventurers to level up to a level that other islands could never even dream of. As if the survivors didn't have enough problems already, they had to constantly deal with an endless army of bloodthirsty monsters of all shapes and colors. For example, the walls of the fortress were besieged by a huge horde of walking skeletons using medieval weapons, and the living tried to fight off these creatures. This was much easier said than done, because the walking dead were numerous and powerful enough to be a threat to adventurers. And what on screen would have seemed like a banal battle scene from a formulaic fantasy film, in reality turned out to be a damned hell for everyone involved. People were dying, suffering, developing post-traumatic stress disorder, losing, and at least one commander was not happy with it at all. Several people gathered around a large round table, and one of them was irritably saying that this was no good. Their defense had been blown to smithereens on the very first day. This man's name was Park Young-wook. He was the leader of the young clan that Han Chul belonged to, and he convinced the others to invest more in protecting the crystal. An Ju-hyun, the second leader, nervously twirled his hands and muttered that it would be much better to raise this topic when all their colleagues arrived in the meeting hall. A woman named Hong Sia countered that it didn't matter because they were already the most influential and powerful elders in the area. Lee Kuk-tae, the founder and leader of the clan called Smog, raised an irritated eyebrow, wondering what this smart girl was proposing to do in such a situation. pack took the floor again and announced that their main shortcoming was the lack of sufficient defenders and that this must be corrected at any cost, even by recruiting people by force. The rest might not have objected, but this solution had an obvious drawback. Such unwitting warriors could not be controlled. Jong-wook retorted that this was an even more compelling reason to use brute force, because being soft with a crowd of thugs was obviously useless. In just 3 hours, the monsters would attack again, and this could easily be their last day, to which Cook Tae asked if they could win by forming an alliance. Many adventurers on the island prefer not to sit in the castle, but to farm stats in local dungeons, and there are almost as many of these people as in clans. Moreover, they formed their own organization called the Underground Alliance, and now directly threatened the position of the clan leaders with their power. Park, who had forgotten them, muttered irritably, "Why not just repeat after them, increasing the stats in the dungeons," which is why Ju Hyun almost hit him. If they did that, they would completely destroy their defenses, so the most they could do was send down the younger, less battered factions. Saya bit her thumb in irritation, scolding her colleagues for thinking only of themselves, even in such a critical situation, and those who were unwilling to help the defense. At first, all the adventurers stood guard over the crystal because the fairies said that otherwise they would die. But everything changed when several deserters returned from the dungeon with rewards. Naturally, their example infected the others, causing the number of fighters in the garrison to decrease by orders of magnitude in a very short time, but Hong did not have time to finish her thoughts. Jimming burst through the door, beaming with delight, and Sia waved her hand in irritation, considering this another absurd, ill-timed prank. But the killer actually had news, absolutely wonderful and beautiful news, which made the older woman's jaw hit the floor, for the Alliance was under attack. She couldn't believe her ears, because it sounded like the news that all the nuclear missiles on Earth had been launched, and then someone shouted that he had been misunderstood. People were staring at one point, while some man was lying on the ground and moaning that they would defend the castle and just wanted to level up a little. Instead of an answer, a blade pierced his shoulder, which certainly did not resemble a rapier that could belong to one very specific character. Theatrically playing with a cigarette in his teeth, the boy in black leather sternly declared that all those who like to rob crypts are obliged to stand guard on the walls of the bastion tomorrow. The hapless adventurer shook in horror, not understanding why he was losing so easily to a man whose abilities, by all rights, should be weaker than his. Of course, it was Hansu who, instead of the standard Earth t-shirt and sweatshirt, found himself an outfit that looked very appropriate in clubs for an adult audience. Healer Min, who arrived on the islands as part of the first 7, made a face like a pig when he recognized this guy, while another man was indignant at what right Khan had to command. He immediately pulled out a knife and decided to gut the vile bastard, while the protagonist himself calmly noted that he had a skill that improved the cutting properties of blades. This was quite good for a colorless artifact, but it didn't stop him from getting ready to shed blood once again. The rest of the Alliance members cheered their colleague on, urging him to finish off this freak, but the protagonist made his enemy spit out blood with just one blow. The thug stared in disbelief at his blade, which had never failed him before, but now, for some reason, completely refused to work, just like all his powers. And that wasn't enough, because the main character, with just one, very light by his standards blow, completely knocked the spirit out of this idiot, along with a couple of teeth. The others looked at this with shock and horror, while Hans groaned heartily how tired he was of beating these morons without killing them because they were a valuable resource. After this, he very sternly asked those around him if there was anyone among them who wanted to challenge the orders of the guy wearing black leather on his naked body. Seeing not only fear but also hatred in the stranger's eyes, Kan said with pleasure that even with his last remaining cigarette, he would have more than enough. The clan leaders, hearing the obscene noise outside, came out of the assembly hall, and all this time they watched what was happening with stunned expressions on their faces. They couldn't figure out who the hell this was, but they were now no more interested in the question than in the invasion that was coming in 2.5 hours. Already in the hall, they gathered again to discuss this, looking at the main character as if he were some kind of scary animal. The protagonist, not at all embarrassed by this, sternly said that now the clans and the alliance must defend the castle in turns, and if anyone doesn't like this, let them speak out now. Recruiting and subjugating absolutely everyone will, of course, not be possible, so the elders will have to carefully select those who will join the ranks of their subordinates. Sia couldn't help but admit that it was incredibly beneficial for their situation, but that left open the question of why the hell Hans himself would do it. It was as if Li Kuktae heard her thoughts, because he directly, looking straight into the eyes of this strange boy, asked what plans he had for them. And there was some truth in his words, since Khan was incredibly strong and could successfully survive alone without worrying about anyone else. But no. But to all this, the brunette, with his characteristic laconicism, replied that he simply did not intend to interfere in what was happening as long as everyone here followed the rules. It all sounded very nice and encouraging, no doubt about it, but still, where is the guarantee that after some time, this guy won't simply decide to get rid of everyone present here? The protagonist had no intention of arguing, but he, of course, couldn't deny himself the pleasure of, to put it literally, kicking the blind dwarfs with their hands tied. Just 1 second, and he disappeared with a contemptuous grin, simply vanishing into thin air, forcing the clan leaders to grab their weapons in fear, expecting an attack. The pink-haired boy shouted that it was just invisibility, an illusion that hid the user from prying eyes, and it was useless when everyone already knew where you were. In response, Hansu very tenderly whispered in his ear a question. Did the elder really think that he wouldn't already be dead if the protagonist really wanted it? Kuktae was horrified not so much by the fact that there was now a knife next to his throat, but by the fact that this boy had easily hidden from all his senses. Khan then immediately released his victim, and the remaining clan leaders tried to huddle together in case the main character decided to attack them again. Hans rolled his eyes in irritation, repeating that he hadn't come to quarrel with everyone. They had a common cause, and he had simply decided to show off his new clothes. The only thing he wanted from all these politicians was for each of them to do their direct duties and not break the rules, then no one would have problems. Of course, the main character understood perfectly well how difficult it was to work in a team when before you had only fought, but there was nothing to do, they all risked dying. In any case, he was no longer interested in being there and was about to move on to the next task until a lady blocked his way. It turned out to be Ji Min, and she again wanted the protagonist to listen to her proposal, agree, and join their faction. She looked at him without taking her eyes off him or even blinking, and with each passing second, she moved closer and closer until she practically buried her face in his chest. Looking especially closely at the neckline that showed off a section of his neck and collarbones, the brunette languidly whispered that she now felt a personal interest in him. After all, she muttered in Hans's ear, being alone all the time without a woman must be terribly uncomfortable, or he must have someone in mind. She specifically mentioned Minhee's name to test the protagonist's reaction, and from its absence, she concluded that there was nothing connecting them. And it was just wonderful. If Can ever decides to join their pink banner, it will be the best gift for everyone present here. When the hero simply walked past him, with a completely indifferent face, the woman indignantly shouted after him that he should have at least pretended that he was listening. She was clearly not used to anyone remaining indifferent to her looks and skills as a seductress, because she became so furious that she called Hansu a bastard. The protagonist never once turned around to look at her, and on the castle wall there was real bedlam. Everywhere you looked there were wounded people and pools of blood. Chal, who was in charge of clearing and regrouping this area, ordered that the wounded be treated and that they rest until a new invasion began. Things were going much better for them, surprisingly, as they now had many more people, and many monsters were also destroyed in the fight. Even the parasites of the Underground Alliance, who cared about nothing but their own gain, now moderated their ardor and agreed to work for the common good. It helped to limit the damage, but as Khan muttered with embarrassment, most likely these poor idiots simply did not want to provoke him anymore. Of course, this mysterious him was in fact the same Hansu who, in the last battle, in proud solitude, destroyed hundreds of walking skeletons. What followed were the usual banal comments about how the main character was incredibly cool, how he killed so many enemies on his own, and so on. The soldier would have loved to recruit this living killing machine into his faction, but it would have been easier to drill a tunnel into the mountain using a spoon. In any case, if they continued like this, they would be able to defend themselves against him, and it was difficult to understand who they were really talking about, Cain or the new monster. Their conversation was immediately interrupted by the sound of the sky splitting, and through the crack appeared a disgusting, vile, ugly, instinctively hating face. The fairy demon smiled very kindly and welcomingly at the mortals, who probably missed her very much. Otherwise, it simply couldn't be, right? And she really hoped that people had had a good rest over the past few days, thereby immediately making it clear to everyone that she had come to torment them once again. Grinning in such a way that many people wanted to split her skull, the imp solemnly announced that now her kindred demons would appear among the monsters, and terribly strong ones at that. But there was no need to worry about that, she told the dear participants. There was no benefit from killing all sorts of skeletons anyway, and this way they would earn crystals. In fact, this will create a unique opportunity for all of them, because they will not find stones like these on any other flying island. They can be used, for example, to purchase very powerful and useful artifacts in a special store, just like in regular video games. And not only that, because in the same way you could earn a ticket that would open access to the next flying island, and even with the opportunity to take 4 people with you. So let them all be good boys and girls and get to work collecting the crystals, which, given the huge vortex that has opened up, will have to be done now. From this enormous red portal, reminiscent of an open wound on the body of the universe, after just a few seconds, a huge hand with long claws appeared, and then a disgusting face appeared, in comparison with which the vile, flat face of the fairy would have seemed the embodiment of feminine beauty. The giant horned monster laughed triumphantly, as if glad that it had gained freedom and would now crush the little people like a fox in an open henhouse. When it stopped laughing and, with a bloodthirsty grin, slowly wandered towards the fortress, almost all the people on the walls cursed in unison. Everyone present wanted to earn crystals to become stronger and escape from this cursed island, but everyone was afraid of being exposed to danger. It is unknown what they would have ended up with. Perhaps many would have cowardly run away, abandoning everyone else, but a commanding voice thundered in the air. Naturally, these words belonged to the main character, and he, as it could not be otherwise, jumped forward at a great height, raising his new huge sword to strike. Even the demon stopped and looked up, as if unable to believe that some mortal insect could actually be so mindless. He slowly raised his hand to protect himself from Hansu's blow, and when the sword made contact with the clawed paw, there was an explosion comparable to the birth of a tiny star. No matter how strong the protagonist was, the horned giant also had several aces up his sleeve, and he was already raising his second hand for a magical attack. The protagonist had to throw his entire body to the side, as far as possible from this stream of death, while reminding himself that it was weak but still a demon. It was absolutely impossible to underestimate such an opponent, since he could not be harmed by simple physical damage, and all the youth's enhancements had run out. Yes, the little rune eater gave him increased defense and durability, but his blows were too weak to harm this freak with pink fire on his head. Therefore, in order to have any chance of winning, Hans needed to rely as much as possible on the artifacts he obtained from his travels through the local dungeons. The lack of brute strength could be successfully replaced by speed, and in this he found the artifact boots he received as a reward for a successful raid very useful. With them, the brunette could move like living lightning, and even the demon, it seemed, could not follow these movements. But it only seemed that way, because the monster successfully blocked the second time, so the sword only struck streams of sparks from the stone demonic skin in vain. These sparks and entire beams of light were visible from a great distance, and diverged from every movement of their hands or weapons, like in an epic fantasy film. Hans was extremely focused. He didn't even blink, so as not to create a blind spot for even a split second, because that could have been his death sentence. But in the end, luck smiled on him, and the main character was able to find a real good blow to his opponent for the first time, almost cutting through his enormous chest. The monster's face twisted in rage that some wretched insect had dared to hurt him, and he raised his hand again to attack with magic. Now it was the protagonist's turn to defend himself, as a scorching stream of death came straight towards him, colliding with the broad blade of the sword. The force of the shot was so monstrous that the young man was thrown back as if he had been fired from a cannon, and he crashed into a wall, raising a huge cloud of dust and debris. Any ordinary person would have died immediately, falling down like a broken doll, but the protagonist was protected from this fate by Nurma's ring, with its power to neutralize other people's skills. This duel was watched very closely by perhaps all the inhabitants of the outpost, and they were shocked that someone was seriously fighting a demon alone. The Khan didn't understand what kind of strength it would take to risk doing this and still be alive, but his leader suddenly ordered him to get ready. He intended to provoke the other inhabitants of the fortress to take part in the battle, but, like any true politician, he was not going to risk his own skin. And somehow this plan worked. One after another, the adventurers and clan fighters jumped down, encouraging each other with the fact that the demon was still alone. Zhu, meanwhile, asked her older sister Sia if they should also take part in this massacre, and the clan elder refused. She was interested not so much in protecting her own life and the crystal in the depths of the castles, but in testing the strength of the main character, what he was capable of if he put in all his efforts. The people gradually approached, surrounding the main character as he continued to fight the giant monster, dodging, blocking, stabbing, and slashing. He didn't say anything to his new comrades, especially since the time was completely inappropriate. He only gave them a short, cold glance. Khan assumed that this was how it would all end, and he didn't like it at all. But there was nothing he could do. The demon would soon begin to use his racial skills. The goat-legged monster loomed over even the tallest men like a mountain over the trees in a forest, and for a few seconds it did nothing, as if it were watching. This went on for so long that even the main character began to wonder why the devil did nothing but smirk at them. Each demon was different, with different racial skills and weaknesses, but this one finally raised his hand, ready to use his. The protagonist immediately turned to his uninvited comrades, ordering them to get behind him if they didn't want to turn into a pathetic pile of slime and ash. But the ambitious, arrogant heroes did not appreciate this warning, deciding that the main character was simply mocking them, probably wanting to take all the glory for himself. The demon's fist, meanwhile, had already turned into something like a miniature star, burning the very air around it, and his face was distorted into a malicious grin. This creature's racial skill was called Hellfire, and it wasn't hard to figure out what exactly it did just by carefully listening to the name again. The vast space around the giant was instantly enveloped in monstrous fire, but one of the adventurers bravely stepped forward, declaring that it was powerless against his shield. He was fully imagining himself dealing the bastard a fatal blow, and thereby claiming the entire reward for himself, but the sensation of heat brought him back to reality. The demonic fire overcame some pathetic magic with disgusting ease, and the people, who were knocked down by this, squealed in animal terror. They ran back to the castle, overtaking their own screams, while that idiot with the shield screamed in incredible pain, gradually burning alive. Of course, this was no ordinary fire, so it stalked mortals like a colossal predatory squid, gradually overtaking its prey with dozens of tentacles. Only the main character remained motionless, and his artifact ring flashed with a blue glow, like the ring of power of the Blue Lantern Order. The same thing happened with his sword, because now the time to be gentle and kind was over. It was time to be truly dangerous and pathetic. With just one crushing blow, Kang Hansu cut the stream of demonic flame rushing towards him into two parts, like pieces of butter with a hot knife. People who 3 minutes ago were so desperate to prove their prowess and strength in demon fighting now just widened their eyes, unable to believe that someone was capable of such a thing. Moreover, the impact was powerful enough to leave a huge, deep crevice in the ground itself. But only from the outside it might seem as if this cost the main character nothing, while in fact his fingers were trembling monstrously. They were confronted by a weak but still a demon who had appeared from the depths of the third circle of the burning hell. A creature of such power was a real walking apocalypse. That is why the only mortal creature here capable of challenging and defeating such an opponent was, who would have thought, the protagonist. The demon grinned especially bloodthirstily, as if rejoicing at the unusual challenge, and the protagonist immediately tensed up, preparing for new tricks. Time slowed down so much that every second flowed like molasses. Now the horned giant raises his flaming fist upward, and the mortal boy intercepts his sword. People watched this from the sidelines, shielding their eyes from the terrible wind, and now none of them even thought about trying to fight the monster themselves. The leader of the Smaug clan was particularly perplexed, wondering to himself if they had really been abducted from Earth at the same time. They started at the same time, under the same conditions, so why in the name of all the gods and devils is the main character so much stronger than him and everyone else? And the clan elders didn't like this, because after all, politicians never like people who can undermine their power over others. Of course, they weren't idiots enough to attack the protagonist now, they just continued to watch his fight. But the decision had already been made unspoken. As soon as the demonic invasion was stopped, they would try to kill Khan so that he would not take power from them. Suddenly the action shifted to preparations for the next battle, with people shown scurrying around the fortress like ants, collecting supplies and helping the wounded. Anyone who could still walk on 2 legs without assistance had a lot of work to do, but one black-haired girl in a particularly purple shirt simply stood and propped herself up against the wall. Min didn't do or say anything, she just stood there and looked ahead until someone suddenly approached her and advised her to stop waiting for the main character. Chol, scratching the back of his head in irritation, repeated that waiting for Hansu was a waste of time. He knew perfectly well that he didn't care about any of their proposals. She tried to act like she had no idea who they were talking about, but even a child could easily see through it as a bluff. The understanding soldier shook his head and said bluntly that she was only hanging around with the main character because her leader had ordered her to recruit him. But Khan had a more interesting topic for discussion. It was no secret that the alliance of clans had recently been in a state of noticeable frustration for obvious reasons. The woman turned a very attentive and sharp yellow gaze on him before cautiously asking why he was even telling her this. Chol started by saying that these were obvious things, but with the frightened expression of a fox, he fell silent and turned around as if a ghost had appeared behind him. When Min asked what it was all about, the soldier tensely replied that he thought he was being watched by someone, but it seemed like it was just his imagination. As it turned out, this was not the case, because Lee Kuk Tae, the head of the Smaug clan, looked at the couple through the window and wondered to himself how long Kang had been hunting evil spirits. During all this time, the main character did nothing suspicious. This man did not notice any signs of threat from him, no matter how much he looked for them. It might seem like the protagonist didn't care about power, he just farmed experience in dungeons, defended the castle and trained, but there were still problems. For example, as one of his maids reported to T, people who were forced by circumstances to work with the clans constantly argued and quarreled with them. Cook wasn't surprised by this in principle, because how could it be otherwise? Hans is a proud lone warrior who doesn't bow to anyone, but no matter, he already had a plan of action ready. Yes, he admitted with a smile. They could not control Khan, like most other adventurers, and this posed a danger to their plans. As time went on, a large crowd of people gathered in the elders' meeting hall, and they all silently and attentively listened to the leader Smaug. Only then did Lee decide to address the others, opening his arms in a welcoming gesture and thanking the others for gathering there. He decided to resort to a classic populist ploy, turning to his subordinates and pretending that he needed their advice. But of course, no one forgot about the demon. It's just that by that moment he was already dead, turned into a lifeless soul, covered with swords, like a pincushion with needles. The protagonist, on the other hand, didn't look much better. His skin was now covered in abrasions and dirt, and he was struggling to stand on his feet, clutching his rapier. He threw it away, regretfully stating that this weapon could no longer be used. Drenched in sweat and out of breath from fatigue, Khan muttered to his snake that he had finally managed to save up 6 dozen and would now be able to buy it. This whole idea with special crystals and a special artifact store was designed only to exacerbate the feud between the clans. And the main character, of course, simply could not allow such a development of events, because he wanted to unite humanity under his rule. In the store, he spent some time going through the different weapon options that could be purchased for 60 crystals before settling on one item. These were large sickles on long chains that could be swung like some kind of hellish whip, and they were called the Judgment of Kratos. Having assumed his usual pompous pose, Kan noted to himself that it would now be much easier for him to knock the brains out of his enemies for a while. He swung the sickles like propellers, enjoying the fact that the familiar weapon from his previous life finally fit into his hand again, as if it belonged to him. The protagonist had barely finished saying that he wanted to test these blades when the ground nearby immediately began to swell, like water whose surface began to bubble. As before, walking dead, skeletons, zombies, undead creatures began to burst out of it, and one undead even had sharp pink nails, as if it had just returned from a manicure. Hans smiled optimistically and happily, remembering that there were only 10 days left until they would be allowed to leave the castle and forget about the crystal in it. Other people did not travel in time and did not have prophetic abilities, so they, of course, could not know this. But, thought the protagonist, damn him if he couldn't wait to see what everyone else would think when they finally got the knowledge. 10 days flew by like 10 seconds, and the horned fairy, her face distorted into a manic smile, noted that the adventurers never ceased to amaze her. Again, almost all of them survived, and so the organizers prepared a special gift for these captives, which caused the entire earth in the area to shake madly. People didn't understand what was going on, because there was still a lot of time before the next invasion. But they were, unfortunately, mistaken. One of the skeletons destroyed during the previous attack began to shake its entire bony body, and then it suddenly revealed, yes, it was a fleshly eye. More and more dead people rose up, already as demonic undead, turning into a shapeless-eyed biomass and flying into the outpost. No, they weren't going to attack the survivors, at least not right now. Instead, they were gathering in one of the halls and huddling into one disgusting mass. Gradually, she took on more and more humanoid features until she resembled a stereotypical demoness, wearing an evening gown and huge ram's horns. If anyone were to look at this beautiful creature now, they would never guess that she was created from disgusting, decaying flesh. It was part of the Central Island's secret quest that the adventurers had unknowingly unlocked, and now they had to fight it. The Demon Queen slowly opened her eyes, all 4 of her eyes, and her lips gradually twisted into a semblance of a bloodthirsty grin. And then she let out a heart-rending scream that shook the castle from top to bottom, as if she were calling on all people to come here and try to challenge her. People, of course, could not avoid such a dubious reward, because the vast territory of the castle was covered by a colossal force field. Grinning bloodthirstily, enjoying the terrified reactions of the victims, the demonic fairy kindly explained that they only had 2 options. On the one hand, they could stay here and die heroically in the fight against thousands of demonic corpses that were gradually approaching the crystal fortress, or they could try to escape using that very crystal, which turned out to actually be a powerful magical artifact capable of saving lives. The nuance was that this stone was now protected by a demon queen, so people had to choose between thousands of very strong enemies or one infinitely strong opponent. Needless to say, the adventurers were not at all happy with this choice between a rock and a hard place, and they even began to weakly protest, saying that they had not been prepared for this. The demonic fairy, having begun to file her claws, regretfully admitted that she was simply left with no other choice. Far more people had already survived than was expected. Oh, and as the icing on the cake, the crystal will be activated in exactly 30 minutes, and it will be able to teleport up to 500 people to safety. There were twice as many people in the fortress, but unfortunately, nothing could be done. They would have to kill each other once again for the amusement of the higher powers. But this is on the condition that they can find the crystal and secretly use it, because if the Earthlings can kill the Demon Lord, everyone will be saved. Finally, as a sign of her great mercy, the little demoness gave her charges 10 minutes to make the right decision, and even showed them a timer. As expected, many people were panicking, because they thought that it would be enough to simply survive in this hell for 1 month. But then a dry pop was heard in the air. Lee Cook, having successfully drawn all the attention to himself, shouted that they just needed to hold out for these 30 minutes and escape using the stone, and he had already started giving orders. He was interrupted by the healer Min, a brown-haired man with glasses, who was in the starting group with the main character, Han and Ji, and he understood perfectly well that the Smog clan wanted to save itself. The tension between the members of the Underground Alliance and the clan representatives was so strong now that it seemed like lightning would appear in the air any minute now. After a long silence, Tay asked kindly if a glorious death was not preferable to an inglorious flight, and that more people would survive that way. Although Ming himself was a heartless egoist, he responded with venomous sarcasm that this was the heartlessness and selfishness worthy of a true king. When he was accused of caring only for his servants, Cook's eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of his head, and he asked in a creepy tone if there were any other ideas. That first weakened demon single-handedly killed many of their comrades, so what hope could there be of fighting the real queen of these creatures? And let Min be a good boy and admit honestly that he would rather just die or be among the lucky ones on the next island. It was a truly armor-piercing question, and the doctor swallowed hard, closing his eyes, mentally realizing that he would definitely be saving his own skin. If before the atmosphere was simply heated now, to put it poetically, lightning was flying everywhere, and fire-breathing volcanoes were erupting from underground. But Lee was not alone in his opinion. Another clan leader was also triumphant to himself, confident that he would definitely be able to escape with his comrades. But then another man stepped out of the crowd, and in an iron tone noted that their only way out was to defeat the demon in order to save everyone. Cook and the second leader immediately tensed up, because they knew very well what kind of person had decided to cross their path. It goes without saying that he was the main character, and he was going to pull all the people out of this hell, no matter what the cost. Tae cursed silently that this upstart was bothering him again, but out loud he asked, with exaggerated calm, if Hansu himself was sure that he would remain alive after this. If he had hoped to confuse the protagonist with this question, it was in vain, because the brunette shrugged indifferently and replied that no one knew. But what was certain was that if anyone tried to escape, leaving the others behind, 500 people would be dead, and probably even more. This sounded much more inspiring, so a crowd immediately gathered around the main character, and one girl said outright that they would be for him. And while this woman was loudly arguing that the clan bastards were no longer trustworthy, Min admitted with embarrassment that fate had once again thrust him into the team of this weirdo. But then, one by one, fists rose in the air and people shouted, inspiring each other before the epic battle with the demonic lord. Moreover, it wasn't just the members of the Underground Alliance. Han Chul, Ji Min, and their fellow clan members were also going to work for the benefit of all. The two previous elders realized that they were completely losing any control over the situation and that something urgently needed to be done about it. To do this, they needed to break the crowd's morale, and the best way to do this was to eliminate the protagonist during the chaos of battle. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to the schemer, pacified him with a cold look, and in a very cold, very harsh voice, warned him not to even try to do this. And to make sure everyone was sure he wasn't joking, Hansu struck the sickle right next to the man's feet, breaking part of the pavement into several pieces. Calling the weapon back to himself, the brunette contemptuously informed his opponent that he was in fact incapable of thinking through the consequences of his actions. Cook and his ally were tense, gritting their teeth in anger and wondering how the hell they were going to solve this vexing, annoying problem. But then Lee, with a surprisingly calm voice, muttered that yes, he had expected this to happen, and they all needed to think about the best course of action. It was a classic example of putting on a good face in a bad game. Now this man was ready to bow his head in submission, so that in the future, when the right moment came, he could take out a knife. Although people continued to whisper, quietly argue, and curse, the general mood was clear. They were now completely on the main character's side. But there was still one small point that they needed to discuss before it was too late. This was spoken by Hans, whose face, usually having the expressiveness and emotionality of a piece of stone, was now adorned with a bloodthirsty grin. Suddenly, without any warning, he swung his sickles again, as if he was going to kill several people at once. Fortunately, this was not the case. In fact, he had chained the teleportation crystal, which, by the will of the demons, had risen from the depths of the fortress to the top. A few seconds later, he was completely crushed, painted into dozens of small pieces to deprive the traitors of the slightest opportunity to desert. Cook and his henchmen looked at this with deep shock and even horror. They basically did not expect that the main character would dare, figuratively speaking, to burn all their ships. After a few seconds, the silence turned into angry shouts as people one after another verbally attacked the main character, and he simply continued to smile. As if casually flexing his iron biceps, he said that a retreat would only demoralize the warriors who were obliged to step up and fight. Characteristically, no one argued with this statement. On the contrary, people furiously shouted that everything was so, and in general, let them be led into battle already. Just 5 minutes ago they were terrified to the point of horror, but now they turned into a pack of bloodthirsty monkeys, ready to pounce without hesitation even on a tiger and tear it to pieces. They all praised their newly minted great leader, expressing their readiness to follow him literally into hell, to which Khan indifferently replied that there was no need to follow him. Instead, adventurers must rely on the only true guide in this cruel world, their own destiny. When the 10 minutes for making a decision had passed, the huge gates of the castle slowly swung open, letting a faint purple light into the dark halls. People lived in this stronghold for a whole month, exploring many of its halls, but now, when the time of twilight has come, literally and figuratively, everything inside has become different. It was difficult to describe in words, but it was as if the castle itself had come to life, and was now gently and gradually leading its unwitting inhabitants to certain death. Every step echoed in these quiet halls with a thunderous roar, and everywhere you looked, hundreds of candles with lavender flames were lit. The newly formed team of demon slayers walked until their feet brought them to a particularly large hall, huge and black, like the ocean abyss. Nothing terrible had happened yet, but the atmosphere itself was so eerie and oppressive that everyone except the protagonist got goosebumps. And then a colossal female figure emerged from the darkness, and a low, growling voice said mockingly that she had not been here for too long. The demon queen had not met mortals for a long time, and intended to fully enjoy the opportunity presented to her, and therefore slammed the gates outward. That is, absolutely everything. The system itself notified that now there were no open openings in the entire fortress, and the adventurers had nowhere to retreat. And that wasn't all the surprises. A second later, the walls, ceiling, and floor began to shake with terrible force, and become covered with huge cracks. Very quickly, the cracks grew into real crevices, into which people, barely able to stand on their feet, almost fell, which, of course, they would not have liked at all. But even this was far from the worst thing, because the black void of the breach was quickly filled with pink-purple flame, and something else began to crawl out of it. This something turned out to be disgusting little demons, similar to goblins that someone killed, gouged out their eyes, and then raised as undead. Naturally, at the sight of such monsters, earthlings began to squeal like little girls who found spiders in their own beds. One man could only helplessly cover himself with his hands and call for help as the monster jumped on his face, but fortunately, the worst did not happen. The main character, as always, completely unperturbed, ordered everyone to remain calm, and reminded them that these freaks were no different from the creatures they killed. Therefore, he said even more harshly, it would be for their common good to immediately stop being hysterical, pull themselves together, and fight as desperately as possible. In any case, the problem was not these little beasts, but that vile mass of darkness, clothed in flesh, which had called them out of the abyss. The earthquake inside the castle continued, and whole sections of the floor, one by one, were reduced to small crumbs, cutting off even more avenues of maneuver for the people. This time they didn't release demonic goblins or any other nonsense. On the contrary, colossal columns of flame, whole geysers, shot up to the ceiling. And then this creature emerged from them, a knight clad in black armor, clutching a sharp blade in his huge hands, a demonic gatekeeper. For a few moments he stood motionless, like some terrible statue made of unknown materials, and then a scarlet fire flashed in his eye and the visor of his helmet. Even one such giant looked like an incredibly deadly and dangerous opponent. But there were two of them, and they were slowly, inexorably approaching the mortals. These colossi did not talk like their queen, did not try to joke like fairies, and did not show off like a demon from the third circle of hell. They came here only to kill. In a single moment, the entire hall turned into an abyss blazing with violet flames, the fire burning so brightly and powerfully that almost nothing could be discerned. Despite his command, people were panicking, hysterical, and trembling for their lives, so the protagonist, tensing up for an attack, clicked his tongue in irritation. Since there were two enemies, the team had to split in two, with melee fighters going in front and supports and ranged damage dealers standing behind. Those who couldn't do this were required to clear the area of interfering elements, but Pak, one of the few who also remained calm, objected. He thought it was too dangerous to attack the enemy without knowing anything about his strengths and weaknesses, but Khan didn't even listen to him, immediately rushing at the left demon. Of course, the main character knew all about these creatures, because they were infinitely weaker versions of the enemies he knew so well, the gatekeepers of the abyss. Their set of moves and attacks were absolutely identical, so the brunette could read these idols like open books, dodging all counterattacks. But the demon hadn't yet attempted to attack, standing there lifelessly like a statue and allowing the main character to beat him. However, he immediately sprang into action as Hansu's glowing sickles attempted to pierce him from behind, blocking them with his own glowing sword. Unlike everyone else, the protagonist deep down enjoyed this fight because it finally gave him the opportunity to use Dekratos's full power. For example, its chains could stretch for many tens of meters, easily entangling any enemies, or, in this case, immobilizing their weapons. A few moments later, the demonic gatekeeper, who had seemed so invulnerable, so unshakable, fell ingloriously to the floor like a felled tree. He was bound from head to toe with blue shining bonds, but he was not dead and was even slowly rising, his eye glowing in the darkness like a crimson lantern. Dekratos had a special ability called Judgment, which burned through the target's mana reserves and lowered their stats, though it also took a lot of energy from the user. It was a very expensive but useful ability, but even Hans had a hard time doing it alone, so he wondered how long they would be able to stand like pillars. Naturally, we were talking about people who were so shocked by Khan's powers that they couldn't bring themselves to move and fight the second night. In the end, Pop muttered sheepishly that no, they were not pillars of salt, and then loudly commanded his subordinates and allies to attack. He intended to prove by action that not all clans were a gathering of cowards and hypocrites, and he wanted to dedicate the victory in the upcoming duel to this very event. The female clan was not going to stand aside either, and Z literally licked her lips, imagining how she would spill demonic blood with her own hands. Just 5 minutes ago, resembling a crowd of frightened rats, the people regrouped, gathered their moral strength, and now bravely rushed towards the enemy. The room was once again bathed in purple-pink fire, as so much fire rained down on the second gatekeeper demon that he even fell to one knee. It was a more than hefty slap in the face, but unfortunately, it wasn't nearly enough to finish off one of the most powerful enemies in the floating island zone. Despite all the difficulties, the knight managed to slowly draw his blade, and the huge sword began to glow, warning that its master was preparing to attack with hellfire. Just one blow, piercing the stone floor, and people fell off their feet again, so strong was the earthquake. After this, the giant tensed his mighty demonic muscles, and with just one sharp movement, straightening up to his full height, broke Decrados' chains. Despite this, the main character had no intention of retreating, and ordered the same to the others, not a single step back, not a moment of hesitation. Hellfire was a very dangerous demonic attack that was extremely difficult to counter, but the protagonist still had a plan of action for this. After all, he wasn't some pathetic brat who barely knew which way to hold swords and axes. He'd been gutting creatures for decades. He redoubled his pressure, attacking his opponent from several sides at once, and in different ways, using fire, spells, and sickle chains. The knight had no time to properly respond to this, and he was left completely open to attack, which Hans eventually took advantage of. Min, despite being completely immersed in the chaos of the fight, screamed in horror for Khan to stop, because this fool was climbing his bare ass into the fire. But he completely ignored her words, instead slowly tearing the immobilized giant's chest into pieces, working the blades of the sickles like knives. The big guy's eyes bulged wildly, unable to get rid of his mouth or defend himself in any way, while the main character worked like a machine. It wasn't an act of senseless sadism, as one might think. In fact, the brunette was tearing a special incendiary stone, the source of the demon's powers, from the body of the demon. One last sharp movement, and the crystal, resembling a petrified clot of fire, finally leaves the body of its old owner. Then Hansu squeezes his fingers just as sharply, and the powerful otherworldly artifact ingloriously shatters into dozens of small fragments. It goes without saying that the people watching from the sidelines opened their mouths in shock, realizing that after this, the deadly fire had actually disappeared. Ignoring the partially peeled skin from his hands, the protagonist, with a slight sneer, repeated that he had told them all to just keep attacking until it worked. No distraction from any outside factors such as fear or pain. Let them just keep hacking, hitting, cutting, stabbing, shooting, and using spells. Ironically, Khan disobeyed his own advice, getting carried away by this pompous speech, and only the shouts of his allies saved him from the inglorious end of the story in the form of a flatbread. This irrevocably ruined a beautiful and epic moment, so Pa stepped forward, intending to show the clanless how to solve problems. But this was much easier said than done, because wherever you looked, there were bloody cripples or already cooling corpses lying around. The second demon, unlike the first, remained alive and fully conscious, and he was not going to sacrifice himself for the sake of pathetic people. On the contrary, he crushed them like voles. The mere sight of the space littered with a huge number of dead bodies was enough to make the crowd lose their nerve again, and now they hesitated in indecision. Tay watched this from the back rows with great pleasure, because it demonstrated perfectly that he was right. People hesitated and feared for their skins. It was the perfect moment to execute the old plan, to quietly escape the doomed island using the teleportation crystal and abandon everyone else. So Cook bravely stepped forward and sternly stated that Hans had irresponsibly exposed the people who had trusted him to a terrible threat. This was an objective fact. He dragged them all into the belly of the beast, which means he must answer for his actions, if, of course, he wants to continue to consider himself a true leader. The main character barely batted an eye at the words of this parasite, and Chul, with difficulty holding the little demon away from himself, could not stand it and shouted, "Why doesn't Lee shut up and fight himself?" It was he and his henchmen who were wasting their time, confusing people's minds in such a dangerous situation, and this genuinely outraged Khan. Smiling like a madman and a maniac, the pink-haired guy replied that they were standing aside not because they were too weak, and now they would prove it with their actions. Having finished his speech, Tay waved his hand so sharply that his cloak revealed his muscular limb and part of his armored torso. He brought with him a special, powerful squad of fighters from the Smog clan, and now he was going to clearly demonstrate to all the disbelievers what they were truly capable of. All these men and women, clad in identical armor with purple cloaks and hoods, moved like experienced hounds, surrounding the giant with the sword. The huge gatekeeper didn't even have time to swing his blade when numerous assassins brought down their own blades on his legs and opened fire with bows. Each of them acted like a natural-born professional, attacking only at exposed weak points, not allowing the enemy to concentrate. Just 10 or 20 seconds later, the demon knight falls to his knees without even having time to kill anyone, and the spectators, who remained at a safe distance, their jaws dropped. One would have thought that there were dozens of copies of Hansu in this hall, and the real protagonist encouraged the stunned adventurers to also go on the attack and not sit on their backs. After this, he very eloquently raised his left hand, on which an inconspicuous ring of gray metal with a blue stone in the center was already beginning to glow. The second demon was wounded, but still alive and very, very angry. He raised his hands up in a gesture reminiscent of a Polish hammer to crush any mortal into a pancake. A moment later, the floor began to shake again from the colossal mass of metal that the giant monster had brought down on him, but of course, he was unable to kill Khan. With just one movement, the main character rose into the air to such a height that the monstrous warrior could only look up helplessly, like a child. Hans wasn't going to be distracted any longer. There was only one guard standing in front of them, and then a decisive battle with the queen awaited them. With one mighty blow, he completely cut his opponent in half, and the gatekeeper did not even have time to defend himself or strike back. It was like boxing with lightning. One of the cowardly clan leaders, looking at this, felt an indescribable horror, because this was simply not normal. There were dozens of them here, and only one hero. But for some reason, this lone wolf was far superior to the entire team of thugs subordinate to him, and this was no more frightening than any demon. But there was no time to think about it further, because the huge monster was still alive, and it had to be finished off as quickly as possible before the deaths began. Ahead of everyone were the killers created by Cook, and even Hans, despite his usual arrogance, could not shrug off these predators. He understood perfectly well what dangerous opponents they would become for him in the future, but there was no time to think about it now. He had to finish with one fight. Khan decided to repeat the already tried and tested scheme. Immobilize the armored giant with Dekratos's chains, and then cut out a stone or something of the sort from him. And so far he was successful, cutting, stabbing, and chopping at the right place, like a crazy mechanism, and not a living person of flesh and blood. The other humans tried to keep up, overloading the demon's perception with their own attacks, so that he found himself in the position of a man attacked by bees. The battle was fierce and brutal, and some people even succumbed to the adrenaline rush, like Ji, who was already barely resembling a human being. The demon rushed forward with all his might, trying to tear off these metal threads from himself like a web, but in vain, and with each second he was only bound more tightly. Then a chain was tightly bound around the big man's neck, and Hansu, with one mighty blow, capable of cutting an entire building in half, completely severed his head from his shoulders. What followed was a classic action movie trope, where a cool character, after doing something epic, dramatically freezes, allowing those around him to get a good look at him. And then the main character turned to the person closest to him and looked at him with a very creepy look from his pale eyes, as if he was trying to kill him with them. It was directed at Tae, who tried to respond with his now signature crazy look, which at times made him only vaguely resemble a human being. Be that as it may, the first battle was over, and although they had lost many in it, both of the Demon Queen's guards were also dead. At first, people didn't say anything, didn't discuss what had happened, didn't joke. They were catching their breath, and the tension that had built up between Khan and Lee was oppressive. The oppressive silence was broken by one of the Smog clan members, who respectfully approached their leader and informed him that they had a piece of the crystal. It could be used to purchase a very powerful and effective artifact, but the logical question arose as to who exactly would be given the opportunity to provide for themselves. Looking at the servant as if he was about to rip his throat out with his own teeth, this bad clone of Gara assured him that everything was fine. Everyone's needs came first. Pak, meanwhile, sullenly inquired when their alliance had managed to acquire such a powerful detachment, and Sia, with a sigh, noted the obvious, that they were a secret. However, she sincerely did not understand how Cook had managed to subdue these thugs, and she definitely did not like that he had such power in his hands. On the other hand, Hans didn't care, but that wasn't an indicator. This guy's arm was skinned to bare flesh, and he still stood there calmly without squealing. To clear their conscience, Jung Wook and Hong decided to warn the main character that the other clans were going to riddle his back with knives, but he, of course, already knew. But he had no intention of taking aggressive action first. Let the enemies make their own move, and then it would be clear what to do. And he, somehow, had already carefully prepared himself for all attempts to make an extra hole in his head with an arrow, or to plunge a poisoned dagger into his backside. At this point, Han and Z joined the conversation, and the former noted that it would be easier for them anyway, because they were all forced to fight monsters first and foremost. This seemed to force Cook's squad to also fight on the front lines, but Min, hearing this argument, rolled her eyes and asked what was stopping them from simply sitting back. After listening to them, Puck shrugged and concluded that in any case, they only had one way out of the current situation: fight the Demon Queen. The elder woman acknowledged that her colleague was right, but still rightly believed that this was not a situation where she could trust the rear to her allies. And it didn't escape her attention how the wounded, groaning and nursing their injuries, began to wonder out loud whether they would have a better chance of survival under the clan flag. In this situation, such conversations were extremely dangerous, so a cold, commanding voice immediately shut everyone up, ordering them to stop feeling sorry for themselves. It wasn't Kang, or Pak, or Hong, or even Ji or Han, but a certain woman who reminded her comrades that they could only survive if they defeated the Demon Queen. Then she approached the protagonist, as if seeking his approval for her statements. It was the same girl who, just a couple of hours ago, was the first to support the main character in the dispute with Cook, and her name was Song Yeon. Just like Minhee and Min before her, she immediately began to seductively wave her tail in front of Hansu, causing the brunette, who saw this, to feel a burning sensation in her lower back. Luckily, the protagonist was not at all inclined towards romances or even fleeting affairs, so he immediately slapped her hand when she let go. The plump-lipped blonde sarcastically noted how cold the reception was, but then admitted that she had actually intended to set the main character up with someone. However, she would not do this against Kanu's will, so Song began to leave, warning to call her when Hansu changed his mind and accepted this offer. But let him not think that all this was said just out of idle curiosity. In fact, this mysterious man really wants to see him. Zhu, growling and hissing like an angry cat, called Yeon a mood killer, and Hong, whose shoulders she had been squeezing and kneading the whole time, wearily asked her to let her go. And this blonde did not waste any time. She was already in active negotiations with the corrupt healer Min and with many other people. Seeing this, Chul again asked the main character to consider joining his clan, albeit informally, and Hansu again pointedly ignored him. Be that as it may, the people gathered enough strength to stand up and continue their fateful quest for the archdemon's head. The path to the lower chambers of the castle was blocked by a huge barrier, reminiscent of a classic force field, only pinkish-purple in color. The adventurers gathered around him, deciding what to do next, when suddenly a voice was heard asking if they were really going to fight the Princess of Darkness. It turned out to be a fairy who laughed until she cried at this turn of events, and therefore condescended enough to give the mortal fools one good piece of advice. In fact, everything she told them before was a lie, because people don't have to challenge such a dangerous enemy to open a portal to another island. 30 minutes, no more and no less, just half an hour, and that was the amount of time they needed. Survive the battle with the archdemon for 30 minutes, and then the crystal will rise from the depths of the castle, and all the people will be able to safely travel to another location. Oh, and they, the imp added with the most disgusting grin possible, can buy themselves tickets on this ferry, but for crystals, and it's not official. Hans, contrary to his usual practice, didn't even try to pretend to ignore the horned fairy, because he understood very well what she was up to once again. But after that, the demoness did not add anything. She dispelled the barrier and only wished the humans good luck in their attempts to gain passage to the second level. The inside of the throne room was every bit as disgusting as her imagination had pictured, with shapeless lumps of flesh floating everywhere and her sitting in the center. The monster sat on the ancient throne like a true queen, and now she noted with a playful grin that it was time to rise to her feet. Despite her own words, she was in no hurry to do this, but all these creatures, resembling living cancerous tumors, opened their eyes wide and looked at the guests. At first they did nothing but glare at the mortals, but then their flesh began to peel away, revealing human skulls. Like air from a balloon, this vile lump of flesh spewed out ghosts in the form of flying skulls, engulfed in a supernatural glow. The archdemon looked at this with a mischievous glint in her red eyes, like a little girl whose parents took her to a birdhouse with parrots and hummingbirds for the first time. Like the gatekeepers before her, the queen was half the strength of her demonic abyssal lord counterparts, but used the same abilities and attacks. Hans had mastered every one of her tricks perfectly, so he wasn't at all surprised when a huge three-headed ghost rushed towards him at the speed of the wind. It was for just such an occasion that he had acquired in advance a small but extremely useful additional artifact, which he was now holding. It was part of a set with the Decratos Serra and was called the Decratos Justice. It was a huge curved blade, similar to an eagle's claw. The protagonist threw it with such speed, force, and skill that it almost immediately pierced the enemy's central skull. He had another blade in his kit, and they, like sickles, had special abilities that made it even easier to clear locations of all kinds of debris. With a wave of the hand, a single blade splits into dozens of deadly weapons, hovering in the air but ready to fire at any second. The protagonist didn't waste time on destroying ghostly skulls, lumps of flesh, and other small fry that might be lurking in the shadows. He immediately struck the boss. More precisely, he tried, since the brainless ghost shielded the mistress with his ectoplasmic body, taking all this enormous damage on himself. The she-devil then once again bared her sharp, neat shark teeth, and her clawed palm was engulfed in a soft purple flame. Then she dispelled the ghost with one wave of that hand, noting how ridiculous it was, and it was hard to tell whether she was talking about his sacrifice or Khan's attack. The aura emanating from this horned giantess was so powerful that even the main character, who had seen even more terrible opponents in his time, visibly tensed up. The duel between them resembled a twisted version of patty cake, with Hans constantly trying to hook the devil, and her deflecting his attacks. No matter how fast Decratos' blades moved, or from what position they tried to approach, the archdemon constantly dodged them and then threw them away. Such a fight could go on for a very long time on both sides, but the queen did not forget about her other powers, such as summoning minions. By her will, Another pile of bones formed into a hellhound with a skull instead of a head, which tried to grab a man and tear him in half. This noticeably tipped the scales, because even the main character couldn't defeat absolutely everyone on his own, so he entrusted the smaller creatures to the rest of the fighters. The Khan, to put it mildly, was not pleased with such an honor, since the undead monsters were pressing from all sides, and he also used a call for help. Naturally, Cook decided to take advantage of this ideal situation to very slowly turn his back and calmly announce that they would be waiting behind. It was so expected that no one was actually surprised. On the contrary, Ji almost triumphantly shouted that she always knew that it would all end like this. And such a blatant betrayal, apparently, managed to infuriate even Hansa, whose usual cold-blooded facade was gradually evaporating. To Min's horror, he stopped the storm of blows in a deliberately calm voice and asked her to occupy the Demon Queen for a while he was busy with another problem. The brunette was naturally horrified, since none of them had a chance of defeating such a creature, but the devil, interestingly, also stopped attacking. But only so that, by her will, a huge monstrous hand appeared from underground, created from the corpses of people and resembling a human limb without skin. Clenching her fist, she rushed towards Khan with the speed and power of a train, intending to turn him into a bloody pancake with one good blow. Perhaps Hans would have found some way to defend himself or at least managed to jump away, but no. Instead, he looked at something green with genuine surprise. Help came from a place that was very unlikely to be expected. Park Young-wook, one of the clan leaders, hung his huge sword on his shoulders and activated the force field spell. The spell was strong enough to keep the skinless hand away from the protagonists, but only for a short time, and the man was already coughing up blood in pain. If they wanted to win, or even stay alive for the stated 30 minutes, Hans had to act very quickly, and he did. Meanwhile, the representatives of the traitorous clans whispered fearfully among themselves about what they really needed to do in this nest of all sorts of monsters. One of them even timidly suggested that they should go and help the others, but it was this good guy who was ultimately pierced by something very sharp. He collapsed ingloriously, blood spewing from his mouth, and one of the adventurer leaders turned around in panic. The killer, without saying anything bad, walked up to the corpse and pulled the knife out of its back, while the rest of the people looked at him as if he were an enraged animal. Cook was not about to tolerate even the slightest hint of dissent within his ranks, and now that the perfect moment to strike had arrived, everyone must act together. He and his fanatical minions didn't care that the demonic mistress was hunting them. They wanted to get rid of Hansu right now. Even his colleague, who was also ready to scheme against the main character, could not stand it and yelled at how stupid it was to do something like that in the middle of such a battle. But Lito retorted in a mad voice that he had thought everything through, had foreseen absolutely every detail, and then suddenly ordered the body not to move. He began to kill his own servants, one by one, everyone who was sensible and independent enough to make their own decisions. The same red-haired elder, with even greater horror, shouted that this was sheer madness, that Cook was dragging everyone to the grave, even the clan he cared about. And the only thing this frog-eyed psychopath had to say in response to these claims was that none of this mattered anymore. He was absolutely devoted to the mysterious lord, and was ready to die or kill for him, no matter who exactly, and no matter in what situation. Naturally, the first elder's eyes only widened even more, trying to figure out what in the world this psychopath was even talking about. But he quickly lost track of his thoughts, because Cook's knife was already flying towards his own throat. It would seem that this would be an inglorious end for an already not very pleasant and honest character, but at the last moment the knife was blocked by something. As a result, he turned sharply in the air and plunged with force into the floor, penetrating into the stone halfway up the handle, while the legs of the would-be victim gave way. The protagonist, returning to Kratos' justice to himself, said with grim satisfaction that Lee had finally revealed his true face. However, in his humble opinion, nothing had really changed, and he was still a first-class bastard, just like the same kind of shit. Cook's eyes widened, so that they almost popped out of his skull, and he yelled that it was too late for Hans to interfere. Their mysterious plans had almost come to fruition. While surrounded by cloaked assassins, the protagonist thought he had finally found the false lord, the tale of the Dark Lord, who must be killed in training. While Park and Z struggled to hold off the demons, Lee continued to read his villainous speech about how he had outplayed and destroyed everyone, and that the heroes were completely trapped. And if it was necessary to give up even his own life to win this fight, Lee was going to do it without hesitation, just to destroy Hansa as well. However, everyone, without exception, dropped their jaws to the floor when the main character suddenly declared that he was not going to interfere with these fanatics. He was ready to make a deal. This way, they won't have to shed each other's blood, as everyone will be able to keep their own and get what they need with minimal effort. This pseudo-Gara didn't say anything because he didn't expect such a turn of events, but interestingly, he didn't refuse the protagonist directly either. Meanwhile, in the throne room, real hell continued. People ran back and forth in terror like frightened ants, and the walls shook from explosions and rumbles. Puck was so exhausted that he could barely hold his huge sword, and the main character was still nowhere to be seen on the horizon. He was a high-level adventurer with powerful equipment, but even his strength wasn't endless, so the Hellhound eventually broke through his block. Here probably his clan would have been orphaned, but at the very last moment a new figure flashed in the air. It goes without saying that this was the main character, who seemed to be waiting for the most tense moment to make his most effective appearance. One swing of de Kratos, and the bewildered dog's jaws snapped shut, unable to withstand the colossal pressure of the indestructible chains. A few more seconds, and the unfortunate monster is completely torn into small pieces, as if it were made of plasticine or soft plastic. Saya was puzzled as to why the main character had returned so quickly, but the brunette immediately assured her that he had already managed to solve their main problem, so everything was fine. As Chal, with the air of a caring brother, helped his leader up onto his trembling legs, Hong could only blink slowly and quietly say, "What?" But then they all had no time to talk, because So Ji-min, one of the best fighters and killers among this generation of adventurers, flew across the entire hall like a doll. The archdemon who was responsible for this was already starting to get bored, because the mortals clearly weren't as cheerful as she had initially hoped. The huge skinless limb that Jo-Uk had been holding on to with all his might once again clenched its fingers into a fist and tried to crush all the people into mush. But Hans was already prepared for this trouble, so with the ease and agility of a young mountain goat, he moved to the side, and where he stood, the floor turned into crumbs. This creature was already seriously getting on everyone's nerves, so the main character decided to finish it off right then and there, using de Kratos' justice. Like the legendary blades of chaos from a certain well-known game series, these huge curved blades on chains rushed towards the enemy like a swarm of living bees, trying to chop them into mincemeat. Attacking the giant hand, essentially a huge moving lump of flesh, bone, and cartilage, was pointless as long as the Princess of Darkness that controlled it was alive. Hans used the same tactics on the Queen as he had on her knights, attempting to bind the monster with chains and activating a spell that would break other people's spells. Immediately after this, one of the blades pierced a glowing pink-purple hole located in the demoness's lush décolleté. There was a vulnerable spot of the monster there, but they didn't manage to kill it right away. But they did manage to enrage it so much that foam of rage almost came out of the Queen's mouth, and they did. Growling something abusive at the vile insect, the horned giantess concentrated, and the chains binding her instantly lost their blue light. They turned blacker than obsidian, and several other adventurers decided to intervene in the fight, but they were not allowed to. Khan could not resist and asked Hansu directly why he did not allow them to help him. The protagonist, as usual, did not consider it necessary to answer, and soon a huge accumulation of purple flame rushed towards him, a visible embodiment of annihilation. Any ordinary person or even a low-level adventurer would have been instantly destroyed by this nightmare, but the protagonist simply folded his elbows in block. The collision of their powers produced a wave of such oppressive aura and unbearable radiance that many earthlings could not bear it and fell to their knees, squinting their eyes. When this blinding stream of red and white disappeared, it became clear that in the place where the main character had been, there was only a column of flame and thick smoke. Even a few minutes later, when the fire had already gone out, people couldn't see a thing because of such a thick curtain, and they couldn't understand whether the brunette was still alive or had become a wet spot. Some of those who had time to study it thoroughly desperately refused to believe in the latter version of events because it was simply impossible. But they all had enough problems even without Hansu's absence, which Ji, staggering and spitting blood on the floor, hastened to warn her comrades about. Luckily, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be just Khan, who had leaped high into the air with pathos, and there wasn't even the slightest scratch on him. But he was clearly tired of playing this stupid game, so he decided to finally finish it, quickly, decisively, and without giving his opponent a chance. He once again conjured up numerous copies of Decratos's blades, and then threw them in a fan, hoping, if not to disembowel, then at least to stop the queen. The curved daggers sank into the sores between the chains that bound the demoness, literally pinning her to one spot. The horned giantess was still struggling with the bonds and straining with all her might in an attempt to break free. But after that the pressure became so strong that she fell to the floor. And the brunette, without hesitating for a second longer, rushed towards the devil with the speed of lightning and struck her with a sickle with such force that she squealed like a pig in a slaughterhouse. This blow was more than enough to tear off the monster's left limb completely, and thick, crimson blood flowed from the stump in a stream. For a few seconds the queen grunted and moaned with effort, showing signs of pain, but gradually this turned into loud, crazy clucking and laughter. Laughing, baring her fangs, and flashing all four red eyes, the archdemon roared that now she really liked this game. Having fallen to her knees under the pressure of superior force, she now found her second wind and rose abruptly to her feet. Then the huge, fleshy arm she had controlled from a distance, using it to crush people like insects, fused itself onto her shoulder in place of the severed one. The she-devil tried to destroy her opponents with magic and failed, so now she decided to sacrifice some of her magical powers to become more physically dangerous. In this form, she was perhaps even more dangerous than before, so Hans was determined to end this already drawn-out duel as quickly as possible. And this devil wasn't the only one with plenty of jokers, aces, and kings in reserve, as Khan, as always, had plenty of weapons in reserve. With an effort of will, he forced one of the once-collected colorless runes to appear, and then squeezed the crystal with all his strength in his fist. Meanwhile, the demon queen began to attack, using a spell, creating a multitude of purple fireballs with her new, huge palm. But the young man was already ready, and he jumped to meet her, trying to get ahead of her with his own attack. The horned giantess noticed this too, so instead of a stream of magical flame, she decided to split one huge hand into two, slightly smaller, but still enormous. She spread them wide as if inviting the protagonist to try to hug her, but Hans didn't know how to joke in battle. He just continued to run, preparing his chains. The devil seemed upset that she was the only one enjoying their fun time, because one of her new hands was terribly swollen and shaking. She decided to clasp her hands like a wrestler ready to bring down a Polish hammer on her opponent, and crush her opponent with one blow of titanic force. Seeing this multi-ton mountain of dead meat and bones rushing towards him, the protagonist, without slowing down or stopping his run, shouted for Chul to draw his sword. Wisely not wasting time on questions and arguments, Khan pulled out his enormous two-handed sword from the mount on his back and tossed it to the main character like a pen. It couldn't have come at a better time, because Khan's head was only centimeters away from turning into a wet mess of brain fluid, blood, and skull fragments. A few more moments, a second or two, and both huge, skinless hands fall to the floor, raising a terrible roar and huge clouds of dust and debris. Chol, Z, and Sia watched this with bated breath, afraid to even blink or move their lips. Such was the tension now. It was easy to decide that it was all over now. The giant hands lay on the floor, clasped into fists, and there were no signs of life beneath them. It goes without saying that a bad outcome could not happen according to the laws of the genre, and the main character, unharmed and not even beaten, simply cut his way out with a sword. Feeling her new limbs slowly turning into bloody, shapeless shreds, the queen growled. How was this even possible? And of course no one was going to answer her, since the protagonist came to this castle to kill various disgusting creatures. From the outside, it looked very much like a scene from a movie, and even the action became very slow and drawn out, as if after a good dose of slow-mo. But the devil wasn't going to give up so easily just because she was fighting the main character, so she shot a column of flame that looked like a hand right into his face. Unfortunately for her, Hans was able to dodge such a swift attack, even without having any ground under his feet, and then slashed his two-handed sword at the enemy's shoulder with great force. A stream of very dark and viscous, molasses-like demonic blood fell onto the floor again. The demon queen was no longer happy, because instead of running around for a few minutes, screaming, and then dying, the little man dared to hurt her. But she, characteristically, did not move, did not stir, and did not try to do anything at all, so people began to wonder if it was all over. However, someone smart noticed that no changes were happening to the crystal. It still remained yellow and hovering above the throne. Unfortunately, all fears about this were confirmed. The battle was far from over, but simply, figuratively speaking, put on time out by the exhausted and demoralized participants. Hans, to everyone's regret, was once again proven right, because the devil's face for the second time distorted into a huge grin like a hungry moray eel. At that moment, her face no longer resembled that beautiful succubus-like imp in a black dress. It was a nightmarish, vile witch. Taking one last look at the main character, she tensed up and emitted such a wave of energy from her body that it completely broke the chains and knocked Khan off his feet. This surge of force shook the already partially collapsed hall once again, causing pieces of the ceiling and walls to fall. Preparing to unleash another stream of hellish fire on the mortals, the giantess growled that here it was, the opportunity to finally give in to the adrenaline of battle. But she was prevented from carrying out her plan by a lightning-fast thrust from a long spear with a domed blade. It cut through the queen's palm with such speed that it not only completely dispelled the lump of supernatural flame, but also left a trail of sky-blue energy. No, it wasn't Hansu who did it, as one might think, as surprising as that might be, but the throw actually belonged to Sia, the leader of the Pink Clan. The devil looked at her with disdain with all four of her eyes, and then croaked that there was still some trash left here that clearly needed to be removed. She considered it beneath her dignity to waste her energy on anyone other than the main character, so she limited herself to setting the ghostly undead on Hong. The woman instinctively tried to protect her face with her hands, but then Ji-Ming pushed her aside, raising a dagger. The brunette managed to drive the ghost away, and they overall gained a significant amount of time, but now there was no other choice but to retreat. Conjuring a colossal column of pink and crimson flame, the archdemon thundered that they could all flee if they wished, but it made no difference. They would all soon die here like rats, and the Queen of Darkness was going to give the main character, who had given her so many pleasant and exciting moments, a special, gift. Hans was still alive, but his wounds had finally taken their toll on his fighting ability, and he was on his knees, clutching his stomach after hitting the wall. Even his eyes had grown pale, losing their usual icy blue and supernatural hue. Without wasting any more time on conversations, jokes, and skirmishes, the queen unleashed the largest ball of purple fire she could create on the protagonist. When the flames hit the floor and walls, they created such a powerful blast wave that people weren't just knocked off their feet, they were thrown into the air like leaves in the wind. It took some time before the noise of battle and panicked screams finally died down, and only an empty, ruined room filled with steam remained. Pak, Han, Sia, and Ji were unharmed because the former managed to activate his green energy shield in time, but the same could not be said about the others. It would be easy to think that they were the only survivors of the entire abducted group of Earthlings, but then another figure rose up from the veil of fog. In an instant, this thick wall of pale white smoke is cut through by another flash of azure energy. Even after all this, Hans remained alive, and he once again threw Kratos's blade at his opponent, trying to finally finish the duel. And that throw finally reached its target, piercing right between the queen's breasts and causing her to throw her head back in exhaustion. The giantess wasn't so much angry as simply surprised that the main character, after everything she'd been through, still had the strength to act. Drenched in sweat and blood as if dozens of people had been simultaneously whipping him for hours, the brunette croaked that now, finally, there would be silence. Judging by the way the devil's lips distorted once again, revealing rows of perfectly white teeth, she found this flat joke genuinely funny. Then she pulled the dagger out of herself in a rage and muttered that these stupid restrictions and game conventions did not allow her to demonstrate her true power. If it weren't for them, or if she had at least a little more time, it would not be hard to imagine all the Earthlings, including Hansa, turning into mountains of chopped meat. But it didn't matter anymore, because the main condition was fulfilled, the demon lord was defeated, and the golden crystal shone, opening the portal. No more trials, no more surprise traps, no more damn things. They could all safely move on to the next island. Realizing this, the surviving adventurers were so overjoyed that they were almost ready to dance in circles around the bloodied and tired protagonist. But when they had already decided that everything was fine and there was nothing to be afraid of, the devil suddenly emitted another column of pink fire, blocking the mortal's path further. The main character was also surprised because he, after all, destroyed both hearts that were in the queen's body. She simply should not have any powers. Then his eyes opened in such surprise and even shock as never before, no matter what horrors Hans had encountered before. The demoness slowly rose to her feet and said in a changed voice that they had only just begun the game and had no right to end it so quickly. Showing the Earthlings her disfigured face, partially devoid of skin and flesh, the queen swore that she would kill them all, avenging her defeat, no matter the cost. Her body was falling apart and rotting before our eyes like a pile of wet autumn leaves, but that was okay. She had more than enough time to rip everyone's heads off. Suddenly, another even more eerie and commanding voice was heard, and a fairy slipped out of the darkness and ordered that this outrageous behavior be stopped. Grabbing the demoness with a huge hand, seemingly made of silver metal, which had crawled through a rift in space, the imp reminded her of the restrictions of the training area. But if the queen dared to break them, then she, and she alone, would be destroyed, and with these words, the little monster showed part of its true appearance. The fallen giantess seemed to be looking into the eyes of a huge eye belonging to a deity. But this vision quickly disappeared, and the fairy became herself again. And she was, in fact, even glad of such disobedience, because it gave her legitimate reasons to torture or punish someone without fear of consequences. Raising its four-eyed head, the monster growled, asking what was the point of calling it here in the first place without giving it the opportunity to demonstrate all its powers. She didn't care about any consequences. She just wanted to kill everyone for the sake of her wounded pride, and the little devil hissed in irritation and narrowed her eyes. At her will, the enormous silver hand squeezed its victim with such force that it simply crushed it, and demonic blood once again sprayed in all directions. The spectacle was so heartless and disgusting that even the adventurers, who had almost been destroyed by the queen, felt disgusted to look at it. Smiling very innocently and shyly, and wiping away the bloody streams with a small handkerchief, the pseudo-fairy promised to fix everything, and anyway, it was time for a reward. First of all, She congratulated everyone present for defeating the Princess of Darkness, and noted that for some reason most people don't like this fun event. True, the reward for killing the lady would only go to one person, the one who made the most significant contribution, and everyone immediately realized who this lucky person would certainly be. The protagonist was given an artifact that could increase the stats of all his runes to almost 100% for one day, but at the cost of them subsequently dropping to 0. Whistling a tune and rolling in the air, the horned monster began to leave, warning that in order to use the portal, one must think about one's destination. Can, as always, without any external emotions, examined his new stone, noting that the main goal of this location had been successfully achieved. And he, after so much time, regained some of his former strength, the very one that comes from the abyss, the abode of the most terrible creatures and the most valuable rewards. But in any case, he still had a very long way to go to gain all the power that Hansu could boast of before moving into the past. And it did not escape his attention how Pak and Chol began to approach him from both sides, and how the latter muttered suggestively that they all took risks, but only one received the treasure. However, they were not so greedy and stupid as to attack the protagonist after everything they had seen. On the contrary, they recognized that Hans deserved his gift. Then Sia spoke up, not liking how quiet it had become in the area and that the vile Smog clan was nowhere to be seen, even in the back rows. Zhu, being true to herself, suggested simply finishing them all off while they had the chance, but the main character wearily added that there was no longer any need for that. Han blinked his eyes in confusion at the way the protagonist formulated this statement, and Hong, having received some more information, was speechless. The rank and file members of the Smog clan, who were not involved in Cook's intrigues, watched in horror as the golden marks simply disappeared from their palms, which was impossible. But only if the owners of the Monarch skill weren't dead, and Sia immediately decided that some psychopath had decided to take advantage of the chaos to kill off the rivals. This psychopath stood 5 meters away from her, heard everything, and smiled so subtly, as if some huge and very smug viper had pulled his skin over itself. Meanwhile, somewhere in the night forest, a multitude of corpses were already cooling, in the midst of which stood a mysterious man in an inky black outfit. The face of this thug could not be seen because it was completely hidden in the shadows, but his presence meant that all the problems with the people were settled. To make it clearer what actually happened, the action briefly moved into the past, a few minutes before the current events. Tay, looking at the gigantic but dirty, ivy-covered tower, noted with satisfaction that they had indeed teleported to the right island. He was truly pleased with himself, because he had been ordered to sabotage and kill the rest of the elders, but now he had the opportunity to make amends. Li and his servants had managed to steal the necessary people, and were now planning to use them to help the Smaug clan gain the greatest power. That time, Hansu himself gave him the purple fragments of the teleportation crystal and gave him an idea on how to subjugate the clan lords in the same way as the assassins from the special squad. The protagonist didn't care what this madman would do next. As long as he personally didn't have any problems from Cook, he didn't lift a finger. Of course, Tay was actually too greedy and vindictive to be satisfied with even this, and he continued to cherish plans of revenge against the protagonist. His Napoleonic thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the sentry, who was trying to warn the owner about the uninvited guest, but a second later, she was already falling with a pierced throat. Then, from the darkness, a voice of deliberately lazy indifference came out, admitting how surprised he was that all these idiots had actually come here, swallowing the bait. With his eyes bulging wildly and the blue veins on his temples twitching, Cook yelled that their enemy was completely alone. They just had to find him and finish him off first. But it was easier said than done, because the whole ground under Smaug's feet turned into a quagmire, as if they found themselves not in the middle of a forest, but in the center of a swamp. The mysterious assassin was not a complete idiot, and he had installed a special artifact in advance that would turn the area into a viscous trap. This thing had a lot of flaws, including a slow activation time and a limited effect, but if you knew exactly where and when the victim would be, it was indispensable. The words came right over Lee's ear, and he turned his head very slowly, and for the first time, his huge, bulging eyes showed not only surprise, but also fear. Oh, Lee would have loved to know what it all meant, and how his killer knew everything, but he couldn't for compelling reasons like the blade that cut through a piece of his neck. The head of another clan, who from the very beginning was ready to work with this traitor to save his own skin, now burst into tears of fear and promised to give everything. But the killer in the white mask was completely unmarked by his tousled black hair and characteristic white skin, and of course he didn't need anything from this rat. Instead, he grabbed his prey by the face like a character from some stupid old anime and slammed him into the hard ground with a tremendous, earth-shattering force. It's quite possible that this killed the guy. At least he didn't even flinch when this completely unknown executioner removed his hand. Now the thug didn't even pay attention to his prey, because there was a new task at stake: to kill a few more people who would climb up to the central island. Taking off his mask and showing part of his completely unfamiliar, as if never-seen-before face, he muttered that the sensations from everything that had happened were amazing. Yes, damn it. It was Choi Sanchin, and now he remembered what the protagonist had said in response to his insane request to become a living instrument. Then he told his new minion the coordinates of a certain place, because if he could survive there, he would become stronger than almost all the newcomers. Hans wasn't about to coddle some weakling, and he didn't want a minion who couldn't take care of himself, so it was all up to the character himself. Well, as we can see now, San successfully completed the task, acquiring almost supernatural combat skills and the ability to kill from ambush. And now all he had to do was wait for the rest of the Earthlings to emerge from the flashes of the golden crystal to determine which of them was the lamb and which was the goat. And in an unknown place and time there stood two people, a man with long hair who had confirmed someone's death, and a woman as thin as a skeleton. Staring intently at the back of her accomplice's head with her large, steel-gray eyes, she also noted that their plans on the central island had failed. The man, in turn, added that their contact had last made his existence known during the raid on the Demon Queen's castle. They weren't surprised that he might die there, since that was the expected outcome, and what was more important was that another pesky obstacle had appeared on the horizon. Clenching his fist and showing the clan mark of crossed swords and crowns, the man stated that they were on the island of the tower, the most important of all. There is only one path here, even if it is magical, and he, along with numerous accomplices, surrounded the crystal like a pack of wolves waiting for deer. This strange man and his subordinates were here only to ensure that no other mortal could pass through here and live. The world of the floating islands was incredibly large, containing hundreds of floating islands, with a wide variety of biomes, dungeons, locations, and rewards. All of them were divided into 3 tiers, from the very top, which had a connection with the heavenly road, to the lower, educational ones, and in the middle were all the rest. Among the latter category was also this island, with its enormous, sky-high tower, a veritable treasure trove containing thousands of diamonds. Of course, it was also filled to the brim with traps, otherwise it simply could not be in this devilish game, which is what the heroes were currently talking about. After such a grueling battle, Hansu finally had the opportunity to bandage his wounds and, what was more important, just to fill his belly with meat. And while Ji and Sia listened to his speech about how farming loot on the island of the tower was a hopeless task, Chul looked at his dinner and salivated from hunger and envy. Slurping with great pleasure, the main character asked those around him to think twice, because no, he was definitely not making fun of them. Surviving under the tower's shadow is incredibly difficult. The hunt for adventurers there is much more fierce than here, so wouldn't it be more rational to level up in familiar places? People looked at each other in confusion, asking each other what they should do then, since they had initially rushed into this quest to escape a local Armageddon. And no one had an answer, but Sia took the risk of asking whether the protagonist would follow his own advice. While they were talking, discussing their next course of action and other such things, a curious blonde head was eavesdropping on them very attentively. She walked leisurely from column to column, while the protagonist repeated that worthy rewards and loot can be found anywhere. It is their business what to do with it. Hong was very confused by this conversation as a whole, because in her mind, the brunette became the embodiment of all those people who are ready to rush barefoot into hell if it is profitable. But now she had to admit, at least to herself, that she was wrong, and Jong-wook, as if deliberately adding salt to the wound, admitted that Hansu was right. Their clans with Sia grew because Cook and the other traders died and the people needed protection. But that's not enough. They all now need a period of rest. And before they left to find a safe haven to recuperate, he had one thing to finish with Khan. It was an expression of gratitude. Puck hadn't forgotten how the main character had saved his life, and he never would, so he was now something of a debtor. The protagonist stared at the hand extended for a handshake for a few seconds before turning away and muttering that it could wait until we met again. At this, his usually cold, even lifeless face was touched by a smile, showing that the main character really appreciated this gesture, and then all the heroes began to disperse. Park and Chol headed towards the exit with their fighters, and Sia, after thinking it over carefully, decided that they should do the same. Meanwhile, the golden crystal began to shine so brightly, as if it was trying to turn into a miniature sun, and then a large funnel appeared in space from it. It was practically cheese in a mousetrap, and several nameless adventurers seriously considered whether to risk it and go there anyway. Hansu said indifferently that they could go wherever they wanted, but he still had business here, and Ook warned in a conciliatory tone that they would go first. But before disappearing into the portal with his lieutenant, he expressed hope that they would all remain alive by the time of the next meeting. Sia suggested that So-ji say goodbye to Kang because even a blind man could see how much she had a crush on him, but the brunette, like a true tsundere, refused. In any case, before also disappearing into that magical cloud, Hong warned the protagonist that they were not saying goodbye and would see each other again. Now that only the main character remained in the hall of the ruined castle, the golden crystal began to slowly melt, like a piece of ice in hot water. Then he turned around and asked Song Yeon why she had remained in this room until now, instead of following all the other adventurers. As it turned out, Hans wasn't the only one about to tie the final knots, as she also had something that needed careful checking. She may have wanted to provoke Khan into talking by using her curiosity, but it was in vain. He turned his back on her with the same indifference as before. And it turned out that he had deceived the others, as he had used the portal to move to another island, and had even teased the blonde as he left. She was so surprised that she did nothing about it, but simply continued to stand there, blinking her eyes and repeating a quiet, flat, "What?" As it turned out, she was also a member of the Society of those mysterious killers, an ally of the now-deceased cook, and now she was warning the masters that prey was coming to them. The long-haired man, continuing to stare at the teleportation stone on his island, noted that he had not received news from them for a long time. His hands instinctively reached for a huge combat blade, similar to a kukri knife, with many nicks and scratches, but still incredibly sharp. Without turning around, he ordered his numerous servants, lurking in the shadows awaiting sacrifices, to get ready, for it would soon begin. As soon as the teleportation stone began to glow especially brightly, the man growled that the first prey would be his, and rushed forward, baring his teeth like a starving dog. He rushed forward with the speed of lightning, and with each second the distance to the spatial funnel was reduced many times over. From the outside, it really did look like those funnels that were also called black holes, except that it was visible to the eye and orange, like a flame. And something in her behavior was wrong, because the killer stopped at the last moment and frowned suspiciously, his scarlet eyes shining. As soon as a humanoid figure finally appeared in the doorway, one of the rank-and-file assassins triumphantly shouted, "They're coming out!" But it turned out to be only Yan. She blinked in confusion, but reflexes honed by months of survival in this hellish dimension saved their owner's life, forcing her to duck. As soon as she saw who exactly had almost taken her head off, a very nervous, fake smile appeared on Song's face, and several strands of her hair were still cut off. She tried to joke about the cold reception, but her master was not amused. He did not understand where all the other people had gone. Jan admitted, confused, that she had been waiting for her comrades to finish off everyone else, and did not understand how it could be that no one would dare come to the tower. But that was exactly how it had been, and now her boss asked in a promising tone whether Song had really done her job of observing the ants well. Even more confused, the blonde swore that she had done everything as perfectly as possible, and she couldn't understand how everyone could have fallen for that guy with the chains trick. It was as if this brute had somehow found out everything in advance, and that was why Hansu spoke to everyone, as if he was trying with all his might to save them from trouble. The red-eyed, long-haired, brown-haired man immediately understood who exactly they were talking about, and he growled angrily that this scoundrel was bothering them again. Even the clan lords believed the protagonist, and this realization enraged the villain so much that he tore the trunk of an entire tree in half with one hand. Having clearly demonstrated his superhuman strength to everyone, the new antagonist growled that he didn't like Hans, as if it were something non-obvious. Now he had a personal score to settle with the brunette, because due to his vile interference, he had never been able to finish off anyone, even though he so wanted to. Quickly pulling himself together, the brown-haired man asked the blonde if she had managed to find out what this mysterious saboteur was planning. Yoi admitted that she realized only one thing. Khan apparently sincerely wants to protect other people, and he hasn't even killed any of them during all this time. It was not difficult to guess that when among a flock of sheep there is a shepherd with a strong, toothy dog and one who knows how to use a gun, the wolves do not like this at all. The leader of the Red Clan wanted to order agents from all the islands to immediately finish off Hansa at the first opportunity, but the thin woman objected. The protagonist was clearly too powerful to be killed by simple assassins, but the man smirked and reminded them that he had a taboo against killing people, and that was to their advantage. Therefore, their servants must attack the protagonist without sparing their lives, and they, he told the woman, must remember the evil that the clans had done to them. That is why anyone who dares to interfere with them, either explicitly or implicitly, must be destroyed. There is no hesitation in this regard, but the thin lady clearly had a different opinion. Calling the blonde by her true name, Li Yan, the Avenger ordered her to tell him everything she had learned about Khan's weapons and abilities, while they gathered in the tower. The spy asked dejectedly why they didn't just wait a little longer near the portal, but her leader snapped that he didn't like waiting. He and the other fanatics were already beginning to leave for the colossal structure in the center of the island, while the girl cast a last wary glance at the crystal. And she turned out to be right, because the main character emerged from it, as if it were not a funnel in space, but an ordinary door with an invisible wall. He waited for a very long time in the folds of space, waiting for these psychopaths to finally leave so that he wouldn't have to fight them all at once, and it finally happened. And Sanchin was already nearby, waiting for his new idol, like a devoted guard and lieutenant. At first he hid behind a tree, clearly hoping to surprise the protagonist with his skills, but the protagonist asked in a bored tone how long Choi would be standing there. Mumming and swallowing whole prepositions, the pale brunette excitedly tried to tell about his successes, but Hans indifferently interrupted him and asked if he had brought everything. With a wry smile, Sun admitted that his role model hadn't changed at all, but to get down to business, yes, the artifact called the Earring of the Seven Sisters was in his hand. The protagonist, with the same indifference, took it and sparingly noted that Sanchin had done a good job, and the latter was not even upset, but only sighed resignedly. After this, the fanatic turned around and started to leave, but at the last moment his gaze fell on something that made him blush completely. His reaction was very easy to understand, because Khan had turned into a woman, his bust had grown impressive, and his voice had changed, becoming higher. It was for these very purposes that Hans actually needed the artifact to change his gender, and thus become completely unrecognizable to the inhabitants of the tower. After this, the action moved inside the titular building, where many groups of adventurers were talking to each other, as in a normal location. If you didn't know the context and didn't listen to the conversations properly, you could easily decide that you were seeing ordinary earthlings, the same as in the other stages. There was even that same man in the red cap, who had managed to survive all the trials that the game had thrown at him, and was now perplexed. There were far fewer people here than he expected, and that little creature, the fairy, had still not deigned to show her horned face. His gaze also caught on a certain curvy woman with short black hair. There was something vaguely familiar about her, but he couldn't understand what exactly. But she seemed to sense that someone was looking at her intently and looked back, causing the man in the hat to be pierced by a fear that he himself did not understand. However, this was not the limit, because the strange adventurer headed straight towards him. Flashing her gold earring, she said in a cold voice that the man was staring at her. So let him say what he wanted from her, but one single glance at this lady was enough to make one's jaw simply drop to the floor. Any other person would probably have started flirting with her, but this survivor was still scared by the bad feeling and also by the stranger's style of speech. There was something very strange about him, but what exactly? The red cap did not have time to understand, because another guy asked if they would join his team. The man wanted to admit that he had nothing to do with this creepy woman with ice-colored eyes, but she interrupted him, replying that she agreed. Red Riding Hood had no other choice, and he and the sinister brunette trudged towards the portal, near which the squad had already gathered. The organizer, with an awkward smile, admitted that it was very difficult to find volunteers, because the people who come here are mostly clan members, where there are already solid fraternities. The dungeon was designed simply. The higher the adventurers climbed, the more valuable the rewards, but each room could accommodate a limited number of people. One of the new recruits asked impatiently if it was time for them to stop chatting and just go kill monsters, collect treasures and such. And all these plans, talk about friendship and camaraderie, were worth nothing, because in this world a harsh law reigned. The one who remains alive, last wins. And where's the guarantee that at least half of all these men and women will be able to reach the end on their own 2 feet? Or no, not even half, but a third. The bespectacled man couldn't utter a single word of counter-argument. The red cap was also silent, and Hansu stood there with the look of a detached statue. However, even in her soul something stirred when this cynic admitted that he saw only future dead people in those around him, so little here made sense. Inside, the people really had a hard time, because they were attacked from all sides by huge monstrous ants, the size of a good pony. Real ants were already disgusting little monsters, the bane of the human race, but these took all their qualities to the extreme. With one blow of their mighty mandibles, they could crush stone and could cut through human bodies like hot knives through butter if someone failed to avoid them. And this was much more difficult than it might seem from the outside, because these insects were faster than their size would suggest, and people do not have infinite stamina. And it wasn't easy for the main character either, because due to the use of such a transgender artifact, all of her characteristics were reduced by half. But on the other hand, the protagonist was not going to give it her all in this place anyway. For now, she decided to simply test her capabilities, so she summoned Dekratos's dagger of justice and simply ran forward, pushing the red cap out of the way. Even if Hansu had become weaker, it hadn't taken away her ability to throw knives with the skill of a professional stuntman. As expected, just one hit was enough for the blade to successfully penetrate the demonic ant's head, successfully protecting some girl from it. And while the huge insect twitched convulsively, trying to rise to its feet, the embodiment of death itself flew down on it from above. Can, falling from the sky like a living meteorite, used all her remaining strength, as well as her small weight, to pierce the shell and internal organs of the monster. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. In her natural state, she would have killed this creature with one blow, but now, look, she has to waste her energy on 2 blows. She would have happily immersed herself in more grumbling thoughts, but they were interrupted by the joyful cry of the rescued girl, delighted by the prowess and strength of, so to speak, her sister. This woman acted exactly like Yu Minhee on her worst days. It seemed like she was about to kiss the ground the main character stepped on. And also, as it turned out, she was looking for the main character in his natural form for some purpose, naming both his favorite weapon and his habit of saving people. She said all this with such enthusiasm that she basically didn't notice how the man in the hat was looking at her more and more warily with each passing second. And Hansu finally couldn't take it anymore, simply ordering the chatterbox to shut up with all her nonsense and move on. It was so rude that even the adventurer in red was indignant and shouted that the brunette would not die after answering a couple of questions, but he was unable to continue the swearing. Smiling like a hungry cat at the sight of a fat rat, the girl asked if he had met the man she needed, named Kang Hansu, if her memory was correct. The name resounded in the cave like thunder, and it took the man a long time to find the strength to respond, while the real Khan didn't even flinch. He smiled sheepishly and admitted that he had been in the same starting zone as this legend that had been making a lot of noise in recent days, as if that in itself was something special. Then the girl enthusiastically admitted that everyone is now talking about the main character. He is known as the strongest person in all the training locations. And Little Red Riding Hood, despite his pretense, wasn't even surprised by this turn of events, since it's like complaining about thunder being too loud. It even began to dawn on him that this strange brunette looked very similar to the Hansa he knew, but he hadn't yet grasped the true state of affairs. Remembering how this guy behaved during the beginning of those terrible games with the huge horned cannibal, the hat maker could admit at least to himself that if it weren't for Khan, he would be dead. Meanwhile, the same man with the halberd was lamenting in disappointment that the dungeon was disgusting, full of people, and the monsters were weak and only dropped trash runes. But the team leader suddenly saw a glow in the distance and noted that it was a gate, very similar in appearance to the one they had passed through a little earlier. They indicate the possibility of going to the next floor, where the opponents will be more dangerous, but on the other hand, the treasures will be much more valuable. He was about to set off on a joyful run to pass through the shining arch, but then a disgusting sound of flesh being cut into pieces was heard. Clutching his now bloodied weapon, the mercenary growled that the fewer people there were, the higher the quality of the reward would be. This boy, like Gyeondal and Tenzin before him, was already fully adapted to the other world, and other people were nothing more than food for him. He began to tear, torment, and cut one after another with such a sadistic attitude that the bespectacled man did not even try to fight back, but immediately ran away. The psychopath chased after him, screaming that he was a weakling, that everyone here was a weakling who only knew how to cry, crawl on their knees, and beg someone to save their pathetic asses. Unfortunately for him, Hansu was nearby, and she didn't care about the well-being of most individuals, but not about human society as a whole. She tried to stop him, but the mad adventurer knocked Dekratos's dagger out of her hand with one blow, as if he were fighting an ordinary girl. The blow was so strong that Can fell to the ground, and the scoundrel growled with contempt that she was not just weak, she was weaker than everyone present here. The man in the red cap was scared to the point of fainting, but he couldn't abandon the women in trouble, so he ordered the protagonist's enthusiastic fan to hide behind him. And the moment he gives the signal, the girl will have to run as far as possible, saving her life. But she had completely different plans. Instead, the good-natured adventurer froze as if struck by lightning when a cold command came from behind him to remain still. After all, if he moves at the most inopportune moment, then she will have wasted a shot, while the crossbow is loaded and just waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Just one moment, and the psychopath who stabbed the rest of the team in the back falls to the ground like a doe shot by a hunter. Having recovered from the shock, the red cap turned to the girl and praised her for a wonderful shot, to which she modestly said that she was still a beginner. But at the same time, she didn't stop loading and adjusting the gun for a second, so that she could then point it at the shocked guy, who didn't even have time to finish the compliment. Contemptuously plunging an arrow into his brain, she admitted that she had intended to kill 2 targets with 1 shot, but no, now she had to waste another shell. Picking up 2 white rune crystals, she noted with boredom that she was finished, and that she hoped that would satisfy him, as if it were about cleaning the room. She was also from the Red Clan, and, following the orders of her leader, she was supposed to find and finish off Hansa, but alas, she only managed to kill a dozen ordinary people. Ah, if only she could find him and tear his head off. It would be a wonderful gift for her leader, but there is nothing to be done. She will have to wait for a more opportune moment. And this killer didn't notice that the main character was rising very slowly behind her until he asked in a voice full of ice and steel what would happen if Khan appeared here. As soon as she looked at this strange woman, who by all laws of logic should have been half corpse, it was already too late. Dekratos's daggers flashed through the air with lightning speed, and then the psychopath was tightly wrapped in shining chains as if she were a fly caught in a web. Holding a knife to her throat, the main character whispered with sadistic pleasure that since this maniac was looking for Hansa, then she should rejoice. He was standing before her in the flesh. The fact that there wasn't a single living witness around also helped. As cynical as it may sound, no one could stop the brunette from interrogating the enemy the way she needed. As for the shooter, she was still in such shock that this strange woman could walk that she didn't really understand what she was saying at all. Can modestly noted that her performance was believable and that this little bitch shouldn't even try to mess with her elder. No, she shouldn't even think of it if she didn't want to part with her tongue, her lip, or everything at once, and this threat was so obvious that it didn't need to be voiced. Taking on his true male form, Hansu repeated that he needed the captive's complete silence, and he would convey greetings to her leader himself. And everything would be fine, but this did not mean that he was ready to let her live, not at all. The chains pulled the girl down with such force that a disgusting squelching sound was heard in the room. Looking melancholically at the pool of human blood at her feet, the main character calmly noted that she was probably the only agent here. But, watching his snake eat the runestone dropped by the killer, the protagonist admitted that it was unlikely that he would give up so easily. And for his part, the protagonist could take his time at all, because they were still destined to meet face to face. This, unfortunately, was inevitable. He thought back to his past and thought that some things could only be done in the training area, and that this whole tower wasn't worth a damn. All of its floors and treasures were nothing more than a trap for naive earthlings, and in order to truly complete a level, it was necessary to overcome the dungeon. That was his true purpose in this place, not some puny crown of a lousy lich king or some pathetic ring belonging to a demon prince. Having transformed back into a woman, the main character went up to the main hall on the 2nd floor, where, fortunately, no other people were in sight. It had to be admitted that most of Hans's equipment was trash by local standards. Only Nurma's ring allowed him to pass these levels. And this meant only one thing. It was necessary to urgently go in search of more decent equipment, otherwise it would be simply embarrassing to look people in the eye. Well, in that case, the protagonist still has no choice but to take Kante's direction. When people entered the next room, limited to 50 participants, they were greeted by a fairy with more funny jokes and lectures. This room bore the romantic name of Treasure Island, and the adventurer's task was extremely simple: just destroy the guards of the titular treasures. After this, you had to bring your trophies to the central point of the location and exchange them there for a powerful artifact of your choice. The mortals will have only 2 weeks to search for the sacred jewels, and to prevent them from thinking they have entered a fairy tale, they cannot leave the island by normal means. Only a person with an artifact could get out of here alive, and the fairy, as if it were otherwise, made every effort to incite the listeners to violence and civil strife. The treasure also existed in a singular form, and there were 128 guards on the map, but at least they were immediately visible on the virtual maps. To say that this quest was hardcore was the same as saying nothing at all, and the hero was interested in how ordinary people would deal with it. Her gaze never left the strange girl with the unusual sea-green hair, and she was the first to step forward, addressing the others. In her opinion, it would be best to split into squads of 10 people, each of whom would be obliged to destroy at least 2 guards per day. In this way, everyone would be able to contribute to the survival of all, and this, in her mind, was the most effective strategy for salvation. Although there was some murmuring among the crowd about what to do for lonely people who didn't know anyone there, the protagonist admitted that it was a good idea. Hans's gaze also slid over 2 particularly striking characters, a blonde with red eyes and voluminous pigtails, and a tall guy with chocolate-colored hair. After exchanging glances, the brown-haired man voiced their common decision, and yes, they were in complete agreement, and even suggested punishing those who did not want to fulfill the quota. One of the flaws of human nature was to obey someone who at least gave the impression of being a strong personality, while absolving himself of responsibility for his actions. This was especially true in stressful situations like this, and no one even thought to object to the clause about punishing those lagging behind in the number of murders. In any case, there were 128 opponents, and they were scattered all over the island, while there were no more than 50 people. The task was difficult. And Kan, being true to herself, was not going to elbow anyone or, even more so, babysit the ballast. She was going to do her job herself. Unfortunately, that same blonde noticed perfectly well that some brunette, without communicating with anyone and without getting along, went into the depths of the tropical forest. The protagonist first wanted to obtain a hidden artifact, the Philosopher's Stone, which in the past could only be obtained by one adventurer, and he, of course, shared the method with the heroine. Each keeper here had his own artifact, which looked like a gilded ball, but the people for the most part didn't care about them, because they were only interested in the treasure. But Kante, at first glance a completely dim-witted barbarian who used his head only to eat, drink, and kiss women, understood what everyone else had not guessed. Waving his arms enthusiastically, he explained to Hans and Chaldean that if 32 of these balls were collected, they could be used to make a very high-quality replica of the Philosopher's Stone. He saw this as a sign of his true genius, hidden from prying eyes, but the blonde wizard retorted with contempt that the barbarian was simply a greedy man. However, now, many years later, and having traveled back in time, the protagonist appreciated the merits of this advice and was going to take advantage of it. Among other things, difficult dungeons had a daily limit on the number of enemies to prevent strong players from farming points and loot too quickly. But on the other hand, Hans, now a man again, was all alone, so nothing could stop him from carrying out the task as he saw fit. As he moved through the jungle, he eventually came across a creature rooted in the ground, vaguely resembling a giant isopod. From the outside, it would have been easy to mistake this creature for just a strangely shaped yellow rock until it rose up, shaking off the dirt. When it straightened up to its full height, it became clear that it was not even a huge insect, but a giant golem made of soil and vegetation, with a blue stone that looked like a cyclopean eye. It was positioned directly over what was supposed to be a face, although in fact it was a flat rectangle without any distinguishing features. The jungle shook from a loud bass sound, and the people making their way through it realized that they had come very close to their desired goal. Then the system notification windows appeared, and the friendly voice of a fairy informed the adventurers that one of the guards had been killed, so they only had one more to finish off today. The blonde listened to this with surprise until her squadmate shouted at her to concentrate. The girl was immediately attacked by a disgusting, toothy monster that tried to bite off half of her body, but she dodged it with such casual ease as if she were starring in the Matrix. The beast didn't have time to do anything, as if it was trapped in slow motion, but the girl was completely free in her actions. With just one good blow, she sent the unfortunate beast lizard flying with such force as if it were a small child's play ball instead of a huge animal. The blow itself was strong enough to break most of the poor creature's bones, and then a strange arrow pierced its carcass. The brown-haired man let her out, to which the blonde protested with genuine resentment and indignation, saying that she could easily have dealt with such nonsense on her own. Be that as it may, they were curious as to how other people were able to find the sentry, because they, for example, had never encountered anything other than random monsters. Swallowing nervously, the blonde muttered that she had a feeling that the elite monsters were finished off not by an ordinary group, but by a strong individual. The archer mockingly said that since Lord Yunche herself said so, all they could do was listen, to which the woman blushed, puffed out her cheeks, and demanded that they stop. Instead of grinning like kindergartners, they'd be better off focusing on finding the bosses, and it's probably best to take the path to the right. But suddenly she stopped thinking and ordered her subordinates to shut up too, because something with a very ominous aura was approaching them, just like at the beginning of the game. A few seconds passed before another group of adventurers with different equipment appeared from the thicket, groaning and throwing vines and branches in different directions. Their leader repeated in an angry voice that there would be no fight with the local bosses, because they would not be able to complete this vile quest anyway. And the other teams are still stronger than them, so there is no point in struggling, to which one of the adventurers objected that this is still no reason to do absolutely nothing. The leader angrily explained to him that while the others were wasting their time and energy fighting the sentries, they would use this to level up their stats. They will get their hands dirty by killing weak monsters, and then, finding battered, weakened groups of people, they will kill them and take the pieces of treasure they have obtained. Again, if they cannot acquire at least 10 artifacts, one per person, they will never escape this spatial trap and will die here. Unche, who had been eavesdropping on this conversation with her comrades, admitted that the ominous feeling did not come from these jackals, but from something more dangerous. And then an unfamiliar female voice added that she completely shared this point of view. Hansu was in complete agreement that the strictest disciplinary measures must be used for the common good, and she didn't bat an eyelid when everyone jumped in surprise. The adventurer's reaction was easy to understand, because this strange and unknown brunette had somehow snuck up on them without being noticed. And the blonde realized that this strange aura, which had been discussed the whole way, actually emanated from this very person, as if it were the stench of a long unwashed body. The protagonist, in turn, seemed to understand what Yoon was thinking, because she gave her a particularly intense look. The brown-haired man, who had been holding the main character at gunpoint the whole time, demanded in an iron tone that she identify herself and confess for what purpose she was following them. Hansu shrugged indifferently as if to say, what difference did it make? Then she added that she was able to offer this small group of 4 people a deal. The unimpressed archer asked why they should trust her, and Kan retorted in an even colder tone that she had nothing to talk about with him, a nameless lackey. Instead, she was about to speak with the leader of this small clan, and Che winced at the realization that her cover had been blown so easily. Of course, this frightened the blonde. Not only was there a creature with those nightmarish emanations in front of them, but it also saw in her the bearer of the monarch's mark. At first, she was ready to explain this by her very well-developed intuition, but then she realized that the woman in front of her was nothing more than a mask, a disguise. She didn't know what could be hidden behind it, but now she no longer doubted that she was dealing not with a person, but with some kind of disgusting, chthonic creature. And if this monster wants, then they will all be brutally killed at the same moment, without a single chance to survive or even fight back against such a nightmare. It didn't help that the main character, being herself, delivered her lines in a harsh, emotionless tone and glared at everyone with a creepy look. Shaitan was already ready to open fire to protect his leader and friend, but Che suddenly ordered everyone to freeze because she would be the one speaking. This surprised the young man greatly, because he had never seen Yoon so tense and scared before, but he still decided to obey. Stepping forward, the blonde said directly that the protagonist, apparently, can easily achieve all her goals on her own, so why does she need them? And if she wants to do something bad to them, then she should be prepared for the fact that they will most likely desperately resist, no matter how dangerous the enemy is. Deciding not to comment on this, Hansu explained in a slightly softer tone that for personal reasons, she needed people to kill her enemies for her. Yoon decided that this woman wanted to kill all the other adventurers for a better reward, and she even understood her a little, but alas, they could not cope with such a task. Kan raised an eyebrow in confusion, and then explained that there were only 10 people to defeat, all of whom were weaker than these 4. And this gang had to be subjugated, made part of her clan, which left Che in a daze because, to put it mildly, even these 3 old friends did not always obey her. Clutching her head, she groaned that she just wanted to complete the quest as quietly as possible, but now, apparently, she had no other choice. To avoid being killed for refusing, they would have to assimilate the alien group, and Hansu, as if mockingly, kindly suggested they try, maybe it would work out. The blonde had an intuition that allowed her to see through other people's illusions and deceptive appearances. Such a skill is very difficult to obtain at the starting levels, so Yoon had a good chance. Well, now that the pest problem would be solved on its own, the main character could fully devote herself to destroying the Guardians and the stone form. After some time, one unfortunate guy groaned heavily, and groaned when someone's muscular hand pressed him to the ground with all his might. While the twins were dealing with the prisoners, the archer reported that the clan marks were rejecting them, and Che immediately realized that the reason was because they were already in the Brotherhood. The same woman with azure hair asked in a pleading tone to explain why they were treated this way when they had already earned the enmity of the other faction. The blonde herself was clearly uncomfortable with doing this, but alas, her own safety was more important, and in any case, they did what that creature demanded. She successfully annexed 6 people to her, and only 4, who formed their own small clan, were bound and left to fend for themselves. Rubbing her head in irritation, Eun growled under her breath that she was simply tired. Such work should have been done by someone else. Suddenly the system alert sounded, and the little demoness's voice joyfully announced that the treasure had been found, causing everyone to jump in place. The blonde woman quickly realized it was the creepy brunette who did it, but then one of the twins asked her to pay attention to him. As it turned out, he found a strange yellow ball lying under a nearby tree, emitting a soft, golden glow. The leader of the rapidly expanding clan immediately understood what it was, as well as the fact that Hansu was actually helping them, albeit in a terrible, cruel way. She very slowly, with reverence and apprehension, extended her hand towards this treasure, not immediately noticing that someone's clawed paw was approaching it in exactly the same way. Clutching the golden pearl, the fairy triumphantly declared that this was indeed the island's true treasure. And yes, how lucky that no one had died yet. However, her attentive gaze did not miss the fact that the artifact had in fact been found by another person, and Che asked in a humble tone whether this meant there would be no reward. Grinning widely, the imp asked the girl not to worry and not to rush. She would have more than enough time to earn the prize. She flashed a row of tablets with different numbers in front of her and ordered her to choose, warning that for number 1, Yoon would receive something extremely interesting. People watched this, feeling their hearts pounding so hard they could break their ribs, and desperately prayed that the blonde would choose the artifacts for everyone. The girl, for her part, was in no hurry and was thinking out loud about whether she should show her rat side by killing everyone else for the sake of the priceless prize. Someone was already ready to openly fall to their knees, grab Yoon by the legs and cry in front of her, but everything worked out. She ultimately gave preference to distributing the items to everyone. Now the happy people were ready to praise her as a true elder and leader, but the blonde playfully noted that it was boring. It was better to play a new game. Let everyone under her command kill themselves or finish off someone else, she, as their new lord, ordered with a bloodthirsty grin and a carnivorous gleam in her eyes. Naturally, the unfortunate adventurers were stunned by this news, but it was too late. The symbols on their palms had already begun to glow, appearing through their skin. The poor earthlings resisted the magic's control with all their might, shouting that it was the ravings of a mad mare, but with each passing second the spell gained the upper hand. Someone bravely shouted out that no one in their right mind would do such crap, but it was too late. Their hands seemed to have a life of their own. However, the worst thing never happened. The symbols simply disappeared from the palms of the stunned mortals, and Yoon and her friends were already running away so fast that only their heels sparkled. The fairy, with a bored and contemptuous look, wondered out loud whether anyone really thought that this mechanic could be used to easily kill enemies with impunity. But in any case, the earthlings could simply go wherever they wanted. Fortunately, the road to the third floor was already thoughtfully open. The adventurers didn't need to be told twice. They rushed forward as if the ground behind them was turning into a lake of lava. The blue-haired woman, freed from the ropes, began to pull them off her partners and muttered that they needed to tell the Lord everything. Hansu was walking ahead and should already be on the third floor. There was no more free second to lose. They didn't know that the main character was standing just a few meters away from them, behind a tree trunk, and boredly listening to complaints about how they hadn't managed to kill everyone around them. The mysterious leader, whoever he was, did not want to listen to these negligent assassins any longer, and ordered them to appear before his throne right now, without delay. As it turned out, their leader was in mortal danger on the third floor, and Khan thought triumphantly that the trap had finally snapped shut. Now all he had left to do was follow these idiots until they brought the main character to their mysterious elder. This was very convenient, because the third floor is so large that it is hellishly difficult to find one specific person there. This was followed by another flashback, in which the protagonist was fed a new portion of information before traveling to the past. Of course, in reality, Hansu wasn't the only one poring over his textbooks, but Kante, sitting on the next desk, was blissfully snoring and drooling, dreaming of the beautiful halls of Valhalla. Chaldean, oblivious to everything, insisted that it was absolutely necessary to finish off the Dark Lord before he left the training area, and preferably on the island with the tower. Eris, who had entered the door, added that the first 2 floors were completely unsuitable for this purpose, but the third was a completely different matter. There, space is twisted into hundreds of different places, making it very difficult to navigate, and the Dark Lord will be extremely vulnerable. This will be the protagonist's only chance, and if he misses it, then what? In that case, all they can do is dance merrily and then lie down in their graves. The third floor was an exact replica of the Red Zone, a location from the far reaches of the other world, and it was inhabited by much stronger monsters than in previous stages. Raising his finger importantly, Kante noted that the protagonist should simply catch the enemy and the job is done. But one had to be extremely careful, because the Lord would have his entire clan with him, and if he felt someone was following him, he would immediately disappear, and then it would be a case of searching and whistling. This bastard was also strong, of course, not as strong as the godlike protagonist who eats dragons for breakfast and tramples archdemons, but still. With all this in mind, Hansu, in her female form, examined the red diamond-shaped Philosopher's Stone, the final touch to her preparations before going out into the world. It was here, on the third floor of the Great Tower, that she would destroy the man called the Dark Lord and forever rid herself of this threat in the future. Inspired by this thought, she rushed forward, passing through the portal into the abyss with crimson skies and saying that the time had come to see the true face of the Lord. The Red Zone, unlike any other location shown before, resembled the underworld. The sky was shimmering with crimson and dark gray, and instead of the ground, there was crooked scarlet stone. Meanwhile, 4 of the Wynn clan were hiding behind a nearby rock, and the blonde herself, with the grin of a hungry fox, suggested following the brunette. The sky on the third floor was illuminated by either the sun or the moon, red as freshly spilled blood, and scalding magma slowly flowed towards the furrows in the rock. The Dark Lord, for the first time showing not only malice and contempt but also fear, shouted for the servants to call all the agents here, no matter what they were doing, let them drop everything. Not only were they tormented by the unbearable heat, but their squad was also surrounded by a pack of huge monsters, reminiscent of eyeless tyrannosaurs without front legs. They also had forked lower jaws and purple flesh, which they showed off with pleasure by emitting deep, hungry growls. The brown-haired man scowled and growled that this entire red zone was just a pitiful shadow of the real other world, a sandcastle compared to the true Colossus. Then he thought mysteriously about how they had promised not to interfere with what was happening anymore, but that was no longer necessary anyway. Completely driven mad by constant hunger, the scaly monster rushed forward with its mouth open, spraying stinking saliva everywhere. But the power in the Dark Lord's hands was such that with just one blow of his signature sword knife, he nearly chopped off most of the unfortunate creature's upper jaw. Any ordinary monster from the previous levels would have finished it off easily, but this monster was also so strong and tough that it could fight the Lord on equal terms. It bit the sharp blade with all its might and pressed, trying to tear the weapon out of the man's hands and break it, but the man was still holding on. Having torn a tree the size of himself into pieces with one hand, the head of the Red Clan was now at the limit of his strength, like a circus strongman in a fight with a bull. But in the end he prevailed, and with one mighty blow, he cut the monster's head into two parts, like a ripe watermelon. The servant cried out in horror that the monsters were rushing from all sides, but the leader, adopting a heroic pose, only ordered them to hold on to him and listen to his commands. They had no right to lose to a crowd of some brainless cattle. They were a great clan and had to withstand this test, no matter what it cost them. But deep down, the Overlord had far less bravado than he tried to show, for it was not the illusory prospect of becoming food for some creature that frightened and angered him. He simply had no right to die here, halfway there, because his clan was the strongest of all. They had worked so hard to destroy their rivals. Eventually, the Reds actually managed to break through the ambush, and their leader realized that such an abnormal number of enemies could be connected with that cross. There was so much evil energy in this thing that one good look at it was enough to make the newly minted Lord of Darkness break out in a cold sweat. And all because there were people inside it, dozens of men and women with no signs of consciousness, and many of them also had injuries of varying degrees of severity. All of them were enclosed inside a huge red crystal, the size of a small Ferris wheel, and made in the shape of an 8-pointed wheel with sharp spokes. A fairy immediately materialized from space and, with a disgusting grin, asked if this wasn't wonderful and deserved to be considered a landmark. Smiling more vilely than she had ever done before, the daemoness ordered everyone to take a good look at this disgusting sight, to look for familiar faces. When she mentioned that people might see in this those who had managed to die in the training zone, the Lord felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Such was the terrible realization. Feeling his heart beating so hard that it was about to break his ribs, the brown-haired man pressed himself against the crimson crystal and peered into it until his eyes hurt. Inside it, mutilated corpses were still slowly floating, but the face of one of them turned out to be all too familiar to the leader of the Red Clan. Before his eyes finally flashed the face of a beautiful young woman with long hair and in a leather jacket. In some ways she even resembled a grown-up Yu. The Dark Lord knew this, so Zhong very well, as his fingers began to shake with a terrible tremor, and true grief and pain flashed in his once unwavering voice. It wasn't his wife or even his sister, as one might think at first glance. On the contrary, it was his daughter, who died before the brown-haired man became the leader of his faction. It all happened suddenly and bloodily. Like many tragedies, the elder So was drenched in sweat, and the knife almost fell from his fingers when monsters crawled out of every crack and the wounded groaned. Among the latter was Zhong, who desperately begged her father to do at least something, to become that kind, all-powerful daddy again, who could handle all problems. The future Lord of Darkness shouted in despair that he would find a way to fix everything and save her, but the other man commanded him to stay close. He was the bearer of the monarch's mark, the leader of So, and any requests only caused him to laugh in a mad, contemptuous manner, because who cares about these slugs when he is in danger? While he was squealing that he would have fed the pathetic weaklings to these creatures from the very beginning, and that it was an honor to die for him, the brown-haired man simply hugged his child with tears. If only he had known that the person to whom he entrusted his and his daughter's safety would treat Zhang as expendable, he would never have joined his clan. The coward believed himself invulnerable to his servants thanks to the game mechanics, and was therefore genuinely surprised when a lump of pure hatred crashed into him. Elder. So worked like a seasoned butcher, literally gutting his former elder, muttering that if he could become king, then he could do it too. By the time he was finished, his clothes were thickly covered in blood, and all that was left of the black-haired man in red was a bloodless, cold corpse. It was then and there that he received his unique mark, a red emblem depicting 3 sharp swords piercing a crown split into 2 halves. He gained a power that put him head and shoulders above most other people in that hellish place, but too late and at an inordinate cost. If only he had been lucky enough to have something like this from the start, or at least a couple of days earlier, if only he had gathered his own followers. Unfortunately, now nothing could bring his daughter back to life, and the elder So had only 2 things left to do: subjugate all the other clans and find his son. At this moment, having met the one for whom he had started this entire crusade, the Dark Lord could hardly even speak. Such feelings had overcome him. Looking at this huge, disgusting vessel, in which corpses floated like sardines in a barrel, he screamed, begging God to tell him how to bring Zhang back to life. The fairy, with feigned friendliness, asked him to relax, because this was not a real woman anyway, but only an imitation of her, created at the beginning of the game. But she also happily clarified that this copy has all the memories of the original, and is no worse than the real So, and can be freed through a special sacrifice. While the leader of the Reds was having difficulty digesting this information, the same thin woman muttered in horror that they were standing in front of a huge, disgusting burial ground. Meanwhile, the man's already weak mind finally faltered, and he measured his followers with the same look that his old leader had. All he had to do was do a mere trifle, just give away a weak, useless, insignificant little man, and his beloved relative would be with him again. The fairy literally read the Dark Lord's thoughts, so she mockingly clarified that no, a sacrifice from among the donor's clan would not be counted by the system. It's too obvious, simple, and boring, but they are very lucky because 4 people are coming here. This will be their last chance to give life to the clone of Zhang. They could have had more people who could have been used as expendable material, but here the Reds themselves shot themselves in the foot. Naturally, such news brought the antagonist into a monstrous rage, for hope had been closer than ever, but in the end it had moved away from him to an unattainable height. The man was so furious that he was ready to literally tear his hair out and scratch his face, but he was distracted from this by the worried cries of his subordinates. The scout, with excitement on his face, muttered that there was someone else here, and this unknown person had finished off the people who were following their trail. Upon hearing that the already slim chances of resurrecting his daughter had become completely illusory, the Lord became so angry that he almost lost his human form. Whoever this bastard was, who left behind a veritable trail of bloody corpses, now the elder, so needed him exclusively alive. Meanwhile, Hansu, melancholically wiping the dirt from her cheek and nose, emotionlessly said that it was a pity that at that very moment she didn't have any cigarettes. Hearing a sound that only she could hear, the brunette muttered with a detached look that he had finally arrived. The remaining Red Clan moved in a single formation, as befitted a squad of experienced, well-trained fighters, and at the forefront of them all walked the leader with a huge sword. The protagonist had to kill this man first, because he would go down in the history of the other world as the Dark Lord Li Wan Giong, a nightmare for other people. In the previous timeline, he committed so many crimes that even the longest piece of paper wouldn't be enough to list them all, and this had to be prevented. The main character knew very well that this man committed his madness for the sake of his deceased daughter, and she knew that it was impossible to bring her back to life. Realizing this, Guyon will instead devote himself to searching for his son, but in the process, he will shed more blood than even a sociopath like Kang could ever dream of. By removing his false guise, the main character mentally vowed not only to kill Vaughn for the sake of those who had suffered and would suffer at his hands, but also to save his child. Seeing Hansu's metamorphosis, the blonde spy screamed in fear and excitement that this was the same guy with chains they had been looking for so long. On hearing this, Lee burst into the wildest, loudest, most theatrical laughter imaginable. For him, it was a true gift from fate. The one he was already planning to destroy had come to exchange his life for Sojong's. As had often happened before, while the antagonist read his speech, boasting of his merits or threatening terrible punishments to the enemy, the protagonist simply remained silent. Guyon, in any case, was a much more laconic subject than the late boss Guyon Dal from the beginning of the story, so within a second he was rushing at Khan with a weapon. But the fighters hadn't even managed to get a few meters closer to each other when the ground around them began to tremble noticeably, as if a Tyrannosaurus was approaching. And judging by the alarm with which both fighters looked at it, one could logically conclude that the source came from someone else, not at all friendly. A few more moments passed before the hero and villain were thrown into the air by a huge chunk of ground beneath their feet, being blown to pieces as if by an explosion. The cause of this turned out to be a huge monster, similar to a colossal worm with a square mouth containing 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth of varying sizes. Lee cursed heartily, because now, while this spineless creature was running amok here, they could forget about any duels and sacrifices. But the worm wouldn't go away on its own either, so Guyon ordered Li Yan to return immediately and keep an eye on a certain person. A cold, mechanical voice pierced the air saying, "No need," and then very familiar long chains of light metal were wrapped around the monster's body. The main character's muscles bulged with terrible tension as he tied up the huge monster and then pulled it towards himself. This was more than enough to break the worm into 3 uneven halves, although the supernatural properties of the chain itself also helped a lot. Now the unfortunate creature was dead as a doornail, and nothing could stop this couple from sensibly sorting out their relationship with each other, as befits men. But if Lee was so shy as to make the first move, then no problem. The main character would be more than happy to meet him halfway. The future Dark Lord could barely blink or breathe, let alone absorb such information and everything that followed from it. But then his face twisted in fear again, because in this situation it was the protagonist, with his efficiency as a heartless machine, who was the real monster. He hadn't really wanted to fight alone before, but now that desire had disappeared completely, so Guyon ordered all of his subordinates to attack Hansa. Of course, this simply couldn't work. The protagonist, by the laws of the genre, must always defeat such a crowd of faceless, nameless thugs. That's what happened this time, too. The main character lazily swung his chains, and with each such jab the assassin would, at best, fall, his eyes wide and gasping for air. But the elite warriors of the Red Clan were not complete weaklings. They maneuvered, dodged, looked for weak spots, and acted with coordination in mind. Because of this, among other things, the protagonist had to break his unspoken taboo and start killing enemies, which was a very unpleasant surprise for Guyon, who was not ready for this. Yon, the blonde spy who had unwittingly misinformed her superior, didn't get far either, as she barely managed to block the attack with her hook. She always knew that Hansu was very strong, but she had never seen him use any special abilities before, so she concluded that he didn't have any. It was an interesting thought, so Wang immediately ordered his fighters to focus on spells and buffs to end this fight quickly. None of them hesitated for a second. The men rushed towards the main character with the obedience and zeal of a pack of hounds released to hunt a wild boar. For the first few moments, the main character didn't move at all, as if he was laughing at what was happening, but then he made one mighty leap. All the swords, axes, daggers, and hooks hit empty space, and Yeon, with difficulty catching her breath, even praised Kan for how deftly he dodged the damage. With a mocking growl, she advised Hans to try to dodge this move now, and made a sharp swing with her sword from the right side. This attack was so skillful and swift that the main character's eyes widened, realizing that he would not have time to dodge it, but he could do something else. De Kratos's dagger materialized in his hand, and the protagonist tried to use it to block this monstrous blow, avoiding the fate of a cut-up turkey. And he actually succeeded, but at a very high price. The entire hand in which Kan was clutching the blade was covered with terrible bruises and deep, bleeding cuts. This was the best proof that their enemy was truly not all-powerful, so Gyeon's subordinates redoubled their pressure, attacking like a swarm of angry hornets. But the protagonist had gone too far to simply become a sacrifice on the altar of some madman, so his chains and daggers also began to work with greater force. Hansu really didn't try to spare his opponents. This time the stakes were too high to leave the gloves on, so both blood and runes flowed. The Rune-Eater cub, which the main character had been keeping close to him until now, barely had time to grab the tasty pebbles and swallow them with a smacking sound. The brunette, having received a moment of respite, even decided to reveal one of the previously hidden runes, as if trying to convey to the remaining enemies what they would become in the near future. However, the assassins interpreted this gesture in their own way, and they were much more surprised by the fact that this puppy was keeping such a monster with him and feeding him crystals. Lee, no matter how crazy he was, immediately realized that Hansu was getting stronger before his eyes, so he shouted for his servants to immediately kill the hero before he became even stronger. After this, dust rose up, a huge, thick cloud through which it was impossible to see anything from a distance of just a few steps. It turned out to be part of the skinny woman's strength. She did not move from her place, but stretched forward her clawed hand, from which a stream of crimson energy burst forth. All this gave the impression of real black magic from medieval legends, and a purple pentagram even flashed under the protagonist's feet. From this purple abyss, huge purple tentacles immediately emerged and gently but very tightly wrapped themselves around the legs of the prey. Breaking free from such living bonds was no easier than breaking a monolithic granite rock, and Yong, with a war cry, rushed into the attack, raising her blade. The main character managed to block this blow as well, using the links of De Kratos's chain, but it took so much strength that his fair skin turned completely pale. Gyeon, with fire in his red eyes, shouted that this was not enough. They had gone too far on their path to revenge against the clans to stop or lose now. He shouted real slogans that made the rest of the faction members attack more fiercely than with whips, so strong was Wong's charisma. They will all be able to avenge their grievances, honor the memory of deceased loved ones, and punish any enemies, but only on the condition that they obey him like robots. He also influenced his subordinates with the monarch's magic, partially depriving them of any opportunity to question his orders, which Hansu did not miss. This was a classic abuse of a loophole in the game mechanics, allowing the use of low-ranking clan members as completely obedient servants and warriors. The young man also understood perfectly well that the fight needed to be finished as quickly as possible, because the damage was accumulating, and soon he would not even be able to stand. Gyeon managed to do what almost no one had managed before, to impose his own rules of the game on the main character, but now Kan decided that it was time to put an end to this. He still managed to free himself from the demonic tentacles and lift his body into the air, but then a female voice screamed predatorily that she had caught the brunette. However, Hans was anything but an idiot. The same trick didn't work on him twice, and De Kratos's dagger of justice was already softly fitting into his fingers. Concentrating all his strength in one hand to deliver just one, but decisive blow, the protagonist swiftly slashed the blade at the glowing piece of ground. This was more than enough to not only break the spell, but also cause the skinny witch physical pain, as if she had been struck hard on the arm. The main character didn't want to push his luck any further, so he rushed forward with the power and speed of a living rocket, scattering ordinary enemies. As befits a good gamer, he was now going to finish off such a powerful support, because otherwise he would not be able to win the fight. However, the woman was dangerous even at close range, since that same purple glow had already flared up under her feet, signifying the activation of the trap. Supernatural tentacles once again burst forth from the abyss, ready to seize, immobilize, and even tear apart anyone at the command of their mistress. Just like last time, they grabbed Hansa with such force that it was easier to cut off his leg than to try to break free from this truly inhuman embrace. They pressed with such force that the protagonist, against his own will, sank to his knees, while new portals opened around him, releasing new tentacles. It seemed that this was the end, an absolutely hopeless trap, and even Lee, feeling like a winner, risked coming closer to graciously promise to spare Kanu's life. However, Van growled, raising his huge fist, the protagonist will pay dearly in any case for depriving him of so many trophies, very dearly. Without saying another word, Guyan struck with his hand in such a way that he was sure to break the mangy puppy's nose and knock out 3 or 2 of his teeth, but the brunette managed to dodge it. But even such miracles of acrobatics could not protect anyone forever, and just a second later, a blow fell on his shoulder with such force that Khan threw his head back. The leader of the Red Clan, for his part, laughed, gloated, and reveled in his victory, just like a hyena devouring a weakened lion alive, unable to defend itself. Without removing the blade of the huge sword from Hans's shoulders, the older man triumphantly roared that now, at last, the moment had come when his daughter could return. With each passing second, Van became more and more insane, rapidly losing touch with reality, like a stereotypical crazy movie villain. Even the protagonist quickly became sick of listening to him, so he grabbed Guyan's sword with his fingers, his hand not trembling at all, and asked if Lee had finished chatting yet. From the outside, it might have seemed that there was not a scratch on the protagonist, but this was not so, because the villain's weapon left a very deep and serious wound on his shoulder. A normal person would have been screaming, unable to utter a single coherent word, but Khan's increased endurance and pride allowed him to mock his enemy. Like many stereotypical antagonists, Van let his success go to his head, letting Khan get too close while his clan was far away, unlike the sickle of De Kratos. Now the young man could simply plunge the blade into the bastard's stomach and gut him like a chicken. He even wondered if the mighty Dark Lord would be able to escape from such a thing. Just a few minutes, and the roles had already changed in the most radical way. Now it was the brunette who held the brown-haired man's life in his power rather than the other way around. The leader of the Reds didn't have time to do anything in any case, because the silver-gray sickle had already knocked his long cleaver aside with one blow. Gyeon snatched a hunting knife from a secret compartment and growled that he had foreseen all of Hansu's tricks in advance, but a single drop of sweat on his temples showed that it was a bluff. The protagonist, as expected, was not impressed, and in the same tone he asked back whether Van really thought he had nothing but a chain. After this, Lee could only scream in horror and rage as he watched in slow motion as De Kratos' dagger of justice flew towards his face. The protagonist's weapon sank right into the base of the antagonist's chest, causing him to double over and desperately spit out his own blood. The rest of the people were too far away to be able to help their leader, and they could only desperately shout out his title. Of course, they worked their legs as hard as they could, trying to get to the point of combat, cover the leader, and punish the vile bastard, but they didn't have time for any of this. Gasping for air through his pierced lungs, Gyeon admitted that Hansu had used a clever tactic by exposing himself to the blows and demanded that he finish himself off, otherwise regeneration would heal all his wounds. The protagonist, as befits every self-respecting traveler through worlds and times, admonished that if you want to kill, be prepared to die yourself. But Lee didn't deserve such mercy anyway. The best punishment for him would be to have to watch as all the servants, one by one, died. By the time the main character finished the massacre, everything around was bathed in red, and broken weapons were scattered everywhere the eye could see. He spared no one, making no allowance for age or gender, and right now he was clutching the shirt of the beaten body of Li Yan, that same clumsy spy. The would-be Dark Lord remained on his knees all this time, forced to watch helplessly as everything he had built died. He was so filled with despair and rage that he sincerely asked what Hans had done to deserve such a harsh fate. No, he sincerely believed that the whole problem was in some strange code of honor of Khan, and not in the fact that he, just for a second, had attacked him many times and had just wanted to sacrifice him. The young man listened to this with a face that would be more accurately described as absent rather than detached, before whispering that all the words were the same. Many years ago, in a previous timeline, Guion screamed exactly the same way, which is what caused all this fuss, because of some lousy revenge for breaking some pathetic rules. This scene stood before the main character's eyes, sounded in his ears, and he slowly, like a robot, lowered himself so as to look straight into the face of the defeated enemy. Lai Wang, with all his ambition and madness, was nothing more than a stepping stone, another monster that had to be eliminated in order to achieve a truly great goal. Chaldean insisted day and night that the brunette was obliged, among other things, to fulfill 3 goals, no matter what price he had to pay for it, even if it was very high. He would have to kill all the other people in the training area, so let him kill, it would be worth it, and even Eris didn't object to this, although she listened dejectedly. The heartless wizard, however, turned to her and emphasized that this was not something that could be argued with, and the blonde had a hard time holding back a couple of strong words. A bead of sweat trickled down her face, revealing the warrior's true inner tension, and she quickly shifted her gaze from one person to another. Then Kante stepped forward, scratched his head in a pointedly casual manner, and said, "Don't be afraid, friend. I'll solve all possible problems, and everything will be in gold." For this she beat him up, but the barbarian, not having lost his optimism, pestered Hans, saying that let him kill villains and farm skills, but at least he could relax and be a hero. Be that as it may, the young man finally began his speech, namely from the point that if no one has any objections, then okay. He was willing to kill, betray, and commit other abominations in the name of the greater good without the slightest hesitation, but another man was desperately trying to soften his heart. Khan, indifferent to a large part of humanity and their experiences, valued this man to such an extent that he allowed him to touch him on the shoulder and say all this. Emerging from the depths of memory, the main character already at the present moment, quietly, almost sadly, answered that all this happened because Guion himself tried to kill him. Again, he had walked over the heads of others for so long, broken lives and killed without thinking about the damage. But now he was screaming about injustice, having tried his own medicine. When the main character held a knife to his throat, the brown-haired man smiled with difficulty and croaked that he thought Hansa was some kind of fighter against evil. But now it was clear who he really was. Admitting defeat, Van asked to take care of his son if he and Khan ever met, but the protagonist looked away and muttered that he didn't have time for that. But he could guarantee one thing sincerely, without mockery. If tomorrow his plan was carried out as expected, then all the people, including Guion's son, would remain alive. Lee didn't have time to finish asking what the hell all this meant, because in one swift motion, the main character slit his throat without any unnecessary agony. Looking at the huge satellite, illuminating everything beneath it with a crimson color, the young man muttered in a mysterious voice that the time had come. The rest of the wasteland, meanwhile, looked just as serene in its lifelessness, like the surface of another planet. But it was not, of course, entirely devoid of life forms, and one particular representative of this phenomenon was squirming and snorting under its breath. Che-Yun finally couldn't take it anymore and started screaming, addressing no one knew who, asking how much longer, for the love of all the gods and Buddhas, they would have to stick around on this piece of lava-washed rock. The archer calmly asked why they hadn't left long ago, and the blonde nervously squeaked that her intuition was insistently telling her to go over there. She cherished various intrigues in relation to, as she put it, that strange girl, thought about stabbing her in the back, but it was scary, she would certainly have noticed it. When Hansu, again as a woman, appeared behind her and asked how things were, the girl squealed in fear, and then reported that she had caught all the wanderers. These people had risked becoming witnesses to that very duel with all that it entailed, but now that the storm had subsided, Kan saw no point in killing them. Turning away, she indifferently thanked this small clan for the service and warned that she no longer needed them, which made the already agitated Yoon choke on air. She and most of her friends were so stunned that they simply could not immediately believe that they had actually been used and then simply abandoned. The young archer tried to persuade his friend to turn around and return to a safer location, but Che, in an unexpectedly firm voice, replied that they would go on. She was about to find out what exactly this blue-eyed beast had done, but then the action immediately shifted to the applauding fairy. The imp didn't care at all about the death of Gian and his entire clan, if she even knew about it, because here and now she had new, no less interesting guests. With a smile as friendly and open as a sprung bear trap, she invited these new participants to begin the most interesting part. As with the Red Clan before, she clearly showed them a crystal cross, inside of which rested copies of people who died during the game. And like Li Wan's subordinates before, Che Yun looked at this building with horror and shock, as if it were the most abominable and wicked thing in the world. Meanwhile, the main character, having passed through the blue portal, removed the earring of the Seven Sisters, because he no longer needed this disguise. It is here that all the people who were lucky enough to overcome the horrors of the previous floors of the tower, including the nightmarish red zone, must gather. But it was not an attic or a ceiling, as many would like to hope, but only the fourth floor, on which a special preparatory zone began. The protagonist was closer than ever to fulfilling his main goal, the reason he decided to visit this damned island in the first place. There was very little time left. Just like on that very first island, to progress further, it was necessary to build a ship capable of taking users to the next stop. There was only one problem. The materials for this had to be obtained only from the carcasses of various monsters that lived in all corners of the fourth floor. The true fairy had already explained to people that they could obtain vessels of different classes if they used certain materials for construction. Of course, people could take passengers on board with them, and so the demoness, with a sly grin, advised them to build their ships as large as possible. Finally, she presented all the participants of the competition with lists of the monster bodies needed for construction, and wished them good luck. When people came outside, some of their eyes widened because everywhere they looked there was nothing but jungle. But then a commanding voice boomed out, ordering them to begin work immediately, because they needed a ship large enough to accommodate the entire clan. Another person quickly added that his faction agreed to join this effort, so it made more sense for them to join forces. As for the main character, he was already thinking about leaving and starting the hunt, until another voice was heard behind him, surprised that Khan had arrived so late. It was Sanchin, and he immediately rushed to assure his idol that he had collected all the necessary materials, so let Hansu tell him whether he had solved those problems of his. The blue-eyed brunette answered laconically that the Dark Lord would never bother anyone again, and now something else was more important. But Choi immediately added that preparations were underway. After that, he muttered in an embarrassed, awkward voice that the protagonist was no longer trying to disguise himself, and the hero, looking away, replied that it was no longer necessary. After that, he tried to send this stalker away, because time was running out, but San, not recognizing the hint, repeated that everything was fine, they were all working. As it turned out, by everyone, he meant not only the people Sanchin had managed to recruit as his followers, but also Yu Minhee. Meanwhile, one unlucky monster, resembling a hairy deer with sharp teeth and many pairs of eyes, was pierced by glowing arrows. It died on the spot, without being able to take a single step, and its killer calmly straightened up and released his fingers from the bowstring. It was the same Yu with whom the main character had adventures at the very beginning of the journey. She and Choi met each other on the first floor of the tower. The boy wanted to mutter that she would probably be glad to see her former benefactor, but a small white snake was suddenly thrown into his arms. The main character no longer needed this small rune crystal processing plant, but San might need it, and anyway, he had things to do. The former student should be prepared for the fact that this may be the last time he sees his master for years, because the real red zone is very dangerous. For a moment, the self-proclaimed watchdog Hansu remained silent, his head bowed, before quietly muttering that thanks to him, he was able to become stronger. Then he raised his face, showing his weak smile, and indirectly wished the mentor good luck, saying that they would meet again there. In response, the protagonist gave him his signature indifferent look, which made it impossible to understand what he was really thinking without telepathy. Then Can turned sharply and shook his head like a stallion chasing away annoying insects from his whiskers and eyes, and he still said nothing. Someone else would have been offended by this, but Choi only smiled shyly because he didn't expect his idol to condescend to talk to such a worthless person like him. Suddenly, Chae-Yoon and her archer emerged from the portal, complaining that they had spent too much time on that stupid quest and were late because of it. The brown-haired man, drenched in sweat, muttered something about Van Gyan and whether they really should have done something there, but the blonde sharply hissed at him, forcing him to remain silent. However, it was too late to keep secrets. Someone's extremely sensitive ear had already heard them, and he clearly did not like these words at all. And then, as if specifically to bury these hapless schemers deeper, that same man appeared from the portal arch, albeit in ordinary clothes. He was worried about his daughter's well-being, but Yoon only grumbled that there was no point in being afraid when her people were so protective of Jong, and then clarified that Lee still remembered. Looking at his own hand, the former and unsuccessful Dark Lord muttered that everything was a blur to him. At first, he and his daughter were just walking, and then they found themselves here. Then the blonde simply shook her head, mentally grumbling that she just wanted to get a strong fighter, but who realized that death would beat out all his memory. So in the end, she got herself 2 ballasts, for whom the twins had to constantly look after, and now she had to quickly find the ferry. They still had no idea that they were being watched very closely by a mysterious young man with black hair, pressed against the wall around the corner. If Choi was similar to Kang in any way, it was his ability to hide all his thoughts behind a mask, but while Hansu had a mask of indifference to everything that exists, San had a face of despondency. The protagonist, meanwhile, traveled through the jungle of the 4th floor, searching for those very monsters, from whose entrails a good ship could be crafted. Most of the monsters, as is often the case these days, clustered in the very center of the zone, so here, on the border, there were very few of them. Each floor here changed in the most random way, which made it difficult to come up with any kind of action tactics in advance. Sometimes people even ended up on the bottom of the sea. Be that as it may, all of this was nothing more than a virtual program, a complex illusion that perfectly deceived all human senses. The main character, who had been in this game longer than many people on Earth had lived, knew this very well, and so he specifically looked for the line where the deception ended. He held his hand on the blue force field, reflecting on the fact that the tower, despite its truly Babylonian dimensions, actually ended on the 4th floor. But here you could find that very small secret door after which the passage into it began, the legendary secret dungeon with special rewards. It couldn't be opened in the usual way. There simply weren't any spells, artifacts, or keys for that. But then a difficult approach could be used. The protagonist retrieved Decratos' daggers of justice from oblivion, imbued them with sufficient magic, and then struck the energy wall. He slashed across the entire surface of the force field, simultaneously activating the ring's ability to destroy other people's magic. Gradually, weakening under the pressure of the incessant blows, the wall began to give way, and here and there, dark cracks appeared, resembling a passage into space. By the time the main character finished, a real explosion thundered from the outside of the tower, and a whole avalanche of stones and concrete blocks fell down. As for Hansu, he, without being hurt in the least and not even covered in dust, walked through the opening into another room, which at first glance resembled an ordinary room. Classic folk wisdom said that if you can't enter something in the normal external way, but you still have to enter, the best way is to try it from the inside. From this focus, the already enormous tower was simply astonishing in its size. Even the giant trees next to it seemed like miserable dwarfs. Meanwhile, the passage quickly closed, and the protagonist admitted that without this wheel, he would not have been able to leave the stage and get backstage. But it wasn't that important, because the most important thing had been accomplished, and now the young man could focus on checking the characteristics and other information. After defeating the Dark Lord, the main character received enough points to increase all of his abilities by 40%, but this was not enough. As he climbed up the stairs, Khan thought that the path ahead was too dangerous, and everything depended only on his skills and knowledge. By the time the brunette managed to reach the large, open window, the already dark sky had become completely black, and a blue moon appeared from behind the clouds. Without any equipment, the climb proved incredibly difficult, with sweat pouring off the adventurer in huge hailstones and wet strands of hair clinging to his face. There it was, the legendary fifth dungeon of the island with the tower, and the first thing the protagonist saw was a huge energy ball, reminiscent of the eye of a black hole. What also made this location so dangerous was that Hans simply didn't have a single bit of information about what kind of enemies lived here. Without wasting time on empty talk, the protagonist took out all his weapons, all swords and other types of blades, from behind his back and then stuck them into the ground around him. For himself, he kept only his favorite and most effective weapon, the chain of Dekratos, with its accompanying daggers and hooks. The protagonist knew practically nothing about the top floor of the tower, but he still managed to learn a few rumors and legends. Meanwhile, the fireball at the top of the stinger began to pulse and glow brighter, as if it had an invisible eyelid and was blinking rapidly in surprise. This thing was able to create monsters by scanning people's brains and checking their memories, and since Khan lived a long life with a woman in the future, his enemy became a huge golden dragon. Then something happened that no one could have expected. Hansu, the man of ice, an experienced and cold-blooded executioner, a great adventurer, stared at this creature with horror. Before his eyes again appeared that disgusting picture. People, screaming in pain and fear, ran away from the giant winged lizard, and it breathed fire after them. Eris and Chaldean were holding on with all their might, but their situation was bad. So the girl contacted the main character and a certain Kyriel through a secret connection. The blonde wizard, overcoming the pain in his tired body, straightened up and proclaimed that the fate of all humanity depended on them, so help was needed now. Even Kante, a dim-witted Casanova, a hedonist who loved to stuff his belly with food and alcohol, and who was despised by his comrades, was now fighting with the utmost seriousness. Gathered on that fateful field were perhaps the strongest people in the entire other world, and among them one could recognize that cultivator in a white robe and the cannibal Envy Arin. Somewhere there was the main character whom the Allies desperately tried to reach through the magic radio, but he only desperately gasped for air. He held the body of a beautiful golden-haired girl in white armor close to his chest, and in the sky above them, as if in a twisted mockery, several other dragons hovered. In life, this warrior was clearly renowned for her beauty, but now, unfortunately, she has simply become a rapidly stiffening corpse. The main character, not realizing anything that was happening around him, muttered, "Why, for what purpose all this was? If the woman had saved herself, she would be alive." What happened next was reminiscent of some kind of art house, surreal film. The blonde suddenly jumped to her feet, pushed the guy away with her hand, and ran on. She was the same Kyriel that Eris couldn't reach, and what Can saw was a memory of how she died. But, as it quickly became clear, not quite. She could still extend a trembling hand with a characteristic gold ring on the second finger to the main character. Moreover, she could even speak, although her voice was weak and trembling like spring ice, capable of breaking at the touch of a child. Looking at the protagonist with her golden eyes, she whispered that he was safe and sound, which meant that was the most important thing. But she herself was truly dying and understood it. So at the end, the blonde tried to make the guy swear that he would find a way to get out of this hell at any cost. When she finally stopped moving and speaking, Hans opened his bright eyes so wide that from the outside it might have seemed as if they were glowing in the dark. Being born and raised in an orphanage and then living a long life in the other world had turned Khan into a sociopath, but right then he was experiencing what any other person would experience: grief. He screamed, howled, groaned, cursed all the gods and demons, threatened the most terrible punishments to this entire damned dimension because it took his beloved away from him. But of course, his curses and threats remained in vain, and all the protagonist could do was hug the corpse and shed bitter tears over it. All these memories, with all the feelings and pain that came with them, were now racing through the main character's head faster than lightning flying across the sky. He couldn't tear his blue eyes, usually so cold and indifferent to everything, away from the appearance of this golden-skinned creature that once shook the whole world with its furious roar. The golden dragon Belium was currently silent and hadn't even opened his eyes, like a newborn, but even so, he inspired a cold, sticky fear. It was the Hall's nature to always pit its victims against the most powerful opponents they had ever faced in the past. Yes, this creature was still indescribably weaker than its real-life counterpart, but even taking into account the adaptation to the player's level, the fight promised to be monstrous. The main character already had 2 unique runes, red and pink, which he received for defeating the Devil Queen and creating the Philosopher's Stone. These 2 priceless artifacts now floated lazily above Hansu's palm, like 2 tiny balloons with invisible strings. To obtain the stone, the greatest dream of any alchemist, the protagonist needed to collect 32 ordinary golden balls and give them to the fairy. One might think that in such a place it would be practically useless, because who, after all, would need to turn lead into gold in the other world? But in reality, he was changing something completely different, namely the rest of the runes. Thanks to him, Khan was able to turn all his reserves into crystals of the highest value. Oh, and he also had a demonic heart, a small colored stone that was given to him for a truly hardcore victory over the Demon Queen. As mentioned earlier, its properties were as follows: a huge boost to characteristics for one day, and then an almost complete reset of them when the day was over. When Hansu ate it, he began, for lack of a better word, to shake. All the muscles in his body swelled and turned to stone, and red lightning ran across his skin. It was extremely similar to how Bane enhanced himself by taking the super steroid venom, and the protagonist even joked about the extent to which the dragon drove him. The main character had a special score to settle with this scaly reptile, so this time he was going to carry out the most brutal and bloody beating possible, without mercy. But the Balium monster, no matter how weakened it was compared to its future, or, to put it another way, past version, was not about to give up. The dragon fought like all the legions of hell combined, throwing the protagonist from one end of the hall to the other, so Hans had to carefully concentrate all his thoughts and strength. It was then that the Ring of Nurma and its power to destroy other people's abilities came to the rescue once again, only now it was improved to a divine level. Having charged the blade of his huge sword so that it itself began to glow and emit red lightning, the brunette rushed at the evil monster, like a knight from an old fairy tale. Can himself tried to move like lightning, attacking the huge enemy at all his weak points, and not allowing him to strike back at him. Alas, the golden dragon wouldn't have been a monster of apocalyptic proportions if it had simply been a large, clumsy brute. A couple of blows were enough for the guy's sword to break on its skin. And the main character wasn't even surprised by this. He should have been happy at least that he managed to tear one small scale out of the lizard's body. But since it still looked painful, like pulling out a nail, the dragon became extremely furious and decided to take revenge on the vile little man with his fiery breath. With each passing second, the atmosphere in the room literally grew more tense, and Hans didn't need a great intellect to realize that the heat was starting to build. This was, to put it mildly, not the usual pillar of flame that other dragons fought with. It was more like the creation of a damn miniature sun with everything that entails. And in practice, it really turned out to be exactly as destructive as one could expect. In a matter of seconds, the entire hall turned into a fiery plasma hell. A stream of scorching death rushed straight at the main character, and he only stood and smiled boldly, as if inviting everyone to try to scorch at least a few of his eyelashes. Suddenly, the action was interrupted and transferred to a completely different place, to the jungle of the 4th floor, where the carcass of another scaly creature was slowly cooling. Choi casually jumped on it, as if it were not a mountain of meat with fangs and claws, but the most ordinary mound of earth. While he was fiddling around at the top, Minhee had already run up to him, informing him that this was the last kelk in the area. Having finished cutting out a huge piece of flesh from the corpse, covered in sticky, disgusting slime, the assassin concluded that they could now build a ship out of it all. After a short pause, the girl whispered with sincere regret that it would be great if Hans would just join them on this journey. Without looking up from the ground beneath his feet, the brunette whispered that even if his idol didn't have any of his own business, he would clearly be uncomfortable with them. Yu slowly repeated the last words, as if she was hearing them for the first time in her life, and then, with even greater concern, asked what Choi had meant. As it turned out, Sanchin meant exactly that they were still pathetic insects compared to his divine background, and then the plot returned to the battle with the dragon. If all this had happened in the future, the main character would already be dead, reduced to a pile of ash, but now he was fast enough to escape the stream of flames. The jet of fire hit very close, practically licking the protagonist's hand, and his eyes bulged like a man who had been suddenly kicked between the legs. Everything before his eyes spun with pain and turned upside down, and from this point of view, one could think that the monster was smiling maliciously. This was a sign that all the jokes were finally over, so Hans decided to resort to the best weapon that was supposed to withstand any damage. Kratos' judgment and justice, sickles and daggers, though sold separately, were part of a single set, and only when used together demonstrated their full power. Grabbing and throwing a chain with a deadly hook over his shoulder and manifesting a curved knife in his other hand, the protagonist activated their advanced form. In an instant, an ordinary, at first glance, metal chain turned into some kind of hellish weapon, reminiscent of a steel belt with many spikes. Having also activated the second ability of the vampire ring, which caused the target to bleed, the young man wrapped this nightmare around the neck of the frightened dragon. The huge two-handed sword chipped off only one scale and broke immediately, while Kratos clung harmlessly to the victim's body like barbed wire. The monster couldn't even roar from the terrible pain that pierced its entire being, and yet this was not the end. Hansu pulled the sharp chains towards himself with all his might. Unfortunately, while Khan's weapon was infinitely deadly in this form, it could only be used for a limited number of minutes. And the dragon wasn't made of plasticine either. It resisted, struggled, and tried to get back, so the young man was no longer sure that he would be able to hold it in one place. But this was a situation where the protagonist simply had no right to lose, so he was going to win even if he had to sacrifice his hands. While the bleeding ability was active, Hans could inflict serious wounds on the enemy with any weapon, and chains were not the only guarantee of victory. Carried away by the fight with the dragon, the protagonist, unfortunately, did not notice that a huge, scaly object the color of molten gold was rushing towards him from the side. In an instant, the dragon's tail hits the two-legged bug with such force that all the breath is knocked out of Khan's lungs, and his arms drop of their own accord and hang limply. But it would be fine if it were only a matter of colossal physical damage, since the demonic reptile did not hesitate to additionally shoot a stream of energy at the adventurer. Any ordinary person, not protected and strengthened by the system, would have certainly died by now, and many other players too, but Hansu could still stand and look on firmly. Realizing that he had allowed himself to criminally underestimate his opponent, the protagonist decided to change tactics and threw his hands up with Dekratos. No, they didn't try to tie the dragon up again and tear it to pieces or even make it bleed, but instead they formed a circular row of swords into the ground. The curved blades of the daggers clung to the straight, slender hilts of various blades, drawing them into their supernatural dance. This could be compared to a child's prank when a child picks up trash with a broom to throw it at the offender, only with a combat weapon instead of dust. The dragon's neck was once again in Dekratos's clutches, but the swords seemed to be completely useless, broken by the flapping of its mighty wings. But they at least distracted the giant reptile enough for the main character to grab it again and tighten the chains enough to draw blood. Once again, it came down to a battle of pure strength and endurance, and only the one who could overcome their opponent could earn victory. At some point, the dragon roared with monstrous force, spraying saliva everywhere and baring its fangs. The protagonist, in response, only gathered his strength and rushed straight forward, striving to finally finish off this enemy, while Choi, meanwhile, continued to sing his praises. They, you, and everyone else couldn't even dream of standing shoulder to shoulder with Hansu. Their best effort was to prepare to keep up. So he needed Minnie to help him with another errand. In addition to members of his clan, the brunette wanted to take a few more people on board their future ship, and the brown-haired woman clarified whether they were talking about his acquaintances. The view shifted to Yoon's small faction, now joined by Gyeon and Jong, and Sanchin ambiguously replied to his ally that he himself was not yet sure of the answer. But he had no doubt about one thing: these people could prove to be very useful in the future, especially some of them. The fourth-floor jungle was a surprisingly peaceful sight, looking very much like ordinary ruins swallowed up by nature. Unless, of course, you look closely at the ground, on which there were whole puddles of something that looked very much like human or animal blood. But it was far worse than any bodily fluids. It was poisonous water, posing a mortal threat to anyone unlucky enough to drink even a drop. The cloaked adventurer, avoiding a collision with this muck, ran into the room where the finished ship was already rising, and shouted a request to wait for him. The men on board responded by hurling 2 huge spears at him, only narrowly missing him. Naturally, in response to such a cold reception, the guy did what most people in his place would do and allowed his voice to break into a monkey-like squeal. And the scum on the flying ship jeered cruelly and mockingly, surprised that such a runt, it turns out, could dodge throws. They had gotten the ingredients to build the ship from this fool anyway, and they weren't going to keep their end of the bargain for access on board. He wasn't even one of their own. The deceived boy gritted his teeth so hard that he almost ground them into powder, but he could no longer do anything about these swindlers. He rushed back with all possible speed, and the scoundrels mockingly threw after him that he would definitely manage to build a boat in the remaining time. Or, they kindly added, die in the poisonous swamp, which was pretty close to the truth, considering how the poor guy was suffocating and sweating. With the swamps becoming more deadly with each passing minute due to the timer running out, the boy struggled to stay focused. He desperately needed to get at least 1 Keckle slime sack, but without knowing it, he found something much better, a half-open gate to the 5th floor. He only had time to slowly turn around with huge eyes when the blue energy field was shattered into small pieces by a blow from a very familiar hand in bandages. When the boy saw what exactly was crawling out of the mysterious energy wall, he began to squeal again like a frightened monkey. The naked man, with skin as white as fresh bone, meanwhile, silently continued to walk out, clinging to the fragments and ledges of the opening. By the time he fully emerged into the outside world, The stranger was lying on his own ass, staring at him in horror. It was the protagonist, but he looked disgusting. The pompous black vest was reduced to pitiful shreds, and Can himself looked as if he had just been gnawed on. But he still looked better than a normal person in his place, because he retained most of his skin, and the blood stains were designed to emphasize his muscles in a pathetic way. Hans consoled himself with the thought that he still had time, but when he reached for something on his shoulder, he was surprised to find nothing but an empty space. And only after that did he notice that there was another boy nearby who loudly demanded to explain who he was. He bombarded the protagonist with other questions, including those regarding the wall, but Can clearly had no intention of answering them, as he didn't give a damn about this scoundrel. Tearing off the ugly remnants of his vest, the main character walked away, laconically explaining to the new stalker that there was too little time to waste. The boy admitted that this was true, but for some reason he was more concerned with the idea that Hans might be an open exhibitionist. Without even deigning to glance at the clinging creature, the protagonist repeated that there was no time to idle. It was necessary to build a ship to the next level. The boy would have continued pestering the main character for a long time, telling him that he was crazy and that it was impossible to complete such a task alone, but a very strong gust of wind silenced him. It was Khan, taking advantage of the fact that his characteristics were still at the maximum possible level, who jumped tens of meters into the air in one leap. And the guy stood on the forest path for a long time, blinking and trying to understand what the hell all of this just happened. After this, it was shown how some guy in civilian clothes, complemented by a black leather vest, crashed into a tree so hard that he broke it in half. The other hapless and low-level adventurers looked at each other in horror, while a huge, spiked crocodile hissed at them in the distance. The monster opened its mouth with deliberate casualness, taking in air before the coming attack, while the people panicked and tried to force their ally to stand up. The poor fellows didn't know that, in addition to other humiliations, their loot was about to be stolen by Hans, who also desperately needed to build himself a ship. The audience's eyes widened in shock and their jaws dropped to their feet, like someone who in real life saw someone with Superman's powers, but Khan had no time for such nonsense. With an emotionless stone face, he simply beat the crocodile to death, without trying to play with it or reacting to the comments of the audience. The latter, in turn, had no intention of leaving, because such a sight, after all, is not something you see every day. Even that boy in the raincoat came running. While he was trying to catch his breath from such an uninvited and sudden marathon, the other adventurers were trying to find out if he was friends with this thug. Amid the disgusting crunch of torn flesh and skin, the young man muttered that no, he had met this scumbag literally a few minutes ago. Watching him with such a brutal expression as he tore a huge piece of flesh from the body of the unfortunate lizard, the teenager added that Hansu was an interesting person. In another situation, the poor monster might have been able to resist, but here he had no chance, and very soon this vile massacre ended. The protagonist was disappointed because instead of a slime sack, he got some kind of disgusting parasite, also suitable for crafting, but completely unnecessary now. The leader of this small team of adventurers understood perfectly well what the protagonist was thinking because he timidly put forward a proposal to exchange materials. The kid in the raincoat immediately tried to get into this company, but he was firmly rejected. The parasite could only be made into a boat for 20 people, no more. Then they began to fight over who would get the honor of traveling with the main characters, like vultures fighting over carrion left by a lion. They would have stood there for a long time, growling at each other, trying to figure out who had more rights, but Hansu simply threw this huge, disgusting, toothy worm at them. He was still planning to build a colossal ship for 500 people, so let these mortals take the loot for themselves. Such trifles are more relevant and necessary for them. It was a very ambitious but difficult task, because the materials for construction were correspondingly rare, for example, the organs of huge monsters. Plus, the further you got to the 4th floor, the more toxic the water became, so people who were late literally fought for scraps to save themselves. Luckily for such poor, unfortunate souls, the main character planned to pull out on his great arc absolutely everyone who could help in any way. Even with the emphasis that only those who brought suitable materials would be allowed on board, it sounded so generous that it evoked disbelief and shock. But a drowning man, as the saying goes, is ready to grasp at straws, so rumors about such a good Samaritan quickly spread throughout the entire floor, forcing people to unite. The local heroes, however, still had no other option, because the flow of disgusting, red, and contaminated water already resembled a river. The nameless boy had, of course, made every effort to buy himself access to this wonderful vessel, and now he was beside himself with excitement. And be that as it may, the poor adventurers could only hope that Hans would fulfill his part of the deal and not escape to the next level without them. It was as if some telepath had read all these thoughts, because the silence was torn to pieces by a question asked in a cold voice. What are they all talking about? A moment later, the earthlings froze, their mouths open in shock because a huge, thick, scaly belly was falling on them. It was so abnormal that the same boy, in the stupidest voice possible, asked, God knows who he was addressing, if it was really falling on them. A moment later, however, the adventurers regained control of their arms and legs, so they scattered in different directions before the huge lizard crushed them. Apparently, many of them thought that this creature had set up an ambush here to devour all the people like eggs, so no one initially noticed the tiny figure on it. Hansu, who had climbed onto the neck of the slain monster like a modern Korean Tarzan, noted with satisfaction that everyone had shown up for the meeting as expected. Jumping down casually, as everything that had happened was routine for him, the brunette ordered his stunned followers to get ready for something. The young hunter looked at him now not even with awe, but with genuine fear, as if he were looking at an abnormally strong man who had killed such a colossus single-handedly and without a weapon. But the protagonist didn't care about all these looks, because he was only paying attention to the fairy, claiming that he had obtained the heart of the green lizard and needed a barter. The demoness, secretly hoping for the painful death of all these losers, pointedly glanced at her watch slowly and muttered whether there were any more ingredients. Can had no intention of playing along with these ridiculous games, so he simply stated succinctly that, yes, he had collected everything needed to build the vessel. His vault now contained the slime sacks of various lizards, fragments of a special tree that other captives had brought as payment for the ticket. Hans also took out from the bag the silk threads of a certain creature, and this, if his memory served him right, was the last thing needed to create the ark. While the boy was wondering where the main character got the selfish rich man's bag from, the fairy, desperately not wanting to give up, demanded to see the green lizard's heart. Can replied indifferently that right behind him, he was the one who spoke about this thing first, so the demoness had to submit to the game conditions and get down to business. And it couldn't have come at a better time, because the water was already beginning to fill the room, almost licking the heels of the people gathered there. The imp mockingly scattered confetti, suggesting that they celebrate the fact that someone was able to knock out a ship for 500, but the mortals screamed in unison, demanding that they simply give it to them. The devil made a sour face and, without really trying to lower her voice, grumbled that she liked the players who crawled on their knees and begged more, but she obeyed. By her will, a huge sailboat, shimmering in the light like a cut diamond, descended from the sky, very reminiscent of the galleons and frigates of old eras. The spectators' mouths dropped open once again, unable to believe that this was all real, but Hans quickly ordered those who had brought the tree to board. The crowd didn't need to be told twice, and they all rushed towards the ship, including, probably, those who hadn't actually lifted a finger to find the loot. Trying on a cartoon sailor's cap with an anchor symbol, the fairy chirped that people wouldn't have to worry about managing it. She would do everything herself. It was her gift for completing such a hardcore quest, so the little people could only relax and wait until they arrived at the collection point in 3 days. As the massive sailboat glided gently over the crimson waves, the little demon issued another important warning. She and the other guides would no longer interfere. All these gamers will now be left to survive and manage their own lives, and the best way for them to thank their kind guide is to stay alive for as long as possible. No one had time to wonder what the hell it all meant when a portal so huge that it filled the entire horizon opened right in front of them. Now the ships with all the surviving Earthlings were in the red zone, the first real level of this monstrous game, where the most dangerous things began. Several adventurers noted the large number of different vessels with other people on board, and that the scenery was actually quite beautiful. It's just a pity that this was also combined with this disgusting red ocean, in which, instead of normal water, there was poison from the 4th level of the tower. Well, they were all very lucky that one particular individual was strong enough, yet kind enough, to gather the materials for the construction of a galleon and take them on board. Until the very end, no one believed that anyone could show such mercy in such a hellish place, and now people, one after another, asked what Hansa's name was. Meanwhile, the main character was in a very bad situation because, as was said, the effect of the Queen's heart had ended, and it had almost destroyed his characteristics. The protagonist was no longer the Imba who could kill huge monsters with his bare hands and tear dragons into mincemeat with spiked chains. He had become even weaker than a mere mortal. But this was compensated by the fact that he finally gained his first skill in this new life, Dragon Demonic Enhancement, the perfect choice for someone like Khan. In fact, he was disgusted to have such a buff because of the bad memories, but its effectiveness compensated for this. But alas, the hero was unable to finish his speech. His galleon had come across the wreckage of another ship, and there below, in the middle of an endless sea of liquid destruction, some people were still floundering. They desperately clung to the broken boards, waving their arms and screaming, begging to be pulled out of this nightmare and saved from a slow, painful death. The young man in the cloak opened his mouth wide and his green eyes widened, because these guys were the very same bastards who left him for dead. The surviving adventurer, meanwhile, continued to scream, begging to be taken on board, because the mysterious they could appear nearby at any second. He didn't have time to finish speaking because a razor-sharp trident pierced his chest from behind, and it happened with such ease as if he had plasticine instead of flesh and bones. When his still struggling body was raised as high as possible, it became clear that the murder had not been committed by another person, but by some disgusting monster. This creature resembled a drowned man, unnaturally huge, with swollen muscles and gray, festering skin, and it turned out that it had a whole bunch of its own kind here. The galleon's crew didn't even have time to touch the cannons when the huge, skyscraper-like vessel rocked beneath their feet with monstrous force. At first, everyone thought the water monsters were trying to turn the ship over and slowly kill its inhabitants at sea, but no, it was someone else who turned it around. The protagonist, with an absolutely impenetrably calm face, grabbed the steering wheel and with a surprisingly firm grip steered the ship in a completely different direction. The shaking was still so intense that the Earthlings fell down one after another, not understanding what the hell was going on and who was shaking the galleon. Seeing the reason for this, several people begged the protagonist in horror to stop, without, however, trying to drag him away by force. The green-eyed boy, gesticulating desperately, yelled that they were heading straight for the ship graveyard where the living dead had settled, that it was pure suicide. Then he thought that the main character wanted to look for survivors and save them, but from his point of view, this was stupid. Thus Khan would only kill them all. Hansu looked at him as if he were a small, smelly insect, and then images of Eris and Chaldean appeared before his eyes, ordering him to help everyone. Because of this, the brunette did not answer, as if he himself was torn between the instinct of self-preservation and the need to fulfill this demand. The young adventurer continued to shout all this time, hoping to reach Khan, and suddenly he succeeded. The protagonist abandoned his plan. It was unnecessary in any case, because they were already rising, and the boy, in his surprise, did not even have time to comprehend the meaning of what they told him. Only when a disgusting hand covered in swollen scarlet veins slapped against the side of the ship did deathly silence reign on the galleon. They were two men, a short-haired brunette and a long-haired blonde, the same ones who tricked the teenager into getting materials for them. And the boy, realizing that his old enemies, instead of dying peacefully and painfully, were right there and very angry, felt an incomparable horror. Clenching his huge fists, the black-haired adventurer growled, wondering if the little bastard wanted to just leave them behind so easily and cynically as they swam towards the ship for rescue. Grabbing his prey by the chest so hard that all the air was knocked out of the boy's lungs, the man, in an even more angry voice, advised him to test whether he would be so brave with a broken face. Luckily, it didn't come to actual violence because a small blue lightning bolt flew between the fighters. It was neither a spell nor a magical weapon, but a very ordinary dagger, thrown by a well-known hand with excellent accuracy. Hansu, still not trying to find and put on any outerwear, ordered everyone to calm down immediately, because they would be here in a matter of minutes anyway. When people asked who they were talking about, the answer came immediately in the form of an incredibly strong rocking, as if the galleon was grabbed by two huge invisible hands. The reason for this, of course, was those vile corpses clutching tridents, and instead of human legs, they had scaly fishtails. These vile creatures were called the Cursed Survivors, and Hanu was well acquainted with them as the starting opponents for visitors to the Red Zone. They always acted according to the same pattern. They looked for ships with victims, crept up to the bottom, and mercilessly hit them with tridents, trying to sink them. The rest of the Earthlings, realizing what was happening, screamed in horror that they had to immediately leave these bloated water creatures before it was too late. Now, how on earth can you fight a water-dwelling enemy in a poisonous sea, other than dropping all sorts of things on their heads? In a voice as dead as the surrounding ocean, Hansu told himself that if the new enemy did not want to approach him, then he himself would visit him. He would not disdain. With these words, the main character simply jumped over the edge, as if there was a completely normal, harmless sea below. Naturally, the other survivors screamed in horror, calling their savior crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. From the outside, it really did look like madness, because where had anyone ever seen someone plunge headlong into demonic and cursed poison, while also being naked above the waist? So it's logical that no one even doubted that this would be the last time they saw Khan, and now they had to return to the search for the anvils. The fat and bloated from corpse gases watermen, however, forgot about the ship and slowly surrounded the new prey, as if they too were intrigued by such behavior. The protagonist was anything but an idiot, and he would never have made such a jump if his first skill hadn't negated any effects of toxic substances. And he may have become just a pathetic dwarf compared to the colossus he was 2 days ago, but his strength is quite enough to gut these little fish. Unfortunately, the damned survivors didn't realize that they would have been better off dying of a stroke when they looked at his face, saving everyone a ton of time, so they attacked. And there were a lot of them, at least a dozen of the disgusting creatures gathered from all over the area to enjoy the feast. The enhancement of the demonic dragon literally strengthened its owner many times over, and in addition, it made his body similar to that of a great reptile for a period of time. While his skin was growing, scales and fangs were emerging from under his lips, the young man mentally listed this feature of his among the 0 buffs, the rarest and most exceptionally powerful. Of course, right now he could only use a tiny fraction of the true power of this skill, but no matter, later, Hansu would pump it up to infinity, making it imba. In the meantime, one good blow with a scaly paw on the fishman's fat carcass was enough for the latter to suddenly feel like a whale thrown ashore by the ebb tide. The result was exactly as expected. With just one blow, the protagonist pierced the mermaid through and through, as if he were made of some kind of plasticine. And this sight was so terrifying that all the other damned beasts immediately stopped, looking at what was happening with their mouths open. Even if these creatures looked like drowned men who had had fishtails sewn on instead of legs by some pervert, they weren't stupid and preferred to retreat. But unfortunately for them, the protagonist had no intention of letting any enemy go, not for them to return with renewed vigor. So Hans rushed in pursuit, very dramatically and pathetically dealing with each monster, as if he were a character from some stupid comic about the hero Marty Sue. Realizing that they would not be allowed to escape, several fishmen, with piercing cries of rage, united to pierce Khan with tridents from several sides. It was bold, but in vain. Even with his eyes closed, the main character easily stopped the weapon of one opponent and prepared to meet another. A second later, he intercepts the second trident spear with such ease that it is difficult to find a comparison for such a magnificent feat. But one thing was certain. The unfortunate water spirit's head burst after the counterattack, like an overripe watermelon hit by a large hammer. If the surrounding ocean had not already been red, one might say that it had turned purple from how much blood had been released into its waters. And Hans suddenly opened his mouth and released a whole string of bubbles, as if right then and there the strongest natural urge possible had attacked him. However, there was no one to appreciate this absurdity from the outside, because all the damned survivors who hunted in this part of the ocean were deader than Dr. Nails. And more importantly, the rest of the adventurers on the galleon had still not sealed the gaps, allowing water to flood the lower rooms without a break. Inside the ship, several people were grouped around a particularly large opening, clutching daggers and swords in their hands, ready to slash at any sea monster with steel. As a humanoid silhouette flashed through the crimson stream, one man screamed in fear and rage, swinging his bat vigorously. Numerous sharp, spiky, and heavy objects immediately moved towards the uninvited guest, but the trident easily blocked the blow of the alien blade. The protagonist, squeezing his body through the hole, asked the earthling in a not very pleased voice to first look at who was in front of him, and only then use the sword. The hapless warrior could only widen his eyes in response, and ask in the most absurd tone how the protagonist had survived in the ocean of poison. Instead of answering, the main character shook his head very theatrically and asked in return whether they had really managed to bury him here. Oh, they certainly didn't dare doubt the great Hansu's success. But hey, what's more important is that someone's ass only widened the already huge hole even further. Indifferently making it clear for the umpteenth time that he knew everything, Khan simply grabbed the nearest log and began breaking, tearing, and splitting it with his bare fingers. The poor spectators felt as if they had found themselves in some kind of perverted farce, and did not understand where to find a way out, or who to turn to for this. But yes, that's exactly what the protagonist did, breaking several logs to apply them with all his might to the hole in the galleon's hull, like a band-aid on a scratch. Then the people realized that they had to do the same, breaking up supplies of wood and placing them against the holes so that they rushed in different directions like worried ants. Along the way, however, they continued to discuss that crazy prank with the piece of log and share their impressions of the poison moving under their feet. But Khan put a stop to idle chatter. After a while, they finished sealing the holes and then went up to the upper deck to avoid breathing in the toxic fumes of the red liquid. Well, now the main character could, with a clear conscience, slump his shoulders, roll his eyes, and admit that he had really worked for 7 people, even though he was exhausted. He was sorry to lose Kratos and other weapons, but the trident taken from the monsters would serve him well for some time, ignoring the effects of the poison. While the rest of the people were spitting, recovering from the stress they had experienced, the young man suddenly, in the tone of a cheerful guide, announced that if they turned their heads, they would see something interesting. Grumbling with fatigue, they slowly wandered to the edge of the side, muttering about how they had nothing to see except the endless horizon of this disgusting redness. But when the survivors took a closer look at the indicated point, their eyes tried with all their might to bulge out of their sockets, and noticeable beads of sweat rolled down their temples. At first, one might have thought that this was land, some kind of island overgrown with huge trees. But no, it was a colossal tree with billions of thick roots. It looked very much like a titanic mangrove tree, which sent long, thin, tentacle-like roots into the water and was covered with moss. At first, people were happy that they had finally arrived in the red zone and could go ashore, but for some reason the galleon did not stop and continued moving forward. One of the Earthlings remembered that they had only been sailing for 3 days, which meant it was still too early before landing in the main quest location. As always, Han stepped forward to explain to the others how things really were. What they all saw before them was nothing other than the roots of the great world tree of this dimension, a likeness of the famous Yggdrasil of the 9 realities. Someone else might have immediately marveled, but the survivors had only seen a particularly large piece of wood, to which Khan calmly advised them to wait. For a few seconds, nothing more strange than usual happened, and then the whole world seemed to begin to tremble, and with each passing moment it became more noticeable. The galleon shook to its foundations again, causing people to roll across the deck and frantically wave their arms to maintain balance. When the space around them calmed down a little, all the adventurers, without saying a word, turned their shocked gazes in one specific direction. From the depths, like a colossal volcano, a huge head of an ugly monster rose up, resembling a disgusting snake with red scales and yellow eyes. This creature was so large that the gigantic ship, which could easily accommodate 500 human souls, looked like a beetle caught under the waves compared to it. Naturally, people were scared half to death, screaming and yelling without knowing what, and only the protagonist behaved as if an unknown sadist had cut out his nerves. The huge serpent, meanwhile, opened its mouth and let out such a deep, low roar that the human ear actually had difficulty perceiving it, so unnatural was the noise. But worst of all, it noticed the little vessel with the tiny mortals, and now did not take its incinerating gaze off them. A few more very scary and tense seconds passed before the scaly monster opened its mouth wide for a new, even deeper roar. Fortunately, it never decided to sink the galleon, instead attacking one of the roots sticking out of the water with a hungry frenzy, like a wolf on a pig carcass. While it devoured, greedily devouring the sacred wood, the movements of its body raised a tsunami several times higher than the ship's sails. To avoid sliding down to certain death, people had to cling with all their might to everything they could see with their hands and feet. When the sea calmed down a little and the galleon had moved a sufficient distance away, the survivors realized with surprise that no one was pursuing them or trying to devour them. The creature, now disappearing again into the sea abyss, bit off only a piece of the root, leaving not even a splinter of it, but did nothing else. But to be honest, it was still really creepy because these roots are the size of small islands, damn it, but someone is just eating them like sandwiches. Can, standing at a distance all this time, remembered that all ships arrive at one of the world routes along the route chosen by the ferry. The creature they saw was not a dragon or a snake, but a colossal, monstrous fish called the Fish of Destruction, one of the 5 scourges of the world tree. Moreover, the red zone was once inhabited by intelligent beings called Elfenheims, clearly modeled after the elves of Scandinavian legend. To protect themselves from the nightmare that the demons had turned the world into, they created this unique plant through magical genetic experiments. But in doing so, they unwittingly released 5 incredibly powerful and enormous monsters and finally brought themselves to the brink of extinction. One might have thought that these creatures had been specially created to torment the world tree, and Hansu was now also tormented by the fact that he had failed to save it in the past. But now he was determined to turn things around in the best possible way, so he pursued the unsuspecting destroyer fish like Captain Ahab. While the half-naked protagonist was pondering what steps he would take and when, a boy in a cloak, his face disfigured by fear, ran up onto the captain's bridge. This, damn it, was already beyond the bounds of common sense. Even Khan was a one-bite snack for that colossus, not to mention the fact that the hero did not bother to ask the opinion of the crew. The main character very slowly stroked his chin, looked thoughtfully at the sky, and admitted that yes, someone probably wouldn't want to die for a great purpose. The boy in the cape became so furious that he almost bit off Hans's face with his own teeth, but it instantly subsided when the protagonist said that he would disembark the dissatisfied ones. Smiling very kindly, Khan repeated that yes, he would immediately send overboard anyone who dared to express dissatisfaction with the course of action he had chosen. After that, the viewpoint shot up hundreds of meters, revealing that within a radius of kilometers, there was nothing but the galleon and the Red Sea. When she rose several times higher, a timid voice clarified whether the main character really meant literally here when he said he landed here. Obviously, there were no people willing to play the game of a rat fleeing a ship after this, and the galleon continued its journey safely. They swam slowly and very carefully under the roots of the world tree, which from a close distance looked even more like some kind of hellish mangrove thicket. Then the adventurers went ashore, so to speak, and traveled for some time along a huge tree shoot until they saw this. It was a gigantic plant trunk, taller and thicker than any mountain on earth, but worst of all, it was wrapped in the coils of an even longer lilac snake. The entire space around them was so enormous that from this point of view, Earthlings could not even say exactly what size it was. Very gently placing his strong and cold steel-like hand on the young adventurer's shoulder, Hansu noted that this was much better than being left in the middle of the sea with nothing. Now they all had to climb up the world tree, a journey that promised to take at least 2 weeks, and the boy wanted to protest, but he was interrupted. Someone shouted out whether they were coming, and the protagonist immediately assumed a pompous pose, declaring that he was not going to sit and wait for death like a pig in a slaughterhouse. Realizing he was in the minority, the green-eyed youth decided to swallow his fears and followed the crowd, while the protagonist sighed heavily. In exactly 2 weeks, the fish of destruction was supposed to completely devour this route, and until that happened, Hansu was going to find her. And to ensure that no deserter would dare to run away, leaving everyone else to their fate, the protagonist began to break the galleon's deck with a trident. The beautiful sail slowly, with a strained creaking sound, sank to the seabed, while Khan made a pathetic face and muttered something about a cross. 500 Earthlings carefully climbed up the route, trying to support each other, but the curious boy regularly looked back. It wasn't that he cared about the protagonist personally, of course, it was just that everyone felt safer when the big bad dog was trotting along next to them, rather than sitting somewhere out there. Then they suddenly came across what Hans had called a cross a little earlier, but in reality, it looked more like some kind of unfortunate airplane. It looked as if some giant, having looked at Christian churches, had been inspired by the idea of making something similar, and this clearly signaled the presence of people. But the young adventurer wisely assumed that this could also be a cruel trap, so it would be more logical to send scouts first. Again, since none of them were among the clan bastards, it would be better for the people to split into pairs of their own choosing and carefully test the waters. Suddenly, a rough and very disappointed voice came from above, muttering heartily that he was incredibly tired of such cautious smart guys who looked beyond their noses. Of course, this made the task of living to old age easier, but it was precisely this trait in the people around the unknown speaker that infuriated him. 3 people wearing very familiar clothes of light, gold, and black tones, including a man in an expensive robe, appeared before the crowd of stunned adventurers. The triad consisted of 2 men, with black and golden hair, and a hunched old woman, and the brunette told the blonde to sort things out quickly. The fair-haired thug muttered with feigned resentment that they always dumped the dirty work on him, and then jumped down with such force that he created a shockwave. The crew of the now-deceased galleon grabbed their weapons in horror, but the blonde calmly said that there were 148 of them, too large a group for a clan. As for him, he was a member of a clan called the Valkyries, and was part of a special group simply called the Helpers. His name was Aaron Part, and he was the same man who, many years later, in the old timeline, told Hans about the secret dungeons and bosses of the starting locations. And he, surprisingly, had no intention of killing all these people, despite the fact that the atmosphere of what was happening literally screamed about it. No, he wanted to become their leader. When the boy asked in surprise what all this meant, Aaron, looking a little tired, reminded them that they all knew now that they were no longer under the control of those ugly fairies. No, there was no doubt that they were now sitting somewhere there and having fun, watching the misadventures of their victims, but no more advice or handouts. As the adventurers considered whether to risk attacking these, assistants, Parth's comrades jumped down and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The old woman's name was Bayek Ferris, and the brunette in monk's robes was Bayek Min Chul, and he, in order to avoid any unpleasant situations, decided to immediately explain something important. They weren't some kind of scumbags robbing naive newcomers, as one might initially assume, honestly. They were just trying to help the newcomers. This command was given to them by Eres Valentine, the same holy woman in knight's armor who in the future constantly tried to play the role of an angel on Hans's shoulder. Yes, no one would have immediately trusted such a suspicious company after everything that had happened, but they were ready to prove to the guests that their intentions were completely sincere. They are now at the terminal root, very far from the center of the tree, and in such a dangerous place, low-level earthlings cannot survive for long, even if there are many of them. However, people were still not convinced and increasingly asked each other whether they should risk attacking these three. They would not be able to defeat 150 enemies. Aaron sighed lazily and reminded his comrades that he had said that this herd did not understand words, to which Peck retorted that he himself was like that, since he did not want to behave decently. Suddenly, a green-eyed teenager stepped forward and, trying to make his voice more firm, confirmed that he was ready to follow the Valkyries. Unfortunately, no one heard his words, because Parth and Chol were too busy figuring out who was the bigger piece of stinking ass and who was the knight in shining armor. Things could easily have come to blows, but a terse, stern order from a certain person, enough, was enough to stop them. Ferris, her gray eyes wide, reminded them that they were all here to do their jobs, so there was no point in wasting their precious time on childish squabbles. After this, the men awkwardly turned away from each other, trying their best to pretend that nothing had happened, and that they, in fact, did not know about each other's existence. But Aaron, unable to resist, turned around and warned pointedly that if the newcomers thought that there were a lot of them, simply because there were 148 of them, then they were thinking wrong. The Valkyries had been around for many years and were so numerous that the assistant sub-faction numbered at least 30,000 people. He thought to himself that this greenery never changed, trembling before numbers and figures, and ignoring things that, in all fairness, should frighten him much more. The new voice added that, in the red zone, despite all its chaos, there was a certain code of rules, so no one was going to attack the newcomers. The teenager, pricking up his ears, muttered that he heard a noise somewhere out there, as if someone was fighting somewhere, but Parth impatiently ordered the others to follow him. But then, beyond the horizon, a colossal column of water and foam rose up, as if someone had thrown a powerful bomb to the bottom and now detonated it. Chul looked at it curiously, but Aaron stubbornly repeated that none of this mattered, and people wouldn't want to meet whatever was making the noise anyway. Peck, however, stopped walking completely, stared off to the side with wide eyes, and slowly muttered that he thought he knew what the hell was going on. He recognized the skill that had been used in that massacre, but why in the name of all the known gods had she decided to get involved in that massacre? Only after this did Parth himself begin to think about something other than the routine task, and then the entire route trembled from a particularly powerful shockwave. It might have been hard to believe, but the main character was still alive and not even scratched. Hansu simply hunched over, covering his magnificent abs with his elbows. However, when the steam cleared, it became clear that the protagonist was indeed wounded, and very seriously. Whole strips of flesh and skin had been torn from his arms. Even with such injuries, he calmly asked the unknown woman why she decided to attack him, but the only response was a hysterical, "Shut up." Then this mysterious avenger pulled back her hand, and by her will, a tiny but incredibly scorching sun formed between her fingers. "Just look," she shouted to the whole area. "He showed up here, having barely finished training in the vanilla starting locations, and he doesn't even have a clue where he is. Growling and spitting like a Scandinavian berserker, this girl pestered Hans with questions about what he could possibly know about the red zone, about the place where he was standing, and everything in general. A little earlier, this same woman stood on a high place and looked at the crimson ocean, across which the fish of destruction swam leisurely like a living island. Looking at this gigantic monster through a monocle, the adventurer muttered that it had already gone very far. Whoever this lady was, one thing was clear. Something was weighing heavily on her, to the point where it was even difficult to keep her shoulders straight and her head held high. Then, it turned out that she was incredibly infuriated by the fact that for some reason she did not have the opportunity to avenge her parents. It infuriated her to the point of grinding her teeth. And this concerned not only her alone, but also her brother, who, the woman had no doubt, would one day also become another prisoner of this vile other dimension. But there was also a certain master who said that the student would be able to follow him when she finished everything, but in reality, nothing of the sort happened. She had been told many times that this whole idea of destroying the fish was just crazy nonsense, even taking into account that they were in a crazy world with a game system. As a result, the girl, at her seemingly young age, was already experiencing a severe midlife crisis, believing that she had successfully squandered all her opportunities. She would have gone on eating herself with pleasure for a long time, thinking about how pathetic and wretched she was. But then an unknown voice was heard from behind, calling her by her first and last name. Sophia Barrage eyed Hansa warily, noting that he was clearly a new recruit in this place. But how, in that case, did he know what she was called? And from the outside, it must be admitted, he gives a very ridiculous impression. Yes, a beautiful, pumped-up body and a trident in his hand, but no armor, artifacts, or even just a shirt. But the main character, with his characteristic directness and tact, pretended that he had not heard anything, and that he wanted to talk about the destroyer fish instead. This had about the same effect on the adventurer as if some guy in strange clothes had approached an ancient alchemist and offered to reveal the secret of the philosopher's stone. Coming to her senses, Sophia squinted very carefully, looking at Khan, and then hinted that she had never seen him before. Perhaps this could be explained by the fact that the main character came here from some place that she called Quadratus. Even a piece of ice like Hansu realized that the conversation was going badly, and that it would probably be better to follow Kante's advice, so he tried to look more lively. But he couldn't think of anything better than to just openly give out all the information about the younger Barrage, and that Sophie wanted to kill the fish so that she wouldn't eat him. It's clear that after something like this, almost any person would have been overcome with genuine horror mixed with rage, and this adventurer was no exception. Thinking she was communicating with some kind of masked monster created by that vile system, or something like that, she attacked the protagonist. Before this, the pink-haired girl was still open to dialogue, and could, with the right approach, tell Hans what he needed, but he managed to ruin everything. And the main character, characteristically, did not understand what exactly he did wrong and why the heroine went crazy, so he tried to negotiate with her peacefully. As a result, this led to the very series of epic explosions that were observed by the newly arrived Earthlings and members of the Valkyrie clan. Sophia attacked skillfully but very ferociously, quickly and mercilessly, alternating one blow after another and not giving the vile alien even a second to recuperate. But this blue-eyed brunette was not only creepy and extremely suspicious, but also so fast that not a single attack had hit him yet. Jumping and dodging like a monkey, the protagonist never tired of repeating that they didn't need to fight each other. It was enough to just talk calmly. Unfortunately for him, Barrage was the type of person they called hotheads, so she only sent Khan flying with one mighty slap. Moreover, the longer this duel lasted, the angrier Sophia became. If before she had only used ordinary blows, now she was going to resort to magic. By her will, a colossal magic circle formed in the air. very reminiscent of a triangle enclosed in a huge, shimmering gold circle. Screaming how this stranger even dared to do and say what he said and did, the sorceress prepared to rain down heavenly fire on him. Only after this did it finally dawn on Hans that not only had he failed to convince the girl to listen to him, but he had actually enraged her to the point of a red haze before her eyes. The skill she used was called Jade Ice, and it was so powerful that the protagonist's face showed fear for the first time in a long time. His own dragon demonic enhancement was still too weak. He had no chance in this fight, but alas, there was no other way out now. The main character, tensing up, decided to use the transformation, and then he began to be shaken by golden lightning strikes so much that it became scary. Although it was only his first form, it had already transformed him almost beyond recognition, causing the boy's once blue eyes to glow with a pure golden radiance. A second later, the very place where Khan had been was practically destroyed by an avalanche of colossal, supernatural, and sharply honed ice. The properties of this material were that it did not simply cut and burn its opponents with cold, but froze them almost instantly, leaving no chance of escape. Moreover, it actually froze everything, not only the bodies of people and monsters, but even the air itself in the immediate radius, guaranteeing the absence of escape. And the only reason Barrage even decided to immobilize Hansa instead of turning him into frozen mincemeat was because she needed information. What happened next made her eyes bulge and her jaw drop limply onto her chest. Ice, stronger and more durable than any steel, capable of killing colossal monsters and destroying magical fires, cracked quickly and noisily. Smirking smugly with his buck teeth and flashing blue eyes with horizontal pupils, Khan announced that he too had some pretty good bonuses. His shoulders, neck, as well as his arms and most of his chest and back were covered with impenetrable dark gray scales, turning red at the ends, and a ring glittered on his finger. The debuffing abilities of Nurma's accessory have saved its new owner's life more than once, pulling him out of the worst of troubles, and they did it again. All it took for Hanu to do was slap the ground with his hand, charged with blood-red energy, and the remaining ice would shoot up into the sky like fireworks. Sophia had lived in the other world for many years, but she had never seen a person from the training zone possess the skills of physical transformation and such a strong aura. The longer this went on, the more it resembled some kind of ridiculous, drawn-out farce, and the girl was going to put an end to it once and for all. For a moment, a humiliating scene from the past appeared before her eyes, where the team members gave her an ultimatum. Either she forgets about her idea or lives alone. This had the effect of a spark that ignited the already burning logs, causing Sophie to scream that no, this would never happen again. She used a new ability called Still Path, named after the traditional Eastern spiritual practices of yoga and Buddhism. The sorceress took out an artifact in the form of a golden book and threw it into the air, after which she was surrounded by numerous ghostly sheets of paper. This item, of course, wasn't some cheap thing bought in a virtual store for 3 pieces of crystal, and it was called Eliza's book. The adventurer used the incarnation ability, after which a huge astral blade appeared above her head, with a very wide blade at the bottom. Before unleashing the full fury of the heavens upon her enemy, the sorceress threateningly declared that she was not fighting so that such freaks would underestimate her. The colossal energy blade moved much faster than expected, and it seemed like Hansu would be cut in half. The main character was no longer able, nor did he want to, run away, so he assumed a pompous pose, like a kung fu master about to attack, and his eyes began to glow red. The scaly hands finally transformed into dragon paws with sharp claws, reminiscent of an eagle's. Arching his back as if wings might burst from them at any second, the young man raised his limb and made one sharp swing, leaving a golden trail in the air. But no, the protagonist never hit his opponent, but he himself did not receive any injuries. The entire fight stopped so abruptly, as if someone had paused it. The steel scales on Hansu's body began to dissolve into a blue glow, gradually revealing ordinary human skin. Casually turning over his shoulder and showing off his muscular, sculpted back in detail, the brunette asked if the girl wanted to continue. Sophia lowered her head and growled so loudly and furiously, and gnashed her teeth, that it seemed that in another second she would turn into a werewolf maddened by bloodlust. But in the end, she only sighed very heavily and tiredly, after which she straightened up with difficulty like an old woman, and indifferently replied that she saw no point in continuing. The main character was genuinely surprised by this, because Barrage was many levels higher than himself, and could easily hit much harder if she wanted to. The sorceress angrily retorted that she was not an idiot and understood everything. Her enemy could not even use his signature skill at a good level, but even so. In this world, the strength of buffs and bonuses was determined by the quality of runestones, magic stats, and the level and type of special skills of the users. As for Sophia, she never actually intended to kill Khan. On the contrary, she was trying her best to restrain herself from beating him up and then capturing him for interrogation. But now she realized that he had one of the best skills in the entire red zone, and there was no point in further sorting things out. They could talk peacefully. Many have tried to destroy the fish of destruction, but all attempts have ended in failure. It is the size of an island and is capable of devouring a mountain in one sitting. More and more people saw her not as a creature of flesh and blood, but as a living natural disaster, and even began to worship her, so Barrage was ready to give up. But she didn't want this strange boy to turn into the same Captain Ahab as herself, so let him get away and not waste his time. The girl turned and started to leave until she heard Hans's quiet, thoughtful voice behind her, admitting that he wouldn't have come here if he thought this was all a joke. He had a plan and he needed help, but the sorceress, without turning around, repeated that she had had enough of this Moby Dick-style crap. It was like ice water had been thrown over her when the protagonist suddenly asked if she was just going to give up after fighting that Leviathan 13 times already. Turning around with an expression of genuine horror on her face, the witch screamed that no matter how the protagonist found out about all of this, she would not return. In the future, Sophie became a legend among other adventurers for her maniacal attempts to destroy the fish after it swallowed her parents alive. The first time was the easiest. She simply conspired with a large group of warriors and tried to chop the vile creature into pieces with them. It ended with the wind nearly knocked out of them, and many still died, but Barrage was already definitely going to finish off the nasty little fish. Time after time she failed, and miraculously remained alive, but invariably she got up only to try again another day. But even her iron will finally broke after her 13th humiliating failure, and even in South Korea, a baker's dozen was considered an unlucky number. Meanwhile, the main character openly admitted that the sorceress really has no chance alone, but with him, the outcome will be different. They will combine their magical powers, intellectual skills, and artifacts, and together they will destroy one of the 5 most terrible monsters of the other world. An image of a suspiciously similar blonde man appeared before Sophia's eyes, comforting her with the thought that someday she could win, even if she didn't go with him and the others. All this finally broke Barrage's mistrust and hostility, forcing her to fall silent for a long time and look somewhere ahead with an absolutely empty gaze. In the end, she opened her lips only to ask in a dead, cracked voice why Hans was doing this at all, what was in it for him. The protagonist turned around with a very theatrical gesture, looking off into the distance and allowing the wind, which had just happened to blow at the right time, to picturesquely ruffle his silky black hair. It all ended with him, in the most stupid, emotionless, and boring voice, reporting that he wanted to save 1 billion, no, even 1.5 billion people. This scene was so absurd and stupid that the sorceress did not even know what to ask. She could only slowly blink her eyelashes. But when she regained control of her body, particularly her tongue, lips, and jaws, she admitted that Khan was crazy, but not the usual kind of crazy. None of them suspected that Aaron, who at first simply wanted to understand what all the fuss was about, was watching them very closely and with increasing tension. He saw and felt that there was some strange atmosphere about this couple, but he couldn't understand what exactly they were going to do in such a secluded place alone. Partu was curious, but not to the point of playing the peeping Tom for hours, and he was about to return to the rest of the assistants when this happened. His beautiful snow-white cloak, made from the finest fabric that could be found in this location, was pierced by the trident, pinning the blonde to the ground. Like any self-respecting adventurer with a high level of experience, Hansu saw and heard everything around him, and he had long ago noticed the alien, which he decided to demonstrate. This led to an extremely awkward greeting scene between old acquaintances, namely Sophia and Part, who pretended as if nothing strange had happened. If Khan hadn't killed another person, he would have easily intimidated them into cooperating, but not Aaron, with whom he had certain dealings in the past. The protagonist was surprised that his first old acquaintance would be found so quickly in this place, but he quickly pulled himself together and asked to be taken to the settlement. From the outside, the settlement of the helpers looked very much like the camp of some nomadic people, such as the Bedouins, with their tents, and atmosphere of survival on a harsh land. Part was not lying when he warned that there were many more people here than new arrivals. Everywhere the eye fell, someone was bustling about, negotiating something or working. This had a very simple and prosaic explanation. Because of the fish's actions, local residents were constantly forced to flee from one place to another. Here, newcomers will be explained everything they need to know about life in the red zone, and will be escorted to the main village, but first, they need to fill their stomachs properly. As soon as Peck showed the young adventurers a plate with something plant-based on it, some of them almost choked on their saliva. But on closer inspection, it became clear that it was, best described as a semi-formless mixture of herbs and gelatin. People who had been kidnapped from their homes just a couple of months earlier were terrified at the thought of having to eat such abomination, but for the locals, it was normal. As it turned out, the red zone monsters were all poisoned, so it was impossible to eat them after any treatment, so they had to resort to this, salad. The game's prisoners had long since realized they were in a hellish place where pain, death, and despair were real, but the inability to indulge in meat was already beyond the pale. The green-eyed young man couldn't resist and decided to try it, and yes, from his point of view, the thing tasted exactly as it looked from the outside. Despite the open criticism, the cook behaved very kindly and warmly. Chul didn't even need to remind her how to properly look after the newcomers. The young man, however, did not go about his business as he had originally intended, because he saw a strangely familiar face, comparable in its vitality to a stone mask. Without hesitation, Peck ran into one of the tents and anxiously asked its occupant when he had returned, since the pugnacious stranger was already in the village. Aaron, however, had no time to answer some pathetic questions, because his entire being was occupied with a much more important matter. He was sewing his precious clothes. Hearing his angry, almost hysterical cries about how that madman had ruined his beautiful things, Min indifferently noted that Parth didn't know how to hide. The blonde was so upset that he ignored this attack, and only inquired in a dejected tone how things were with the newcomers. Choi hesitated a bit before admitting that they were much stronger and more numerous this time, although this was partly to be expected due to the harsh conditions of the zone. But the arrival of such a crowd was still an extraordinary phenomenon, since the destroyer fish destroyed almost all the ships that were unlucky enough to meet it. The fairies weren't stupid, of course, and they made sure that the tests and subjects were roughly equal in difficulty and strength, but this guy stood out like a sore on the skin. They had never seen anyone as strong as Hansu here, and Aaron in particular had no doubt that he would arrive here soon after hearing the new rumors. After that, the focus shifted to a strange character who, frankly, looked more like a beach party boy than an adventurer. But the psychopathic grin with huge horse teeth and eyes with red pupils and black sclera clearly showed that this was another maniac. Meanwhile, Sophia and Hans were already talking to each other again, with the former pestering the latter with questions about whether he had brought a juicer. The main character indifferently asked where she had disappeared to, which the sorceress even pointed out, being the first of all the characters. Handing the protagonist the clothes, Barrage looked away and quietly muttered an apology for her ugly attack, for they were now partners. Then a stereotypical funny scene happened, where Khan decided to change clothes, and the sorceress was embarrassed by this. Fortunately, after this, the action moved safely to a particularly large yurt, where the assistants were gathering to discuss important matters. Eris, in her simple wisdom and great mercy, organized this entire subfaction so that fresh players from the starting zone would not be devoured at the first opportunity. Sophia, in particular, was well known here, as the woman behind the counter immediately perked up and broke into a smile upon seeing her. Without wasting time on idle chatter, Barrage immediately asked to check the list of newly arrived adventurers, as well as look at the artifacts. And the girl could not refuse such a VIP client, unless she wanted to finish her business in the fastest and most decisive way. The center's function was not only to lead inexperienced people by the hand in this cruel and evil world, but also to reward in every possible way those who did this. Among the services available to searchers were resources for searching for missing people, and Sophia, for example, was given a list of recently missing persons. So she was desperately checking that her brother was still safe on Earth, but now she was trying to force herself to focus on destroying the fish. She was so deeply immersed in her thoughts that at some point the main character called out to her, asking if she had finished yet, and if she could work now. They have less than 2 weeks left to carry out their plans, and this is very bad. This is a very short period of time. They need to act as quickly as possible. While Barrage was devouring Hansa with her gaze in his new outfit, which resembled a dress, the brunette began to explain his plans in the tone of a stern teacher. In fact, everything was primitive and simple. Sophia will show Khan how to get into Pisces' belly without being torn to pieces by her teeth, and then the brunette will kill her. Yes, it was a stunningly simple plan, like a supervillain in a movie smashing his enemy's head with a rock instead of sawing him apart with giant saws. When the protagonist clarified in his signature, mind-numbingly indifferent voice what was wrong with it, the witch desperately wanted to rip his head off. Having restrained this noble impulse, Barrage tried to explain that the fish was invulnerable to any attacks from the outside, but that crawling into its belly was actually quite a task. That's why they were going to repeat the fate of Baron Munchausen, boarding a ship, and not a tiny one belonging to Sophia and with only 30 seats, but a ship on Khan. Upon hearing that the vessel could hold 500, the unfortunate sorceress nearly lost consciousness from shock, unable to believe that such a treasure had been left unattended. The brunette sighed wearily and reminded that he was not a newbie to be so stupid, but this only confused Barrage more, because from her point of view, he was the newbie. Be that as it may, the system has given Hansa a special superpower, so now they only need to gather some ingredients for the road. To do this, they will have to split up, but there will be no difficulties if the witch simply begins to trust the main character in terms of instructions. He himself didn't know it, but in general, the longer the girl talked to him, the more she understood that in fact the protagonist was a copy of Chaldean in everything. And her lustful grin made it clear that she actually really liked this kind of thing. Smiling and sparkling with her eyes like a cat sniffing mint during mating season, the pink-haired enchantress chirped that no one would dare scold her for failure because she would give it her all. She also had a new gift for Khan because his trident, no doubt, looked very stylish, but by Red Zone standards it was just a big fork. Now in Hans's hand rested 2 battle axes with short handles. They were richly decorated, but not to the point of losing their practicality, and they looked very menacing. At the sight of these things, the main character was again consumed by a flashback to his first life in this damned world. Back then, Barrage was one of his many mentors, and the first thing she gave him, so that Khan wouldn't die in a ditch, were these very hatchets. Reflecting on how some things simply never changed, the protagonist slowly raised the new weapon behind his back, as if posing for a TV series poster. When the protagonist made it clear that he knew that Sophia contained the knowledge of an entire library, she was again overcome with chills of horror, and she asked if this was part of the guy's own powers. Whatever the case, she was truly a walking repository of vast amounts of information, and was rightfully considered the first knowledge broker in the red zone. But Hans still remained an intriguing, enchanting mystery to her, especially when he smiled and spoke so encouragingly before the start of the quest. Now the woman's gray eyes, like lakes of mercury, sparkled brightly because a long-forgotten feeling, hope, rose up in her soul like a huge column of flame. Their plan was to create a poison strong enough to kill the fish, and to do this they needed special ingredients. The first thing to do was to get some blood from the creature called Athos, but to do this, first you had to come up with a way to lure him out. She would have been happy to do just that, since time, as we know, is money, but suddenly something started chasing after her. Without hesitation, the sorceress created a magical shield in front of herself in a split second, which took the entire attack. When the green magic dissipated, it turned out that it had been launched by the same man in the beach shirt, who was now acting as if he was happily catching Pokémon. She knew this Zhang Kyung-soo very well, and he, baring his huge square teeth, asked if Sophia wanted to play a little. But she didn't want to. In fact, Barrage was ready to rip this freak's guts out through his own ass if he didn't immediately disappear over the horizon before the heat death of the universe. This maniac, in response, only bulged his unnatural, almost doll-like eyes even wider, and retorted that it was rude, and yet they had such a special relationship. But perhaps this was the special part of the pink-haired sorceress's charm in his eyes. Activating the deadly artifact, he asked if Sophia had forgotten that they were friends who had both managed to emerge alive and unbrown from the belly of that creature. Having lashed the ground with a huge energy whip, the brown-haired man stated that because of this, such harsh words hurt him much more than in a normal situation. The adventurer, however, stood motionless and didn't even try to put up her magic shield again, as if the lightning was moving faster than she could react. But no, she saw everything perfectly well, and with deliberately casual manner she pulled out a magic book from nowhere, activating a materialization spell and lighting a flame in her other hand. After this, a colossal golden circle materialized in the air, from which, a moment later, numerous pink blades of energy emerged. All these weapons fell from above on the green lightning, trying to destroy it, to tear it into dozens of small pieces. Guyon's weapon, in turn, very deftly dodged all the thrusts and counterattacks, as if it had a life of its own. Barrage, however, wasn't joking when she said she didn't give a damn about this psycho and his desires, so one blade flashed right past his face, cutting it and cutting off his hair. If there was one thing in this world that the girl truly hated more than anything else, it was these maniacs who attacked others for no reason. Understanding that he could seriously be killed or maimed, Chan, without removing the horse-like grin from his face, growled that, alas, he was unable to do anything about it. Instead of answering, the magical blade rushed towards him again, looking for an opportunity to cut the enemy's throat or pierce his heart. The guy pulled off the bandage from his head, which, as it turned out, hid a literal third eye in the middle of his forehead, and it almost immediately opened and stared forward. Everything froze in tension. It seemed as if time itself had slowed down so that each participant in this duel could properly feel the atmosphere. Sophia stood there, with her arms raised wide and spread out in different directions, while Sue stared at the sword, which was just centimeters away from him. The weapon couldn't move any further, as if someone had frozen it, and the three-eyed boy chuckled maliciously at the fact that the sorceress had underestimated him so much. Adjusting his headband and glasses, Chan asked with a nervous grin if Sophia knew what his third eye was, adding that the lighthouse was watching. He wasn't an idiot to rush into a fight without insurance, so he made a deal with this entity or faction, reminding them that Barrage was also involved in this. The witch, for her part, gnashed her teeth in anger, because this ability of Guyon's was worse for her than a fishbone across the throat. With a mocking grin, Sue chuckled that Sophie was a smart girl, and it must be that he was just testing her, otherwise unflattering rumors were spreading about her. But now he realized that they were most likely an exaggeration, and there was no shameful defeat at the hands of a noob, to which the sorceress simply ordered him to get lost. Finally stopping smiling, the man assured the sorceress that he only needed one thing from her, and then he would leave her alone. Of course, the conversation was about the protagonist, or more precisely, about his current location, and Barrage, getting angry, said, "Why the hell would she say such a thing?" Chan surprisingly easily admitted that yes, she wouldn't say that, and then shot his hand at her. He grabbed her hand, explaining that he would use his search skill to find the target on his own, and it was very kind of her to help him. Sophia never suspected that Guyon could have such an ability, and she was so surprised that she allowed him to take a few steps away with impunity. Grinning even more vilely and condescendingly than before, Sue declared that Barrage was simply a weakling, otherwise she would have stopped him completely long ago. With her gray eyes flashing menacingly like ball lightning, the sorceress admitted in a cold, hateful tone that Chan should have died long ago on that ship. Still chuckling lightly, the dreadlocked brown-haired man admitted that it was harsh, but hey, he wasn't the one who made that infamous mistake. He had given her the chance to become a member of the Quadratus Society, but she had refused it, and now she could only blame her own stupidity. This name referred to a cult of mad sectarians who deified a group of great monsters of the calamities, one of which was the destroyer fish. They dream of converting all of the humanity of the other world to their religion, forcing them to worship these chthonic creatures, and Barrage, of course, could not come to terms with this. Everything described above was vile in itself, but the Quadratus also made human sacrifices, feeding people to the fish in order to receive artifacts in return. Like many sectarians, these scoundrels deceived naive people, promising them an easy and pleasant way out of their difficult situation, but in reality, sacrificing them to the monster. Sophia poured all her hatred and rage towards these scum into this fiery speech, to which Sue retorted with demonstrative contempt, asking whether he should care. They simply did their best to line their pockets by selling the resulting artifacts on the black market, and the rituals still have to be performed somehow. And those idiots who believed them were still first-class morons. They would have died in this place without anyone's help in a matter of days. When he said with a mocking grin that the dead should thank them for the honor of getting to such a wonderful place, something inside Barrage burst with rage. Guyon understood perfectly well the effect his words had and enjoyed it, repeating that someday Sophia herself would understand everything and begin to help them. But he had other things to do, so Chan flew over the huge distance in one leap, ominously warning that they would meet again. Oh, the woman would have loved to wring this degenerate's neck right here and now, no matter what effort it would take. But alas, she didn't have time. But she actually knew this guy before he turned into such a maniac with a Joker-like grin, when they were all still normal people. But after they miraculously escaped from the belly of a huge, scaly monster, something bad happened to Guyon, something that completely destroyed him as a person. On the other hand, if she rushed right now, threw all her efforts into finding this bastard and gave it her all, she could make this land at least a little cleaner. But then the image of Kanahansu appeared before her eyes, calmly saying that he did not need any protectors, and that the girl should focus on the plan. Well, now she had no choice but to trust the main character and hope that he could really protect himself. All this time he raced forward, his legs working like a hardy young stallion, skirting rocks and ruts, and before his eyes there was nothing but the goal. The young man had already spent quite a lot of time in this small world, which was part of a huge other dimension, and there had never been any other landscape here except the sunset. If they wanted to have even a chance of winning, they had to get their hands on poison at any cost, and not just any poison, but one that had hardening properties. This will be the most wonderful weapon against such a monster, but in order to form it, it is necessary to find certain substances and materials. The first thing he needed to do was get the heart of a creature called a kukulji, and they lived where he was, between the middle and distant roots. These creatures, like insect larvae, ate the rotten wood, using it both as food and as shelter, and they had to be here somewhere. He could have easily obtained other materials, but here, unfortunately, he would have to roll up his sleeves, spit on his palms, and rub them. He walked pompously among the roots, splashing his boots through the poisonous red liquid that replaced any normal water in this location. He swayed his hips, never letting go of his surroundings for a second, and never letting go of his hands on his hatchets, and it quickly became clear that the enemies were close. But that wasn't enough, so the young man activated his dragon skill once again, filling the entire area with a soft golden glow. In this way, he could strengthen not only his own body, but also charge various objects, including weapons, which was just in time. From the fleshy mass that served as the soil for this putrid swamp, a crowd of monsters burst forth with a loud roar, and no, they didn't look like insects, but rather like bullfish. They, unfortunately, made an unforgivable mistake for predators by first growling and giving the enemy an excellent opportunity to prepare for an attack. Naturally, the protagonist, without any further comment or show-off, simply hit one of the horned creatures on the head with an axe, leaving no chance for a counterattack. The impact was so powerful that the fish-like bull slowly sank to the ground, and only the cartoon canaries swinging above his head were missing to emphasize the event. But the main character wasn't going to stop at just one victim, and within a second, the already red water became even more crimson. The protagonist rushed from one monster to another, like living lightning, using only one, but very deadly, blow of the blade on each enemy. Khan acted like a true professional, wasting no time on empty, pompous words or posing as if he were being watched by numerous spectators. On the other hand, the axes quickly became unusable, covered with scratches and whole cracks, but he, frankly, expected that it would all end like this. Alas, until the young man can find a weapon strong enough to withstand all his strength, he will have to carefully measure the amount of energy. From the outside, it might have seemed that he had completely withdrawn into himself, having made an unforgivable mistake and forgotten about the whole world, but in fact, he was constantly on guard. 1 second, and one of the axes plunges into the head of the unfortunate beast, causing it to slowly fall to the ground, like its relatives. However, this was not the last Kukulji, since another monster, without even trying to make an angry moo, rushed towards the offender, trying to pierce him with its horns. One might think that with just one weapon the young man would have a much harder time dealing with such a huge freak, but the second object, still lodged in the victim's body, caught fire. Obeying an unspoken desire, he rushed back to his master's hand, and with a single blow split the remaining bull's skull as if it were made of plasticine. After this, the artifact calmly continued on its way, as if nothing strange had happened, and only the thick blood showed that the blow had not been harmless. The main character had already finished off many of the Kukulja, whose bodies were slowly settling in the swamp, but even more of their relatives were crawling out of their holes to continue the fight. One would think that they would at least consider not getting involved with such a creature, but they were too stupid and evil to think about it. And they, pausing for a moment to let out the fumes of rage from their noses, rushed forward, furiously working not only their giant paws, but also their powerful tails and fins. Hans, as he had done countless times before, remained motionless, allowing his opponents to get closer to him, just within striking distance. When the collision was only a few meters away, the adventurer crouched for a moment, only to shoot up like a living rocket. The bullfish, still in the air, was unable to do anything as it was attacked from all sides by beams of blue energy. With one single blow, applying all the strength he had, Khan literally cut the unfortunate Kukulji into 2 perfectly even vertical halves. After that, he finally landed on the ground, adopting a very pompous pose with his knees slightly bent and his arms spread wide. After waiting a few seconds, as if he were being photographed by an invisible photographer for a cool photo, the brunette finally straightened up, hanging the axes back on his back. He had successfully destroyed all the young he could find in the nest, but the adults were elsewhere, and now he had to decide whether to look for them. But first, he needed to collect the dropped runes, because Hans had almost no strength left. He felt like a decrepit old man after using his skill so many times. And the loot, unfortunately, turned out to be surprisingly lousy. Of all the gems, there were only a few red ones, and the rest were cheap white ones. But then a distant noise was heard, but with each passing second it was getting closer and closer, as if a huge, invisible, hellish train was rushing towards him. It was only a matter of moments before the multitude of narrow, rotting, wet roots were torn into thousands of splinters, all of which flew towards the protagonist. The protagonist, without even a second's hesitation, closed his axes on his chest, forming an improvised magic shield, but a drop of sweat on his cheek showed that even he was terrified. Gathering all the strength that remained in his hands, the young man strained himself and tore all this sharp wooden shot into countless microscopic pieces. The situation was developing in such a way that it couldn't be worse. Not only was Hansu very tired, but his guns were also very close to being completely destroyed. A skinny figure in beachwear emerged from behind a broken row of roots, walking lazily, and the stranger commented with mild surprise on what Can had done. Guion was already thinking about giving up if the main character died, but now it was possible to talk without bringing things to a real battle, because this was only a test. Continuing to smile in the style of the sinister tribal mask of the island savages, Chan added that he wanted to make a special offer to the protagonist. Of course, he wanted the main character to join his cult, because there were people there who were extremely interested in this interesting, promising newcomer. The proud owner of Horseteeth smugly and enthusiastically described the benefits and advantages that Hans would receive when he was answered with a quick blow. It was a lightning-fast, slashing blow from the axe that completely chopped off almost half of Sue's long, hipster-like mane, causing him to freeze and have all three eyes bulge. Guion loved and cherished his hair very much, considering it his greatest asset, so this action drove him into a seething, all-consuming rage. Like a hyena with a burning branch tied to its butt, he squealed that Khan was just a bastard, and that he, apparently, passionately wanted to die a painful death, to which the brunette did not respond. The brown-haired man's outburst of rage ended as quickly as it had begun, instead being replaced by a cold, highly focused anger in anticipation of the fight. Trying to keep smiling, the antagonist croaked out how brazen it was to bite the elder when he politely approached for a peaceful conversation. But Guion was ready to show the greatest mercy and forget about this incident, making allowance for the fact that in front of him was simply a self-confident puppy who had barely completed his training. His smirk nearly cracked when Hansu's voice, cold as Arctic ice, said that no matter what tone Chan used, he wasn't interested in deals. This whole idea of going into religious hysterics in front of giant animal idols, feeding them innocent people out of fear and profit, none of it is acceptable. Of course, the main character had long known what these bastards were like, and was well aware of the vile things they were doing, especially this tourism of theirs. They gave new travelers who left the training locations hints about the wrong path, which ended with their ships being completely devoured by the fish. The Quadratus deliberately tried to make this already terrible process as painful as possible, because it brought them even more profit. To any normal person, it would have been barbaric, mad, and savage, but these bastards genuinely enjoyed it, like the crazed scavengers that they were. And so the protagonist was determined to destroy all these degenerates one by one, because with them, humanity had no normal future. Out loud, he only said indifferently that he had no reason to listen to all sorts of insects, which were still much weaker than him. Guion became furious again, but pointedly explained calmly that he had no other choice anyway, since only his superiors would demand an explanation from him. So, tearing off his jewelry and licking his lips carnivorously, Chan croaked that he would still take Hansu with him, even if he had to tear off his legs. Smiling sweetly, Kang added that they were in complete agreement on this, because Su would have to tell him a lot of things, and it wouldn't require his hands at all. Having completely lost his temper, The brown-haired man pulled out his energy whip from a secret compartment and delivered a very complex blow with it, because the projectile moved on its own as if it were alive. It was more than enough to tear any other mortal to pieces, but the protagonist dodged this green lightning with ease. Gion's ugly, caricatured face had completely turned to stone, finally turning into a living likeness of some kind of savage mask made of wood and feathers. Su contemptuously called the protagonist an idiot, and a disgusting sound of tearing flesh was heard as a small fountain of blood flowed from the brunette's cut shoulder. With just one blow, this scoundrel managed to inflict more damage on the protagonist than most of his previous opponents, and now the brunette froze, desperately clutching the wound with his fingers. At the same time, the sectarian tried to inflict only non-fatal wounds on the victim, so as not to kill him accidentally, but perhaps he even went too far by lightly slapping the enemy. Anyway, he wasn't getting paid for overtime, so Gion was planning on ripping off one of Hans's legs very quickly and cleanly, maybe along with his arm. Here, thick gray smoke began to emerge from the brunette's wounded shoulder, and he admitted in a weak but cold voice that yes, he had allowed himself to be overly careless in this regard. But, Khan added, straightening up and releasing his hand from his partially healed shoulder, it was easy to understand, since they had never fought each other before. The sectarian, grabbing the whip with both hands and straightening it, blinked in bewilderment and asked what the hell the kid was talking about, whether he had suffered brain damage. Then he suddenly exploded with rage and screamed at the main character to just shut the hell up. He tried his best to make his attack as pompous, beautiful, and menacing as possible, but Hans just punched him in the stomach in the most trivial way. The blow was delivered with such force that not only did all three of Gion's eyes pop out of their sockets and the air was knocked out of his lungs, but his entire body was thrown back many meters. The cultist, when his back finally hit the rocky shore, squealed with even greater anger and, of course, with pain. The antagonist no longer wanted to show off in front of the only spectator and pretend to be some kind of great assassin mixed with Mephistopheles, just as he didn't want to smile. Hans finally removed the axes from his waist, and his fists were enveloped in a pale glow reminiscent of silver flames, because he was not going to play either. He needed detailed information about everything that concerned Quadratus, its structure, future plans, and composition, so Chan had better cooperate. Su struggled to his feet, his face still downcast. Such terrible anger had taken hold of him that some little bastard had dared to hit him and hurt him. It was a real shame for him, also because to him, Khan still seemed like a newbie, promising yes, but still low level and with pathetic, colorless runes. Forcing out his old, carefree, contemptuous, sarcastic grin with all his might, he warned Hansa not to get too cocky, because it was just one blow, nothing more. They were just beginning their merry little dance, and Chan's clan mark began to emit a crimson glow. The young man responded by causing the enhancement crystals he had accumulated to manifest in the air, and mockingly politely asked if he could also take steroids. Even more angry than before, the brown-haired man growled, asking if the boy really thought that a small increase in his characteristics would help him. Swinging his axe, the young man admitted that there was some truth to it, and all those stupid game statistics weren't the only thing that mattered. After finishing his short speech, he made a short but very powerful throw, and the artifact weapon flew forward, spinning like a propeller. No, the blade didn't sink into the psychopath's skull, because Hanu, again, needed up-to-date information. Instead, he pointed the weapon at the tree trunk. Realizing how vulnerable he really was, how easily the main character could crush his skull, Su became so weak that he fell on his butt. Seeing the smug bastard finally lose his arrogance, Hans couldn't help but smile wryly and ask if he was scared. He was truly terrified, but his trampled pride demanded the most terrible retribution, so he rose again on trembling hands, grinding his square teeth. With all three eyes wide open and swinging his energy whip, the cultist roared that he was afraid of nothing, no one, and nothing. Already extremely fast, like a crooked green lightning, it now accelerated almost to the parameters of light, striving to destroy the enemy. But at some point it stopped, without touching the main character, shortened, straightened, and turned into a wide green energy sword with 2 blades. In this form, this artifact was called the Forgotten Sword, and the brown-haired man rushed forward, looking for an opportunity to cut the offender into 2 beautiful red halves. But Hansu, to his surprise, simply folded his palms in a pose as if he was about to begin some kind of meditation, and the ring on his finger glowed red. The villain decided that the protagonist had gone crazy, because his so-called parallel cut could destroy everything that got in its way. At the moment when only centimeters remained to the protagonist's neck, he silently addressed Nurma's ring and ordered it to activate the power of destruction. But the psychopath, of course, could not know this, so he triumphed in advance, no longer even thinking about the general goal of Quadratus, because his personal grievance was at stake. Can actually caught the sword with his head and his hand, without being hurt in the least, and even snorted with feigned contempt, slapping his plump lips like an irritated horse. In an instant, the artifact weapon was shattered into dozens of pitiful fragments that could no longer pose a threat to anyone. Gyan looked at this with great horror and shock, because something like this simply could not happen. He had to subjugate this brat and turn him into a slave of the cult. But it all ended with his precious blade being shattered with such ease as if it were made of ordinary fragile glass, and not of magical power. It was pure madness. Even the most powerful dispel could not so easily destroy such a powerful magical weapon, especially since his enemy was a boy. Unfortunately for him, the protagonist had neither the time nor the desire to tolerate his presence any longer, so he roughly grabbed the dreadlocked Korean by the lapels. And then Khan, without holding back or trying to say anything, simply swung his sword hard and slammed it into the ground, putting all his pent-up rage into it. The blow was strong enough to make Gyan's 3 eyes pop out of their sockets again, and the air quickly leave his lungs, causing him to choke. But that wasn't the end of it, because the attack was so powerful that it damaged his internal organs, causing Chan to spit out blood. No, there was no need to worry. Unlike Su, Hansu had excellent control over his emotions and strength, so he didn't damage anything vital. The cultist didn't answer or react at all, as if he had lost consciousness, so the protagonist approached again and roughly grabbed the victim by the edges of his shirt. But then the Quadratus agent weakly grabbed the brunette's hand, and the latter, seeing his fingers smeared with something green, muttered that the brown-haired man really was smart. At some point, Gyan activated a defensive ability that protected him from the most serious damage, though not from all of it, unfortunately. This bonus was called Bronze Jade, and it granted the user colossal defensive stats for a period of time, but at the cost of almost complete immobility. In any other situation, the cultist would never have resorted to such extreme measures, but now he needs to escape from this crazy freak at any cost before it gets to the point of pain. With a disgustedly bored look, the main character raised his hand with the ring and noted that Gyan's efforts deserved respect, but it was not enough. Having neutralized Nephrite, the protagonist took great pleasure in punching the bastard in the face with such force that several huge rectangular teeth flew out. This frightened the sectarian even more because it crossed all possible boundaries and turned into some kind of terrible phantasmagoria. The longer the main character beat him and the more blows he dealt, the more the villain panicked, until he finally squealed that he was ready to talk. By this point, his face, already far from a model of beauty, had long since turned into a bloody mask covered in bruises and abrasions, and fear was visible in his still open eyes. But Gyan began not by listing the senior officers of Quadratus or detailing the locations of their bases, but by saying that tourism revenues were currently very poor. He is not a bad person, not at all. He just needs to work hard and look for opportunities to feed himself, and in general, his job is small. He is a servant, not a boss. Chan would have been happy to tell who exactly sent him on this disgusting mission, but Hans clearly didn't care about such abomination. He simply despised this jackal, and the further he went, the stronger it became. Such an expression of disgust had not been on Khan's face since he destroyed the gang of Gyandal and Tensun. In response, Su only mumbled something incoherently when a huge iron fist crashed into his three-eyed face again. The impact was so beautiful and epic that the universe itself seemed to stop to capture it in its memory. The protagonist became so disgusted that he even forgot about the original purpose of his interrogation. It was like touching shit with his bare hands. Mentally, Guyon objected that the main character himself ordered him to give information, and now, look, he's beating him, not even allowing him to get a word in edgewise. It took some time before Chan could shout with indignation and hidden fear that he had already told everything he could tell. All this time, Hansu continued to beat him, and this was enough for Su. He did not think that he deserved such vile treatment of his sacred person. A few more minutes passed before the villain, with his face even more battered and swollen, whined pitifully that he had now definitely told everything and could not tell anything more. They worshipped monsters in Quadratus, fed people to them for artifacts, and periodically accepted orders from outside, like this one. A certain Kaltz Morin from the lighthouse, for some reason, really wanted to see Khan alive, and for this purpose he paid Guyon to find the protagonist and defeat him. It was not a literal beacon, but the name of an alliance of 6 of the most powerful clans in the Red Zone who guarded the 6 branches of the top root of the World Tree. However, the lighthouse was under Miyamoto's control, and given this information, things took a very strange turn. Returning to the informant, the protagonist asked whether one of the assistants had passed on the knowledge to them, and the brown-haired man fearfully confirmed this, but immediately clarified that he knew nothing more. This was more than enough for the young man to immediately switch to killing mode, and Su, realizing this with his highly developed instinct for self-preservation, pleaded, only to then giggle nastily, point to his eye in the middle of his forehead and triumphantly announce that he, Guyon, was only stalling for time, and now Hans was finished. When the main character indifferently named this ability, the antagonist fell silent and froze, as if he had taken a deep breath, not understanding where the boy had learned it from. Be that as it may, he muttered, struggling to his feet. One of the facets of this power is that it allows others to see what is in front of him. Having heard that a certain he already knows everything, and having seen the face of the main character, the adventurer turned away with contempt and waved his hand, as if to say how scared he was. His feet were sweating. Without appreciating this, Chan hissed angrily that Kaltz Morin was the ship's assault captain, and a slug like Khan didn't stand a chance against him. He, this cornered rat, would be subjected to such a terrible punishment, but he didn't have time to finish saying what exactly, because Hansu kicked him again with all his might in his skinny belly. From such pain, Guyon had already begun to lose consciousness, but even when Khan's image turned into a faceless dark silhouette, the cultist continued to shower him with insults. When the enemy had completely fallen silent and frozen, he began to rummage through Agent Quadratus's belongings with interest, noting how interesting and valuable the artifacts he had obtained were. The protagonist either didn't notice or didn't pay attention to how a dove, as if made of silvery solid light, flashed across the sky. Hans spent a lot of time studying the entire history of people in the other world before teleporting to the past, but he didn't remember anything about this Kaltz, which means he's not important. Not only was there another psychopath with overblown ambitions on the horizon, but then a shrill, terrifying screech came from the forest. This clearly meant that a flock of Goethas had appeared nearby looking for food, but this was perhaps even a good thing. The soil was thrown into the air in clouds of dust as huge, scaly paws, equipped with huge, sharp claws like those of a velociraptor, crashed into it. The titular Hertices were indeed very similar to these famous predatory dinosaurs, except that they lacked feathers and armored forelimbs. Dozens, if not hundreds, of these scaly creatures were chasing 3 people wearing dark robes with red linings, and they were, of course, running as fast as they could. The fugitives resembled hares being chased by a pack of starving wolves, and one of them shouted that they needed to use the dive. A few seconds later, This word was repeated in a thunderous voice, causing the entire universe to be plunged into a red light. While it was sleeping, the three people found themselves on the branch of a very tall and thick tree, while the Gertases below looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding where the food was. But realizing that the danger had passed and all that was left was to wait for the damn lizards to go in search of new prey, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, these were also cultists of Quadratus, and they deliberately gathered monsters from all over the world in order to then unleash them on unsuspecting people. To do this, however, they themselves had to act as bait for the dinosaurs, and no one, of course, was going to risk their own skins. Trying to pass the time with conversation, one of the sectarians asked why they hadn't entrusted this matter to a newcomer, and the second asked whether they were talking about Junsu, who was busy with the order. The senior cultist muttered grumpily and enviously that this lucky bastard was probably relaxing on some beach right now, but then something else caught their attention. It turned out to be a bright light cast by the large bluish-white wings of the mysterious bird. Carefully bringing his finger up to allow the supernatural flyer to take a breather, the cultist noted that only one person possessed such detail. Apparently, a non-verbal conversation was taking place between this cultist and the familiar, because the man quickly opened his eyes in surprise. When the conversation was over and the little luminous bird had disappeared, the man rose to his feet and ordered his comrades to drop everything they were doing immediately. They needed to get to Lake Kukulchi as quickly as possible, where one man, with a painful groan, was trying to open his leaden, heavy eyelids. When his vision returned to relative clarity, the image of the trio appeared before him, and the elder noted with disdain that this nonentity had lost to someone. Contrary to all logic, the main character did not finish off Gaion, and apparently even dragged him to a place cleaner from the poisoned water so that he could save his legs. Not only did the man who survived the destruction fish's attack lose to some noob, but his equipment was also stolen. And a little earlier, when Sue was still lying unconscious as a log, the protagonist decided to leave him some special gift for the end. Now he was desperately rubbing his terribly aching head, trying to regain enough strength to at least speak, while his superiors were pressing him. But when it became clear that Gaion was unable to tell anything, no matter how much they scolded him, the cultists simply took him by the arms and dragged him to their base to rest. One of them again summoned the mystical dove bird, capable of transmitting messages over vast distances, so that the allies and the client would know everything at once. This beautiful magical creature had traveled a long way, trying to reach the right person, before being roughly squeezed by someone's massive hand. And then the bird was crushed so that only silvery blue juices sprayed in all directions. The man in the red mask cursed the negligent agents, and then, without turning around, ordered the fair-haired woman to leave with him. It was only a matter of moments before he teleported onto Quadratus's ship, and in a position that looked like he was doing the wall chair exercise. The senior sectarian immediately began to flatter and fawn, fearing for his own skin, but in response he was ordered to simply go to hell. The teammates tried to make it look like Chan had actually done his job well, but the man was only interested in one thing, whether he had really lost to a noob. Kaltzmorin, one of the greatest men at the lighthouse, was very reminiscent of some kind of huge falcon. It seemed that just a little more, and he would simply peck the loser like a worm. That's almost what happened, because for trying to pronounce his name, the new antagonist hit the old one with all his might in his long-suffering stomach. Then he started trampling on it, completely unconcerned about the risk of breaking the skin and damaging the heart and lungs, because the captain was more concerned about the disgusting service. Trying his best not to look Morin in the eye, the older of the cultists assured him that they would definitely sort everything out, when the younger one suddenly noticed something else. Because the original plan had gone down the drain, people had completely forgotten about the Gertuses, but they hadn't disappeared, and were now coming here, just as hungry as before. It wasn't hard to realize that such a crowd of vicious monsters would simply tear the entire ship to pieces, to get to the warm, fresh, and juicy meat inside. And every second these vile dinosaurs roared so loudly that it seemed that just a little more and the sky itself would fall on the heads of everyone present. There was still a decent distance to the ship, about 50 meters, but it was also quickly decreasing, leaving the crew no chance of escape. This was not normal, because once these creatures run somewhere, they don't turn back. In this respect, they are much worse than the rhinoceroses in people's stereotypes. This shouldn't have happened, but it does. The lizards are running here, and not to the valley where their captive cub was. But almost no one has noticed a special smell yet. Only Kaltz noticed this oddity, after which he slowly turned his gaze to Guyon, who was still continuing to nurse his wounds. One glance and a few seconds of mental work were enough for Maren to completely figure out the protagonist's plan, which the mercenaries had completely overlooked. The lighthouse captain plunged a dagger into Chan's thigh, and while he squealed like a pig in a slaughterhouse, kindly explained that he had unwittingly received a gift. The main character had gotten some Goethe's blood somewhere beforehand, soaked it with a rag, and then stuffed it into the brown-haired man's pants leg, turning him into a walking gas trap for the raptors. It was a well-thought-out and highly sophisticated trap, which Kaltz himself only discovered through his skill, and so the question arose as to how a novice had organized it. The masked brunette pondered for a moment, trying to figure out how a noob who had barely completed his training could pull off such a thing, and then he laughed madly, enjoying the new entertainment. He immediately demanded that Quadratus's agents bring Hansa back to him for questioning, not paying any attention to the fact that they were surrounded by hundreds of bloodthirsty creatures. They had not yet made any attempt to attack the ship itself, but they lurked at its base with such impatience that it was clear the flock could go mad at any moment. Unfortunately for this cultist, Maren was absolutely not the kind of person who could be concerned about the problems of others. He snapped his fingers angrily, causing his hand to glow purple, reminding everyone that he was the boss, the one ordering the music, and therefore his word was law. And if these idiots make Morin repeat himself twice, he will gladly make them pay for it with every broken bone in their body, or something worse. The huge hand, shrouded in purple fire, grabbing him by the chest and located just a couple of centimeters from his nose, seemed extremely convincing to the cultist. But to make sure no one had any doubts or objections, Kaltz repeated that if they did not capture Khan for him, he would simply kill them by feeding them to the dinosaurs. However, the captain was not such a heartless bastard, and was willing to give these losers time to make a wise decision while he dealt with their little problem himself. Having released his victim, the madman had completely forgotten about his existence. Now all his thoughts were occupied exclusively by this mysterious and intriguing Hansu. Addressing the protagonist as if he were right there and heard everything, Maren warned him of the danger of underestimating him, the captain of a storm ship. In a matter of seconds, he released a huge stream of purple flame, which he immediately gathered in his palms, forcing it to take the form of a tiny, pulsating star. Having promised to make the protagonist regret the insult, the villain again absorbed the fire with his hands, causing them to turn white, and then directed them downwards. It looked as if someone had buried several hundred kilograms of the most powerful explosives on the shore in advance, so powerful was the explosion. He simply destroyed the scaly predators, literally, and even those few who remained intact were thrown into the air by the blast wave like falling leaves. Ironically, immediately after this, the focus shifted to the main character, whose ear was gently and slowly approached by a green leaf dancing in the wind. Following his gaze and then looking up, the main character quietly noted that a certain person seemed to have taken the bait. Smiling at how successfully his plan had worked once again, the adventurer decided to move on to counter-action. The next scene began with Hans looking with disgust at a large syringe for pumping juices out of plants and muttering in disgust that there was nothing there. He hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, which is why his muscles were completely flabby, and yet the roots of the world tree should be a complex system of biofilters and producers of clean water. Alas, almost since the unfortunate plant was cursed, it has been rotting more and more, so now finding a living root is no easy task. As for most materials, Khan had no shortage of them. A selfish rich man's bag could provide almost any ordinary food or anything else. And this place was so God-forsaken that even he shouldn't have stayed here any longer than necessary. Fortunately, all that was left was to visit the territory of the adult bullfish. The water separating him from his final destination was much deeper than before, impossible to wade across and mortally dangerous to swim across, so there was only one way out: a bridge. The main character clutched several large seeds in his hand, preparing to use them. This was also an artifact, of course, and its special properties lay in the ability to grow into a beautiful and enormous lotus flower in the middle of a poisoned swamp. The protagonist threw them down, and they immediately, as soon as they found themselves in the liquid medium, began to hatch. It goes without saying that no ordinary real plant could germinate at such a speed, but magic solved such ordinary problems. In just a few seconds, the red lake was covered with giant water lilies, and Hansu jumped from one to another like a humanoid frog. It would have been much easier and faster if they had carried him directly to his destination, like a plant elevator. But no matter, Khan wouldn't die if he walked a little. Moreover, he was already surrounded by monsters that looked exactly like their cubs, except that they were many times larger than them and could easily eat a person alive. While the main character was preparing to turn them all into a mixture of beef and sushi, Kaltz Morin stood somewhere else, surrounded by hot corpses, and watched the horizon. A blonde woman in a red and black robe appeared silently behind him, and the antagonist coldly asked if the dove with the message had appeared yet. Unfortunately for him, no, the bird was still on its way, and the man turned around with deliberate slowness and began to approach his henchwoman. He didn't do anything to her, but he didn't hesitate to kick Guion, who was forced to his knees because he had to waste his reconnaissance skill. Taking him contemptuously by the edges of his shirt, Moran admitted that he would have left this worthless fellow and all his friends to certain death without hesitation if Chan had not been their guide. Having thrown the brown-haired man aside, the captain ordered Rachel to take them to the last known location, and the blonde asked if her master was going to go there himself. Grinning like a hungry snake, Kaltz croaked that there was a special, incomparable pleasure in tracking down prey on your own. Looking ahead with red-black eyes through the slits of his mask, the man said carnivorously that Hans had nowhere else to run or hide from him. Then the action returned to the swamp through which the protagonist had just walked, and the huge leaves of the water lilies were still slowly swaying on the waves. The protagonist was very, almost deathly tired. All his limbs were shaking and moving with difficulty, and his back was bent like that of a 60-year-old sick man. What's more, his arms, his powerful, beautiful, muscular iron arms, which any athlete would envy, these arms could now only lift a sword with great difficulty. He consoled himself with the thought that he had at least obtained the last heart of the monster he needed, and had no idea that the tip of someone's arrow was looking at his back. But when the enemy was about to fire, the young man's face was distorted with such pain and fear as if he were a student who had been overcome by diarrhea during an important exam. No matter how frail the protagonist was now, he still managed to dodge, so the deadly energy projectile was only able to pierce the dead carcass. To be more precise, it didn't actually pierce her like any normal arrow or even bullet would. On the contrary, this projectile literally tore the enormous body into pieces. The pigtailed cultist who fired the shot cursed angrily. The target was so close and he still managed to miss. However, this was still not part of his own skills, developed over years of training, but another game bonus, purchased with runes and other resources. But for Hans, it didn't matter at all, because it was very difficult to fight such an enemy from a distance, and he himself sent one arrow after another. Forcing all his strength into his hands, as if about to lift a very heavy barbell, the protagonist swung his new blade, parrying all those deadly shots. It looked very pompous and beautiful, and in another situation the young man would have succeeded. But exhaustion still took its toll, and his hand was cut so badly that blood flowed. And this was very bad. because everyone knew that when someone spills their blood somewhere in the water, hungry predators and parasites immediately flock to this poor fellow. And now a new school of bull-headed predatory fish rose from the bottom, wanting to tear into pieces and slowly devour this pathetic two-legged insect on the water lily. The protagonist did something he had never done before. Namely, he started running for his life, mentally cursing at how many problems had befallen him. The cultist, however, was also not happy with this outcome, because for the death of Khan Moran would tear off all his limbs, or something worse, so he ordered his accomplice to save him. The woman responded by pouting and squeezing her legs like a capricious little girl, and said that she didn't want to do that. It would ruin her beautiful hairstyle. In response, the archer squealed that monsters only attack those whose blood they smelled, and Hansu would run away if Miller didn't get his lazy ass up right now. Having given her a hearty slap, the senior cultist growled that he had immediately sent a message to the client to keep him informed of the situation and that she should get to work. Repeating like a mantra that the main character must be captured alive at any cost, she immediately jumped down, blocking the brunette's path to freedom. Drawing a gleaming katana from the sheath on her back, the mercenary whispered seductively that Khan would now entertain her until they were both exhausted. The leader of this team, Quadratus, watching this, angrily yelled that Miller should not show off, but simply grab the prey, not letting him escape. The woman, however, completely ignored him and admitted that she had not had such a scene for a very long time, and she was also enveloped in an ominous red glow. Covering a distance of tens of meters in a matter of seconds, jumping from one water lily to another, the blonde, in a very cheerful and friendly tone, asked Hansa to play. Their sword duel looked a lot like a lightsaber duel from the Star Wars franchise, especially when everything was filled with blue and green flashes. It was as if the entire universe had conspired to fall upon Khan and take revenge on him for all those moments when he had won easily. As if this psychopath weren't enough for him, the monsters hadn't gone away either. Forced to wage war on several fronts simultaneously, he now resembled more than ever the tired, life-battered old man that he really was. But he still had enough strength to cut the annoying creature in half with one good blow, as if making an anatomical dummy out of it. Unfortunately, the opponent took advantage of this, jumping on Hans's back, pointing the tip of the blade at his spine, and mockingly asking where this handsome man was looking. The protagonist's eyes widened, realizing that he was about to be left without a vital body part, and he made every effort to turn around in time. At the very last moment, he managed to relax, allowing gravity to pull him down, and this saved his life, since the maniac almost cut off the top of his head. So the main character got off with losing a few strands of hair, and then, without wasting a second, tried to kick the swordswoman, but she blocked it with her hand. However, the force of this blow was comparable to that of a multi-ton vehicle, and the woman fell down with a grimace of terrible pain. One might think that the duel would end there, but no. Miller jumped at the last moment onto another water lily and croaked that it was not bad for a ruin. However, if the protagonist really wants to scar her face, he will have to show something much more impressive. And let him not even hope for mercy, even if he decided to lay down his arms and fall to his knees, because she was not one to pity bad boys. The adventurer breathed deeply and hoarsely, feeling how hard his heart was beating in his chest, and realizing that if he didn't come up with something else, the situation would become really bad. This new opponent had an absolute advantage in almost everything. She was strong, resilient, rested, and the monsters didn't touch her, while Khan was driven into a corner. Understanding this, the young man simply closed his eyes and gripped the energy blade of the sword as tightly as possible, with the hand holding Nurma's ring, changing its color from green to yellow. It was his own ace, designed to help turn the situation in his favor and achieve victory as soon as possible. As for Miller, no matter how foolish she seemed from the outside, she immediately realized that Hans had resorted to desperate measures and prepared for fierce resistance. Like Jang Kyung-soo, the protagonist transformed his new weapon into an energy whip and began mercilessly whipping the blonde, trying to break through her blocks. When he still didn't succeed, Even the mercenary herself said, perplexed and disappointed, that she had expected something else, more cunning and effective. And he also shouldn't have taken someone else's weapon like that. It was a very ugly and mean act on his part, Miller drawled in a languid voice. Looking at her arm, damaged by the whip, the swordswoman added that she was very sorry about such a wound, but she was unable to finish the sentence. She screamed in horror when she realized that the wound was not only not healing through regeneration, but was also growing, and blood was falling like a waterfall into the water. She didn't even have time to shout that it was impossible, because more predatory fish jumped out of the swamp, attracted by the smell of new prey. She screamed and ran from place to place, as if running away from a scary and annoying fly, while another cultist screamed at her without any sympathy. The archer shouted for his partner to finally pull herself together and stop freaking out over the scratch, while Hansu watched with a weak but satisfied grin. This was the second power of Nurma's ring, causing the victim to suffer a long hemorrhage, exhausting them physically and mentally, not to mention the hungry monsters. The horned fish tried their best to tear the swordswoman apart, but alas, maintaining the artifact's effect required the owner to constantly expend magical power. The brunette didn't want things to come to this, but it turned out to be necessary to level the playing field and get the chance to escape while the villain was distracted. But no matter how long the archer screamed, no matter how much he tore his vocal cords and stamped his feet, it didn't make Miller feel any better, so he sent the others to help her. If they let the main personnel go, Moren would, at best, kill them brutally but quickly, and at worst, torture them for a very long time, and the leader of this gang did not want such a fate for himself. With hands trembling from the monstrous tension, he sent one arrow after another, forming a veritable red hail of energy projectiles. He wasn't aiming at the main character, as one might think. On the contrary, the senior cultist was exterminating the water monsters so that his comrades could focus on Kane. Now that the horned creatures were no longer bothering them, Miller and her companions formed a pack and pounced on the young man like a pack of wolves on a bear. The time traveler muttered through his teeth how annoying they were, but no matter, he had just the right gift for them in his bag. The men didn't even have time to reach their prey when another predatory bullfish flew between them, trying to grab some meat for itself. Having cut the unfortunate monster into pieces like a huge piece of sausage, the disgraced and therefore very angry Miller growled that there would be no escape from her. However, then she realized that something was wrong, took a closer look, and realized that she was cutting not a sea monster, but the already severed head of a girt dinosaur. Grinning maliciously like the most notorious troll in the world, Hansu noted that the blood of these reptiles acts on the local aquatic fauna as the most powerful stimulant in the world. Now that all the mercenaries were covered head to toe in this muck, the swamp simply went crazy. One after another, dozens of giant monsters rushed to the surface. The Quadratus mercenaries froze in horror, realizing that the end of their lives was closer than ever, and the blonde even made a scary face and croaked that Khan was a damn psycho. The main character had already safely climbed a high cliff, and watching the unfolding carnage from a safe distance, wished the enemies a great time. The cultists had to fight to the death like a crowd of cornered rats, using all the combat spells and techniques they knew. After some time, when the brunette had long since left the swamp and returned to searching for suitable routes, he hissed in irritation and disappointment when he saw another empty plant. At this rate, soon absolutely all the shoots will turn into rotten dust, despite the efforts of helpers, so it is necessary to quickly check those located higher up. Grumbling and groaning like an old man, Hans whispered that he had at least hoped that after the red zone everything would be much easier, but no, life had shown him its ass. And this damned Chaldean is to blame for everything. He came up with this whole game with time and carrying progress in the past. Khan was going to feed him his own points when they met for this. Elsewhere, a crowd of adventurers from the training area wandered through the forest until they came across the first green route, only to find that area already occupied. Smirking smugly, The more experienced captives of the game ordered the newcomers to get lost to the lower routes, because they were in charge here. But the people were in no mood for laughter, because they could barely move from exhaustion. Even that disgusting slush in the assistants' camp had long since disappeared. But the rest, of course, couldn't care less about it. This territory was theirs, and the rest could die, every single one of them. Of course, if they don't like this, then the issue can always be resolved with good old-fashioned violence. But are the newcomers sure they have even one chance? Those who left the starting zone themselves understood perfectly well how precarious their position was, so they did not take a single step further, only looked with reproach, sadness, and anger. Unable to bear it any longer, they all, as one, turned around and slowly walked back, cursing the greed and ruthlessness of others and lamenting their wasted efforts. All the lower roots turned into rotten dust, while the upper ones retained nutrients, but were located in the territories of dangerous monsters or more powerful clans. This group of Earthlings was already beginning to resign themselves to the idea that they were destined to simply die ingloriously of hunger, when suddenly an indignant and frightened cry was heard from behind. One of those thugs at the nutritional route was telling someone to get the hell out, only to get a crushing kick in the gut in return. Seeing the main character in action again, the inexperienced adventurers all stared at him with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Even weakened by prolonged starvation and the search for resources, Hansu remained strong enough that these enemies were not formidable tigers to him, but pitiful mongrels. The other members of the clan, seeing the casual ease with which their captain had been defeated, wisely decided to turn and run for their lives. The newcomers, watching this, openly rejoiced, because now they finally had the opportunity to fill their bellies to their fill, even if it was only the juice from the root. While they had the chance, they immediately swarmed around the huge green shoot like flies smelling fresh meat and took out their syringes. The teenager in the cloak was so happy that he was finally full and their problems were solved in one miraculous moment that he floated a little. Returning to reality, he tried to start a seemingly casual and friendly conversation with the main character, like between two friends. But he was stunned when he learned that after that adventure on the galleon, after that quest in the jungle, the protagonist didn't remember his face at all. Pushing his grievances deep into the depths of his soul, the young man tried to find out what the main character had been doing all this time, since they had not met since the landing. Trying to look as friendly and welcoming as possible, the guy finally gave his name, and it turned out that he was European, and his name was Johann. But Khan made it clear that he didn't care who this sneak was or what he wanted. He only came here because he wanted to eat. Then the adventurer, ignoring the more than transparent warning, decided to ask the brunette for something else. The latter turned away and sighed very heavily. But Johann wasn't going to back down, because the stakes were very high, and their entire group desperately needed the ship they had used to arrive in the red zone. The protagonist didn't even listen to his complaints about the blocked land routes and the reasons for the need for a ship. He simply turned away again and said curtly, "No." After recovering from the shock, the teenager reminded that throughout the tree, the nourishing roots were becoming less and less due to the actions of the destroyer fish, so it was a matter of life and death. While cutting the buds of some strange plants, Hansu, without turning around, laconically explained that this was not a problem, and soon the circle of life would return to its original form. Oh, and low-level Earthlings are actually most secure on the lower roots, so they shouldn't even think about moving up. And all because Khan was going to destroy all the disasters, to give these creatures such terrible indigestion that they would regret having ever been born. And he was going to kill this fish first and foremost, with his own hands, so the rest could just relax and watch the master's actions. Johann's eyes widened, and he froze with his mouth open, because from his point of view this sounded like the most first-class, inadequate, and beyond all possible limits madness. When he woke up, like any normal person, he begged for a normal explanation, to which Khan only thought with a sad face that without kaiju the zone would become paradise, so he was right, period. Desperate to squeeze even one more word out of this sociopath, the young man tiredly rubbed his face and asked for the opportunity to ask one last question before leaving. Why is the main character so maniacally trying to save everyone he sees when he could just as easily have become some kind of successful warlord? This question shocked Hansa like a program failure, and he, like a machine, lifelessly and stupidly repeated that he had to save as many people as possible, and that was all. But for the first time in history, this made the brunette wonder whether, deep down, he really wanted to become some kind of messiah, a universal savior and benefactor. Johann, noticing that Khan had somehow stood up as if he had turned into a pillar of salt, still continued to pester him with questions. The man simply did not understand non-verbal hints. And the protagonist, in response, threw at him, no, not a dagger, but a stone, and a very ordinary and harmless one at least at first glance. The main character briefly explained that this is an artifact called the imitation stone. It can be very useful in various fields, and that was the end of their conversation. When the main character disappeared from sight, the young man spent some time asking himself what it was all about and why he had such a strange face. But looking straight at the stone that was beginning to glow with a blue radiance, the boy admitted that there was something incredible about Hansu. It was all very similar to the moment when Khan created the ship and gathered people on it. It also seemed like some kind of nonsense beyond common sense. As befits any leading character, he could do things that would have been considered wild fantasies for others, and thus inspire ordinary characters. Looking up at the sky like Jim Olsen looking for Superman, Johann quietly muttered that perhaps Khan was sending that same hopeful glimmer of light into him too. Meanwhile, the brunette rushed forward with the speed of a cheetah, his feet barely touching the ground, and all because this boy had awakened something inside him with his questions. Having ordered himself to focus on the necessary and urgent matters at any cost, Hans tracked down Sophia, his new partner for the upcoming fishing trip. As it turned out, the woman was unable to collect 2 items from the required list, but she still decided to take a risk and come to the meeting. The protagonist praised her laconically, admitting that it was still a good job, but then the sorceress noticed that something strange had appeared in his appearance. The main character skillfully changed the subject to the fact that they were being pursued by some scoundrels, and Barrage immediately realized that they were the scum from Quadratus, Chan's friends. As it turned out, they were also bothering the sorceress, and the protagonist added that Kaltzmorin, for some reason, was digging the ground with his nose to find him. Sophia almost collapsed to the ground at this news, because in the realities of the Red Zone, it was the same as admitting that some minister wanted to kill you. Of course, Khan would be able to detain him since there were no tasks beyond his capabilities, but the captain was certainly smart, and sooner or later they were destined to clash. When the pink-haired girl worriedly reminded him that this enemy was very strong and could easily defeat Hansu, he, without the slightest embarrassment, offered to unite against him. One person will continue to collect materials to make poison to destroy the demon fish, and the other will act as bait for Morin. However, Barrage wasn't happy about this turn of events, because Beacon, damn it, was one of the most powerful clans in the entire Red Zone. They weren't some smug scavengers that any cultivator could kill with a kick. No, these were seasoned veterans and cutthroats. Many of them have long been among the most powerful creatures in the Red Zone and could easily move to more dangerous locations, and the stormtroopers in this faction are the worst. The most warlike, the most aggressive of all the Earthlings in the area, and Kaltz even earned the title of commander of this unit. Therefore, Hansu's original plan had no chance of success. In order to get rid of the lighthouse threat, they would have to fight these maniacs together. The best thing to do would be to gather materials right now, while they still don't know where their victims are, and to do this, they need to work as quickly as possible. Khan refused because, from his point of view, this plan was turning out to be extremely complicated, and besides, he had already taken some steps, leaving one artifact. He added with a smile that, judging by the current situation, the hunters themselves had fallen into a trap, and he, of course, turned out to be completely right. But he didn't mean the mercenaries of Quadratus, whom the enraged Morin was going to execute for their failure, but the young adventurers whom the scoundrel had beaten up. Grabbing Johann by the throat and lifting him up with one hand, the captain gave the boy a choice. He would either tell where Hans was and die quickly, or he would slowly burn alive. The young man could only struggle in vain in the villain's grip, like a rat caught by a terrier, and reproach himself for not even having time to notice the enemy's appearance. Feeling the vertebrae in his neck creak ever more loudly from such pressure, the poor fellow croaked that he had no idea who they were even talking about. This, naturally, was a lie from the first to the last letter, and Kaltz did not believe it. However, he did not continue to strangle his prey, but instead released his iron fingers, allowing the teenager to fall to the ground. While he was struggling on all fours, gasping for air with his painfully pulsating lungs and throat, Morin squatted down and asked him his name in a friendly manner. Then he carefully and tenderly placed his hand on the boy's head, as if he was going to ask him for forgiveness for all this rudeness and cruelty. Naturally, nothing of the sort actually happened. Instead, the thug slammed the poor guy hard on the ground, scornfully telling him that he was an idiot, even for a newbie. And he not only committed an unforgivable stupidity, but also showed rare impudence, obviously, by daring to argue with Kaltz at all. The mad captain knew everything from the very beginning, because he had the skill of tracking scents with his sense of smell, easily replacing a trained hound. The main character managed to erase most of his traces from everywhere possible, but not from the people he even stood next to. For this, one had to thank Khan himself, who decided to put a rag with lizard blood under Chan's clothes to create a trap, but in doing so, he only gave his enemies his scent. "And now," said Morin in the voice of a good-natured and cheerful businessman, when they both understood each other perfectly, it was time to move on to the most important thing. Looking at the beaten, tearful Johann, with blood streaming down his head, the antagonist once again asked where his prey really was. Overcoming his horror, the teenager repeated that he had no idea, and then Kaltz, straightening up in disappointment, drawled that the little bastard was leaving him no choice. With fiery eyes glaring through the black, bottomless, pit-like slits of his bird mask, the man prepared to give his victim a slow, brutal death by fire. He smiled as he did so, for such crimes were the greatest pleasure to him, and the helpless Johann could only squeal in unspeakable horror. But at the very last moment, Morin stopped, lowered his hands, and extinguished the purple fire, as if someone had pressed an off button located somewhere on his back. The psychopath stood motionless for a few seconds, looking like a painted sculpture, before letting out a very creepy, crackling laugh that sounded like a cackle. And all because he finally felt the presence of his most desired prey, the very man whose thoughts kept him awake at night. The main character was far from the scene of the tragedy, being at least several dozen meters away, but the madman's sense of smell still detected him. In a matter of moments, the antagonist had covered the entire distance to shout in Hans's face, "There you are," in the voice of a delighted child who had found a partner in a game of hide-and-seek. The protagonist was also grinning, as if he shared the same emotions as his latest opponent. In a playful tone that matched his grin, the seemingly young adventurer asked the lighthouse adept if he was the one he was looking for. But it quickly became clear that this was not Hans himself in the flesh, but simply a clever and natural illusion created by the very stone that he had previously given to Johann. Kaltz also quickly began to suspect that he was being tricked, as he quickly approached and, without any comment, kicked the fake can in the face. Having dispelled the mirage, Morin said with disappointment that it was an obvious trick, created by a cheap artifact, clearly stolen from the arsenal of that idiot Chan. Guyon turned out to be such a moron that he even allowed someone to rob him, but on the other hand, there was also a fresh smell left on the stone that could lead to the real Hans. It was a completely obvious bait that would not have fooled even a boy, but the captain liked it so much that he decided to swallow it on principle. He, of course, by this point had forgotten all about some Johann, who, for a second, lay with a broken head and could barely move his legs. Blood was pouring out of him like a waterfall. One eye was bulging and watering, and the other had an expression of genuine grief and bitter resentment over what had happened. The action then moved to the Kukulchi spawning lake, an artificial biome where these bull-like fish laid eggs and raised their young. Once upon a time, there was another root of the world tree here, but it was eaten by something huge, and the resulting void was filled with a nutrient solution. The protagonist visited this place to finally restore all his strength, and he neutralized the poison in the upper layers of the liquid in advance, making the lake harmless. After this, the main character grinned, let out a quiet laugh, and asked a rhetorical question. Was his stalker really already nearby when the illusion had barely disappeared? Shifting his feet in his pointy boots, Kaltz asked in the same tone if the main character was really tired of running. Still, as the well-known folk wisdom goes, a rat could not expect to hide until its long, bald tail was sticking out from its hiding place. Grinning even wider, Hans joked with shining eyes that Moren had turned out to be a completely disgusting terrier, since he had only just now found a target. Hearing this, the antagonist let out a surprised, flat, "What?" and then slowly stretched his lips into a grin, baring his teeth. Without making any attempt to attack Khan right now, Kaltz simply laughed, but so hard until his throat was hoarse and tears came to his eyes, as if this was the greatest joke in the universe. The mad captain slammed his fist into his open palm with satisfaction and admitted that it was indeed fun, but now it was time to test the hero in action. However, he warned, setting his limbs on fire, if Hans wasn't as good as he thought, the boy would be killed, albeit very quickly. Can, without wiping the smile from his face, admitted that this was a very tempting offer, but he had certain counter-arguments. Turning around, he took on a lightning-fast sprint in a matter of seconds. Because there would be no fights that night, it would be better to decide everything another time. This infuriated Moran in a way that no real insult could have caused. No one had ever dared to show him such disrespect before. And he, of course, wasn't going to just stand there and watch the main character gradually turn into a tiny dot on the horizon. And he also rushed in pursuit, moving his legs with an inhuman speed that even cheetahs could not dream of. Kaltz simultaneously cast a spell, creating a sphere of crimson-purple fire. This deadly move was called the Jade Flame, and it resembled a veritable river of monstrous plasma directed at the protagonist's back. Luckily, it didn't hit the main character, as his instincts, developed over decades of fighting in the other world, told him to jump and do a somersault. Landing on his feet, the brunette pulled out of the selfish rich man's bag the very trump card he had been reaching for at the beginning of the chase, Semyon Kochche. Without wasting a second, he threw them into the green, liquid, gelatin-like solution in the lake. There, this magical plant immediately began to bloom, creating those same giant water lilies that helped Hanu cross the poisonous swamps. Unfortunately, the concentration of poison here is special, so this flora will not be able to last long, and the young man will have to act as quickly as possible. Fortunately, even such a limited time was more than enough for him to carry out his plan, and Kaltz, not yet understanding anything, was outraged by such actions. Not only is this coward dodging and running away from him like a hare, but he is also trying to escape across the water's surface. Let him stop this immediately and come out to fight. The villain attempted to launch another stream of magical flame at the target's back, but was unable to do so due to the rising geysers of water, as Khan had expected. This forced Moren to give chase again, but this was just another point in Hansu's plan, slowly drawing out the green blade. The protagonist, without hesitation, slashed the blade across his palm, drawing blood, and he had also coated his weapon with the bodily fluids of those herd dinosaurs beforehand. All these components were supposed to lead to one result, a very strong smell that would cause the excitement of the hunt. And it worked perfectly, causing all the demonic fish lurking at the bottom to break free with a roar and moo, especially since their sense of smell became sharper than usual. As soon as the solution swelled, revealing the first sloping backs and horned heads, the main character jumped aside again. The protagonist very slowly, as if in slow motion in an epic film, flew over dozens of huge jaws with madly clicking sharp teeth. No, they were not trying to kill Hansu alone. As in another situation, here and now, the egg-laying Kukulchi were ready to destroy any stranger. But Kaltz didn't slow down his run for a second, and only spread his arms, forming a multitude of swirling clots of terrible dark purple flame. The very idea that they were trying to stop him with the help of some overgrown aquatic predatory cows seemed completely ridiculous to the villain. And in the end, Moren easily destroyed them simply by sending tiny clots of jade flame in all directions, which blew their bodies to pieces. The previously green lake turned almost crimson, and a real rain descended from the sky, in which, instead of water, there were various pieces of scaly flesh. The captain smugly noted the fact that he had gotten rid of those unfortunate creatures, but Hans, completely unfazed, simply smiled at him again. Pointing his finger at his enemy, Kaltz warned that he would finish him off next, and that running away was now useless. Even at the bottom of Lake Hanu, there was no hiding place. But the brunette suddenly and completely calmly agreed that yes, that was exactly it. The smirk immediately disappeared from Moren's face, because he understood that such calm would not appear out of nowhere. Yes, on his own chest rested the breath of Ahal, the finest artifact in the other world that allowed its users to breathe air underwater. Hans knew him, and so in a surprisingly seductive tone, he asked Kaltz to take care of his thing a little longer. The villain's eyes widened, not understanding what the hell this all meant, but it was too late, because the protagonist had just jumped into the water. After a second or two, the antagonist burst into mad laughter, unable to believe that the enemy had actually committed such a blatant stupidity. He ignited his palm and calmly announced that at some point the main character would run out of air and would have to surface. Moren still had no intention of going after him personally, because he didn't like such fights, and he was even interested in finding out how long Hansu's oxygen supply would last. The protagonist swam along the bottom, paying no attention to the purple light flaring up from above, and only bubbles occasionally escaped from his mouth. At some point, he abruptly sailed to the side, and a huge flaming meteor, capable of instantly turning a person into ashes, hissed and rushed on. Like a mad poacher filling the lake with explosives and bombs, Kaltz planned to throw more and more fireballs until Khan gave in. The main character had lost almost all of his mana and couldn't use his demonic dragon form, but he still had a secret remedy for such a situation. The flower he had cut during his last conversation with Johann was also magical and always contained a huge amount of air, serving as an organic balloon. Thus, the protagonist was fortunate enough to have some time and not have to worry about the maniac throwing flames from above, but there were dangers below as well. Not all the Kukulchji swam to the surface to die at the hands of Kaltz. Several individuals remained on the bottom, and they now rushed with a roar towards new prey. Seeing these two huge, rapidly approaching shadows, the protagonist made a muffled sound, reminiscent of something between a grunt and a chuckle. These water bulls were afraid of the fish of destruction, but they also had other natural and very smelly enemies, whose organs Hansu had acquired in advance. Having crushed the gallbladder of one such creature with his fingers, the brunette released an absolutely disgusting smell, indescribable by any words. The unfortunate water cows had hardly felt this disgusting thing when they were seized by madness again, only this time of a completely different kind. Having recovered from the shock, the herd of Kukulcha rushed away in all directions with such terror as if each of them was being pursued by entire legions of hellish whalers. Now the main character could freely approach the nesting lakes, special places where monsters lay eggs, mixing poison and nutrient solution. They also led to the open sea, where Khan needed to move, but he did not yet know that Kaltz, having changed his plans, was following on his heels. The villain was mortally fed up with the vile scoundrel continuing to sit at the bottom, and now, with all possible fury, he unleashed a fiery volley. Yes, in the watery environment, the direction of this attack was very easy to spot and avoid, but Hans still felt cold sweat running down his temple. He tried to jerk to the side, as he had done many times before on land, but he was too slow and clumsy, and a huge fire tornado left a wound on his forearm. It was only a light touch, almost casual, but the pain was still as if thousands of white-hot blades had been shoved under Khan's skin. And this managed to enrage the protagonist so much that he finally decided to attack on his own. Fortunately, there was also a suitable opportunity. Without wasting time on empty grins or boastful speeches, the protagonist turned sharply, then turned the blade into a whip and tried to whip Kaltz with it. Unfortunately, the antagonist managed to dodge this blow, and he, at the same time, recognized this thing as another artifact stolen from Gaion. The forgotten sword is too powerful a weapon to, as Morin put it, trust to a fool like Chang, and it would be better to keep it for himself after victory. The captain could have said many more things of varying degrees of boastfulness, but he suddenly choked, and not on air or food. The villain quickly, albeit with horror, realized that he was suffocating underwater, like an ordinary person, but this should not happen while the artifact was with him. But it was not with him. Hans very cleverly cut off and took the amulet for himself, taking advantage of the fact that the enemy was blinded by his own complacency. While Kaltz, overcoming the suffocation, growled at how the protagonist had the nerve to do such a thing, the hero, putting on the item, kindly reminded him that he was simply taking what was his. His breath was now completely at his disposal, so Khan could calmly watch the madman desperately blow bubbles and flounder. But that outcome would have been simply too quick and boring, and the main character had something completely different planned. Having prepared his blade for another blow and activated the power of Nurma's ring, the protagonist good-naturedly informed the enemy that he would now give him something else. It was time to activate the bleeding again, to prevent Moren from gathering his strength and responding with a powerful slap. Hansu swung his whip and wrapped the end of it around Kaltz's arm with such force that it not only cut his flesh, but literally crushed it and cut it into pieces. Overcoming the monstrous pain and water in his lungs, the captain used magic to make it clear that he considered this to be just a worthless, cheap trick. But there the bullfish was, ready to devour with great appetite this small living piece of meat that was so amusingly kicking its legs and arms. Any ordinary person would have been dead after that, unless they had drowned beforehand, but Kaltz had not earned the title of captain of a great clan for nothing. Despite the painful wound, the fire-scorched lungs, and the suffocation, he easily flew to the side and then destroyed the hapless sea bull with a volley of flame. But this was only the first of many kukulchi. A huge number of these monsters left their nests and now circled over the scene of the battle like hungry sharks. As brave and strong as Morin was, he was no idiot either, and he knew full well that he would die if he did not retreat immediately. He twisted his arms back and activated the streams of fire, practically becoming a living rocket, and then flew towards the surface, mentally threatening Hans with terrible revenge. And no, the main character had no intention of pursuing his opponent. On the contrary, he was glad that Kaltz retreated so quickly. Now all he had to do was collect the numerous red runes left behind after the death of dozens of kukulji and continue his quest. As he walked towards the water tunnel, which resembled some ominous open wound or toothless mouth, he calmly noted that they were waiting for him on the other side. From the inside, the passage was completely filled with a purple glow, which further enhanced the resemblance to some kind of alien, foreign organism. The protagonist traveled for a long time along this flooded corridor, using his arms and legs like a professional swimmer, until the surface finally appeared. Barrage was already waiting for her partner when the thought occurred to her that this was, in fact, symbolic, since they had first met near this route. And the girl was beside herself with worry for the protagonist. She convinced herself that everything would end well, but the worm of doubt still tormented her soul. She also didn't understand where the main character had put the promised ship, because everywhere she looked, there was only an empty red ocean. A galleon capable of holding 500 human souls should have stood out in this landscape like a rotten thumb, but for some reason it was not visible. Eventually, the sorceress reached the point where she began to seriously consider the option of using her vessel, when suddenly a huge geyser arose behind her. The witch turned around very slowly, afraid to see behind her not Hansa, but some vile monster, for example, the same fish. Luckily, it was the promised galleon, which slowly but epically emerged from the watery depths, like the Flying Holland from the second part of Pirates of the Caribbean. Unfortunately, he also created such a tsunami that the poisonous water spilled over the cliff, forcing Barrage to protect herself from it with magical barriers. Over the long years of living in the other dimension, she had become accustomed to many, so to speak, miracles. But the underwater vessel turned out to be something out of the ordinary, even for her. A black figure appeared on the cliff-like side of the ship, and a familiar male voice noted that he, apparently, had managed to complete his task on time. Looking at his new partner with almost sympathy, the main character suggested that she get up quickly, because a matter of epical importance lay ahead of them. After some time, his nameless but still beautiful and powerful ship glided across the waves, like a colossal whale that someone had given wings to. Having heard the whole story from the protagonist, Sophia commented in shock that she didn't even know how to regard it, whether it was stupidity or genius. And when Hans heard a cautious question about where he got so many runes, the brunette referred to the fact that one good friend helped him, albeit not of his own free will. Then the girl asked a strange question about how he understood something, and the young man immediately and cautiously clarified what they were talking about. The conversation, it turned out, was about kochi seeds, because these artifact plants grew only around bodies of water inhabited by kukulchi and were a great rarity. Nothing in their appearance could have suggested that they would instantly grow in poisonous water, and Hansu, a newcomer to the red zone, had no time to find out this in practice. Therefore, looking very carefully at her new partner, the sorceress asked directly where the hell he knew something that veterans only come to after years. In addition, Barrage was very concerned about the fact that the main character's stats were abnormally high, something that could not be explained in any normal way. Finally, Khan used artifacts and other items in such a way that even she, a permanent resident of this location, had her eyes popping out of her head, and this was also unnatural. Unfortunately, in response to these suspicions, the main character decided to resort to his favorite tactic, that is, to completely ignore everything and move on to something else. Right now, while tinkering with roots and other objects, he was saying in a mentoring tone that the right combination of ingredients leads to the creation of fundamentally new things. And so, in his hands was one of the greatest treasures that the alchemists of another world had given to humanity, a liquid that could quickly harden. Yes, it was nothing like the philosopher's stone, which turned lead into gold, but it was much more versatile and useful, and Sophia looked at it with deep shock. After dealing with it, she noted that she hadn't thought about using poison to fight fish before, but she hadn't heard of such a recipe either, even with her information skills. She repeated her question, wanting to know what Kang Hansu was hiding, and the brunette, after a short pause, shrugged and noted that everyone hides something. Suddenly, Barrage said 7 ghosts and then added that the protagonist is only in the red zone until he kills the fish of destruction. This finally managed to break through the shield of cold-blooded endurance of the adventurer, and he was about to find out how she knew this, but interrupted himself. All these questions and other trivial matters could wait for a while, because right here and now it was time to destroy one giant sea monster. From the outside, it might have seemed like nothing strange was happening, because the red ocean looked exactly the same as on any other calm day. But then the surface of the water swelled, releasing a colossal head, encased in a crimson shell the thickness of a tectonic plate. The destroyer fish, one of the 5 disasters, the largest and most powerful monsters in the red zone, the executioner of the world tree and the devourer of roots, has gone hunting. She swam slowly, for such a titan had no need to rush anywhere until her yellow eyes spotted promising prey on the horizon. From her point of view, it was just as pathetic and tiny a ship as the thousands of others that she had managed to devour, but it was still a little larger than its relatives. Standing on the bridge, Hansu and Barrage discussed the best way to penetrate the monster's body, and it turned out that the best option was the gills. True, this is only feasible if the creature doesn't start acting up at the most inopportune moment, and the brunette, after being silent for a minute, decided to talk about something. With a gloomy face and an even gloomier voice, the main character sternly warned Sophia that from now on she must obey him unconditionally. If she started to act stupid or resist, Khan would leave her behind without any mercy, but the sorceress seriously promised that things would not come to that outcome. In the end, she simply didn't care what exactly the protagonist was hiding, because for her, there was only one goal that had to be achieved at any cost. As long as Hansu was trying to destroy the fish of destruction, Barrage would support him in everything without a second thought. That was the meaning of her life. Turning away and folding his arms across his chest, the young man noted that this was good, but in any case the witch did not need to worry about anything. Looking at the ocean stretching beyond the horizon as if he wanted to freeze it to the very bottom, Can confirmed that he always keeps his word. As he carefully approached the colossal scaly mass, the young man thought tensely that everything had to be done perfectly the first time. They wouldn't have a second try. And so the nameless galleon rushed towards the gills of the chthonic monster, preparing to penetrate its body in order to find a weak point and attack it. But just at that moment, when everything should have gone as smoothly as possible, a rain of huge red spears fell on their ship. They were so sharp and launched with such force that they immediately made holes in the side of the ship, like whale-hunting harpoons. The impact of these blows caused the entire ship to shake, and Barrage had to make a huge effort to keep from rolling across the floor like a sack of potatoes. Looking down and seeing a huge cave-like hole, Sophia screamed that if they didn't do something immediately, they would go straight to the bottom. And the attacker, leisurely lowering his foot in a pointed boot onto the railing, said, "How did this little rat manage to hide such a big ship?" It goes without saying that Kaltzmorin would never forgive Hans for his past humiliation or retreat from his original goal. On the contrary, he only became many times more insane, and was now ready to go to any lengths just to finish off his hated rival. But he also did not rush headlong, but took care in advance to create a special weapon that was simply ideal for testing the strength of ships. Having made another predatory joke, the man raised his muscular arm and with terrible force threw several harpoons at once towards the galleon. Fortunately, in all cases, the antagonist missed, but the kinetic energy was such that real geysers of water rose from the ocean. And not only that, the shock waves were also strong enough to cause the huge ship to shake and list from one side to the other. This no longer even remotely resembled a joke, so Barrage shouted to Hans that they also needed to go on the offensive to protect their vessel. She was ready to rush to the cannons or prevent the destructive spell, but the main character suddenly raised his hand and forbade her to run anywhere. It was already too late for them to do anything. The galleon had already suffered irreparable damage and only survived because it was supported by lotus sprouts. Realizing that their perfect plan could collapse at the most inopportune moment, Sophia almost burst into tears, but Khan added that the demon fish had a good sense of magic. She didn't care about ordinary sea battles. For such a colossus, it was like the buzzing of insects, but magic and the special skills of adventurers were a different matter. The world tree contained more magical powers than one could imagine, which is why this creature devoured it with such greed, but it did not disdain other sources of food either. But Hans would be a fool if he didn't realize that the plan was truly ruined and the chances of successfully carrying it out had become much lower. The witch was beside herself with worry because she understood that only she could fix the situation. But how? How to make her head work? However, Khan, having pushed the manifestations of anxiety deeper, slowly reached for his favorite bag. He pulled out some large, cloth-wrapped object that resembled a giant nut wrapped it in rope, and admitted that yes, it was impossible to counterattack the lighthouse. But nothing would stop them from shifting this task onto the local monsters, and Barrage immediately realized that she was seeing another combined artifact. She doubted that even the best bait would be enough to delay such a powerful warship, but Hansu assured her that they only needed to delay the enemies. Handing the second item to the sorceress, the protagonist asked with a good-natured smile if she would like to go fishing, as if it were an ordinary hobby. And Sophia did not answer right away, admitting after a few seconds that she had not dared to express her trust in other people for a very long time. But now she had outgrown her previous thinking and was ready to give Hanu her support with enormous pleasure. Morin, while on his ship, observed the battered and leaky galleon and even admitted with disappointment that it would sink very soon, nothing special. He was about to finish the job by raining down the remaining harpoons on the target, but the crew, consisting of Quadratus's mercenaries, noticed something he had not yet seen. Hansu and Barrage were pushing huge wooden boxes over the side, which obviously contained some kind of supplies. On Earth, such a tactic might have seemed like a simple act of desperation, an attempt to save the ship from the abyss, but Kaltz immediately suspected that it was some kind of trap. However, he didn't care. The antagonist was so obsessed with hatred for the protagonist that he wanted to destroy him at any cost, so it was decided to break the boxes. The cultists and members of the lighthouse would have liked to object, but they had long since learned how abnormal and violent Morin was, so they chose to obey and open fire. They struggled to hit the galleon, and were so close that the main characters began to be thrown back and forth with terrible force again. Luckily, one of them did hit the box, breaking it and releasing everything it contained straight into the open ocean, just as Khan had hoped. The powder contained in this trap slowly sank to the bottom until it finally reached one creature, which opened its black and gold eye at the sensation. After some time, the lighthouse ship also began to shake terribly for some reason, as if they were the toy of an overly naughty child. And all because another huge monster emerged from the depths, not as big and destructive as the red fish, but no less terrible, the five-eyed kraken. The villains immediately jerked the ship's steering wheel to the side, but it was too late. Everywhere they looked, there were giant writhing tentacles that looked like roots. The legendary island-sized octopus, scourge of the northern seas and nightmare of the deep, had no intention of letting go of its prey when it swam into its tentacles. The creature almost never showed itself on the surface, which is why its appearance surprised everyone so much, but Rachel reminded them that if they did not hurry, the fish would get away. Her gills turned out to be so huge that the main character's ship brushed past them with casual ease, as if they were colossal rocks. Miller, who still held a grudge against the protagonist for how he had disgraced her during the duel in the swamp, swung her blade and instantly cut off a couple of the kraken's tentacles. The monster, unaccustomed to such treatment, roared terribly and then struck the water with its remaining limbs, raising a real tsunami. Watching the octopus thrash about in agony, Kaltz noted with disdain that the blonde was too slow, and she only bowed her head in response. Then he grabbed the dirty, bruised Guyon by the head and, in a hoarse, poisonous whisper, ordered him not to be distracted under any circumstances and to show them all the way. Naturally, the appearance of the kraken was no accident, and Morin understood perfectly well that Hansu was ready to use anything to win or at least escape. At the very last moment, when the scaly sea monster had already begun to sink under the water, having found no worthy prey for itself, their ship passed through its gigantic gills. From the outside, it looked like real madness and phantasmagoria, primarily because the fish was so huge that up close it was impossible to understand what it looked like. Kaltz was surprised that the poisonous water did not penetrate through the gills, and Chan, who had long since forgotten how to grin, explained that the reason for this was the mysterious power of the monster. At his request, the rest of the crew turned their heads to see what was there, but so far there was nothing of note, just a tunnel of flesh and veins. In response to another question, The brown-haired man confirmed that they were moving in the right direction and that they would need to go through a special passage. A few seconds later, another opening with a lower ceiling appeared in front of them, leading into the depths of the monster's body, and they had to hurry before it closed. Suddenly Rachel, who had been silent until then, spoke up and reminded her captain that they had come here not for Hansu, but for another purpose. Those adventurers who can prove themselves, who prove themselves useful, intelligent, and strong, will go to Quadratus and become the new servants of this sect. Kaltz gripped the railing so tightly that the wood cracked, but that was all he had to admit. His lieutenant was right, and Hanu had nowhere to run from the belly of that water creature. The red zone was full of places where you could die without a knowledgeable guide, but Fish's insides were beyond belief, and it was astonishing that the hero was still alive. Meanwhile, so many items had accumulated in the monster's colossal stomach over the years that a real island now appeared before Hans and Sophia's eyes. Instead of land, there were the wreckage of thousands of ships, pieces of the roots of the world tree and other disgusting things, but even here people could exist. Morin and the other villains reached the monster's belly faster than the main characters, but fortunately, the captain was unable to sense his enemy due to the distortion of the mana flows. It was, no matter how you looked at it, a very unpleasant place, and even a maniac like Kaltz didn't want to stay here any longer than necessary. Zhang Kyung-soo smiled for the first time in his long time of humiliation, and he paid no attention to the indignant cries of the customers, saying that they hadn't paid just to look at corpses. Stepping forward, he turned to the crowd, opened his arms in greeting, and declared that those around him simply did not yet realize how beautiful and majestic this place was. The fish's stomach was designed in such a way that it could only truly digest the roots of the world tree, and everything else simply accumulated like kidney stones. Approaching the human skull, in the top of which a huge, completely clean and unstained by rust dagger still stuck, Chan called it an island of treasures. Thousands of people died here from hunger, thirst, or by killing each other, but the interesting question was what happened to all their belongings. Slowly lifting a luxurious pendant made of gold, pearls, and rubies, the cultist admitted that he had found here everything he needed to survive. And when he hinted that Quadratus could make all the dreams of his followers come true, a psychopathic grin appeared on the faces of the adventurers as one. Grinning with an incomplete set of teeth and holding the pendant like a holy symbol, Guyon declared them all new members of the sect and ordered them to thank the fish for her gifts. The only prohibition he immediately imposed on newcomers was the need to keep their hands free and not make noise, otherwise enemies would come running here. Only under the command of Quadratus would they all remain safe, but Hans curiously asked what level of volume was considered prohibited. Sue was so self-absorbed that he didn't even realize who was asking, and replied that everything would be fine as long as there wasn't some idiot who wanted to blow everything up. Smiling like a hungry cat who sees a very fat and tasty rat, the protagonist immediately decided to use his old ship. From everywhere, as far as the eye could see, colossal, sharp crystals of pure blue ice could be seen emerging from its hull. Then the main character asked if that was enough, and in such a casual tone, as if the conversation was about something mundane and unremarkable. Ice, meanwhile, continued to creep out of every hole, every window, door, and opening, turning the already huge galleon into a veritable impregnable fortress. The effect of this spell exceeded all expectations, because the stomach began to shake with such insane force that dozens of people simultaneously fell to their feet. Hans, on the other hand, stood with such perfect strength and agility as if he were attached to the floor, and he smiled and praised Sophia for her perfect work. Guyon was so furious that he could only mutter curses under his breath, while Kaltz immediately pushed him aside, realizing who had come to the party. He too was shaking with rage, like a chihuahua from a funny video, not knowing what to do first, cast a spell, read a speech, or just tear the target apart with his bare hands. But Morin was able to quickly suppress this fit of rage, put on the mask of a falsely friendly villain again, and addressed the protagonist with the voice of an old friend. When Chan hit him in the back several times because he was backing away, the captain angrily ordered him to go to hell, but the brown-haired man only whispered in horror that here it is. It has begun. Soon they all heard a hideous grinding sound, the kind that only sharpened metal could produce against a hard surface. Then a figure emerged from the darkness, at first glance indistinguishable from a simple warrior in old clothes. Only its disembodied skull was engulfed in a supernatural blue fire. One might expect that in the stomach of such a huge predator, the main threat would be various parasites, but no, instead the undead turned against the uninvited guests. Moreover, these were not ordinary walking dead, but the resurrected army of Elfheim, the creators of the World Tree and the first victims of colossal monster disasters. And that accursed army of Galadriel was sent to war countless centuries ago to stop the sea monster, but they all died and became abominations. To say that the ghost knights were evil would be like calling the ocean wet. They were ready to make any effort just to destroy the invaders. One adventurer even managed to sarcastically quote Chan, saying that they only needed to take the artifacts and everything would be fine, until a dead man's golden blade crashed into his sword. The dead warrior not only attacked, but also howled so loudly that the blood in his veins turned to ice, and the frightened man squealed that such a thing had never been included in their agreement. It seemed that just a little bit, and this poor fool would be gutted like a fish, but then a small explosion thundered, and the shockwave threw back the undead without injuring the living. Coming closer, Morin, in a didactic tone, announced to the frightened adventurer that this was the reason why it was necessary to be strong and self-sufficient. He then waved his hand and ordered his assault team, a squad of elite fighters from the Lighthouse clan, to destroy all of these walking skeletons, send them all back to their watery graves. These people were made of a completely different material than all these noobs. They professionally stabbed, chopped, crushed, and shot everything that their great captain pointed them to. But Kaltz himself did not at all resemble the armchair military leaders sitting in cozy bases. He opened his palms and formed the flame again. A few seconds later, the entire area was drowned in a supernatural purple fire, while Morenz laughed contentedly and smiled. His favorite battle spell, according to him, could burn anything, and the villain proved this in action, turning dozens of walking skeletons into charred remains at once. The people in the back rows watched this with admiration, as nothing less could be expected from the great commander of the elite fighters of one of the strongest clans in the entire Red Zone. Only Zhang Yongsu stood behind everyone, unable to even blink from fear, and only in his head could he note that this was just an illusion, and that the damned army could not be defeated so easily. For a moment one might think that he was wrong, that all these monsters were now finally dead and would never harm anyone again. But the brown-haired man didn't take his 3 eyes off them, as they were the elite guards of the Fish of Destruction, the mini-bosses of this location, so to speak. And a second later it became clear that he was completely right, because one skeleton easily rose to his feet and casually picked up his own skull in his hands, as if it were a dropped hat. All these poor unfortunate souls were cursed to fight forever against any outsiders, so they could not be destroyed by banal means like simple zombies. Their immortality depended on the sea monster itself. As long as it continued to torment the World Tree and the Red Ocean, these dead would also guard its stomach. Having put their flaming skulls back in place and uttering terrible, chilling screams, the dead warriors again moved towards the stunned adventurers and thieves who were already celebrating their victory. Now realizing that they had no chance of killing these opponents for good, the mercenaries and young cultists began to run around like frightened chickens at the sight of a hungry fox. Only Kaltz and his assault troops remained steadfast and tried to call on the others to fight alongside them, but unfortunately, no one really listened to them anymore. Even Yongsu ran away in cowardice, because yes, he had to protect the neophytes as a senior cultist, but his own skin was much more precious to Chan than all these idiots. But at some point he stopped and wondered where Kang Hansu had gone, because this puppy was not the kind of person who did nasty things and then disappeared into smoke and shadows. A second later, he put forward the theory that the protagonist could have climbed into the belly of a huge fish for the same purpose that Sophia Barrage had done 13 times in the past. Taking advantage of the chaos he had created, the protagonist rushed between the ship's wreckage and the fighting, noting that so far everything was developing according to old Chaldean's plans. In fact, the knights were brought back to undead existence by a special binding artifact, which was also in the monster's stomach, but Khan and the girl knew what to do with it. For a moment, the main character stopped to look at the fleshy walls of the monster's stomach, covered with disgusting yellow veins. This was not only disgusting, but also reminded the young man once again that first of all he had to prepare poison in order to finally destroy this scaly creature. At some point, Hans stopped because a sphincter appeared in front of him, and when it opened, a huge yellow eye with a narrow pupil appeared before the adventurer. This abomination, which perverted all the laws of biology and common sense, was the core of the fish of destruction, the very thing that needed to be destroyed with a poisonous potion, and thus finish off the Colossus. On the outside, this creature was absolutely invulnerable. Even the most powerful spells and weapons could not scratch it, but this point inside was a fundamentally different matter. Realizing that he was finally close to his long-awaited goal, the protagonist immediately pulled out his green blade from behind his back. Then he rushed forward to sever the core with one crushing attack. But it was already too late. He had already been noticed by one of the cultists, namely Su Gaiyong, and he sent his own destructive wave of energy after the protagonist. Luckily, the main character noticed this and managed to block it with one blow of his sword. Recognizing his new enemy, Kang Hansu stopped and jumped on him to finish him off once and for all. His impact was so strong that it actually caused a small earthquake. Having driven the blade next to Chan's head, the brunette asked if he really hadn't had enough since last time. But the cultist stopped the sharp blade of his former sword with only his bare hands. Grinning madly, he began to read the protagonist a stereotypical villain speech. It boiled down to the fact that attacking the fish was blasphemy, and anyone guilty of it would die. Then he ordered the archer Chung to finally open fire and shoot Hansu. But the sectarian didn't listen. He first giggled so that Kan would try to dodge. He used his special skill, which allowed him to hit the victim's entire body. And Chung, it seemed, had hit the target, successfully firing the red arrow into the hero's head. Gion wanted to laugh, but something at the last moment made him shut up, and the archer froze, as if struck by lightning, and opened his mouth in genuine horror. It was just that Khan used his only skill of transforming into a demon dragon again. In this form, he was virtually invulnerable to all but the most powerful damage.